George opened his eyes. He was surrounded by dozens of workers who were shouting and demanding their wages. The dilapidated factory was in chaos, and the air was filled with the smell of engine oil and anger. On the first day after graduating from college, which was also the first day he traveled through time, he became the director of a factory on the verge of bankruptcy. He was owed 3 months' salary. The equipment was defective from the last century, and the balance on the account was less than 5 figures. But he didn't panic. Instead, he raised his lips and said, 3 months. Give me 3 months, and I'll increase your salary tenfold. No one believed him, and everyone was waiting for him to laugh at them. But no one expected that just 90 days later, it would go from a small factory on the verge of bankruptcy to a global military industry leader. A self-developed heavy tank roared into the military zone and shattered the Western M-Series armor with one shot, shocking the world. However, the real crisis did not come from abroad, but from the person he trusted most. Part 1. Outside the factory gate, voices were like thunder, and the iron door was knocked loudly. Hoarse roars rolled in the air, and every word was like a sharp knife piercing into the bone marrow. Pay wages. Mr. G, come out. George stood in the workshop, breathing the smell of rust and engine oil. He looked down at his calloused hands, his mind a mess, but was forcibly brought back to reality by the roar. He traveled through time and space, into an era on the brink of collapse. Thousands of workers gathered outside, looking anxious, their eyes burning with the desire for a living. He was standing in the Southeast Heavy Machinery Factory in the 1990s, an old factory that was about to be eliminated by the times. The director's office had long been the target of public criticism, but he was still sitting next to the old lathe, holding the unsolved mystery of his fate. This was the mess left behind by his Uncle David, who passed away half a month ago. Before his death, he handed over the entire factory and the hopes of thousands of workers to this 21-year-old college student. He had no time to panic, and he had no way to retreat. He was George, the factory manager. No, a gambler who was risking everything. The iron gate was knocked open, and an old worker in his 50s rushed in, his face covered with sweat, and his tone was urgent. Hurry, go out the back door, it's too late to leave. This is Dennis, my uncle's old partner, who wants to save his life at all costs. But he didn't move. He didn't leave. He remembered the feeling of blocking his boss in his previous life. He felt desperate, angry, helpless, like a beast tearing at his conscience. Now, he was the target of public criticism, but also their last straw. I won't leave. He said only 3 words. Dennis roared and jumped anxiously, but was interrupted by a calm sentence. They're looking for me. Not you. If I don't leave, the factory will be finished. 10 minutes. He promised to give everyone an explanation. Without 10 minutes, he would just become a pile of meat under the public's anger. Dennis hesitated, finally nodded, and rushed out like a soldier on the battlefield. The iron door closed with a clang, and the air seemed to solidify. George stood alone in the workshop, looking around calmly. The old equipment was rusty, the sun was scorching outside the window, and the workshop was as hot as a steamer. The information flow in his mind surged like an uncontrolled data flood. In a parallel world, in the late 1990s, China, he, George, was originally a top student majoring in mechanical engineering at Yenching University, and now he has become the backbone of this heavy industrial relic. He had a tragic life story. His parents died early, and he was adopted by his uncle. His uncle was the factory director, and the workers called him Ji-Chong. He was focused on technology and neglected management, but he managed to keep the factory going until now. Wages were owed for half a year. Equipment was aging, orders were cut off, and the debt was high. George didn't need anyone to remind him, he understood. The factory was going to fail, and the people were going crazy. He searched his pockets, but could not find a single banknote. There were only crumpled meal tickets and ID cards. He stared at the green lathe, sweat dripping from his forehead. Sell the machine? Unrealistic. Demolish the factory and sell the land? Dreaming. Borrow money? Not worth mentioning. In his hand, there was only a letter of appointment as the factory director and a group of angry workers. In a corner of the workshop, the old iron shell glowed coldly. He subconsciously patted the shell of the machine tool. Bang! A low sound was like a trigger, and a cold prompt sound suddenly came from his mind. Detected strong emotional fluctuations in the host. The King of Industry system is being activated. Activation completed. Welcome to use the king of industry system. He was stunned. It was not an illusion, nor was it an auditory hallucination caused by fatigue. The interface that emerged in his mind was clear and realistic, with a mechanical blue light flashing. Current task: stabilize the mood in the factory and gain the trust of the workers. Reward: system primary production module authority. His pupils shrank. This was not an ordinary system. This thing was a weapon that could reverse the situation. Several lines of data popped up on the system interface, recording all the assets, equipment, debts, and inventory of the Southeast Heavy Machinery Factory. The names of thousands of workers, their skill levels, length of service, and health status were all clearly listed. Even the unregistered waste steel accumulation points in the factory area were marked one by the system. This system was like an industrial intelligence center from the future. He realized that this was his only chance. Begin primary scan. The command was issued, and the system responded quickly. Scan completed. 235 tons of unregistered high-strength steel scraps were found in Area B. It is recommended to convert it into a die forging machine chip base, which can output short-term high-profit products. George's eyes darkened. A reversal of scraps? You can bet on it. But the risk is it will cost the last transfer of the entire factory. He rushed out of the workshop, stood on the edge of the platform, and looked down at the crowd. The workers noticed him and stopped shouting. Thousands of eyes stared at him, like a judge who decides life and death. Everyone listened. His voice was not loud, but every word was clear. I won't run away, and I won't owe you a penny, but I need 7 days. The audience was restless. Some people were cursing, some were silent. In 7 days, I will get the factory running again. Not a penny less in wages. If I, George, can't do it, I will burn the factory seal and ID card. When the voice fell, the whole audience was silent. No one believed it, but no one dared to step forward. He didn't rely on his fists to suppress people. He relied on a desperate ruthlessness. George returned to the workshop and turned on the system's intelligent manufacturing preview mode. The virtual screen simulated the entire process of steel melting, cutting, and cooling. He stared at a series of parameter adjustment details, and his fingers quickly drew on the old drawings. Time was tight, but his mind was like a torrent. 3 hours later, he locked on a niche component that was an urgent need: the core adapter ring of a large tractor. This part has high profit margins and low technical barriers, and can be produced by modifying old equipment. The key is that it is out of stock in the market. George immediately mobilized the 3 lathes in the workshop to reproduce the mold according to the system drawings. The first batch of products, 50 pieces, took only 1 day. System evaluation: 92% qualified rate, ready for mass production. He was not happy, but calm, because this was just the beginning. He asked Dennis to contact several agricultural machinery factories to promote the trial products. A few days later, the first order arrived, for 1,000 pieces, half of which was paid in advance. 200,000. At that moment, the factory exploded. It took only a few days for the factory to go from dead to boiling. People began to believe him, but he knew this was just the beginning. The real storm was still to come. Current task completed, system permissions unlocked and upgraded. Obtained basic energy management permissions. Open modules, old equipment upgrade, energy integration, cost optimization. He looked at the new authority and took a deep breath. The gears of the Southeast Heavy Machinery Factory finally turned the first circle. But no one knew whether the future would be paved with steel or buried in blood and flesh. He had only one belief: to live with this group of people, even if he had to turn this broken factory into a monster that devoured gold. At this moment, an emotionless, electronically synthesized voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Strong emotional fluctuations detected in the host. The King of Industry system is being activated. Activation progress 10%, 50%, 100%. System activation successful. Hello, host George. The King of Industry system is at your service. George stared at the translucent interface that appeared in his mind. The font was cold, and the functions were simple. It looked like a test product from an underground forum. But to him, it was like a lifeline hanging from despair. Industrial King system. Host, George. Level, LV.0. Skills, none. Blueprint, none. No quests, no rewards, nothing. But it was this very loss that awakened his dying survival instinct. Suddenly, a prompt popped up on the interface. He subconsciously reached for the old lathe beside him. The next second, data burst out and was displayed coldly in front of him. Equipment model C620-1 horizontal lathe, produced in 1973. It is seriously aged, the precision error exceeds the standard, and it is almost scrapped. But it can actually be upgraded. George's pupils shrank sharply, as if he heard the roar of something turning over deep underground. These rusty scraps of iron are not a burden, but potential wealth? He looked around the empty workshop, and every machine tool was like a silent behemoth, waiting to be reborn. At this moment, he is no longer the factory director abandoned by the times, but the sower of industrial myths. He closed his eyes and began to sort out the current dilemma. Technology, equipment, and capital, a triple death lock, interconnected and no one can untie it. The equipment is outdated, the technology is primitive, and the operation is maintained by relying on the experience of the old craftsman. Without funds to update equipment, there will be no technology. Without technology, there will be no products. Without products, there will be no income. Now, the system is the only variable. If the equipment can be upgraded, there will be a breakthrough in the first link. He stared at the words upgradable, and his throat went dry. Exchanging experience points for equipment evolution means that future technological barriers can be gradually broken down. As long as you have the technology, funding is not a problem. George S. Hart nearly burst out his chest at the thought. If you can master the ability to update this equipment and produce ahead-of-the-time products, it is only a matter of time before you can sell them at sky-high prices. The system is the key, the weapon, and the revolution. You can already see a clear path leading out of the ruins. Equipment upgrade, blueprint acquisition, technology implementation, and product realization. Break the deadlock step by step and pull the factory out of desperate situation. But what to produce? This is the key. The field of mechanics is vast, from small screws to large ships. He can choose whatever he wants. Profits, thresholds, and delivery cycles all need to be weighed. His mind quickly sifted through the possible options bit by bit. Suddenly, a taboo word flashed through his mind. Military industry. The predecessor of the Southeast Heavy Machinery Factory was a military industrial unit. Although it has been restructured long ago, the foundation is still there, and the master craftsmen are all veterans who transfer from the battlefield to the factory. Military technology, hidden in these old machines and in the hands of old workers, has never really disappeared. And now is the most special time window. The Middle East war is about to break out, and the global arms race is on the verge of breaking out. Modern warfare is about to overturn the tactics of the old era, and the steel torrent will be replaced by electronics and guidance. He clenched his fists. If the chess game could be laid out in advance, and the war provided a tailwind, the heavy machinery factory would not just be revived, but would take off. Arms were his desperate answer. Thinking of this, his blood boiled, and he even began to tremble slightly. At that moment, he seemed to hear the roar of the battlefield in the distance, and the rhythm of the factory machine tools roaring again. He took a deep breath, his eyes burning, and rushed out of the workshop. Outside the factory gate, there were roaring noises and anger. Thousands of workers gathered at the door, their faces filled with anxiety and hunger. Dennis stood in front of the crowd, his face flushed, shouting soothing words in a hoarse voice. No one listens. No one is willing to believe the promises anymore. They just want results. Dennis' face was pale, and his throat felt like it was blocked when he looked at these old brothers. He suddenly gritted his teeth and shouted, "Give me 3 days. I, Dennis, will use my house to pay off your salary. Even if I have to sell my family's grave, I will still pay everyone this month's salary first." The scene suddenly became silent, as if someone had hit their soft spot. Everyone looked at him, their expressions shaken. He wanted to continue speaking, but felt a light tap on his shoulder. He turned around and saw that familiar face, which had become more resolute than ever before. Ogawa. George ignored Dennis and nodded slightly. His eyes were calm, unlike a young man who had just taken over a mess. He walked around Dennis and faced the angry workers directly. Everyone's attention was immediately focused on this new factory manager. He looked too young, yet he dared to show up at such a critical moment, which made people confused and angry. He's out. The G guy finally showed up. If you don't pay, don't even think about leaving here today. After a brief silence, angry shouts broke out again, and the scene was almost out of control. But George did not retreat, but walked to an old iron pier, took a deep breath, and jumped suddenly. He stood on a high place. His voice was not loud, but surprisingly clear. "My fellow uncles and brothers, I know you are here today to ask for your salary." His tone was calm, without a trace of flattery. "I only say 3 things." He first held up a finger and said, "First, the factory really has no money now." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd went wild. Angry curses were heard everywhere, and a man in his 40s rushed to the front, his face flushed, and his curses were deafening. But George just stared at him sharply without saying a word. The other party was frightened by the stare and swallowed the words he was about to shout. When the situation calmed down again, he raised his second finger. "Second, I promise that within 3 months, not only will the overdue wages be paid, but bonuses will also be given to everyone." Before he finished speaking, someone else said sarcastically, "Just relying on words? What guarantees do you have?" George didn't answer, but stretched out his third finger and pointed at the factory building under his feet. "This is my guarantee. All the equipment in the factory and the raw materials in the warehouse. I won't pay you after 3 months. You can move as much as you want. I, George, keep my word." These words were so powerful that they resounded in everyone's heart. For a moment, the gate fell into silence, and anger began to give way to hesitation. The workers looked at each other, and no one spoke. They came to ask for their wages because they had no choice but to do so, not because they really wanted to destroy the factory. Now George is given a deadline, a promise, and even a mortgage. No matter how angry I am, I can't find any reason to refute it. "Okay, I'll trust you for 3 months." I don't know who shouted first. "Yes, if we still don't have the money after 3 months, we'll tear down this factory." Slowly, the crowd dispersed. Although the resentment remained, the most dangerous moment was finally over. Dennis stared at George jumping down from the iron pier, patting his pants, his eyes still not recovering. The problem that he couldn't solve with all his strength was solved by this kid with just 3 sentences. The factory director's office was filled with smoke, and the atmosphere was depressing. 4 worn-out enamelware pots were placed on the table. George sat in the main seat, and the other 3 looked solemn. The 3 people present were the only core personnel left in the factory. Dennis, workshop director; Johnson, senior technician; Roberto, cashier and accountant. "Are you really confident? Or are you just gambling blindly?" Dennis asked directly. "The factory's account is so clean that it's not even enough to pay for the electricity." Roberto shook his head and sighed. "With debts from outside that cannot be collected and material payments at home, how can we sustain this?" Johnson smoked a cigarette without saying anything, his face full of anxiety. George said calmly, "We will not accept any existing processing orders." The 3 people's faces changed at the same time. Johnson was the most excited. "Then how can we survive? There's not even any food to eat." Roberto was also anxious. Dennis was extremely disappointed. "Your uncle's life's hard work is ruined by you like this?" The atmosphere was frozen. 3 pairs of eyes stared at George, with doubt, anger, and anxiety written all over their faces. George did not explain immediately, but turned to Johnson and asked, "Mr. Zhu, what do you think of the quality of our products?" "It's just okay. The equipment is old and the precision is poor. It all depends on the experience of the old workers." "What's the price?" he asked again. "We have even less advantage." Roberto smiled bitterly. "Our costs are high, our efficiency is low, and we sell a higher price than others, yet no one is willing to buy." George spread his hands and said, "The quality is not good, and the price is not competitive. If we continue to do this, we will die. We want to do things that others can't do and make valuable things." "What?" Dennis blurted out. "CNC machine tools." George said firmly. The air seemed to freeze when these 4 words fell. Johnson's face changed, and the other 2 obviously didn't even understand the concept. "Director George, are you crazy? That's a national project." Johnson was anxious. "We can't even pay our employees, so why are we doing CNC?" Roberto stood up in fear. "If you want to burn money, you have to have money to burn." Dennis's face turned red and his neck became thick. "Are you kidding me about the fate of the entire factory?" But George remained calm. "I graduated from the mechanical engineering department of Yin University." This sentence made the 3 of them stunned. "You may not know that the first CNC machine tool in our country was developed by Yanda and the first machine tool factory." He spoke faster, and there was a little more passion in his eyes. "Yes, our technology is backward, 50 years behind the West. But it doesn't mean we can't overtake the West in technology. Engineer Zhu, have you ever heard of geometric error compensation? Johnson was stunned. He had never heard of this term. This term was beyond his comprehension. The accuracy of machine tools is affected by too many errors, but we don't need to focus on hardware. We can compensate with algorithms and make up for the lack of equipment with software. For example, spatial error modeling and error matrix algorithm can establish a set of mathematical models to allow the machine tool to correct its own errors. In simple terms, it doesn't matter if the gears are not precise enough. We can make them smarter and correct the errors. As long as this algorithm is good, our machine tools can achieve first-rate accuracy even with second-rate hardware. At this point, Johnson's expression changed completely. His eyes sparkled and his voice began to tremble. Director George, can you really do what you said? Yes, George said firmly. Johnson stood up suddenly. If you really understand this, I, Johnson, will do it with you. I will do whatever you say, and I will personally help you. Dennis looked at Johnson's crazy and excited appearance, then glanced at George and finally gritted his teeth and nodded. I believe you. I'll coordinate with the workers. As long as we can hold on, the production line will never shut down. Finally, all eyes fell on Roberto. He was sweating and struggling, but finally stomped his feet. I'll do it. The factory needs money. I'll go and collect the debts one by one. In the office, for hands were clasped tightly together, and the cigarette ashes on the shabby table fell, as if foreshadowing the end of the old era. The next morning, George walked into the office with dark circles under his eyes, but he was as energetic as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He threw several drawings he had drawn overnight on the table and said in a firm tone, "Time is tight and the task is heavy. Everyone, let's get to work." He pointed at Johnson and said, "Old Jew, you have only one task today. Gather the most capable masters in the factory and form a technical research team to fully cooperate with me in research and development. The others will keep it confidential for now." Johnson nodded and agreed straightforwardly. Then, he looked at Dennis and said, "You are the most familiar with production. We must keep the remaining orders and speed up the efficiency. We need money and time. Once we stop, the project will be cut off." Dennis immediately expressed his opinion and promised, "Don't worry, Director. I will go to the workshop and keep a close eye on it. If anyone dares to slack off, I will be the first to deal with him." Finally, George looked at the cashier, Roberto. His expression became particularly serious. "Roberto, you are the hardest bone to deal with. There are less than 20,000 yuan left in the factory account, and this money must be exchanged for a batch of core equipment for me." He handed over a list with a bunch of unfamiliar and expensive parts names on it. High-precision lead screws, servo motors, CNC chips, circuit boards, etc. Roberto was dumbfounded after reading it. "Director, this is not buying things, this is stealing treasures. These things cost 20,000 yuan, but you can't even touch the door." George's voice sank. "I don't care how you do it. If you can't get it through normal channels, then use all the connections you can. Whatever it takes, I just want the result." Roberto remembered the military order he had signed before, so he had to grit his teeth and said, "Okay, the things must be delivered to you in 1 month." The three of them received the task and left the office without any hesitation. At this moment, the entire factory seemed to have been injected with stimulants and started to move again from its rusty and stagnant state. George almost moved into the office completely. He only slept 4 hours a day and drew pictures day and night. His table was full of structural drawings and assembly drawings. A complete high-precision machine tool design gradually took shape. In his mind, the system interface was running at high speed, decomposing and absorbing the stored world-class CNC technology, and then converting it into a real executable production plan, which was extremely accurate and in line with the current domestic level. At the same time, Roberto took the shopping list and ran around all the units in Mingxi City, but everyone was confused after looking at the list, and some even stared at him with strange eyes. "Comrade, we can't get these high-precision things here. We have to apply to the ministry." After being rejected, Roberto did not lose heart. With only 20,000 yuan left, he boarded a green train heading south with only one goal: the southern city of Pengcheng, the only place with hope. Others in the factory were also busy. Johnson worked late into the night, translating George's hieroglyphic drawings one by one into processing techniques that the old craftsman could understand, repeatedly marking them and gradually disassembling them. Dennis, on the other hand, watched the workshop like a nail and caught up with the progress of each link. He managed to improve the efficiency of the originally slow production line by a full 20%, thus winning precious living space for the factory. Just when everyone was full of energy, a sudden blow pulled them back to reality from their high altitude. Half a month later, Johnson stormed into the office, barely able to hold his teacup steady. "Director, something has happened." George didn't even raise his head. "Don't panic. Explain it clearly first." Huaji Factory called to inform us that the quality of our batch of steel pipes did not meet the standards, so they directly canceled all orders. I inquired and found out that they gave all the orders to Tungda Factory. Juning machinery is also a piece of crap. All the gears shipped last month were returned, saying that the precision was not up to standard. I personally inspected the goods, but they were clearly making excuses. The new order was transferred to a factory owned by a relative of a certain city leader. On one hand, competitors are taking advantage of the situation, and on the other hand, customers with connections are trying to snatch orders. With heavy blows coming one after another, the capital chain is on the verge of breaking. George then looked up, his expression frighteningly calm, without a trace of panic. I know. He knew that this situation was just the beginning for him. He was not afraid of external enemies, but he was afraid of falling down. Johnson stamped his feet anxiously. "Director, this is no small matter. The fire is burning eyebrows. Why are you not anxious? Can the orders come back in a hurry? Instead of panicking, it's better to think of a solution." Just then, a worker rushed in breathlessly. "Director, Leader Zhang from the city has come downstairs, and there's also a boss who wants to see you." When the two arrived at the workshop downstairs, the atmosphere was already a bit strange. A man in a suit and with a slick-back face was standing in front of an old lathe, talking nonstop about the future blueprint for the workers. "Hello, everyone. I'm Michael. I'm in foreign trade. I heard that the situation at the factory is not good, and I'm worried. So I want to invest and take over and set up a new company. Your position will remain the same, and your salary will increase by 50 yuan per month." A 50 yuan increase was a huge temptation in those days, and the workers were a little shaken. Leader Zhang also stood up to endorse him. This is a big entrepreneur that the city rarely invites, and this opportunity is rare. The two of them acted as a double act. They didn't even notify the factory manager and went straight to the workshop to incite people. Their purpose was self-evident. At this moment, George walked out slowly from behind the crowd and said in a cold tone, "Boss Chun, you are so ambitious. Aren't you afraid of choking yourself?" Michael's face changed, and Leader Zhang was also displeased. "Comrade George, how can you talk to him? This is the noble man who came to save your factory." George sneered. "Savior? This is not coming to take over. This is taking advantage of the fire. What he wants is not the factory, but this piece of land, these skilled workers, and these equipment. He wants to get something for nothing and even promise us a salary increase." His words were merciless, but they revealed the situation. The workers woke up from their dreams one after another, and it turned out that the sugar-coated bullets were not sugar at all, but poison. Michael's face turned pale, and he pointed at George and shouted angrily, "You are slandering me. You know whether I scolded you or not." George's tone was sharp, making everyone speechless. "My Southeast Heavy Machinery factory is not dead, so it's not your turn to collect the body. If you want a contract, you can do it, but you have to bring sincerity and real money. If you want to get something for nothing, you are making a wrong calculation. This factory was passed down to me by my uncle. As long as I'm still alive, no outsider can make decisions about it." Leader Zhang and Michael's faces were darker than the bottom of a pot. They didn't expect to be speechless by a young man in front of all the workers in the factory. This was not just a matter of losing face, but a slap in the face. Okay. Leader Zhang was so angry that he said, "Okay," 3 times in a row, pointed at George's nose, and was so angry that he almost poked him. "George, you have guts. Just wait and see how long your crappy factory can last without the support of the city." Zhang and Michael left. The workshop fell into silence. The workers looked at each other in dismay. The atmosphere was extremely awkward. The old masters who were still eager to make a move lowered their heads and dared not look directly at George. George glanced around, his face expressionless. He didn't say anything to comfort, nor did he make any big promises. He just said calmly, "Go back to work." After that, he turned around and walked out of the workshop, his back straight. Johnson followed closely behind, his face showing worry. "George, you are too impulsive. You know that Zhang is the second in command in the city, and Michael also has considerable influence outside. If you offend them today, our factory will be in trouble in the future. George didn't stop walking or look back. Old Jew, do you think they will really help us even if I kneel down and beg them today? They will just eat us until there is nothing left. It is better to live standing up than to die on our knees. Johnson opened his mouth, but no words came out. He knew that what George said was true. Underscore. Underscore. Leader Zhang's revenge came faster than expected and was far more brutal than expected. That afternoon, the factory's phone calls never stopped. The first call was from Hengyuan Steel Plant. Hello, is this Southeast Heavy Machinery Factory? I'm Lao Lu from Hengyuan. The voice on the other end of the phone was still a bit polite. Is Director George here? That's me. George took the phone. Oh, Director George, our factory's production tasks have been quite tight recently, and the supply of raw materials is a bit behind schedule, so the batch of steel that we promised to give you before may have to be stopped. Chief Lu's tone was a little dry. George narrowed his eyes slightly. Stop it? Chief Lu, it is clearly written in the contract that if you unilaterally stop supplying, you'll have to pay liquidated damages. Old Lu on the other end of the phone laughed dryly. Hey, Director George, don't take it too seriously. We will pay for the breach of contract. Anyway, your factory won't last for a few more days. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Then, the second and third calls came one after another, and each call was like a heavy hammer hitting the precarious ship of Southeast Heavy Machinery Factory. Director George, I'm from Chengda Machinery Factory. We don't want the machine tool orders we placed before. Director George, the equipment maintenance contract of Beijiao Textile Factory is officially terminated from today. Director George, pay us the money you owe us. Otherwise, we'll see you in court. The situation at the Southeast Heavy Machinery Factory became worse and worse as the phone calls came in one after another. The next day, the situation was even worse. The skilled workers in the factory were poached one by one. Michael's method was very simple and crude. Triple the salary and give them a room. Do you know what's going on in the factory now? Hengyuan Steel has stopped supplying, and all partners have withdrawn from their contracts. Johnson said angrily. 2/3 of the factory's technical backbones have left. We only have a few hundred people left now, and we have lost all our orders and production has stopped. George remained calm and still sat at his desk, quietly looking at the drawings in front of him. Old Jew, without the technical backbone, we can do it ourselves. Johnson was a little surprised. Are you crazy? Just the two of us? Yes, just the two of us. George stood up with a smile and patted Johnson on the shoulder. Go, lock the door of the workshop. No one is allowed to enter except us. In the empty workshop, George and Johnson cleared a workbench and spread out the stack of drawings. Old Jew, this is the base drawing of the machine tool. You are responsible for processing these two connecting rods and the workbench. The error must not exceed 0.02 millimeters. Johnson gasped. 0.02 millimeters. This is not ordinary machine tool accuracy. This is military-grade standard. George pointed to the core center shaft component and said, I am responsible for processing this. The center shaft is the most critical part of the machine tool. Its stability directly determines the upper limit of the machine tool. The two stood side by side. The tools in their hands made a sound, and amid the sound of mechanical cutting and sparks flying, George suddenly heard the voice of the system. Ding! The host is detected to be performing precision processing. System experience value +10. George stopped what he was doing, turned his head, and looked at the system panel in his mind, and was shocked. It turns out that processing parts can actually increase system experience points. He glanced at the system panel in his mind. Host, George. Level, LV1, 150/1000. Skills, Grandmaster level mechanical theory knowledge. The experience bar, which had been motionless, was now slowly growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The sun was setting slowly, dyeing the Southeast Heavy Machinery Factory with a layer of worn-out gold. Roberto, carrying a heavy sack, arrived at the factory gate breathlessly. He was ragged and untidy, and it was obvious that he had been traveling for several days. Lao Yang, open the door. He called the name of the person in the message room. Old Yang, the gatekeeper, heard the shouting and rushed out to open the rusty iron gate. Accountant gal, you're finally back. Old Yang looked anxious. Roberto's heart sank. He lifted the sack on his back again and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong? What happened?" Lao Yang patted his thigh, his voice trembling. "The technical backbone and old masters of the factory have all run away. The factory is almost empty now, and everyone is saying that our factory is about to close down." Roberto's face turned pale. Without skilled workers, the Southeast Heavy Machinery Factory would be nothing more than a pile of scrap metal. He asked hurriedly, "Where's Director Ogawa? Where's Section Chief Zhu and the others?" Old Yang sighed and pointed to the workshop in the factory. "Section Chief Jean has been out for several days to take on an order, and the other two." He pointed deep into the workshop. "They locked themselves in the workshop and haven't come out for 7 or 8 days. Roberto hurried to the workshop, feeling increasingly heavy-hearted. The silence of the factory made him shudder. The usual noisy sounds of machines and the laughter of workers disappeared without a trace. When he arrived at the workshop door, he saw 2 lunchboxes at the door, filled with cold white steam buns that had not been touched at all. His stomach started to growl, but he had no appetite for food. So he walked forward and knocked heavily on the iron door of the workshop. "Who is it?" Johnson's slightly impatient voice came from inside. "Johnson, it's me." "Roberto," he shouted. "I'm back." There were hurried footsteps and the sound of tables and chairs colliding from inside the door, and then with a creak, the iron door was pulled open a crack, and George poked his messy head out. "Uncle Gao, did you get all the things back?" Roberto nodded, and George excitedly grabbed the sack and dragged it into the workshop as if it were a treasure. Roberto followed him in and saw a scene in the workshop that was even crazier than he had imagined. George and Johnson were covered in grease, as if they had been fished out of an oil barrel, but they didn't care at all. George quickly dumped the contents of the sack onto the workbench. Circuit boards, capacitors, resistors, chips, motherboards, all kinds of parts piled up into a small mountain. He checked it quickly and said, "It's okay. Although it's not brand new, it's basically usable." He let out a long sigh, slumped down in front of the workbench, and smiled for the first time in a long time. At this time, Roberto noticed the huge machine in the middle of the workshop. He pointed at it and asked stutteringly, What is this?" Johnson wiped the grease off his face and smiled proudly. "This is the first CNC machine tool we made ourselves." Roberto couldn't believe it. In just 7 or 8 days, a CNC machine tool was made. He walked over and picked up a part to examine it. He was immediately stunned by its smooth surface and precise size. "Oh my God," he sighed, totally unable to believe his eyes. "Did we really do this?" "Of course." Johnson puffed out his chest proudly. At this time, Dennis came running from a distance, and his anxious voice reached their ears. "Accountant Gao, you are finally back. Old Gene, didn't you go out to take orders?" Johnson asked. Dennis ran over breathlessly and grabbed Roberto's arm. "Quickly approve some money for me. The material supplier from last time is asking for the final payment. If we don't pay them soon, they will stop supplying us with materials. That's special steel made for Changtai Gear Factory." "Old Ju," he turned to Johnson and said eagerly, "I've got the order from Changtai Gear Factory. Arrange for someone to make samples right away." However, Roberto's answer was like a bucket of cold water poured on Dennis' head. "Old Gene, it's not that I don't approve it. There's not a penny left in the factory's account." Dennis's face turned pale instantly. "How could it be? How could it be?" Johnson then added, "Forget about the samples. All the skilled workers in the factory have left." The series of blows stunned Dennis, and he fell into complete silence. In the following days, the atmosphere in the factory director's office was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. Dennis, Johnson, and Roberto were like 3 stone statues, sitting in the office all day, waiting for news from George. The ashtray was piled with cigarette butts, and Roberto's abacus beads were almost smooth, but there was still no money in the account. Johnson kept pacing in the room, almost trampling a path on the floor. Dennis was the most anxious. He would run to the door from time to time and look in the direction of workshop number 1. "What's going on? Xiaochuan hasn't come out yet." "No. How many days has he been in there? Nothing will happen, right?" Dennis asked anxiously. The few remaining old workers in the factory also began to ask questions. "Accountant Gao, is the factory really going to go bankrupt? Will we have a guarantee of next month's salary? Why don't I just go back to my hometown?" Every time this happened, Roberto and the other 2 could only bite the bullet and comfort everyone with a smile. "It will be done soon. The factory director is working on it." but they themselves were unsure, as the Southeast Machinery Factory survival depended on this one machine. Time passed by like a blunt knife, cutting flesh, wearing people out. At this moment, in the center of the storm, in workshop number 1, George was sitting in front of the newly installed CNC machine tool, his eyes bloodshot, staring at the simple black and white display screen. His fingers were typing away on the keyboard, and the flowing code was refreshing on the screen like a waterfall. For 7 days, except for eating and going to the toilet, George had been sitting there almost motionless. In front of him were piles of drafts and reference materials. His hair was a mess, and he had grown stubble. These 40,000 lines of code are not just a string of coal numbers, but a creation from 0 to 1. This means that a CNC system completely independently developed by Chinese people is about to be born. Once successful, China's machine tool manufacturing industry will break the foreign technology blockade and move towards high-end. Click. When the last code character was typed, George pressed the Enter key. The code on the screen disappeared instantly, replaced by a simple and clear operation interface. Success. George's tense nerves relaxed, and an indescribable feeling of fatigue surged like a tide. He leaned on the machine tool, looked at the lit screen, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. But his eyelids became heavier and heavier, and he finally leaned against the machine tool and fell into a deep sleep. Squeak! The workshop door was pushed open, and Roberto, Johnson, and Dennis finally couldn't help but walked in. Ogawa. Roberto called softly and saw that George had fallen asleep on the machine tool. This kid is really risking his life. Johnson shook his head distressedly and wanted to put clothes on him, but his eyes were attracted by the lit screen on the machine tool. It's on. Johnson's voice was trembling. What's lit up? Dennis and Roberto also came over. Seeing the screen on the machine tool, the three of them almost held their breath. Old Jew, does this mean? It's done, Johnson said excitedly, his eyes full of shock. George heard the noise and looked up dazedly, and saw three uncles surrounding him, staring at the screen in shock. Uncle Gene, Uncle Gao, Uncle Johnson, why are you here? Uncle San, tell us quickly, can this be used? Can it be made into a sample for Changtai Gear Factory? Dennis asked anxiously. George smiled, confidence in his eyes, yes. One word, with powerful force. Dennis and Roberto's faces flushed instantly, and they almost jumped up with excitement. Johnson stared at the machine tool with his eyes full of enthusiasm and expectation. It's all talk, Uncle Johnson. How about we have a competition? George patted Johnson's shoulder and said with a smile. Compare? Compare what? Johnson was stunned. It's better than machining a simple shaft part. George smiled. It's faster and more precise. Let's compete. Johnson suddenly got angry and rolled up his sleeves, ready to show his skills. The competition begins. Johnson walks to the old lathe he is most familiar with, takes a deep breath, and instantly becomes focused. He moves smoothly and finishes the first part in less than 5 minutes. George was not in a hurry. He sat in front of the CNC machine, put his hands down again, and began to type on the keyboard quickly. Da-da-da. His fingers typed quickly. Roberto and Dennis were watching anxiously. Xiaochuan, what are you doing? Old Jew is starting to spark. Why aren't you moving? Time passed. Johnson successfully completed one part and started the second one, but George still didn't move. 10 minutes, 20 minutes passed. Johnson's movements became faster and faster, and George finally stopped and pressed the start button. Buzz! A steady humming sound sounded, and the CNC machine tool accurately cut the metal according to the preset program. 3 minutes later, a perfect axis part fell out of the discharge port. Roberto, Dennis, and Johnson were all stunned, their eyes wide open. Oh my God, Roberto Said. George put the blank into the machine again and pressed the start button again. The next scene completely overturned their cognition. Every 3 minutes, a perfect part comes out. Underscore. An hour later, the competition was over. Johnson was sweating profusely, with only 2 parts in front of him, while George had 10 neatly placed in front of him. Roberto picked up the vernier caliper and measured one by one. Pass. All passed. His voice trembled. The error is within 0.02 millimeters. Johnson laughed, rushed forward, and hugged George. I lost. I am convinced. Dennis and Roberto patted George's back excitedly. With this machine tool, our factory is saved. George had a bright smile on his face and gently stroked the shell of the machine tool. It needs a name. His eyes were full of pride. It's called Hongshu CSH01. Hongshu. Johnson smacked the two words, feeling a little strange, yet revealing an indescribable sense of dominance. Is there anything particular about this name? George turned around, leaning against the cold machine tool, with a calm and confident look that did not match his age. He looked at the three elders whose faces were red with excitement, and slowly said, "It means I am the pivot, and I am the standard for the world. This is too much. This is not just about building a machine tool and saving a factory, but setting a new standard for the entire Chinese machinery industry." Dennis was the first to react. He rubbed his hands excitedly, his voice a little out of tune. Great. What a great name. With this machine tool, the processing speed is more than 3 times that of Laozhou. From now on, Huaji Factory and Tengda Factory will dare to show off in front of us again. He pumped his fist and imagined receiving orders in the future. "Uncle Gene," George said in a low voice, but with unquestionable power, "you are too narrow-minded." Huh? Dennis was stunned. George glanced at the three people, and his tone became more determined. "Are you still thinking about competing with Huaji Factory and Tengda Factory for parts orders? Have you forgotten what we have in our hands?" George slammed the machine tool behind him, making a dull thump. "We have in our hands a goose that lays golden eggs and a machine that prints money. You're actually still thinking of competing with others for those few sporadic orders?" He looked at their thoughtful expressions, raised his lips slightly, and continued to throw out bombs. "From today on, Southeast Machinery Factory will stop accepting all parts processing orders." "What?" Roberto almost jumped up. "Ogawa, are you crazy? Those orders are the only source of income for our factory." "Yeah, Xiaochuan, this is not a joke." Dennis was also anxious. George was unusually calm. He walked up to the three men with a sharp look in his eyes. "Uncle Gao, Uncle Gene, Uncle Johnson, tell me, do we make money by machining parts with hard work, or by using this fully automatic machine tool?" This question didn't need an answer. George didn't give them much time to think and continued. "Our goal is to win all the machine tool orders in China." "No." He stretched out a finger and shook it. "Not just China. We want to go to the whole world. We want to use our machine tools to make money from foreigners and export to earn foreign exchange." The workshop was silent except for the heavy breathing of the three old men. They were shocked by the blueprint drawn by George, and their minds were buzzing. George looked at their reactions and nodded secretly in his heart. This was exactly the effect he wanted. How could he create a new era without completely subverting their thinking? He had a bigger plan in mind that he hadn't revealed. The machine tool was just the first step. With the machine tool, there would be a steady stream of funds. With the funds, the military technology that he really cared about could really be started, and that was his ultimate goal. After a long time, Johnson finally spoke. "Xiaochuan, are you serious? Can we really do it?" "Yes," George answered firmly without any hesitation. "As long as I am here, I can." This strong confidence deeply infected the three people. If they don't fight now, when will they fight? "Okay." Dennis slapped his thigh, his eyes flashing with fire. "Xiaochuan, whatever you say, we'll listen to you." "Yes, we'll do whatever you say." Roberto and Johnson echoed in unison. "Very good." George nodded with satisfaction and began to issue instructions. "First, from now on, Southeast Machinery Factory will be officially renamed Hongshu Heavy Industry. Uncle Gao, go to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau tomorrow to change the name. In addition, immediately apply for the equipment patent for Hongshu CSH01. Remember, not only domestic patents, but also international patents must be applied for simultaneously. If you encounter difficulties, go to the city and tell them that this is a technology that can change the industrial landscape of our city." "Okay." Roberto nodded vigorously, keeping this matter firmly in mind. "Second, Uncle Gene." George looked at Dennis. "You have a most important task. Go find a buyer for the Hongshu CSH01. The price is set at 750,000 yen coins per unit." 750,000? Dennis' eyes almost popped out of his head. "You're robbing us. Our factory didn't even make this much in a year before." "Robbery?" George laughed. "Uncle Gene, for the factory that really needs it, 750,000 is a bargain. Moreover, You can tell all buyers that we promise that if there is any non-human damage to the host or core components, we will provide a lifetime free warranty and replacement. This is equivalent to taking all the risks on himself, but also proves George's absolute confidence in the machine tools. Third, Uncle Johnson. George finally looked at Johnson. Your task is to find a few masters with the best skills and make 2 more Hungshu CSA-01 for me in the shortest possible time. We need samples, and we need to recover funds as soon as possible. As long as we sell 3 units, it will be enough to start the first mass production line. No problem. Johnson patted his chest and assured, I will lead the team and make sure the mission is accomplished. After the tasks were assigned, the 3 people's faces were filled with excitement and a sense of mission. The next morning, Dennis put on his most respectable clothes and set out in high spirits, carrying the machine tool parameters and promotional pictures that George had printed overnight. Roberto also took the information and went straight to the relevant department in the city. George and Johnson were left in the factory. George took charge and explained the production process, part standards, and assembly process of the machine tools to Johnson and the newly recruited technical backbones. Johnson and other technicians devoted themselves to the processing and assembly of the remaining 2 machine tools with unprecedented enthusiasm. The entire Hungshu heavy industry was immersed in a tense and hopeful atmosphere. However, reality always comes fast and loud. As time goes by, bad news comes one after another. Dennis was the first to have problems. He went to almost all the well-known machinery factories in and around the city, but he was rejected everywhere. Xiaochuan, it's over, it's all over. Dennis' voice was full of fatigue and frustration on the phone. I went to more than a dozen factories, but no one believed it. When they heard it was our Southeast machinery factory, they shook their heads like rattles. 750,000? They said, why don't we just die? Roberto, brought back, was like a huge stone weighing on everyone's heart. Dennis was also silent on the other end of the phone, with only the sound of heavy breathing, full of powerlessness and despair. The accusations, one after another, almost killed the small company that had just started to develop. Roberto was completely devastated. He ran around and spent countless nights preparing the materials, but in return he received such a cold reply. This was not just a rejection. It was simply a humiliation. George didn't say anything, just sat there quietly, tapping his fingers on the desk unconsciously, again and again. The air in the office was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. Suddenly, George stood up abruptly. His voice was not loud, but it was like a thunder in the dull office. Uncle Johnson! Johnson shuddered and subconsciously straightened his back. Hey, Xiaochuan, I'm here. George's eyes lit up with a terrifying light again. A desperate gamble after being forced into a desperate situation. Load our Hungshu CSH-01 for me. Huh? Johnson was stunned. Loading? Where to? Let's go and destroy the place. George's eyes flashed with determination. Don't they not believe us? Don't they say we are liars and that we are faking it? Then I'll pull the machine tool in front of their faces and let them see with their own eyes whether our stuff is up to standard. George grabbed the car keys on the table and said firmly, if you just sit there and wait for death, you'll die. Let's go. Follow me to Huchuan Machinery Factory. Saruka Machinery Factory. Roberto and Johnson's faces changed. It was an old machinery factory in Mingxi City, and its scale was similar to that of the Southeast Machinery Factory in its heyday. The most important thing is that Huchuan factory director Hu Yin and George's Uncle David are sworn enemies who have been fighting each other for a lifetime. Xiaochuan, calm down. Going to Hu Yin. Isn't that just walking into a trap? Roberto de Baiz heridly. It was him I bumped into. George's eyes were firm. Others may not believe it, but how could Hu Yin not know our background? I want him to be the first to open his eyes. George didn't explain any more and walked out of the office in big strides. Johnson looked at his back, gritted his teeth, and followed him. At the same time, in the western suburbs of Mingxi City, at Huchuan Machinery Factory, the factory director's office was filled with smoke. Hu Yin, a middle-aged man wearing a white shirt and a slightly protruding beer belly, was smiling and handing out cigarettes to several guests in military uniforms. Colonel Pei, don't worry. Old Hu will take care of this. Hu Yin said with a smile. It's just a batch of track pins. It's not a big deal. Across from him, a soldier with the rank of colonel on his shoulders and an upright posture frowned and pushed the cigarette back. Director Hu, what I need is an immediate solution to the problem, not a guarantee. 2 days ago, during a cross-regional exercise, the tank brigade mistakenly entered a complex minefield. Although there were no casualties, the track pins of nearly 20 main battle tanks were broken, and the exercise was imminent. He led his team to travel all over Mingxi City and received the same answer. It was impossible to process, either because there was no equipment or no technology. Finally, he found the Huchuan machinery factory. Hu Yan's smile froze, but he still promised. Colonel Pei, you see, although the track pin is made of special alloy steel and is difficult to process, our factory's German imported machine tools can easily cut it. How long will it take? A captain next to James asked. It will take at least 3 to 5 days. Hu Yan held out 5 fingers, and when James' face darkened, he quickly retracted 3 of them. No, 2 days. 2 days will be enough. James said coldly. 2 days? The daylily is cold. Just when the atmosphere reached a stalemate, the door suddenly opened, and a worker ran in breathlessly. Factory director. Something bad has happened. Hu Yan was upset. Seeing the workers being so unruly, he immediately cursed. Didn't you see that there were guests here? No, director. The worker was sweating profusely. It's the people from the Southeast Heavy Machinery Factory. They drove a big truck to block our factory gate. What? Hu Yan's eyes widened, and he was instantly furious. Southeast Heavy Machinery Factory? David's nephew whose parents died? What does he want to do? Come here to scam me. He pushed the chair away and walked out angrily. This is outrageous. A shabby factory that is about to go bankrupt dares to come to my Hu Yan's territory and make trouble. James looked at the officers and followed them out. As expected, there was a dilapidated Jiefeng truck parked at the factory gate. In the truck bed, a huge device wrapped in military green tarpaulin was being slowly unloaded with the help of Johnson and several experienced workers. Hu Yan rushed forward in 2 steps, pointed at George standing under the car, and yelled, "George, you have grown up. You are blocking my factory gate with your pile of scrap metal." George was not angry. He turned around and said with a smile, "Uncle Hu, look at what you said. Why are you so angry? I heard that you have a distinguished guest here, so I came to give you a big gift to help you maintain the occasion." Hu Yan looked him up and down, his face full of disdain and disbelief. "What good things can you give me? A pile of scrap metal?" His eyes unconsciously fell on the equipment wrapped in oilcloth. "Uncle Johnson," George shouted, "show our gift to Director Hu." Johnson pulled off the tarpaulin. Crash. In the sunlight, a brand new 5-axis CNC machine tool stood quietly on the truck. It is all black, with smooth lines and a sense of power. The metal surface is shining with a cold luster, and the LCD screen is clear and bright, full of a sense of future technology. Compared with the old machine tools, it stands out like a crane among chickens. This is... Hu Yan's eyes widened instantly, and his mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg in it. CNC machine tool? At this moment, a steady voice came. "Can this equipment process tank track pins?" James walked to the front at some point, his eyes as sharp as an eagle, staring at the machine tool on the truck. George met his gaze and smiled. "Yes." Hu Yan sneered. "George, you brag without thinking. Do you know what that is? High-strength special alloy steel. Harder than a drill bit. You can't process this piece of junk, let alone break the blade." James ignored his sarcasm and looked at George seriously. "Comrade, I hope you understand that we don't have time for jokes. This is a very serious military mission." "Commander, I'm not kidding either." George's expression was serious. He took a step forward and said loudly, "If this machine tool cannot produce the track pins you need today, or if the accuracy and strength are not up to standard in any way, you can smash it right here and there. I, George, will leave it to you and take full legal responsibility." He paused and spoke again. "Words are not enough. Why don't we try it on the spot?" James' eyes lit up. "Okay." He nodded and immediately turned to the captain behind him and ordered, "Go to the car and get the track pin samples and spare materials." After the order was given, a second-class sergeant rushed away immediately. Sergeant Major Xiao Shun moved quickly, putting the heavy spare material and the track pin sample into the truck bed. The black material had a rough texture on its surface, and Hu Yan stared at it intently, his mouth curling even more. He was familiar with this material, having tried hard to obtain similar alloy steel for a military project, but ended up breaking 7 or 8 blades before he could barely cut off a small piece. George didn't even look at him, but jumped into the truck with concentration, put on clean white gloves, and treated it like a work of art. He picked up the track pin sample. The vernier caliper flew in his hands, and the data was quickly reported one by one, and Johnson recorded it below. Spindle diameter, 75 millimeters. Cirkli groove vit, kolme visi dip kolme mm. He spoke quickly but clearly, with each piece of data being precise. The captain beside James was also quickly checking the design drawings. George threw away the vernier caliper and walked to the machine tool, his 10 fingers flying on the touch screen at a dizzying speed. The 3D model was quickly built, and the tool path, speed, feed rate, and other parameters were entered one by one. The whole process was as smooth as flowing water, without any pause. In less than 10 minutes, the words "program generation completed" appeared on the screen. George turned around and shouted, "Uncle Johnson, give me a hand and load the material." Johnson immediately cooperated, lifted the heavy piece of special alloy steel, and fixed it to the hydraulic claw of the machine tool. George checked it once to make sure there were no problems, then closed the heavy tempered glass protective door. He pressed the start button, and the machine tool light instantly lit up, illuminating the entire processing area. This is easy. The spindle rotates at high speed, and the tool is automatically selected from the tool magazine and installed on the spindle. The cutting fluid is sprayed on the surface of the material, and then the tool head plunges into the alloy steel. It's over. The knife is going to break. Hu Yin subconsciously closed his eyes and listened to the sound of the knife about to break. But surprisingly, he didn't hear the expected harsh sound, but a smooth and crisp cutting sound, like a hot knife cutting butter. Sparks flew, metal shavings flew, and through the protective door, the knife flashed at an astonishing speed. This was not cutting, but scraping pig skin. The whole workshop was silent, with only the powerful, sizzling sound of the machine tool echoing. 3 minutes later, the cutting sound suddenly weakened, the spindle stopped, and the tool returned to its position. George opened the protective door, and the air was filled with the smell of metal and cutting fluid. He quickly operated and rotated the claw disc to change the direction of the workpiece. In just a few seconds, the steel block has taken shape of a track pin, with a surface as smooth as a mirror and all the complex grooves and curves completed. "Oh my God!" Huyen couldn't believe it and exclaimed in a low voice. "Is it almost done?" There were gasps from the surroundings. George closed the protective door again and started the program for finishing. 2 minutes later, the machine stopped and the workpiece completed the final fine processing. When it was taken out, the surface finish was amazing, and even a person's face could be reflected. All dimensional tolerances are within 0.02 millimeters. George handed the track pin to the captain next to James with a calm tone. The captain took the track pin, nodded, and ordered hurriedly, "Xiao Shun, drive back to the camp immediately and conduct an extreme working condition test. Quick!" Sergeant Major Xiao Shun saluted excitedly and ran to the jeep, which quickly started and drove away. The scene was silent, with only James and George standing side by side, their eyes fixed on the machine tool. "Director George," James spoke in a deep voice, addressing him as director. "Thank you for your help." George smiled and said sincerely, "You are too polite, Brigade Commander Pei. It is an honor for our factory to contribute to the national defense cause." James nodded, his admiration for George deepening. "Is this equipment imported? From Germany? Or Switzerland?" George's face instantly faded, replaced by a sense of pride. He answered clearly, "Report to the commander. From the design drawings to every line of code in the underlying control system, we independently developed it and own 100% of the complete intellectual property rights. Its comprehensive performance is ahead of all similar products in the world by at least 5 years." James' heart was in turmoil. He stared at George, trying to find any trace of bragging on his face, but he only saw calmness and confidence. At this moment, a rapid engine roar was heard in the distance. The military jeep returned quickly, and Sergeant Xiao Shun rushed down with excitement and ecstasy on his face. "Passed! Commander! Completely passed!" He waved his arms excitedly. The ultimate torsional load test showed that the strength is 15% higher than the original. The installation was smooth, and the operation is perfect. The scene was boiling instantly. James finally loosened his clenched fists, and his eyes burst into a fiery light. "Director George, start work." George smiled, turned around, and patted Hu Yan on the shoulder. "Director Hu, Don't just stand there. Wait until I finish this batch of work, and then we can sit down and talk about cooperation. Hu Yin shuddered, nodded silently, and made way for George. He had only one thought in his mind. Get it? When the Hongshu CSH-01 is turned on, it does not feel like a cold machine, but like a silent killer. The blade rotates, a sharp whistling sound is heard, and metal debris flies like golden snowflakes and is washed away by the coolant. A black special alloy bar was fed in, and the robotic arm worked perfectly, turning it into a track pin that gleamed with cold light in just a few minutes. The whole process was smooth and without delay. The crowd, including the masters from the Huchuan machinery factory, were all stunned. This was simply a money printing machine. In less than 2 hours, all 86 spare materials brought by James were processed, and each one was flawless. James walked forward and picked up a track pin. It was slightly heavy in his hand, and the surface was as smooth as a mirror. The precision was impeccable. He solemnly put the track pin into a special box, walked towards George, and patted him on the shoulder. Director George, I owe you a huge favor this time. His voice was sincere, a trait that only a soldier can have. George smiled and rubbed his sore shoulder. You are too polite, Commander Pei. It is our honor to serve the army. Don't say such polite words. James waved his hand generously. When I'm on vacation, I'll treat you to a drink. We won't go home until we're drunk. George smiled and said, Okay, I'll wait for Brigadier General Pei's drink. James looked at George deeply, then turned around and left with Sergeant Major Xiao Shan. The military jeep roared and quickly disappeared from sight. The atmosphere at the scene instantly cooled, and the air was filled with the smell of embarrassment and greed. Hu Yin stood there, his face changing and his Adam's apple rolling up and down. He looked at the already quiet Hongshu Sisagorowan, then looked at George, feeling a little unwilling. Director George, you are so young, but you are really a pillar of the country. He flattered. George raised his eyebrows and waited quietly for his next words. Hu Yin rubbed his hands, his eyes burning, and finally spoke. Director George, the equipment has been delivered. Why not? Sell it to our Huchuan machinery factory. I'll offer 30,000, how about that? George had a playful smile on his face. 30,000? He dragged out the tone, as if he was thinking seriously. Hu Yin was delighted and quickly added, Director George, we are all state-owned factories, so we should help each other. 30,000 is not a small amount. George nodded and answered straightforwardly. Okay, sell it. Xiaochuan. Johnson was so anxious that he jumped up and down. You sold it for 30,000 yuan? This is no different from giving it away for free. George patted the back of his hand and whispered to him, Uncle Johnson, don't be anxious, just watch the show. Hu Yin was so happy that he felt that he had found a great bargain. Great. Director George is really straightforward. He immediately asked his men to prepare for payment. George took the money, put it in his pocket, and clasped his fist to Hu Yin. Director Hu, the money and goods are settled. We will take our leave first. Wait. Hu Yin was anxious and stopped George. Machine, you have to teach us how to use it. Send a technician to train us. George's smile disappeared instantly, and his eyes became cold. Director Hu, what did you say just now? I'm selling this equipment. George said calmly. I didn't say the price includes technology transfer and after-sales training. Hu Yan's face was stiff. What do you mean? George spread out his hands. It's very simple. Operating this machine involves core technology, which is not disclosed to outsiders. If you want to learn, it's not impossible. He held up a finger. The tuition fee is 100,000 yuan, and I guarantee that you will learn it. Hu Yan's eyes twitched. George continued. This Hongshu C601 is an exclusive product and is very valuable. If it is damaged, you will have to pay for the repair and labor costs if the parts are replaced. Hu Yan's face turned livid. He finally understood that this machine was a trap from the beginning to the end. You are blackmailing me. George sneered. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. We're doing this voluntary transaction. I didn't force you. If you think it's not worth it, I'll return the 30,000 yuan to you. Take the machine away, and we'll part ways. George pretended to take the money out of his pocket, but Hu Yin quickly shouted, No, don't take the money. He gritted his teeth and asked, What do you want? George smiled. Director Hu, we are brothers. How could I cheat you? I will give you a one-stop solution. He held up 8 fingers. 750,000. I'll train 3 operators for you for free. provide lifetime warranty on the core parts of the machine, and replace any damage not caused by human intervention for free. I'll also waive the labor costs for repairs. How's that? Isn't that good enough? 750,000. This number exploded like a thunder in Hu Yan's head, and he was completely stunned. 750,000 would almost empty most of their factory's working capital, but the conditions of lifetime warranty, free replacement of parts, and free labor cost made him tempted. The two villains in Hu Yan's mind were fighting fiercely, and his eyes instantly turned red. Okay, it's settled. A deposit of 400,000, and the rest must be paid before the end of the year. Half an hour later, 400,000 in cash was placed in front of George, heavy as a ton. Hu Yan carefully lifted the machine tool onto the truck, like escorting a treasure. Johnson stood there, holding the canvas bag, and looked like he was out of his mind. He unzipped it and looked at the stacks of cash inside. His eyes instantly turned red. Xiaochuan, is our factory rich now? George took the canvas bag with a smile. Uncle Johnson, why are you crying? This is just the beginning. He patted Johnson's shoulder. Let's go back to our own factory. From today on, I will teach you programming, and you will be the chief engineer of our Southeast Heavy Machinery Factory. Under the scorching sun, the air at the base of the 4th Armored Brigade of the Southern Military Region seemed to be burning, almost suffocating. The new Type 69 tank was covered with camouflage, and its majestic posture showed its powerful power, like a beast waiting for an opportunity to strike. James stood in front of the tank with pride in his eyes, pointing to the brand new tracks. William, look, these track pins are newly replaced, and after 50 kilometers of armed off-road, there is almost no wear. William next to him is over 50 years old, with slightly gray hair and sharp eyes like an eagle. As the chief engineer of the vehicle chassis project of the China factory, no one dares to question his authority. This trip to the south is to inspect the equipment upgrade of the 212th Brigade and to make technical assessments for subsequent cooperation. James' pride did not receive the expected praise. Instead, William frowned and said in a serious tone, Captain Pei, is this track pin made by a local machinery factory? James replied calmly, That's right. Ridiculous. William roared, his voice shaking the earth. The track pin is the lifeline of the tank. Strength, toughness, and wear resistance determine the life and death of the tank. How can such a key component be made by a small local factory? He angrily slammed the tank tracks, making a loud clang sound, and the atmosphere suddenly became solemn. The officers around him held their breath, as no one expected William to be so fierce. James' face was not panicked at all. He had expected this to happen and said calmly, William, why don't you remove a track pin yourself and see for yourself? William's anger had not diminished, but a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. Tear it down, he ordered without hesitation, his tone as hard as iron. Several maintenance soldiers acted quickly, and under William's personal command, they carefully removed the track pins. The shiny metallic surface could almost reflect a person's shadow, and the reflected light was as dazzling as stars. William put on gloves, looked focused, picked up the high-precision micrometer, and measured carefully. This is impossible, he murmured in a low voice. His eyes changed rapidly, and the micrometer pointer in his hand stopped at the reading. Lin Jianwei came forward and was also stunned when he saw it. The error is only 0.01 millimeters. 0.01 millimeters? This is even more accurate than the best machine tools in our factory. William's eyes widened in disbelief. 0.01 millimeters is almost impossible to distinguish with the naked eye. He took a deep breath, holding the track pin as if he were holding a precious treasure, and said in a trembling voice, This is not made by a machine. This is definitely the handiwork of a master. James smiled and responded easily. You guessed wrong. This thing is indeed made by a machine. William was stunned. What? Machine? James nodded. It's a CNC machine tool. CNC machine tools? William could not hide his shock. Domestic CNC machine tool technology can't even guarantee accuracy. How can such high accuracy be achieved? James' eyes were full of teasing. This CNC machine tool was completely developed by us. Who developed it? William almost roared. George, a young man in his early 20s. James' words exploded in the air like a bombshell. William was stunned. 20 years old? His mind was in a mess for a moment, unable to digest this information. 20 minutes to complete this ultra-high precision processing? If true, it would be a huge breakthrough in the military industry. Take me to see the machine tool. William hurriedly grabbed James' arm, his eyes revealing uncontrollable excitement. Half an hour later, the convoy drove into Huchuan County and headed straight for an inconspicuous factory. As soon as the door opened, William rushed to the workshop without hesitation. "Where's the machine tool?" he asked with almost crazy eagerness. James smiled and pointed to a place not far away, where a uniquely shaped machine tool was running at high speed. In the workshop, worker Hu Yin was operating the machine tool. The roar of the machine was deafening, sparks flew, and metal flew under the tool. William's eyes were fixed on the machine tool. He was so shocked that he couldn't move. His eyes were full of fanatical desire. This is simply a work of genius. He pointed at the trajectory of the tool and said excitedly, "This is not a straight line. It's an arc. It is making real-time compensation at the micron level." Lin Jianhui was equally stunned. "This control system is something I have never seen before. It is brand new and is 10 years ahead of the world." William was so excited that he held the machine tool in his hands, as if he was holding a rare treasure, and said in a trembling voice, "This is something that even Siemens and Fanuc cannot compare to." He took a deep breath and said excitedly, "This machine tool is not only a technological breakthrough, but also a declaration of an era." In the workshop, George sat in front of the computer, typing quickly on the keyboard. After completing the last line of code, he pressed the Enter key. Along with a low hum of electricity, the control screens of two newly assembled machine tools lit up behind him, and a faint blue light reflected George's calm face. On the screen, the simple logo, Hongshu Machinery, appears. Southeast Heavy Machinery Factory, a name that once carried the memories of several generations, has become history from today. George checked the system background and saw the experience value number. Experience value, 17,324. The experience required to upgrade, 15,000 points. He couldn't help but frown. 15,000 experience points, what a pitfall. But he understands that upgrading is only the first step, and the machine tool is just the starting point. In the future, whether it is aircraft engines or crankshafts of ocean-going ships, this kind of equipment will be indispensable. George stretched his body, and his bones made a crackling sound. Suddenly, Roberto, the old cashier of the factory, came in with a smile on his face and a large enamel pot in his hand. "The wages have been paid, and everyone is very satisfied." Roberto smiled, with a hint of excitement in his tone. "More than 200 people in our factory had tears in their eyes when they received the money." However, his voice suddenly dropped. "There's another thing. Those who resigned, they want to come back." George's smile disappeared, and he asked coldly, "Who will help us get through this difficult time?" Roberto was stunned, then immediately understood what George meant and nodded silently. "Tell them." George stood up, dusted himself off, and said firmly, "Starting from this month, the salary of all employees who stay will be increased by 50%. "What?" Roberto dropped the enamelware pot, spilling hot water all over the floor. He didn't care about burning his feet, grabbed George's arm, and asked in shock, "Really? 50%? No kidding." George responded lightly. In addition, starting from next Monday, the entire factory will implement an 8-hour work system, 2 days off a week, and statutory holidays. Double wages and triple wages on holidays. Roberto was stunned and didn't react for a long time. At this time, the workshop director Dennis rushed in, his voice sounding particularly anxious. "George, Colonel Pei is here." He brought a few experts with him. Before he finished speaking, James had already strode into the workshop, followed by 2 men in military uniforms, Chun Ming and Lin Jianhui. Chun Ming's eyes paused as soon as they fell on the 2 running machine tools. His steps almost froze. The same was true for Lin Jianhui, whose eyes were filled with incredible shock. These 2 machines. Chun Ming's voice trembled slightly. He stretched out his hand, as if wanting to touch the cold metal body, but stopped hesitantly. Tears gradually appeared in his eyes, and his lips moved slightly, as if he was trying to suppress the fluctuations of emotion. "Our country, industry, finally has hope." James patted George on the shoulder, his tone full of appreciation. "George, this is Chun Ming, the chief engineer of the vehicle chassis project of the National Middle Factory." George understood, then turned around and looked at Chun Ming calmly. "Young comrade." Chun Ming's eyes flashed with excitement. "Did you develop this machine tool?" George nodded. It's me. Chun Ming stepped forward and grabbed George's shoulders tightly, his eyes burning like fire. Follow me. Go to the Academy of Sciences. The country needs you. The army needs you. Whatever level you want, I will give you. Whatever resources you want, I will give you. George shook his head calmly. Thank you, William, but I'm here and I'm fine. Chun Ming's face was full of confusion. What future do you have if you stay here? This is a waste of your talent. George smiled. I like to do it myself, starting from scratch and turning drawings into reality. In your place, I may be a researcher, but here, I am my own boss. Chun Ming frowned, unable to understand George's choice, but soon he changed the subject. Okay, since you don't want to go, then sell the machine to me. Our military wants this one. The workshop suddenly became quiet, and everyone's eyes were focused on George. George pondered for a moment and held up 8 fingers. 750,000 won. What? Lin Jianhui blurted out, with disbelief flashing in his eyes. 750,000? Yes, 750,000. George added, this price includes on-site installation and commissioning, system training for operators, 1-year warranty for the whole machine, and lifetime maintenance for the core system. Lin Jianhui's mouth suddenly closed, and he looked at George in shock. Great! Chun Ming slapped his thigh fiercely. Old Pei, we want both of them. George waited anxiously. The ringing of the phone almost made him unable to sit still. Call the Zhong factory now. Ask that Lao Su to come over quickly. He was almost going crazy. Such good equipment must not be missed and must be finalized immediately. William, the office is over there. George pointed to the corner of the workshop. Chun Ming barely hesitated as he rushed towards the office. Although he was already over 50 years old, his steps were still full of vigor, like a soldier ready to charge at any time. James looked at him, smiled, and shook his head. This is the enthusiasm of a tech geek. No one can stop it. George smiled and said nothing. Soon after, Chun Ming's angry voice came from the office. Hello. Lao Su. I'm Chen Ming. His voice was deafening, and the whole workshop could hear it. Where are you now? Chun Ming roared. Don't tell me you are in a meeting. You pushed back on the most important meeting. He continued to shout eagerly. I found something great. This can increase our production capacity by at least 3 times. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, and then Chun Ming continued happily. Machine tool. 5-axis. Better than the German one. The address is in Mingxi City, Hangshu Machinery, a private factory. Chun Ming's excitement was evident in his words. No matter what method you use, planes, rockets, get over here right now. As soon as he finished speaking, he hung up the phone fiercely with a satisfied smile on his face. A few minutes later, Chun Ming walked out of the office with a red face. Done. Lao Su has already left on a special plane and will be here in 4 hours. George saw that he was impatient, so he suggested, how about going to my office to have a cup of tea and take a rest? Rest? Chun Ming's eyes widened. Why waste such precious time drinking tea? He pointed at the machine tools in the workshop, his eyes full of desire. Show us a demonstration. James also echoed. Yeah, we're waiting anyway. Show us what you can do. George nodded in agreement. Okay, let's do something big today. He looked around the workshop and told the workers, go, bring over the number 45 steel bars from the warehouse. Several workers worked together to lift a half-ton steel bar to the workshop. James looked at the huge steel bar and couldn't help but sigh. George, are you going to make a gun barrel? Chun Ming was also surprised. Processing workpieces of this size requires extremely high stability of the machine tool. George walked to the machine tool calmly and operated the control panel. He saw that the original small 3-jaw chuck automatically retracted and the 4 thicker hydraulic jaws slowly rose up. Is this a replaceable large workpiece clamping system? Chun Ming exclaimed. This design greatly expands the processing range of the machine tool and no longer requires specialized heavy-duty machine tools. George directed the workers to hoist the steel onto the machine tool, and the hydraulic claw plate firmly fixed it. Then, he called up a part drawing and set the processing parameters. The program has been set, George said calmly. This machine tool will be used as the main machine for processing. He picked up the data cable and connected it to the secondary machine next to it. At the same time, the secondary machine will work in coordination with the main machine. The 2 machine tools started running at the same time. The spindles carrying the tools rotated at high speed, accurately cutting the steel. The roar of the machines and the hiss of metal cutting could be heard in the workshop. Chun Ming and James stared at this scene full of industrial beauty. After a long while, James came back to his senses and said, "Let's go out and have a cigarette." George nodded, and the two walked out of the workshop and stood outside enjoying the sunshine. James handed George a cigarette. "George, what do you want to do?" George took a puff of his cigarette and said, "Selling machine tools is just the first step. My goal is far more than that." James raised an eyebrow. "Oh, tell me about it." George gave a confident smile. "What do you think of our current tanks?" James was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly and said, "Tank? The engine is not good, the transmission system is old, and the fire control system is also poor. The gap with the advanced foreign ones is huge." George smiled and said, "I want to build a tank." His words were firm and confident. "Build our own tank, the best tank in the world." James was stunned, shocked. "Are you crazy? You can't just build a tank if you want to." George smiled and nodded. "With the best machine tools, we can make it." He explained calmly, "Engine, artillery, armor, I can make them, and they will be better than the current ones." James was silent. He looked at George's young but confident face, and suddenly a strong belief surged in his heart. If you can really do it, rules are meant to be broken. He whispered, "We long for a magical weapon." George stood in the workshop, unable to suppress his excitement. James' cigarette had been stamped out, but the hot emotions still lingered in his chest. Building a tank is not something that can be done overnight, but we can start from the basics. He smiled slightly, speaking lightly, but his determination was unspoken. Foundation is everything. He looked at the brand new machine tool with a gleam in his eyes, as if he saw the blueprint for the future gradually unfolding. James nodded, knowing the significance of this machine tool to them. It is the heart of the industrial world, and with it, their dreams can be transformed from paper into reality. "Sam, today's a big deal," James whispered. George raised his eyebrows slightly, with a hint of expectation in his eyes. Sam, as a national figure and an authority in the field of ground equipment, his support is undoubtedly a stepping stone for them to enter the military industry. Without him, no matter how advanced their technology is, it will be difficult for them to enter the core circle. The sound of a car door broke the silence, and the black-red flag sedan slowly stopped at the gate of Hongshu Machinery. Chun Ming hurried forward, with a hint of nervousness and anticipation in his words. Sam walked out of the car, his eyes sharp, looking at the shop sign as if he had noticed something. "Southeast Heavy Machinery Factory?" He stopped and frowned slightly. "Yes," Chun Ming explained. "This was originally the Southeast Heavy Machinery Factory and was later renamed Hongshu Machinery." George stood aside, his heart trembling. This name evoked his memories of his late uncle. Uncle David had devoted all his efforts to the Southeast Heavy Machinery Factory, and he was still talking about his brothers in the factory until his death. Sam did not continue to ask, but turned to the factory. He walked in front, his eyes swept across this familiar, yet unfamiliar land. Obviously, he had a complex feeling for this factory. As they walked towards the workshop, they suddenly heard a slight humming sound. The sound was not harsh, but had a strange rhythm. Sam paused, turned his head, and listened attentively. "This sound, is the machine tool running?" He whispered to himself, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Sam opened the car door, and his eyes widened at the sight. The 5-axis CNC machine was running at high speed, and only a blurry image was moving quickly inside the transparent protective cover. This 5-axis machine tool. Sam's eyes narrowed suddenly, and his heartbeat accelerated. George stood up and calmly pointed at the control panel. "Hongshu number 1, a 5-axis CNC machining center." George's voice was clear and confident. "The maximum spindle speed is 300,000 RPM, and the repeatability is 0.1 micron. His concise introduction was like a heavy hammer hitting Sam's heart. These data directly challenged Sam's cognitive limit. The world's top German machine tools had just broken the threshold of 150,000 revolutions. All that George said was simply unbelievable. "Impossible." Sam blurted out, his tone full of disbelief. "Are you kidding me?" He stared at George angrily. "Do you know what this means?" George stared back at him calmly. "I know." The workshop was completely silent, with only the low hum of the machines echoing. Chun Ming, standing nearby, was also shocked. He walked forward, with a bit of helplessness in his tone. "Secretary Sue, this machine tool has been running continuously for 5 hours without any problems." It was processing special alloy steel, which is an extremely complex process, Chun Ming continued. For 5 hours, it never gave an alarm or slowed down at all. Sam heard this and turned to look at the still running machine tool, with a storm in his heart. He knew very well that this machine tool was far superior to any machine he had ever seen. Suddenly, the machine stopped running. The coolant slowly returned, and the entire workshop fell silent. George walked forward and pressed the door-opening button. Then, the machine door slowly slid open, revealing the workpiece. It was a newly processed track pin. Its surface was smooth without a single flaw, and it fully met industrial standards. Sam froze in place, staring at the workpiece, almost unable to believe his eyes. He rushed forward and touched the cold metal surface with his fingers, his eyes full of shock and undisguised excitement. No machine tool could be so perfect. Sam suddenly raised his head, his eyes as sharp as a knife, staring at George. This machine tool, where did it come from? George smiled slightly, with a hint of confidence on his lips. Secretary Sue. This machine tool is called Hungshu No. 1, and it is 100% independently developed. Every word he said was like a heavy hammer, hitting Sam directly in the heart. Self-developed? They did it. Come with me. Sam finally burst out with excitement. Let's go to the Academy of Sciences. I'll set up an independent project team for you, and you'll be the team leader. George calmly pulled back his arm and responded to Sam's invitation with a smile. Although Sam's enthusiasm almost swallowed him, he remained unshakable. Secretary Sue, thank you for your kindness, but I'm afraid I can't accept it. His voice was steady, but it made everyone present feel an irresistible firmness. Sam was stunned for a moment, his face full of confusion and puzzlement. George continued to explain, I like the freedom here. Although this factory is not big, I can do what I want. The system outside has too many constraints, and I can't stand it. He pointed to the workshop and the factory. His tone was relaxed, but revealed an irrefutable persistence. Sam was silent after hearing this. He could understand George's choice, but the disappointment gradually emerged. Everyone has their own aspirations, and the door of the country is always open to you. He sighed helplessly, his eyes still fixed on the machine tool. Chun Ming gently touched Sam's arm. Secretary, this matter must be reported to the higher-ups, and the higher-ups must come and discuss it in person. Sam nodded, and he immediately adjusted his mood and became pragmatic again. He waved his hand. Since you're not going to the Academy of Sciences, let's talk about something practical. How about the delivery time for 50 machine tools? George's response was like a hammer. 750,000 yuan per unit, 70 units, delivered within 6 months. If you can provide some assemblers, the time could be brought forward even further. Sam heard this number. His heart almost jumped out of his chest. This efficiency was even faster than that of the Germans. He took a deep breath and was about to ask for more details, but suddenly realized the more critical issue: patents. Does this machine tool have a patent? Such an important technology must be protected. Sam's voice was serious, and his expression was full of anxiety. George's smile finally disappeared. I applied for a domestic patent, but it was rejected. The reason was that the data was falsified, and they thought it was just a fantasy. Sam angrily slapped the machine tool casing. These experts are simply destroying our future. They are parasites of the country. George sighed. The domestic patent is not working, so I can only go for international patent. But the materials have been stuck in the city, and no one is willing to report it. Sam exploded instantly. He grabbed George's arm, his eyes full of anger. You see, this is the fate of being outside the system. The bureaucracy has bound us. I will take you to the Academy of Sciences and hang up a sign for a military project. Who dares to stop me? George smiled and shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, but I still stick to my choice. He looked at Sam, and there was no longer just gratitude in his eyes, but a clear determination. Sam finally let go and sighed. I'll take care of the patent issue. I'll contact the General Armaments Department when I get back and resolve these ignorant matters. However, George's words once again broke the atmosphere. Regarding the money issue, I have a suggestion. He looked at Sam and Chun Ming calmly. I don't need cash. I heard that your factory has many idle old machine tools. Sam and Chun Ming looked at each other with confusion on their faces. George continued, those obsolete old equipment are treasures to me. Can I trade them in for my new machine tool? This proposal was like a godsend. It not only solved the problem of purchasing funds, but also helped to clean up the abandoned equipment, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Sam patted his thigh excitedly. Great. It's settled. Just as the atmosphere was gradually relaxing, George suddenly stopped smiling and became serious. Secretary Sue, William, I have another request. Sam and Chun Ming stopped what they were doing and looked at him. You say? George looked determined. I hope Hongshu Machinery can become a designated production unit for military products. I want a military brand. Sam and Chun Ming were stunned. This was almost a fantasy at the time. A private factory wanted to obtain a military production license. George's words were deep and powerful. The core technology of the Type 88 main battle tank currently in service all relies on external sources. We cannot let the lifeline of our country be controlled by others. His eyes were gleaming with anger. I make machine tools not to get rich. I just want our army to no longer have to look at anyone's face. Sam was so shocked by his words that his heart was beating wildly. His eyes were filled with not only shock, but also ignited passion. You are so bold, boy. George's voice gradually calmed down. I know it's difficult, but I want to make this important national weapon no longer dependent on others. I hope that from now on, we can have our own military-industrial base. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, and Sam's heartbeat almost stopped. He took a deep breath. George, you are such a lunatic. Okay, I promise you, let's go through it together. The next day, in the factory director's office, George's headache woke him up from his confusion, and the scene in front of him made him feel a little overwhelmed. Looking around, he finally realized that he was still in the factory. The remaining smell of alcohol reminded him of the madness of last night. James! He cursed in a low voice, rubbing his temples, recalling the scene of last night. After reaching a cooperation agreement with Sam, he and James drank in the factory cafeteria, and James easily got him drunk. He slowly got up and drank a large glass of cold water. Then he felt a little more alive. He fumbled for the phone on the table and dialed James' number. After the phone rang a few times, James' voice came through, but the atmosphere was still relaxed. Are you awake? James' voice was filled with laughter. Almost couldn't wake up. George responded lazily. You can't. You can't drink when you are on combat duty. Now you can't relax this rare time. James laughed. Next time you drink, I'll tie you up. George retorted dissatisfiedly. After hanging up the phone, George simply washed up and ate something, and his headache finally eased. About an hour later, a green military jeep stopped at the factory gate. The door opened, and a young lieutenant jumped out of the car. Is that Director George? Asked the young officer. George nodded. It's me. Hello, Director George. My name is Shun Ran, and I'm Chief Pei's bodyguard. The chief asked me to pick you up. After Shun, Ran saluted. His eyes were filled with scrutiny. George responded with a smile and followed Shun, ran into the car. The car was filled with the smell of engine oil. The jeep passed through the gradually thinning traffic and entered the suburbs. The road was lined with green trees on both sides, getting farther and farther away from the hustle and bustle of the city. They drove onto a cement road that was not open to the public and finally stopped in front of a highly guarded camp. High walls, electric fences, and sentries formed a tight defense line, and the camp sign was particularly eye-catching. George's heartbeat quickened. He knew that this was the place he had always dreamed of, the military zone. The steel-like tanks and armored vehicles were quietly parked on the training ground, exuding an exciting power. When the jeep stopped, James had already changed into his military uniform and was waiting downstairs. Why you look so bad, kid? George rubbed his shoulders. It's all your fault. Haha, sure. I'm at your service anytime. James laughed and led George to the training ground, passing through rows of military equipment. How is it? Is this place okay? James asked. It's simply a man's paradise. George couldn't help but admire it, but his eyes were attracted by the weapons he had seen on TV and in magazines. Don't give me that crap. Our factory is the real treasure trove. James waved his hand. Come on, I'll take you to a more interesting place. The two of them came to a row of huge garages. The iron door slowly opened, and the air was filled with the smell of diesel and steel. The lights illuminated the neatly parked steel behemoths, and each tank made George's heart beat faster. These are our main Type 88 main battle tanks, James introduced proudly. George glanced at the equipment and couldn't help but feel uneasy. Although the tanks were powerful, the old armored vehicles and Type 69 tanks looked quite old. He realized that there was a clear gap between them and the steel torrent of later generations. Do you want to go up and experience it for yourself? James smiled and patted the tracks of the Type 88 main battle tank. George shook his head, his eyes not resting on these main tanks, but walked straight to the depths of the garage. His eyes swept across the tanks one by one, as if he was looking for something. What are you looking at? Those are the main forces, and the ones inside are auxiliary vehicles. James asked, confused. George did not answer. He stopped in front of a square-shaped track tank that did not look very imposing. This is the Type 86 infantry fighting vehicle, James introduced. It was just transferred from a brother unit. Its performance is average. George's eyes were instantly attracted, and he reached out and placed his hand on the car body. Although the car body was a little dusty, his touch was unusually clear. The next moment, a blue transparent panel quietly emerged. Extracting device data. Extraction successful. Equipment name, Type 86 Infantry Fighting Vehicle Early Model. Current status. Basic data can be extracted. Core system can be upgraded. Experience required for upgrading. 100 points. George's head felt like it was struck by lightning, and a crazy stream of data poured into his mind. He almost felt that his brain was going to explode. All this data, mechanical principles, and three-dimensional structure diagrams were almost too much for him to bear. This force made him collapse under the car, his body stiff, and his eyes went dark. A few seconds seemed like a lifetime of torture. He clenched his teeth, and veins on his forehead bulged. It was not until the last trace of data flow disappeared that he suddenly opened his eyes and regained consciousness with a gasp. Hey, what's wrong? James' voice came, full of confusion and surprise. George didn't have time to answer him. His eyes gradually regained clarity, and he stared at the virtual panel. The data displayed on the screen was like a ray of light, penetrating his vision and directly into his soul. Type 86 Infantry Fighting Vehicle data extraction completed. The core system can be upgraded. Do you want to consume 100 experience points to upgrade? Here it comes. George was so excited that his clenched fists almost made a sound. He chose upgrade without hesitation. As the confirmation sound echoed, the whole world seemed to stop. The three-dimensional model in front of him suddenly changed dramatically, and the new Type 86 Infantry Fighting Vehicle began to rotate, looking brand new. Its design completely subverts the original form, with a streamlined, low, powerful, and dynamic appearance. The vehicle body has been added with additional armor, reflecting a cold light, and the original smoothbore gun has been replaced by a modern unmanned turret equipped with a 30mm chain gun and anti-tank missiles. George was so excited that he couldn't contain himself. This is the chariot of the future. James was watching his changes, looking confused. What are you doing? Are you so happy about a broken car? George took a deep breath and suppressed his excitement. He looked around the garage and suddenly had a bold idea. The potential of the tank was far from exhausted. Only something more powerful could take him to a new height. He turned his eyes to the Type 69 tank beside him, but quickly shook his head. It was a product of the old era, with a weak foundation and limited upgrade potential, and could not meet his needs. The focus finally fell on the Type 88 main battle tank. It has just been mass-produced, and although it has many technical defects, it is still one of the tanks that is closest to modern combat requirements. He walked towards it without hesitation. Seeing this, James excitedly began to talk about the tank's power and technical advantages. But George didn't listen carefully. He walked around the tank carefully, like a cheetah examining its prey. Suddenly, he bent down and got under the car. The whole scene made James dumbfounded. What are you doing? George carefully checked the bottom of the car without rushing, and even patted the car body with his hands, performing various detailed operations. Although it seemed to be just a simple inspection, he knew that all this was in preparation for the next upgrade. An hour later, George finally crawled out from under the car, his face covered in dust, but he couldn't hide his excitement. He quickly climbed onto the roof, opened the cockpit hatch, and continued his research. James was stunned. Are you here to visit or to do surveying? George came out of the cabin and wiped the sweat off his forehead, his expression still calm. He explained slowly, it's almost done. I was just learning from you. Stealing skills. James was stunned. You are simply crazy. George smiled slightly. Okay, that's enough for today. I still have things to do when I get back. Thanks for the treat. He didn't stop and walked quickly towards the garage exit. James chased after him with a puzzled look on his face. You're leaving now? Without even having a meal. George waved his hand and said, I'll treat you another day. He didn't look back and walked with a firm step. James stood there, looking at George's back, his heart in turmoil. He knew that George must be hiding some unspeakable secrets, and today, he was just peeking into a brand new future. Hungshu Machinery Factory, Staff Canteen. The cafeteria was bustling at noon. The aroma of food and the workers' laughter mixed together, filling the air with the smell of life. George sat in the cafeteria, holding a heavy plate in his hands, piled high with braised pork and rice. His headache made him almost unable to eat, and the energy from extracting data from the Type 88 tank last night left him with an empty stomach. The noise in the cafeteria mixed together, as if the whole world had nothing to do with him. He walked to the table and greeted several important people in the factory. The topic quickly turned to the progress of the patent application, but the atmosphere suddenly became solemn. Roberto sighed and said that the city's patent department had rejected their application and the international patent was endlessly delayed. George's heart skipped a beat. The patent issue was obviously not a process issue, but someone was behind it. He listened to Roberto and Johnson's complaints, but his eyes gradually became cold. He knew that this was not just a small problem, but a challenge to the bottom line of their entire factory. In the afternoon, George brought Roberto to the city patent department. As soon as they entered the office, they met the indifferent middle-aged man who was lazily crossing his legs and drinking tea without any care. George didn't have time to waste time talking to him, so he went straight up to him and asked him to clearly point out what materials were missing. The middle-aged man responded coldly, shirking responsibility, which made George even angrier. He turned and left with a plan in mind. Without wasting any more time, he took out his phone and dialed Sam's number. On the other end of the phone, Sam realized the seriousness of the matter, and his voice immediately became serious. Leave it to me. Sam reacted very quickly. After hanging up the phone, he immediately contacted Jiang Hong, the head of the provincial patent department. Jiang Hong on the other end of the phone was scolded and had no reaction. It was not until he started to investigate that he realized that he had been completely deceived. Find out immediately. I'll give you half an hour. Sam's order was given, and the air froze instantly. Meanwhile, George and Roberto were still waiting in the corridor of Mingxi City. Suddenly, Zhang, the leader who had been ruthlessly kicked out by George, appeared at the other end of the corridor, his face full of pride and sarcasm. George looked down at the documents on the table, his heart calm, his fingers tapping the edge of the documents. He knew that Luke's threats were just empty words, but he also knew that the power game hidden behind was the most dangerous. The atmosphere in the office was heavy, and Luke's face was full of sarcasm and complacency, making the whole scene full of oppression. Luke suddenly stopped and deliberately raised his voice. Director George, your Hungshu Machinery Factory has been really popular recently. It was even published in the newspapers. The effect is good. It really brings honor to the city. The smile on his lips was cold and sarcastic. George did not react at all, but just quietly observed the man in front of him. However, the city has a mission and the pressure is not small, you know. Luke continued, his tone provocative. Since you were so capable, you should contribute a little to the city. 5 million me coins, not much, not little, it can contribute to foreign exchange revenue. He said it easily, but there was a hint of danger in his eyes. George's expression remained unchanged, and he simply asked, what if I can't bear it? His words were simple, but full of strong counterattack. Luke had not expected George's calmness, and his smile instantly became more sinister. No? Then what about your patents? He slowly picked up the teacup, and his words were chilling. As long as I, Luke, am here, your application will never be approved. There was a sense of oppression in the air, and Luke leaned back in his chair, as if the whole world was waiting for him to declare victory. Roberto stood aside, furious, fists clenched, but a look from George stopped him. He knew that George had his own way of dealing with these people. However, all these changes happened too quickly. The door was suddenly kicked open, and with a loud bang, Secretary Hong Songtao walked into the office aggressively. Luke's face turned pale in an instant. He stood up in a hurry, but failed to hide his inner fear. Hong Songtao's anger almost destroyed all his pride. Luke, Hong Songtao's voice was as loud as thunder. What are you doing? He didn't give Luke any chance. He slammed the table and was furious. Did the organization give you power so that you can abuse your power? So that you can show off your power and seek personal gain? Every word hit Luke heart like a hammer. His face turned even paler, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Hong Song-tao then turned to the middle-aged man who followed. Luke, you too, a servant of the people, or a parasite? Hong Song-tao's eyes were as sharp as a knife, making it impossible to refute. The whole office fell into silence, and Luke's face was pale. After Hong Song-tao's roar ended, he took a deep breath and turned to George, his tone gradually becoming calm. Comrade, I'm sorry, I didn't act as a good leader and brought you trouble. George shook his head gently, his eyes calm. Secretary Hong, you are too kind. His voice was low but firm. Hong Song-tao waved his hand, his expression serious. Don't be serious. Minister Jiang of the province called me personally. Your case has attracted great attention. The patent application will be processed through the express channel within 5 working days at most. He spoke firmly and forcefully. George felt like a huge rock on his heart finally fell to the ground, and he smiled with relief. Thank you, Secretary Hong. I should thank you. Hong Song-tao said with an apologetic look on his face. It was you who helped us uncover the cancer hidden inside. You go back first and focus on production, and leave the rest to me. His words were firm, revealing his unquestionable determination. After leaving the city patent department, George and Roberto stood in the sun, and Roberto was as excited as a child. Director, it's so cool. It's so refreshing. It's really refreshing. George's mouth slightly raised. He knew that today's victory was just the beginning. Returning to the gate of Hongshu Machinery Factory, there was a large truck of Zhongchang Factory parked in front of him, and several workers were unloading the goods. The equipment unloaded from the truck seemed a bit old, but for them, these equipments concealed rare and valuable resources. An old master in work clothes and dark skin jumped out of the car and greeted George with a smile. You're Director George, right? Secretary, Sue asked me to bring you a batch of goods. He took out a bill of lading from his pocket and handed it to George. George took the list and unfolded it. His eyes were fixed on a few lines on the list, and his heartbeat quickened. He saw Siemens PLC controllers and Fanuc servo motors, which were the core components needed for their current high-precision machine tools. They were in short supply and hard to buy even in China. He turned around and grabbed Roberto's shoulders, his eyes burning. Roberto, do something right now. George's voice was deep and powerful. Go to all the state-owned factories and recruit all the skilled masters and senior technicians. As long as you are willing to come to our Hongshu factory, your salary will be doubled. Roberto was shocked by George's determination and took action immediately. Director, you tell me. Go and recruit people. There was power in George's voice. Go to all the major state-owned factories and recruit all the skilled and experienced workers and high-level technicians. Tell them that as long as they are willing to come to our Hongshu factory, salary, double it. As long as you have excellent skills and a trustworthy character, our Hongshu factory will want you. George stood at the door of the workshop, the folder in his hand slightly hot. He silently watched everything in front of him, the unloaded equipment, the fully loaded trucks, as if everything was unfolding in a tense and rapid manner. As the equipment was unloaded one by one, the atmosphere in the factory became increasingly tense. Johnson had already been attracted by the Siemens controller in front of him and almost forgot where he was. He wiped the dust off the controller excitedly, his eyes shining, and his tone was full of enthusiasm. This is actually S7-300, original from Germany. George smiled gently and pointed to the big truck of Zhong Factory. He knew that these equipments would be the cornerstone of Hongshu Factory's future rise. As the unloading progressed, the atmosphere in the factory became more intense. The entire factory seemed to be preparing for the upcoming changes, and George calmly directed every detail. There was no hesitation in his eyes, only determination and calmness. After unloading the equipment, when Master Ma said goodbye to the workers, George took out a cigarette without hesitation and handed it to them, and then directed Roberto to go to the canteen to prepare the best meals. Throughout the factory, George's pace was always tight, and he would not allow any delay. George turned around, with a serious look on his face, and ordered Roberto to take a few workers to deliver the newly debugged equipment to Secretary Sue. He glanced at Johnson, with a flash of urgency in his eyes. Uncle Johnson, let's go and get to work. The two of them immediately walked into the workshop, locked the door, and began a month of seclusion. In the workshop, the sound of metal knocking and heated discussions were intertwined. Time passed by in their hands. Only the occasional meals and water brought by Roberto reminded them that they were still in this world. Until one day, the door outside the workshop was violently pushed open, and an angry woman rushed in, shouting, "Johnson, get out of here. Do you want to die in there?" Roberto and Dennis rushed forward to persuade and finally appease Johnson's wife. The workshop door slowly opened, and George and Johnson walked out with almost no change, with unshaven beards, messy hair, and greasy clothes, like two workers crawling out of a coal mine. Johnson saw his wife. He immediately smiled and apologized. George, on the other hand, was neither humble nor arrogant and bowed slightly to Mrs. Zhu. "Sister-in-law, I'm sorry I dragged Uncle Johnson into seclusion. When I'm done, I'll let him rest for a month." After a short adjustment, George stood in the meeting room, drinking water, ready to start the next work. Dennis and Roberto sat opposite him. The atmosphere was solemn. George picked up the enamel pot, swallowed the last sip of water, and then spoke in a low voice. "Uncle Gene, how is it?" "Director, according to your request, we have selected 1,217 technicians and masters," Dennis said with confidence. "All of them have been strictly checked for their background and skills and are absolutely reliable." George nodded with satisfaction, a hint of excitement in his eyes. "Well done. What our Hongshu factory lacks most now is skilled workers. These people will be the foundation of our future." He turned to Roberto, his eyes sparkling. "Uncle Johnson and I have successfully manufactured brand new machinery during this period. These devices have reached the top domestic and even international standards. Next, we have to start production immediately." His voice suddenly rose. "Uncle Gene, we must immediately organize the training of new employees, especially the production of Hongshu SISH-01, which must not be delayed. The order for the middle factory must be delivered in less than half a year." Roberto's face suddenly became solemn. He hesitated to speak and swallowed his words several times. George noticed his abnormality and asked anxiously, "Uncle Gao, what's wrong?" Roberto finally said something that shocked him. "Director, the order. I'm afraid it's too late." "What do you mean too late?" George frowned, his heart tightening. Roberto sighed. In addition to the 20 units order from the central factory, Hechuan Machinery Factory added 10 units. Huangqi Machinery Factory wanted 15 units, and several southern factories had intention orders for more than 30 units. George's eyes flashed with joy, but when he heard the words Eastern Airlines Industry, his heart skipped a beat. Eastern Airlines Industry? What order do they place? They want 50 units, and they want to use our CSH-01. Roberto's voice was trembling, but his eyes were full of shock. George's eyes lit up instantly. This was not just an order. It represented a huge recognition, a trust from the national aviation manufacturing industry. However, the pressure that followed was overwhelming. The order of 50 units could not be met by the existing production capacity of Hongshu Factory. He took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with determination. "Notify the workshop director and technical backbones to hold a production mobilization meeting immediately. Everyone start working immediately, and everyone will be here in 10 minutes. In less than 15 minutes, more than 200 elites had gathered in the workshop. George stood on a temporary platform, holding a tin horn, and his eyes swept across every face. "Brothers!" His voice spread throughout the workshop through the loudspeaker, and the excitement made everyone stop what they were doing. "I know everyone is very tired, but today I want to tell you that our chance has come." George paused for a moment, his eyes sparkling. "Eastern Airlines Industry has placed an order for 50 machines. What does this mean? Our machine tools will be used in the national aviation industry." The audience suddenly became excited, and the passionate atmosphere made everyone excited. From now on, everyone will cancel their vacations and keep the machine running 24 hours a day. The production department will work in 3 shifts. The technical department will provide on-site support. The logistics department will ensure everyone's logistical needs. In 1 month, I want to see 20 brand new CSH-01s leave the factory and be delivered to customers. Any questions? George shouted. "No problem." The voices of all employees resounded throughout the factory, as if to blow off the roof of the workshop. In the following month, Hongshu Machinery Factory was like a highly efficient machine, and everyone was immersed in the production frenzy. Finally, a month later, 20 brand new CSH-01s, covered with red flowers, drove out of the factory and headed to all parts of the country. George stood in the workshop, looking deeply at the changes around him. The empty workshop seemed to be telling the story of the factory's rapid development, and he was at the core of this transformation. He looked back at Roberto, his eyes flashing with determination and confidence. Roberto had a complex look on his face, and he felt proud and a little distressed when he saw the row of empty platforms. Director, 20 machines were sold at once, and more than half of the workshop is now empty. Roberto's voice was low and a little uneasy. George smiled and pointed to the huge machines covered with dust sheets in a corner. Come here and take a look at the new stuff. His words were simple, but they carried invisible power. Roberto walked over and looked at the target he was pointing at with confusion. George tore off the dust cover, revealing a streamlined device with a futuristic appearance and a cold metallic glow, as if it had come out of sci-fi world. Roberto's breathing stopped instantly, and he stared at the machine, hardly daring to believe his eyes. Director, what is this? Roberto's voice was stammering, with surprise and confusion in his eyes. George patted the machine's shell with a bit of pride. This is Hongshu T2, a 5-axis milling and turning machining center. What the hell? Roberto was confused. George calmly explained. In the past, we had to use different machines to make a complex part. Now this one integrates turning, milling, drilling, boring, and grinding. It is more precise and efficient than CSH-01 in all aspects. Roberto's gaze became more and more fanatical. His eyes almost sparkled, and he muttered to himself, "Worth it. It's damn worth it." George nodded slightly. 10 million. Roberto jumped up as if he was struck by lightning. 10 million? He couldn't believe his ears. George just smiled, his eyes sharp. Go call them and tell them that Hongshu Machinery has a new piece of equipment. It's a top-notch industrial machine. Ask them if they want one. Roberto reacted suddenly, turned around hastily, his heartbeat quickening. The call was made, and the news spread quickly. At the same time, in the production workshop of the middle factory, the roar of machines, the sound of cutting and the splashing of coolant intertwined into a deafening industrial symphony. Secretary Sam, with his hands behind his back, patrolled the workshop with a smile on his face. The technical director, Xiao, leaned next to him, was so excited that his face flushed, and he excitedly explained the excellent performance of CSH-01. The efficiency has tripled, and the production speed of parts has reached an unprecedented height. Just as Sam was intoxicated by this wonderful production rhythm, the secretary came running over, panting, with excitement on his face. Secretary Sue. Hongshu Machinery Factory called. They said they have 5 machines that are more advanced than CSH-01. Sam's smile froze instantly, and his heartbeat quickened. What did you say? Say it again. The secretary hurriedly repeated. Hongshu Machinery Factory has developed a brand new device that is even more advanced than CSH-01. A total of 5 units. Sam's eyes flashed with greed and excitement. Book a ticket. Book me a ticket immediately. The nearest flight to Mingxi City. He ignored his secretary and colleagues and rushed out of the workshop and headed for the airport, his heart already beating with impatience. A few hours later, Sam came to Hongshu Machinery Factory with his secretary. When he hurriedly pushed open George's office door, George was drinking tea leisurely, as if he had foreseen all this. Secretary Sue, what brings you here? George stood up with a smile, his tone calm. Stop talking nonsense. Where's your stuff? The new equipment you mentioned. George took Sam to a corner, removed the dust sheet, and 5 futuristic machines appeared in front of Sam. Each machine seemed to have come out of the future, full of pressure, giving people a powerful aura that was hard to ignore. Sam's eyes were deeply attracted. As the leader of the middle factory, he knew the significance of these 5 machines better than anyone else. Director George, is this your new equipment? His voice was trembling, and he could hardly hide his inner shock. George smiled slightly. Yes, Hongshu T2 is still in the final testing stage, and it will be mass-produced after it passes the test. Price? Sam asked eagerly. It's higher than CSH-01. George said steadily. And this time I want the full payment. No problem. Sam agreed immediately. Our factory will take all 5 of these. Money is not a problem. I will sell my entire home and empty my family's fortune to raise the money for you. As soon as the call ended, the orders for the Chinese factory were immediately filled, and George's goals were already set for the more distant future. As orders for CSH-01 came in like snowflakes, The production line entered a 24-hour nonstop rhythm, and the enthusiasm of the workers was unprecedentedly high. However, George did not stop. He quietly formed a core technical team of 20 people, which would shoulder the future tasks of Hongshu Machinery Factory. The abandoned warehouse was renovated and became the most mysterious place in the factory. It was surrounded by 3 layers of barbed wire with a sign saying military restricted area, no entry for unauthorized persons. All this indicates that Hongshu Machinery Factory is moving towards a more ambitious goal. The first plenary meeting of the core technical team began. In the dim laboratory, all members were filled with doubts and tension. George stood in front with a firm look in his eyes. He lifted the white cloth to reveal a huge and complex drawing. It was a tank with a warlike appearance and full of deterrence. This is our next target, the H-90 main battle tank. George's voice resounded like thunder, igniting everyone's passion. Use our own technology to build the world's leading tanks. His eyes were as sharp as a knife. Let the whole world know how strong China's industry is. After a brief silence, the whole laboratory was in an uproar, with enthusiastic shouts resounding through the sky. Everyone's eyes were filled with faith and determination. George stood in front of the huge blueprint, his fingertips lightly swiping across the complex design. The eyes of the whole audience followed closely, and the air was filled with tension. Whether it was the core members involved in the research and development or the newly joined young technicians, they all felt a pressure that could not be ignored. This was not an ordinary project, but a huge system engineering project that would affect the future of the country. The design of the tank is not a simple improvement, but a comprehensive subversion. George's voice was low and powerful, with an aura that forced everyone to concentrate. He pointed to each module on the blueprint and explained every detail of the H-90 main battle tank, from the total weight to the main gun, from the fire control system to the power system. Each data is an insurmountable challenge, but also a goal they can overcome. With the help of Hongshu T2 machine tools and top-level precision machine tools, all this is no longer a dream, but a task that can be achieved. This is not just a pile of technology, but a symbol of strategic significance. George's eyes were like a knife, staring at everyone. We want to build a world-leading main battle tank for the country. Danny, a young technician, was shocked and confused when he heard this. This is simply a fantasy. It's not a fantasy. George looked at him directly, his eyes sharp. We have Hongshu T2, the world's top equipment. All of this can be achieved. He turned around and announced the assignment. Danny, you are responsible for the chassis, Frank, the artillery, and Noah, the armor. The rest of you, each of you has a task, and from today on, no one is allowed to leave this lab until the goal is achieved. Everyone responded immediately, with determination written all over their faces. George nodded with satisfaction, knowing that this was a crucial step towards the future. The seeds of steel had been planted, and the rest was up to time to germinate. When George walked out of the densely packed laboratory, the hustle and bustle outside the factory hit him. Hongshu Machinery Factory was running at full capacity, and every production line was full of intense motivation and urgency. The machines were roaring, and the workers were busy, just like a powerful engine running at high speed. However, in the factory building, a fierce quarrel was heard. Roberto and Dennis were arguing over the issue of factory expansion. Dennis insisted on saving costs, while Roberto believed that the factory could no longer meet production needs and had to be expanded. George pushed the door open, with a hint of calmness and determination. What are you arguing about? I heard it all from downstairs. He sat down, drank a sip of water, and calmly analyzed the current situation in the factory. Director, the cash flow in the account is insufficient. Roberto opened the account book, and the numbers were full of difficulties. However, George only frowned slightly and said lightly, if the money is not enough, go and get a loan. I will go and talk to Secretary Hong. He calmly instructed the expansion plan, which not only required demolishing the old factory building, but also building a top-level dust-free workshop and a national-level laboratory. What we want to do is a complete transformation. His words were firm and resolute. Roberto and Dennis were shocked by George's decisive decision, but they also knew that this was the only way to push the factory to the top. At the same time, in the cigar bar in Haicheng, a group of senior executives of Ximen Company were discussing countermeasures. With the rise of Hongshu Machinery, their market share has dropped sharply. Liam sneered and announced that from today, Equipment maintenance and technical support for all factories in China will be stopped. The supply chain will be cut off, and Hongshu Machinery Factory will be taught a lesson. His words were like a sharp sword, cutting through the noisy air. I want to let the Chinese factory know what the consequences will be if they offend us. Chapter 24, Worse Than the Sky Falling. Director's son, something big has happened. The production director kicked open the office door and rushed in, his face covered in sweat and fear. Son Jiansheng was reading a report and was startled by the noise, almost dropping the thermos in his hand. What are you yelling about? Is the sky falling? He frowned and scolded unhappily. It's worse than the sky falling. The production director was breathing heavily and pointing outside the door, his voice trembling. The precision boring machine imported from Techmai in our workshop number 3 is broken. If it's broken, just ask someone to fix it. Where are the technicians from Techmai? Are they just there to eat and do nothing? Son Jiansheng slammed the report on the table and became angry. That equipment is the treasure of their Jiangzhou Machinery Factory. It is specially used to process high-precision parts, and a loss if it stops for one day will be astronomical. The production director's face looked uglier than crying. Yes, they came, took a look, and then turned around and left. What? Son Jiansheng stood up suddenly, his eyes as big as bells. Gone. What do you mean? They're not going to repair it anymore. It directly said that from today on, Techmai will completely terminate its technical support and maintenance services to all Chinese customers. Bullshit. Son Jiansheng was completely furious. He slapped the mahogany desk hard, causing the teacup to buzz. Where's the contract? Is the after-sale service contract? We signed a piece of waste paper. Sue them. Sue them in court. The production director's lips trembled as he pulled out a crumpled cell phone from his pocket. It's useless, the factory manager. It's not the Taikomai family. I just asked someone to ask around. Siemens, Krupp, Fanuc, all the foreign equipment manufacturers. This morning, at the same time, all of them unilaterally tore up the agreement. They're trying to technologically strangle our entire Chinese industry. What? Son Jiansheng was struck by lightning. He staggered back a step and fell back in his chair, his head buzzing. He snatched the phone and, with trembling hands, dialed the numbers of familiar distributors and agents one after another. The responses I received were all exactly the same. Cold, decisive, leaving no room for ambiguity. I'm sorry, Mr. Sun. This is the decision of the head office. There's nothing we can do. All spare parts will be exported to China indefinitely. After hanging up the phone, Son Jiansheng leaned back in his chair in despair, with cold sweat on his forehead. It's over. It's all over. More than 70% of the core equipment in their factory are imported. These devices usually seem like treasures, but now they have all become the sword of Damocles hanging over our heads. Once something goes wrong, it's just a pile of scrap metal. Why? Why on earth? Son Jiansheng muttered to himself, his eyes dull. The production director hesitated for a moment and whispered, I seem to have heard something. They said it was because of a factory called Hongshu Machinery. Hongshu Machinery? Son Jiansheng raised his head suddenly. He had heard this name before. There's been a lot of buzz in the industry recently, saying that some amazing domestically produced machine tools have been developed. What happened to them? Because they did such a great job. I heard that their machine tools have caught up with the best foreign models in terms of performance, but the price is less than half of theirs. This month, orders from the giants at Ximen have plummeted by 30%. They're getting impatient and want to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. Take those of us who use their old equipment as hostages and force Hongshu Machinery to submit. These bastards. Son Jiansheng was so angry that his whole body was shaking and his fists were clenched so hard that they made a crackling sound. When a city gate catches fire, the fish in the pond will suffer. No, this is not just about harming the fish in the pond. This is about draining the water from the entire pond and killing all the fish. Calm. Must stay calm. Son Jiansheng forced himself to take a deep breath, and his brain worked rapidly. Waiting to die is absolutely not an option. Begging for mercy? It's impossible. Those capitalists who eat people without leaving any bones will only get worse. The only way is to save yourself. Hongshu Machinery. That's right, Hongshu. He suddenly remembered an old friend of his, Hu Yin, the director of Huchuan Machinery Factory. He immediately dug out the number and dialed it. The call was connected quickly. Hey, Lao Sun, why did you think of calling me? Have you figured it out and are ready to replace our equipment? From the other end of the line came Hu Yinzhong's voice, full of energy and even a bit of pride. Sun Jiansheng was in no mood to joke at the moment and asked anxiously, "Old Hu, tell me the truth. What are the equipments of Hongshu machinery like? How about it?" Hu Yan laughed on the other end of the phone. "Let me tell you this. Since switching to Hongshu's CSH-01, my factory's production efficiency has doubled. In the past, those foreign equipments were repaired every 3 days and overhauled every 5 days. They were taken care of like ancestors. Nowadays, the domestically produced ones are durable and the failure rate is so low that it can be ignored. Do you know what the most important thing is?" Hu Yin deliberately kept the question in suspense. "What is it?" Sun Jianxing asked. "The price. It's less than half of the foreign brands. Moreover, George himself promised that all core components are under lifetime warranty." "Old Hu, your factory is not affected now, right?" Sun Jiansheng asked tentatively. "Influence? What influence?" Hu Yan's voice was full of doubt. When Sun Jiansheng mentioned the collective supply cut and sanctions against four manufacturers, there was silence for a moment on the other end of the phone. Then, Hu Yan's gloating laughter was heard. "Ha ha ha! Let them impose sanctions. Let them cut off the supply. Everything I use now is domestically made. Why would they impose sanctions? Old son, I told you a long time ago that you should support domestic products and our own technology. You just wouldn't listen. Are you dumbfounded now?" Sun Jinxing's face turned red and white, and he felt mixed emotions. Yes, if I had listened to Lao Hu at the beginning, there wouldn't be such a mess now. "Old Hu, good brother, do me a favor." Sun Jinxing lowered his posture and spoke in a sincere tone. "I want to go to Mingxi City to meet George. Can you introduce him to me?" "Hey, what are you talking about?" Hu Yan agreed readily. "Just come over here. I'll take you there. But I have to be frank with you. Now, the number of people who want to see George is so large that they can line up from Mingxi City to Jiangzhou. You have to be quick." "I see." Sun Jianshang hung up the phone, and hope rekindled in his eyes. He stood up suddenly and gave orders to the production director at the door. "Notify everyone. From today on, the boring machine in workshop number 3 will be out of service. No, it will be scrapped. Also, give me a list of all the imported equipment registered in the factory. Every broken one, get rid of it. Let's replace them all with new ones. With domestically made ones. I'm going to Mingxi City now. I don't believe that without those foreigners, our Chinese factories will have to close down." Almost at the same time, a similar scene was played out in hundreds of factories across China. "What? You won't repair it? You don't have the spare parts. Bastards. They're trying to kill us. Check. Check for me. What is the origin of that Hongshu machinery? In Mingxi City? Great. Book me the earliest flight to Mingxi right now. No. Drive there directly. Quick. From south to north, from east to west." Countless factory managers who were stuck in a difficult situation found out the name Hongshu Machinery through various connections. This name became their only hope. Flights were booked and cars were filled with gas. From all directions, they rushed towards the same destination, Mingxi City. The next morning, as Mingxi Municipal Party Committee Secretary Hong Songtao walked into the office, Mayor Zhou Hongji followed in with a serious look on his face. "Old Hong, something happened." Hong Songtao put down his briefcase, made himself a cup of tea, and asked slowly, "What's wrong? You look like the sky is falling." Zhou Hongji smiled bitterly and handed over a document. "See for yourself. From last night until 6 this morning, all the hotels and goose houses in our city, big and small, are fully booked. According to preliminary statistics, more than 1,000 outsiders have flocked to Mingxi City overnight." Hong Songtao blew away the tea leaves, took a sip, and was calm at first. 1,000 people? Maybe it's a tour group. It's summer vacation, so it's normal. Zhou Hongji shook his head, his expression becoming more serious. "It's not a tour group. The identities of all these people have been verified. They are all heads of industrial departments, factory directors, and chief engineers from all over the country. There are even several official corporate representatives with military backgrounds." Puff! Hong Songtao spat out a mouthful of hot tea without even bothering to wipe it off. He stood up abruptly and snatched the document. "How many? More than 1,000 factory directors." He looked at the numbers on the document, made sure he wasn't dazzled, and took a deep breath. Half of the entire Chinese industrial world came to their small Mingxi City overnight. What is this for? An industrial representative conference? What are they here for? Hong Songtao's voice was a little out of tune. There is only one purpose. Zhou Hongji pointed to a name on the document. Hongshu Machinery Factory. Hong Song Tao's pupille suddenly shrank. Wah! Hong Song Tao acted quickly and grabbed the car keys on the table. Xiao Li, prepare the car. Go to Hongshu Machinery Factory immediately. Zhou Hongji followed immediately. In the car, Secretary Xiao Li handed a set of materials that had been sorted out overnight to Hong Songtao in the back seat. Secretary Hong, this is the latest update on Hongshu Machinery Factory that we just received. Hong Songtao took it and scanned it quickly. Invest 60 million to buy all the idle industrial land around the original factory area, with a total area of more than 500 acres. Submit a huge loan application of 2 billion to the City Industrial Bank. Used to build constant temperature and humidity dust-free workshops and national key laboratories. Engineers in the fields of materials science, precision instruments, and automated control with high salaries. Seeing so many things, one after another, Hong Songtao and Zhou Hongji next to him had their eyelids twitching. This George! Zhou Hongji couldn't help but exclaim. I originally thought he just wanted to expand the factory, but I didn't expect that he wanted to build a new technology city. Hong Songtao closed the file and let out a long breath. He leaned back in his chair, looking at the street scene rapidly receding outside the window, his eyes becoming extremely deep. Old Zhou, I underestimated him before. Chapter 25 Open-Air Luxury Car Show. The main road leading to Hongshu Machinery Factory can no longer be called a road at this moment. It's like an open-air luxury car show. As soon as Hong Songtao turned onto this road, he was blocked and unable to move. What's going on? Hong Songtao frowned, his tone somewhat impatient. He had been to this road several times. It was very remote, and usually no one could be seen there. Why was it blocked today? Secretary Xiao Li, who was driving, looked forward for a long time. When he turned back, there was a look of strange shock on his face. Secretary Hong, there are cars ahead. There are cars ahead. What? Hong Songtao also leaned over. After just one glance, his eyelids twitched violently. Ahead, an endless black line of cars blocked the two-lane road. There were even several cars parked crookedly on the dirt slope beside the road. A rough count shows that there are at least hundreds of them. This scene was even more exaggerated than what he saw when he went to the provincial meeting. Zhou Hongji also saw it. He adjusted his glasses and said in a deep voice, "They are all special vehicles of major companies and units. I saw several familiar license plates, all of which are well-known domestic manufacturers." He already had a hunch in his mind that these hundreds of vehicles probably only had one target. No more waiting. He slammed open the car door. "Get out of the car. Let's walk over. Xiaoli, find a place to park and follow us." After saying that, he took Zhou Hongji and strode towards the factory. The further they went, the more shocked they felt. There were more and more vehicles parked on both sides of the road, from hundreds at the beginning to so many that they were too lazy to count them later. These are luxury cars and private cars that you can usually only see in financial news. At this moment, the cars were thrown on the roadside like cabbages. Some of the car doors were not closed, and the owners had obviously run away in a hurry. There was an anxious and depressing atmosphere in the air. Finally, the somewhat dilapidated gate of Hongshu Machinery Factory appeared before our eyes. However, the scene at the door was even more horrifying than the traffic jam on the road. The huge crowd of people blocked the entire gate. Looking around, all you see are well-dressed, middle-aged men, each in a suit and ties, with an extraordinary demeanor. You can tell at first glance that he is a person who has been in a high position for a long time. But now, these factory directors and CEOs who usually have the final say are all like the uncles and aunts fighting for cabbages in the vegetable market. They were pushing forward in an eager manner, making a lot of noise and showing no image at all. "Let us in. We want to see George. We're here with an order. Director Gao, Director Jean, please be more flexible. Our factory is really about to shut down." Hong Songtao and Zhou Hongji looked at each other and saw deep horror in each other's eyes. Including those stuck on the road, the number of people here has probably exceeded 2,000. Half of the entire Chinese industrial world really came here. "Make way. Please make way." Hong Songtao shouted with a serious face and full of energy. From the municipal party committee, the crowd stirred for a moment, and when they heard that it was a government leader, they instinctively made way for him. Hong Songtao and Zhou Hongji squeezed in immediately and saw themselves surrounded by the crowd in the middle. Roberto and Dennis are struggling to maintain order. Both of them had shouted themselves hoarse. Their work clothes were wrinkled, and they were sweating profusely. Roberto, on sont chuted. Roberto heard the familiar voice. He turned around suddenly and saw that it was Hong Song-tao. He felt like he had seen his savior. Secretary Hong, why are you here? If I don't come again, will your factory be demolished? Hong Song-tao said angrily. What the hell is going on? Roberto wiped his sweat and explained with a bitter face. Secretary Hong, you are finally here. We can't stand it anymore. These people all came to us to order equipment. All those high-end machine tools imported from abroad in their factory were locked up overnight and turned into a pile of scrap metal. Now only our hung shoe can be the replacement, so they all rushed over like crazy. But you also know that our old factory is being demolished and rebuilt, and the new production line has not yet been built. It is impossible for the current production capacity to meet so many orders. We said we didn't have any goods, but they didn't believe us and refused to leave. They insisted on seeing Xiaochuan. We couldn't do anything about it. We couldn't chase them away. So that's how it is. Hong Song-tao's brows instantly twisted into a Chan shape. He immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. This is not a simple business dispute. This is a naked technical sanction. It is like cutting off the source of the trouble. Those foreign manufacturers want to use this method to paralyze China's entire high-end manufacturing industry in one fell swoop. Just then, Secretary Xiao Li squeezed in breathlessly and handed over a mobile phone that was on the line. Secretary Hong, it's a call from Secretary Liu from the province. From the province. Hong Song-tao's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly picked up the phone, his face becoming extremely serious. Secretary Liu, I'm Hong Song-tao. Secretary Liu's anxious and solemn voice came from the other end of the phone. Hong Song-tao's face changed as he listened. Yes, I am at the Hongshu Machinery Factory. The situation is much more serious than we expected. Yes, according to preliminary information, it was the foreign manufacturer that implemented the unified remote locking system. Across the province, almost all companies using their equipment have stopped production. I understand how big a blow this is to our province's industrial system. George of Hongshu immediately. No matter what, we must ensure their production. This is our most important political task at the moment. After hanging up the phone, Hong Song-tao felt that the phone in his hand was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. He took a deep breath and looked at Roberto with lightning eyes. What about George? Where is he? Roberto pointed to the deepest part of the factory, where there was a lonely small building, which was the only one that had not been demolished. Take me there. Hong Song-tao acted decisively, ignoring the noise at the door, and followed Roberto, striding deep into the factory. Zhou Hongji and Secretary Xiao Li followed closely behind. Passing through the dusty construction site and around piles of building materials, they finally arrived in front of the small building. A young man in a clean white shirt was standing quietly at the door, as if he had been waiting for a long time. It's George. Secretary Hong, Mayor Zhou. Hong Song-tao took 2 steps forward and went straight to the point. George, no more nonsense. Secretary Liu from the province called me just now. I'm sure you know the seriousness of this matter better than I do. As soon as he finished speaking, Secretary Xiao Li rushed over again. He held up another cell phone, his voice trembling. Shoo, Secretary, it's a call from Beijing Red Phone. Someone from the old man's office. Boom. The 3 words old man exploded in Hong Song-tao's ears like thunder from the sky. His whole body stiffened, his mind buzzed, and everything went blank in an instant. George anymore. He snatched the red encrypted phone and put it to his ear tremblingly. Even his breathing stopped. His back straightened subconsciously. Hello, Chief. I am Hong Song-tao from Mingxi City. After only a few words on the phone, beads of sweat the size of beans appeared on Hong Song-tao's forehead and slid down his cheeks. His eyes widened and became bloodshot with disbelief. What? Northwest Military Industrial Base. All precision processing production lines are completely shut down. The heavy industrial systems in the Beijing-Tianjin area and the 3 northern provinces have also suffered the same thing, almost paralyzed. The Central Industrial Coordination Department is urgently intervening. Yes, I understand. The mission is for us to ensure the production of Hongshu machinery at all costs. Yes, I promised to complete the task. After hanging up the phone, Hong Song-tao swayed a bit, but fortunately Zhou Hongji next to him was quick to support him. Chapter 26, It Really Hurts. Hong Song-tao raised his head suddenly and stared at George, his throat dry as if it was about to burn. You knew a long time ago? Right. George's expression remained calm, and he nodded as a response. His voice was not loud, but it was like a scalpel, accurately cutting to the core of the problem. Secretary Hong, Mayor Zhou. This mine was planted decades ago. From the day we gave up independent research and development and started to shout it's better to buy than to make, and it's better to rent than to buy, this day was destined to come. George's eyes, but instead an almost cold sharpness. What others give you will always belong to others. They can take it back whenever they want, and you can't even fart. This time, it hurts like hell. But maybe it's also an opportunity, a chance for us to completely break our bones and grow a new body of steel. The situation is critical, and the country's industrial lifeline is about to be cut off. And this guy actually says it is an opportunity? George, you mean? Hong Song-tao forced himself to calm down. My meaning is very simple. George spread his hands. Is it a dream to rely on my small business, Hangshu Machinery, to supply the entire country's industry? Even if it tires me and my people to death. Even if all the machines in this factory were to run 24 hours a day, the equipment they could produce would still be just a drop in the bucket. We all have to shoulder this responsibility together. Hong Song-tao's eyes lit up, and he instantly understood George's intention. Do you need help? Right. George looked into the distance and seemed to have seen the embryonic form of a huge industrial alliance. Secretary Hong, I want you now, immediately, right now. Sam, the secretary of the middle factory, to come to me. Also, call Cheng Zhanjiao, the director of the equipment department at the Northwest Military Industrial Base, over here. In addition, all the well-known heavy industry, machinery, and manufacturing companies in Jiangzhou province. As long as they are leaders and have strong technical skills, they will all be notified. Tell them I'm waiting for them at Hangshu Machinery. If you want to save your factory, if you want to save China's industry, come here. George's words were decisive and full of unquestionable dominance. Hong Song-tao took out his cell phone and started dialing without any hesitation. Half an hour later, the entrance of Hangshu Machinery Factory was in complete chaos. Along with this came the sad news of the national industrial system coming to a standstill. Countless business representatives who heard the news and worried workers surrounded the place. Will the Hangshu machine work? Damn it. My goods are still at the dock, waiting to be loaded onto the ship. The penalty for breach of contract is enough to bankrupt me. Just then, a black Audi car stopped outside the crowd with difficulty. Sam, the secretary of the middle factory, was escorted by the driver and anxiously tried to squeeze in, but was blocked by the surging crowd. After all, he was a leading figure in the province's industrial sector, but now he was in such a state of disgrace. Make way. Please make way. His voice was quickly drowned out by the greater noise. Inside the small building, Roberto came running in. Xiaochuan, Secretary Su from Middle Factory is here, but he's blocked outside and can't get in. George frowned when he heard this. Without saying a word, he turned and walked out of the building. From the ruins at the door, he picked up a steel bar as thick as his arm. He then walked over to an empty oil drum that had been discarded by the construction crew. No one understood what he was going to do. Next second, bang! With a deafening bang, it suddenly exploded. George swung the steel bar and smashed it hard on the oil drum with all his strength. Bang! The second time, bang! The third time, the sound was sharp, piercing, and full of metallic violence. It was like a heavy hammer hitting everyone's heart. The originally noisy and chaotic crowd was instantly stunned by the sudden violent noise. Everyone stopped shouting and pushing and looked towards the source of the sound in horror. They saw the young man in the white shirt pounding the iron barrel with steel bars again and again, expressionless. That ruthlessness and that indifference of not caring about anything made everyone feel cold. It's quiet. George stopped and threw the deformed steel bar away, making a crisp clang sound. His cold eyes swept across the room. No one dared to look him in the eye. At this time, Hong Song-tao seized the opportunity and rushed out with a tweeter that he had found from somewhere. Be quiet. I'm the municipal party secretary, Hong Song-tao. I assure you that the government is doing its best to solve the problem. Hungshu Machinery is also doing its best. Now is not the time to cause chaos. Everyone needs order. Please trust us. Trust the government. Give Hungshu Machinery some time and space. Hong Song Tao's words, coupled with George S. violent scene just now, finally worked. Although the crowd was still anxious, they were no longer in chaos and subconsciously made way. Sam was finally able to get away and walked quickly into the small building. As soon as he came in, he saw George standing there and wiped his sweat with lingering fear. Following closely behind, a middle-aged man wearing a military green jacket and with a resolute face also strode in. He carries an aura of iron and blood. I am Chung Zhanjiao. He went straight to the point in a loud voice. Northwest Military Equipment Department. George, the situation is extremely urgent. Our production line has been stopped for 6 hours. George nodded at him. Director Chung, welcome. Next, in less than an hour. The heads of 12 of Jiangzhou province's top industrial enterprises arrived one after another. This conference room, which was temporarily converted from a laboratory, is filled with big shots who can make Jiangzhou industry tremble with just a stomp of their feet. But at this moment, their eyes were all focused on the excessively young man sitting in the main seat. The atmosphere was solemn to the extreme. George didn't waste any words and got straight to the point. You are all the pillars of China's industry. I won't go into details about the current situation. Long story short, I have a solution. Everyone held their breath. Hungshu Machinery will present this to everyone present. Provide all the core parameters of our latest generation of high-precision CNC machine tools, as well as a full set of design drawings. As soon as the words fell, everyone in the room was shocked. Blueprints? A complete set? This is equivalent to handing over your life. I authorize all 12 of your companies to immediately mobilize all production capacity and produce this equipment according to the blueprint. Together, we will spread our equipment across the national market as quickly as possible and get the entire industrial system moving again. This proposal made everyone present burst into excitement. This is the fastest and most effective way they can think of. However, George S.'s next words poured cold water on everyone. Of course, it's not free. He tapped his fingers on the table. For every device sold, no matter how much the price is, Hungshu Machinery will take 35% of the profit as patent fees and technology licensing fees. No bargaining, no cheating. 35%. Just as everyone was looking at each other, hesitating, a discordant voice rang out. George, the director of the energy-conserving machinery factory, a fat man with a bloated brain, stood up. The country is in crisis, and instead of helping the country, you're trying to make a fortune out of it? 35%? What's the difference between this and taking advantage of someone's misfortune? This doesn't make sense. He looked righteous. George slowly raised his head and looked at him, with a cold arc at the corner of his mouth. Energy concentrating machinery, factory. I remember you. George S.'s voice was very soft, but made the fat factory manager's heart skip a beat. Back then, my uncle's Southeast Machinery Factory's capital chain broke down, and it looked like it was about to collapse. Who took the lead in poaching the last few technical backbones in his factory? Who snatched away his last life-saving order and pushed him completely into the abyss? Is it you, Director Wong? His lips trembled, and he couldn't utter a word. George stood up, looked down at him, and spoke word by word. Now, you want to talk to me about reason? You deserve it. From now on, the Juning Machinery Factory will be removed from our cooperation list. George looked around the room. His voice wasn't loud, but it made everyone shudder. Let me add one more thing. Everyone present today, if anyone dares to have any business dealings with the Energy Converging Machinery Factory in private, whether it's selling them a screw or buying a bottle of lubricant from them, then you and your company will also be my, George S., enemy. Chapter 27. So stupid. Cold sweat was pouring down Director Wong's fat face. Uncle Gao, Uncle Jean. Roberto and Dennis were already impatient to wait. After hearing George's order, the two men looked at each other and immediately pounced on him from the left and right like two tigers. What are you doing? Let me go. Director Wong struggled desperately, but his 180-pound weight was like a little chicken in front of Roberto and Dennis. Two men each held up one of his arms and dragged him up from his seat. George, you are bullying me. You will regret it. You will definitely regret it. Director Wong was still howling at the top of his lungs, but his voice was getting farther and farther away. Roberto and Dennis ignored his shouting and dragged him out of the meeting room in a quick and decisive manner. With a bang, the door of the conference room was closed, and the world became quiet in an instant. The representatives of the other 11 companies present were all silent. They looked at George had completely changed. Sam, the secretary of the middle factory, looked in the direction of the door, shook his head slightly, and whispered 4 words. "It's your own fault. This fatty Wong is so stupid. He usually relies on his background to bully others in the industry." George sat back in his seat as if nothing had happened, his eyes calmly scanning the entire audience. "Okay, the flies are gone. Let's continue." He paused and held up 2 fingers. "In addition to the 35% profit share just now, I have 2 additional conditions." Everyone pricked up their ears and looked focused. First, George's voice was clear and powerful. "We at Hungshu Machinery will retain the highest system authority key for all equipment shipped out of the factory." What does that mean? It means that the ultimate control over the operating system of every machine tool is in my hands. If someone doesn't follow the rules and tries to hack our technology or resell the equipment to the wrong people. His tone was calm, but it revealed an unquestionable majesty. "Then I'm sorry, but I can turn this equipment into a pile of scrap metal at any time from thousands of miles away." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's heart was startled again. This is equivalent to putting a tight hoop on every machine. No matter how capable Monkey King is, he cannot escape from the palm of Buddha. Second, George continued, "For this cooperation, Hungshu Machinery only provides 6 most basic and versatile high-precision CNC machine tool drawings. These devices are enough to restore the entire industrial system to operation first. However, the research and development of Hungshu Machinery will not stop. Later, we will develop higher-end and more sophisticated special machine tools. And these research and developments require a lot of special materials and parts." He looked at everyone present, especially Chung Zhanjiao from Northwest Military Industry and Sam from the Central Factory. "I know that everyone here has much more channels and resources than my small private factory. My request is that in future cooperation, Hungshu Machinery needs to purchase any special materials. Everyone here must supply us with priority and in full of the market price. You can't put a chokehold on us for any reason." After saying that, George leaned back in his chair and looked at them quietly. "These are my 2 conditions. Agreed. Let's sign the contract now. If you don't agree, you can leave now like Director Wong did just now. The door is over there. I won't see you off." The meeting room was silent. A moment later, Chung Zhanjiao, a calm middle-aged man representing Northwest Military Industry, broke the silence first. He stood up and nodded solemnly to George. "George, on behalf of Northwest Military Industry, I fully agree with your terms." His voice was sonorous and powerful. "These 2 are not conditions at all, but guarantees. It not only protects your core technology, but also paves the way for our future development. I have no reason to disagree. I can make the decision on this matter on the spot. No need to ask for instructions." Soon after, Sam from the middle factory also stood up. "Old Chung is right. George, Sam, am impressed by your vision. We in the factory also agree. Whatever materials you need, as long as we have them in our warehouse, just say a word and we will deliver them to you immediately." With these 2 heavyweights taking the lead, the remaining 9 corporate representatives had no hesitation at all. "We agree. I totally agree. George, when are we going to sign the contract?" For a moment, the crowd was excited. This young man not only has the courage to sacrifice his own life, but also has the wisdom to control the overall situation, give up huge profits, and revitalize the entire country's industrial system. At the same time, it used 2 seemingly simple shackles to firmly lock its core advantages and pave the way for future research and development. Hong Santao took a deep breath, stood up, and walked in front of George. He pulled a pen from his pocket, tore off a page from his notebook, quickly wrote down a string of numbers, and handed it over. "Comrade." His address has changed from George to Comrade. "This is my personal phone. It's on 24 hours a day. In Mingxi City, if you encounter any unsolvable problems, any department, or anyone who dares to trip you up, just call me directly." Zhou Hongji also came over and wrote down his number. "And me." He patted George's shoulder, his eyes full of appreciation. "Secretary Hong is right. Our Mingxi City is your strongest backing. On the way back to Hongshu Machinery, Dennis, who was driving, glanced through the rearview mirror at George, who was resting with his eyes closed in the back seat, and finally couldn't help himself. Director, are we just going to give them all the blueprints? That's our lifeblood. And 35% profit, that's two. Roberto, who was sitting in the passenger seat, also nodded with a painful look on his face. Yes, Director, I feel like I've lost out no matter how I think about it. That's a lot of free money. George slowly opened his eyes and looked at the street scene rapidly receding outside the car window with a smile on his face. Deficit. He smiled. Uncle Gao, Uncle Gene, I want to ask you a question. If we produce a machine tool ourselves, from buying steel, making molds, to paying workers' wages, water, and electricity bills, does it cost money? Of course. Roberto answered immediately. Then we give them the blueprints, and they build their own production lines, buy their own raw materials, and find their own workers to produce. Do we have to pay a penny for it? Roberto and Dennis looked at each other and were stunned. It seems that it is not necessary. Then we don't have to do anything, and we can take away 35% of the net profit of each device out of thin air. Is this a loss? Well, Roberto and Dennis were speechless after being asked this question. After calculating this way, it seems that not only is there no loss, but it's a huge profit. George looked at their enlightened expressions and continued. This is just the first floor. Second level, let me ask you, how difficult was it for us to buy some military-grade special alloys in the past? Roberto understood this very well and said with a bitter face, it's as difficult as climbing to heaven. People don't even look at a small private enterprise like us. What now? George asked. Now, Director Chung and the others have to beg us to sell the good stuff to us at market price. Dennis rushed to answer, his eyes shining. That's called using their own spears to attack their own shields, George said calmly. We have used a set of mature technology that is about to be eliminated by us in exchange for all the scarce resources needed for future research and development. No matter how you calculate this account, it's not a loss. There's a third floor. If we monopolize this technology ourselves and become the only supplier in the country, guess what will happen? Roberto and Dennis thought about it and shuddered. We will become a thorn in everyone's side. That's right. George nodded. A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. When the time comes, we will be in trouble from both open and covert attacks. But now, I have divided this piece of cake among 11 companies, including giants like China Factory and Northwest Military Industry. We are no longer an isolated target, but a community of interests. We spread the risk evenly among everyone. From now on, anyone who wants to touch us will have to first ask these 11 allies behind us whether they agree or not. Roberto and Dennis were completely stunned. They feel that their brains are not enough. Director, this. And the most important thing, George stretched out his finger and waved it in front of them. All I gave them were blueprints of 6 universal models. Where are the blueprints for our real trump card, our next generation, newer, more powerful equipment? He pointed to his head. Here. Once they have covered the market for these 6 machine tools, our Hongshu Machinery's new products will also be available. By then, we will still be the market leader. Now, do you still think we've lost? Chapter 28 Blood Pressure is Soaring. America eclipsed Machinery headquarters. In a luxurious office, the carpet worth tens of thousands of dollars squeaked when stepped on. Liam's blue eyes were bloodshot. He stared at the emergency report from the Chinese branch on the screen and felt his blood pressure soaring. He licensed the technology, given him more than a dozen Chinese companies. Liam couldn't believe his eyes. He grabbed the report on the table and read it again. Every word was like a needle pricking his temple, making it throb. Mel, he is absolutely crazy. Liam paced back and forth in the office like an enraged lion, cursing in a mixture of English and broken Chinese. Give up a gold mine. Give away the goose that lays golden eggs. What kind of damn business logic is this? He couldn't understand. In his opinion, the 5-axis linkage machine tool technology mastered by Hongshu Machinery is an absolute money-printing machine. As long as George wanted, he could monopolize the entire Chinese high-end machine tool market and set the price to the sky, earn hundreds or even thousands of times the profit. But what did he do? He actually distributed this money-printing machine to his potential rivals. Sir, we have reason to believe that George did this in exchange for support from the Chinese government and some special raw material supply channels. The technical director at the side, a blonde and blue-eyed white man, reminded carefully. I don't care what he does it for. Liam slammed the table so hard that the coffee cup jumped. All I know is that he opened Pandora's box. Once those dozen factories start mass production, our market share will be squeezed to almost nothing. Our high-end blockade will become a joke. He was breathing heavily, his chest heaving violently. After a moment of rage, Liam calmed down instead, with a venomous cold light flashing in his eyes. He thinks he wins this way. Innocent. He turned to the technical director and lowered his voice to a very low level, with a tone full of unquestionable commands. Right now, immediately, use all our strength in China. I want the system core of the Hongshu machine tool. The technical director looked embarrassed. Sir, their system has physical encryption and software encryption, which is very... I don't care how hard it is. Liam interrupted. I just want results, especially the error compensation technology. That is the soul of all his technologies. Once we get it, we can immediately replicate a machine tool with the same precision. Yes, sir. Unlike the dark clouds at the Eclipse headquarters, the Liaoji factory was filled with an almost fanatical joy at this moment. It's moving. It's moving. The main shaft is turning. Oh my God, listen to this voice. It's totally different from the old-fashioned big, black, and rough one we used to have. In the spacious factory building, a lot of heads gathered in front of a brand new 5-axis machine tool, full of industrial beauty. From the white-haired old factory manager to the young technicians who had just joined the factory, everyone stretched their necks and stared with their eyes as big as bells, staring without blinking at the device that was undergoing no-load testing. Just 5 days. From receiving the blueprints to making the first prototype, Liaoji factory has exploded with unprecedented productivity. But this prototype is just a shell with no substance. Its true soul is in the hands of the people sent by Hongshu machinery. Uncle Johnson, please help me. The director of Liaoji factory, with a big smile on his face at this moment, spoke politely to a middle-aged man in blue work clothes. The visitor was none other than Hongshu Machinery's technical director, Johnson. Johnson is about 40 years old, with a calm face and calloused hands, but his eyes are unusually bright. He was promoted from the front line by George and was specifically responsible for the technical docking and system unlocking of these 11 partner companies. Director Wong, you're welcome. Johnson nodded without further ado. He took out a palm-sized, oddly shaped black device from the toolbox he carried with him. It is connected to the control system interface of the machine tool through a data cable. As everyone watched with bated breath, he entered a long and complex string of secret keys on the screen of the black device. Drop. A soft sound. The originally dim screen of the machine tool console lit up instantly, and lines of green code flashed by like a waterfall. System permissions unlocked. Begin implanting the machine tool's exclusive database. Database match complete. Johnson unplugged the equipment and said to Director Wong, "Okay, let's try it." Director Wong was so excited that his hands were shaking. He personally stepped forward and entered an extremely complicated processing program on the control screen. Buzz. The machine's spindle starts again. This time, it is no longer empty. The tool magazine operates automatically, and a milling cutter is accurately clamped and installed by the robotic arm. With a slight and steady hum, the milling cutter danced rapidly on a piece of test alloy steel. Cutting, drilling, milling, tapping. The movements are smooth and fast, so fast that it is dazzling. 10 minutes later, a part with complex structure, varied curves, and extremely high precision requirements is perfectly formed. The quality inspector immediately rushed over and carried out inspection using a 3-coordinate measuring machine. After a minute, he looked up, his voice trembling with excitement. Report to the factory director. All dimensions are qualified. The maximum error does not exceed 0.002 millimeters. The whole workshop was instantly boiling with excitement. Oh my God, 2 microns. We can also build machine tools with 2-micron precision. I'm crying. I've been working as a mechanic for 30 years, and finally, I see a proud machine that we built ourselves. Director Wong's eyes were red. He held Johnson's hand tightly and shook it vigorously. Director Zhu, thank you. Thank you so much to Hongshu Machinery. Thank you, George. With this treasure, we can complete the orders that have been on hold for half a year in just half a month. Johnson just smiled calmly. Director Wong, George said that we are not opponents, but allies. In the next half month, Such scenes were played out one after another in the 11 most important industrial bases in China. As the Hongshu machine tools are unlocked one by one, they are put into production. Production lines that have been stagnant due to the lack of high-end equipment have regained vitality. Himpin Industrial Sector. A high-level closed-door meeting is underway. The meeting room was filled with smoke, and the atmosphere was serious. Sitting in the main seat was Yin Lang, a senior leader in charge of industry. He is over 60 years old, with gray hair, but his eyes are still as sharp as an eagle. His fingers tapped lightly on the table. Regarding the licensing of Hongshu Machinery's technology, please tell us what you think. Those present are all heads of major state-owned enterprises and military-industrial groups. For a moment, there was silence in the conference room. This is a sensitive topic. It was unimaginable in the past that a private enterprise could single-handedly stir up the entire industry. Finally, someone cleared his throat and spoke first. Mr. Yin, I think George's move. In the long run, there are always risks in the hands of a private enterprise. Yeah, that makes sense. Yin Lang nodded without comment and glanced at the other person. Sam, you're the first one to contact George. Tell me. Sam, the secretary of the middle factory, stood up. His expression was extremely serious. Mr. Yin, leaders, I personally do not completely agree with the risk theory. I want to ask you a question first. Before the emergence of Hongshu machine tools, how long did it take us to make a key missile component? What was the pass rate? This question made many representatives of military-industrial enterprises present look a little unnatural. Sam didn't wait for their response and continued talking. In our factory, we need 3 of the best imported machine tools and 6 of the most experienced masters. I have to work in shifts for a week to barely finish one. Even so, the pass rate is less than 30%. The way special alloys are piled up like a mountain, that's all money. It's a resource. His voice was filled with grief and anguish. But now, Sam's eyes lit up. We use Hongshu's machine tools, and a young worker who has just graduated can produce one in just half a day. Pass rate 100%. Comrades, this is not a simple technological advancement. Sam emphasized his tone and spoke word by word. This is epic making. It has raised the production, efficiency, and product precision of our entire industrial system to a new level. A hint of approval also flashed in Yin Lang's eyes. He knocked on the table again, breaking the silence. Well said. George, after paying such a huge price, did he put forward any conditions? This is the core of the problem. Everyone's eyes were focused on Sam again. Sam took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, yes, he wants military production qualifications. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a sound of people gasping in shock in the conference room. Several representatives from military enterprises frowned directly, with embarrassment and disapproval written all over their faces. Nonsense. An old man with a general star on his shoulder couldn't help but whisper. Sam ignored him and just looked at Yin Lang. Yin Lang's expression also became more solemn than ever before. He was silent for a long time and stopped tapping his fingers. He raised his head and looked around the room. This matter is of great importance. George's contributions are obvious to all. His request is not completely unreasonable. Well, I will report this to my superiors in person. As for the final result, it will be decided by the higher-ups. Just as a group of bigwigs were having a heated discussion about his affairs in Jinping's conference room. George himself, however, knew nothing about this. At this moment, he was in a secret experimental workshop in the deepest part of Hongshu Machinery Factory. In the workshop, there is no roar of machine tools, only the arc of welding guns and the clanging sound of metal colliding. The air was filled with a unique smell of motor oil and steel. Director, the turret installation will begin soon. Please take a look at the data. Noah held up a tablet and walked quickly to George. George was standing in front of a huge steel structure. It was an unfinished tank. The gray anti-rust primer and rough welding lines are full of cold and violent beauty. The tracks have been installed, and the vehicle body is basically complete. At this moment, the overhead crane on the top of the workshop was hoisting an equally huge turret and moving slowly towards the vehicle body. Is the interface data correct? What is the tolerance? George asked without looking back, his eyes never leaving the tank. I checked it 3 times, absolutely no problem. We control the dynamic tolerance of the seat ring within 0.05 millimeters. Noah replied excitedly. Good. George nodded and picked up the intercom. Crane team. Pay attention to safety and start descending. Receive. The huge turret, under precise control, landed steadily and seamlessly on the turret ring of the tank body. Click. There was a crisp metallic clicking sound. Perfect docking. George looked at the steel beast that was taking shape in front of him, and a satisfied smile finally appeared on the corner of his mouth. Chapter 29, I'll take care of this. The whole workshop is filled with an optimistic and high-spirited atmosphere. However, at this moment, Noah walked over quickly with a tablet in his hand, with a complicated expression on his face. There is excitement, but also embarrassment. Director, I have a question. We don't have enough armor materials. George raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? Noah swiped the tablet, turning the screen towards George. The main structure of the hull and turret can still be supported with the special steel we have available. However, in order to achieve the abnormal protection level in the design indicators, especially the composite armor on the turret and upper front, which is missing several key parts. He pointed at the lines of data on the screen and spoke rapidly. We don't have high-strength ceramic inserts. We don't have depleted uranium alloys. There are also several non-metallic materials used for interlayers, and the stock is running out. Without these, our sandwich armor cannot be made, and the tank skin won't be thick enough. Noah scratched his head, feeling a little worried. George's expression also turned serious. This is indeed a big problem. Modern tanks are no longer just a piece of iron. The technical content of composite armor is not even lower than that of the engine and fire control system. Without qualified armor, what he created was not the king of land warfare, but a mobile iron coffin. He pondered for a moment and made a decision immediately. I'll take care of this. He turned aside, took out his cell phone, and dialed a number directly. The phone rang a few times before being connected. Hello, George? Why did you think of calling me? Did you come up with something new? Sam's cheerful and teasing voice came from the other end of the phone. Secretary Sue, please stop teasing me. George got straight to the point, and his tone was very direct. I'm in trouble, and I want to ask you for help. Oh, Sam's tone also turned serious. That can make George say trouble must be no small matter. You say, I need a batch of materials, which are quite special. George read as he looked at the list on Noah's tablet. High-strength alumina ceramics, bulletproof grade. Depleted uranium alloy probably requires. He paused and did some mental calculations. Let's start with a ton. In addition, we need 24 kilograms of C4 and 50 kilograms of stearic acid. On the other end of the phone, Sam's breathing visibly stopped. He could understand the ceramics and depleted uranium alloys mentioned above. They must be some high-strength structural parts. But this later. C4? That thing is high explosive. What do you want this for? Testing the strength of your armor? There is also stearic acid, which is an industrial lubricant and release agent, which is completely inconsistent with the previous pile of things. He asked in a deep voice, George, tell me honestly, what do you want these things for? Build a big one. George was brief and to the point. A big guy who can run, fight, and take a beating. Sam was silent. He understood. This guy is really building a tank. He previously thought that George just had an idea, but he didn't expect that he had already reached the stage of lacking materials. This speed is simply outrageous. I can approve stearic acid and some common non-metallic materials for you directly, and I'll have a car deliver them to you in the evening. Sam's tone became extremely serious. But bulletproof ceramics, especially the depleted uranium alloy, and C4, these are not something I can decide. This is a special control material and must be reported and await approval from above. I see. George had anticipated this. Then I'll trouble you, Secretary Sue. I'll wait for your news. Okay, I'll do it right away. After hanging up the phone, Sam dialed the red phone in Yin Lang's office without any hesitation. The call was connected quickly, and he reported George's needs in detail. After listening to the report, Yin Lang on the other end of the phone was silent for a long time. Sam could even hear the rhythmic tapping of his fingers on the table. Ceramics, depleted uranium, explosives. Yin Lang recited these words slowly. His voice was low, but it revealed an unquestionable power. Sam listened respectfully, not daring to interrupt. Give it to him. Yin Lang's voice was firm and decisive. Give him whatever he wants. If you need people, give them people. If you need equipment, give them equipment. If you need materials, give them materials. Sam's heart was shocked, and he couldn't help but remind him. Leader depleted uranium alloy and C4, this process. There is no process. Yin Lang interrupted him, his tone becoming unusually firm. My words are the process. He's not doing it for himself. He's doing it for the country. If we don't support him, who will? These words are very powerful. Sam felt his blood boiling. Yes, I understand. Do it right away. Send the stuff to Hongshu Machinery as quickly as possible. Yes. 7 o'clock that evening. George's phone rang again. It was Sam calling. Brother, good news. Everything you want has been approved. So soon. George was also a little surprised. The leader gave me special approval, and I got the green light all the way. Sam's tone was full of excitement. In addition, the leader said that this batch of materials is considered as the state support for your technological research, so you don't have to pay for it. George heard this, but shook his head. Secretary Sue, this won't work. He spoke seriously into the phone. Let's put things in perspective. I appreciate the leader's kindness, but we have to pay. According to the market price, it should be what it is. This is not a one-time deal. We will need to cooperate in many other areas in the future. Only when brothers settle accounts clearly can the business last long. Good, Sami exclaimed sincerely. I didn't misjudge you. I'll do as you say. The goods have been loaded onto the truck and are expected to arrive at your factory in an hour. Be prepared to receive them. 8 o'clock in the evening. The Hongshu Machinery factory was brightly lit under the cover of night. Several heavy trucks with Chinese factory license plates, under the guidance of security personnel, slowly drove into the deepest secret experimental workshop. George led the team personally and waited at the workshop door. The truck came to a stop and the doors opened. The supplies, covered with heavy canvas and tightly packed in wooden boxes, were carefully unloaded by a forklift. Noah and his team took the list and checked it one by one. High-strength aluminum ceramic plates, model A7, quantity 500 pieces, verified. Depleted uranium alloy ingots, 50 kilograms each, 20 in total, total weight 1 ton, verified to be correct. C4, 24 kilograms, special explosion-proof box. Hey, this thing looks awesome. Stearic acid, 50 kilograms, verified. After all the materials were counted, George signed his name on the handover form. The delivery manager of the middle factory shook George's hand and said solemnly, George, Secretary Sue has told us that if you have any follow-up needs, please feel free to contact us. We will respond within 24 hours. Thanks, Secretary Sue, for me. After seeing off the convoy, George turned around and looked at the pile of supplies in the workshop, his eyes shining. He clapped his hands and shouted to everyone who were already rubbing their hands and eager to try. Everything is ready, guys. Don't rest. Start working overnight. Noah, you lead a group of people. Send the ceramic plates and non-metallic materials to the finishing workshop for cutting and pre-processing according to the drawing requirements. Yes. Danny, Lou Crouet, take everyone with you and follow me. Let's go to the steel mill. Now. Lou Crouet was stunned for a moment. Now. George's tone left no room for doubt. Bring the depleted uranium alloy and our own special steel. We will melt and forge it to make the world's hardest composite armor. He waved his hand and pointed at the tank standing quietly. The key point is the connection between the turret and the body. I'm going to make this big guy's neck tougher than his face. Chapter 30. Only when you are beaten will you fight back. 7 full days and 7 nights. In the secret experimental workshop, the concept of time becomes blurred. Only the electronic clock hanging on the wall faithfully records the alternation of day and night. There was a strange smell in the air, a mixture of hot paraffin, stearic acid, and some chemicals. Be careful, this thing is no joke. Noah's eye sockets were sunken and bloodshot, but his eyes were surprisingly bright. He was wearing thick, explosion-proof gloves. Carefully place a specially treated block of inert explosive. Place it in a metal box 20 centimeters long and 15 centimeters wide. The core of this thing is still C4. But George drastically modified the formula, adding large amounts of paraffin and stearic acid as passivators and binders. There is only one purpose: to reduce its sensitivity. It cannot be detonated by bullets or small-caliber artillery shells. Only when the metal jet penetrates at a specific high speed. It will then passively detonate, generating a reverse impact force that interferes with or even destroys the incoming jet. To put it bluntly, it is like putting a vest on the tank that will fight back only when hit. Don't worry, Mr. Xia, my hands are steady. A young technician grinned, revealing his white teeth. even though his face was covered in oil and dust and his natural color could no longer be seen. What we are making here is not explosives, but amulets. Yes, George said it. This is called special treatment for all kinds of disobedience. A suppressed laugh rang out in the workshop, full of fatigue, but more of excitement. After thousands of adjustments and tests, they finally nailed this inert reactive armor. One palm-sized piece of armor after another was packaged. They are neatly stacked aside, waiting to be finally put on. Finally, the last piece of armor was packaged. George stood nearby, watching silently. He clapped his hands. All right, guys. The final steps. Give our baby new clothes. With his order, the whole team seemed to be wound up and burst into amazing energy in an instant. Each dark green reactive armor block was fastened one by one with specially made high-strength bolts, firmly fixed to the thick homogeneous steel armor outer layer of the H-90 tank. From the front of the turret, to the front of the hull, to the side skirts. The originally bare steel plates are now covered layer by layer with these modular, small cubes. It forms a geometric beauty with great visual impact. Every installation position has been carefully calculated. Ensure that while providing maximum protection, the rotation of the turret and the maneuverability of the vehicle body are not affected. When the last bolt is tightened, time frozen. The entire workshop was in complete silence. Everyone stopped what they were doing and stared in amazement at the huge monster in front of them. It was a real steel behemoth lying on the ground. The vehicle has a low body, and the upper armor plate has a very steep inclination angle. With reactive armor blocks covering the entire body, it looks unreasonably fierce. The brand new 125mm rifle gun barrel and the black muzzle were like an eye staring into the abyss, cold and ruthless. There is a reserved installation position for a coaxial machine gun above the turret. Although it is empty at the moment, it adds a bit of solemnity. We succeeded? Danny muttered, his voice trembling. Success. I don't know who yelled first. The next second, deafening cheers almost blew the roof of the entire workshop off. Oh, we did it. We really fucking did it. This is so cool. This thing is so cool. A group of young people, whose average age was less than 30 years old, hugged each other and jumped around like children. Some people even shed tears of excitement, which was a mixture of stress and joy after fighting for 7 consecutive days and nights. Noah rushed to the tank and slapped the cold armor block hard with his palm. Feeling the solid and reliable touch, he grinned and laughed like a 200-pound kid. However, in this sea of jubilation, George seemed unusually calm. He walked to the front of the tank and gently stroked the seams of the armor blocks on the side of the turret with his fingertips. There was satisfaction in his eyes, but more of it was deep thought. Director, why are you unhappy? Frank came closer and asked excitedly. We have built such an awesome tank. Shouldn't we open a bottle of champagne to celebrate? George turned his head, looked at him, then looked at the cheering people around him and shook his head slightly. I'm happy, but now is not the time to celebrate. His voice was not loud, but it silenced several core members around him. The thing is made. George paused and asked the most crucial question. But now, it is just a piece of metal lying in the laboratory. We don't have military qualifications, let alone mass production permits. Making it and being able to sell it and equip the troops are two different things. A basin of cold water instantly extinguished everyone's enthusiasm. Yes, they're just a local machinery factory. No matter how powerful the tanks they make are, without the state's birth permit, they're still a legal residence. It is impossible to enter the military's procurement sequence. Then, what should we do? Lou Crouet's smile froze on his face. George didn't answer right away. He took out his cell phone and found a number. James. The call was connected quickly. Hello, Lao Pai. George went straight to the point. Here, I have prepared a big surprise for you. There was a noisy background sound from the other end of the phone, as if someone was shouting something loudly. James' voice was full of anxiety and anger, and it came right at him. George, I don't have time to talk to you right now. Damn it. Another one. Another one broke down. What on earth did these pigs from the Design Institute come up with? George was stunned. Lying down? Is there something wrong with your tank? He asked immediately. Problem? More than a problem. James' voice was filled with uncontrollable anger. The 20 new treasures of the brigade are either having transmission system alarms or fire control system crashes. I'm so anxious right now. I won't talk to you anymore. Wait, George said anxiously. Old Pay, listen to me. I have a better solution, one that will never fail. Before he could finish his words, he was rudely interrupted by James. No plan will work. I have to deal with this pile of junk first. Contact me later. Beep, beep, beep. The call was hung up cleanly. George called again, but no one answered. He put down his phone, and his expression became extremely solemn. He knows James too well. If he hadn't encountered huge trouble, he would never have this attitude. Half of the newly replaced tanks were out of service. This is an absolutely intolerable disaster for an ace force that regards equipment as its life. Director, what's wrong? Noah asked cautiously. George took a deep breath, and his eyes swept across the crowd, finally landing on the quietly lying H-90 tank. An idea so bold as to be almost crazy quickly took shape in his mind. Something happened. George said in a deep voice, "My friend's unit has a big problem with its equipment." He looked around, and his tone became firm. "Who among you can drive a tank?" Everyone looked at each other in dead silence. Driving a tank? What a joke. They were engineers, technicians, geniuses who could put a tank together from a bunch of parts. But to fly this thing... Okay. He waved his hand and stopped talking. "It seems that I, the factory director, have to come in person." After saying this, he strode towards the H-90 tank regardless of everyone's surprised looks. He pulled open the driver's hatch at the front of the car and climbed in nimbly. "Director, what are you doing?" Danny exclaimed. In the cockpit, various instruments and buttons glowed dimly. George's eyes and his hands operated the complex control panel smoothly. Turn on the main power. Check the oil circuit. Start the auxiliary power unit. Warm up. As he pressed the red start button. Boosh, boom! A dull and terrifying roar suddenly erupted from the body of the steel giant. The entire secret laboratory, including the ground, was shaking violently. The huge roar, like the roar of an ancient giant beast awakening, made everyone's eardrums buzz and their hearts beat wildly. George's unquestionable voice came from the communicator in the cockpit. It exploded clearly in everyone's ears. "Everyone, bring all data drawings, core tools, and experimental records immediately. Evacuate here immediately. Don't let a hair fall." He paused, his voice filled with determination. "From now on, this laboratory has completed its historical mission. Let's move to a new place and continue to advance our cause." Chapter 31, Which Workshop Exploded? Inside the cockpit, George's orders were transmitted throughout the laboratory via the communicator with unquestionable majesty. After giving the order, he immediately started the final inspection. Oil pressure is normal. The electronic control system self-test passed. Turret lock released. Fire control system. Our fire control system has adaptive power supply and is always online. He muttered something, his fingers switching quickly between the touch screen and physical buttons. As commands were input one after another, various systems inside the H-90 tank were awakened one by one, emitting subtle and harmonious operating sounds. It was in stark contrast to the deafening roar of the engine outside. "Report to the factory director. All the information has been packaged." Noah's voice came through the communicator with a breath. "The core toolbox has been loaded. A complete copy of the experimental records." "Very good." George nodded and took one last look at the surveillance screen inside the car. Everyone in the laboratory was evacuating in a tense and orderly manner. He took a deep breath and his mouth curled into a wild arc. "So, let's set off." Before he finished speaking, he pushed the joystick hard. Boomstreepje! The steel behemoth, weighing more than 60 tons, instantly burst out with terrifying power that was completely inconsistent with its size. The tracks spun wildly, stirring up the dust on the ground, and the entire vehicle body leaped forward. The target is not the fragile iron door of a laboratory. It's that thick blue brick wall. Bang! There are no obstacles at all. Blue bricks and concrete are as fragile as biscuits in front of the H-90's thick upper armor. A huge gap was torn in the wall, and bricks and stones were scattered everywhere. For the first time, the sunlight outside the laboratory shone so violently into this secret base. But this is not the end. The H-90 rushed out of the laboratory without any pause. Under the gaze of all the stunned workers, it accelerated again like an angry bull. It crashed straight into the tall wall of the factory. Boom! This time the commotion was even greater than before. The steel bars were twisted, the bricks were crushed, and the entire section of the wall collapsed, stirring up a cloud of dust. The entire Hongshu machinery factory was in a state of excitement. What the hell? What the hell is that? An earthquake? No, it's a tank. How could there be a tank in our factory? Oh my god, the wall is broken. The workers who were busy in the workshop all dropped their work and rushed towards the source of the sound like a tide. They stretched their necks, each of their faces filled with shock and disbelief. At the same time, in the newly built two-story temporary office building, Roberto was holding a big teacup and bragging to Dennis and Johnson. Old Gene, when will your new equipment arrive? My workers are getting calluses from working so hard. It's almost there, it's on the way, Uncle Gao, don't rush me. Before he could finish his words, there was a loud noise of breaking through the wall, causing the window glass to buzz. The three of them changed their expressions and jumped up from their chairs almost at the same time. What's going on? Which workshop exploded? They rushed out of the office and stood in the corridor on the second floor, just in time to have a panoramic view of the entire factory. Then, they saw the H-90 tank that broke through the wall and slowly turned around in the smoke and dust, revealing its hideous shape. Three people, three old men who were used to the storms, were petrified in an instant. Roberto's hand fell to the ground with a clang and broke into pieces. Dennis' mouth is wide enough to fit an egg. Johnson rubbed his eyes hard, thinking he was seeing things. Am I seeing right? Dennis' voice was trembling. Is that a tank? Is it the one that Ogawa made? Roberto's voice also changed, but it was not shock, but extreme surprise. Oh my god. Johnson held onto the railing and muttered to himself. This is too damn domineering. After a brief moment of shock, a frenzied excitement appeared on the faces of the three people. This is heavy industry. This is fucking heavy industry. That's right. With this big guy in charge, we are a serious heavy industry enterprise. Dennis waved his fists and spit flew. On the newly paved main road within the factory, which is nearly 1 kilometer long. After the H-90 tank stopped, the roar of the engine weakened slightly. George's voice rang out again through the external speakers, this time addressed to all the workers in the factory. All non-essential personnel, retreat beyond the safety line. I repeat, retreat beyond the safety line. This is not a drill. Stay safe. Although the workers were excited, they quickly retreated when they heard the factory director's order, leaving a large area of space empty. George took a deep breath and began the real test. He jerked the joystick forward. Buzz! The H-90 tank rushed forward like an arrow. The speed is getting faster and faster. 40, 50, 60. The numbers on the dashboard soared rapidly, and the powerful push on his back made George stick to the seat. The distance of nearly 1,000 meters was reached in almost an instant. At the moment of crashing into the factory building on the other side, he suddenly pulled the joystick and stepped on the brake at the same time. Squeak! A sharp and piercing sound of metal friction was heard. The 50-ton steel behemoth left 2 deep tracks on ground. It stopped steadily less than 5 meters away from the wall. Pretty. George couldn't help but growl. Then, he put the car in reverse gear and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The H-90 tank retreated quickly at a speed almost as fast as its forward speed. Mobility test. Turn on the spot. The turret rotates 360 degrees at high speed. The gun barrel pitches up and down rapidly. The set of actions is smooth and full of violent aesthetics. The workers watching burst into thunderous cheers and applause. The test is over. George opened the hatch and jumped out with a hearty smile on his face. Perfect. Gave a thumbs up to Noah and others who came over. Uncle Johnson. He turned his eyes and saw Johnson in the crowd. Xiaochuan. Johnson ran over quickly, his face flushed. I have something important to say. George pulled out a black mobile phone from his pocket and put it in his hand. Take this and come with me. At the same time, hundreds of kilometers away at the tank brigade's base, the atmosphere was as depressing as the eve of storm. Brigade Commander James' office, the roar almost blew the roof off. Waste. All of them are waste. James kicked over the chair beside him, his eyes bloodshot. He yelled at the maintenance team leader and several train drivers standing in a row in front of him. On the ground, there were more than a dozen twisted, deformed, or even broken metal shafts scattered around. Main drive shaft. A total of 13 Type 88 tanks were all out of service. What's even more fatal is that this problem did not occur during a high-intensity training session, but was discovered during a routine checkup. This means that his Ace Tank Brigade has been training with a group of cripples for a long time without knowing it. If a war breaks out, the consequences will be disastrous. Chapter 32. An Unidentified Tank. Brigade Commander. The old squad leader of the maintenance squad picked up a broken drive shaft with a bitter look on his face. There is something wrong with this batch of spindle material. The hardness is sufficient, but the toughness is too poor. Under high-intensity maneuvers, the metal fatigue is too serious. We can't repair this, and it has to be returned to the factory. Returned to the factory? James was like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and he instantly exploded. How long will it take to return to the factory? Half a month? A month? When the superiors hold you accountable, will it be you or me? All the tank commanders and maintenance soldiers lowered their heads, not daring to breathe. They knew that the brigade commander was really anxious. Just then, the office door was pushed open. A lieutenant rushed in with a pale face, forgetting even to shout out his report. "Brigade commander, something bad has happened." James' heart skipped a beat and he yelled, "What's wrong?" The lieutenant swallowed, his voice trembling. "Report. Outside the base, on the mountain road outside, a tank of unknown model was spotted. It's heading towards us at high speed." Boomstrapje! The steel behemoth let out a deafening roar in the wilderness, and its 6 pairs of road wheels rolled over the rugged ground, raising a cloud of dust. In the cockpit, George's eyes were focused, but there was a crazy smile on his face. The needle on the dashboard pointed steadily to a terrifying number, 60 kilometers per hour. In the passenger seat, Johnson clutched the armrest tightly, his face pale with fear, and the mobile phone in his hand was almost crushed by him. "Hold on, Uncle Johnson." George laughed, and instead of slowing down, he pushed the joystick hard. "There's a slope ahead." Johnson's eyes almost popped out, and he shouted at the top of his lungs. It was a dirt slope that was 2 meters high. If this would hit head-on, as the engine power suddenly increased, the heavy car body was lifted up suddenly. Buzz! The heavy tank actually flew up. The car body drew a brief and violent arc in the air, and then slammed heavily to the ground. Bang! The huge impact force caused the entire car body to shake violently, and Johnson felt like his soul was about to fly out. But this tank, apart from the tracks stirring up more smoke and dust, did not slow down at all and continued to charge forward at a furious speed. Cough, cough, cough. Johnson was shocked. He coughed and looked at George, his eyes full of fear. "How is it, Uncle Johnson? Is it exciting?" George still had the leisure to joke. "Exciting too, exciting." Johnson wanted to cry, but had no tears. The phone still can't get through. It's always busy. The mobile phone in his hand has never stopped dialing the number since he started. But the receiver always sounded busy. "Don't be impatient, call again." George's eyes were as sharp as an eagle, staring at the distance. He will answer it. He must answer it. Another gust of lightning. This gray-black steel beast can cross puddles and ravines. Under George's control, it demonstrated flexibility and speed that was completely inconsistent with its huge body. Half an hour later, the speed finally slowed down. George glanced at the odometer and parked the tank steadily behind a small hill. Arrive. He turned off the engine. The huge roar disappeared instantly, and the world suddenly became quiet. "Are we there yet?" Johnson was still a little unresponsive and shook his dizzy head. "This place is still 2 kilometers away from the tank brigade's base, right?" "That's right." George nodded. "If we go any further, it won't be a visit, it will be a provocation." He was well aware that a tank of unknown model rushing towards a military base at high speed would definitely lead to the most serious military misjudgment. He came to save people, not to die. Meanwhile, the tank brigade. Your own tank is broken down, and now there's another thing of unknown model coming out. Sound the battle alert. All vehicles that can still move, follow me. James grabbed his hat and put on his head, then rushed out with a roar. On the other side, a squad leader who had received the order had already led a combat team. Riding in an infantry fighting vehicle, we carefully approached the target location. When they went around the hill and saw the full picture of the tank, everyone gasped. So powerful. The tank is gray-black all over, full of cold and hard industrial beauty. The hull and turret are covered with explosive reactive armor. The oppressive force brought by the heaviness far exceeded that of any Type 88 they had ever seen. The squad leader was very nervous. Where did this new equipment come from? Why didn't he receive any news about it? Although he was full of doubts, he still adjusted his military appearance according to the regulations. He gave the tank a standard military salute. This is a respect for powerful weapons and a tribute to potential comrades. Click. Just then, the tank's hatch opened. A young man in casual clothes poked his head out from inside. The squad leader and several soldiers were stunned for a moment. Casual clothes? This style of painting is wrong. George jumped down from the turret easily, dusted off his hands, and smiled at the squad leader, who looked alert. Don't be nervous, comrade. My name is George. I'm from Hungshu Mechanic, and I'm here to see your brigade commander, James. Hungshu Machinery? His grip on the gun tightened unconsciously, but the vigilance in his eyes did not diminish in the slightest. Sorry, we need to verify your identity. At this moment, the ground began to shake violently. Rumble. Like rumbling thunder, 12 tanks lined up in battle formation, roaring from a distance, and the smoke and dust they raised covered the sky. They quickly spread out, forming a huge, semicircular encirclement, with 12 black gun muzzles pointed at George's tank. This scene is enough to scare any enemy. The leading tank stopped suddenly, and its tracks left 2 deep marks on the ground. The hatch was pushed open with a clang, and James leaned out with an angry face. He was about to give the order, but when he saw the figure in the dust, he froze. Ye? George! There was disbelief in his voice. James almost jumped off the tank and rushed to George in a few steps. Grabbing his collar, he growled with red eyes. Are you fucking crazy? Did you report to the city before you drove this thing over here? No. George answered simply. No. James' voice suddenly rose an octave, and he pointed at his nose and cursed. You are courting death. Do you know that once this thing is detected by the local radar, it will be determined to be a non-military unit of ours? The anti-aircraft forces shells will send you into the sky in the next second. Do you think you're playing with toys? Facing James' roar, George seemed unusually calm. He even picked his ears a little aggrievedly. I did. What? James was stunned. I said I hit it. George also got angry. He snatched the mobile phone from Johnson, who had just gotten out of the car and looked pale, and thrust it in front of James. I called you no less than 30 times. The line was always busy. How can I report it? Use telepathy? Who knows what kind of military training you guys are doing? You can't even answer a personal phone call. Chapter 33, you have a big surprise. Pei Chungsheng looked at the call record, then at Johnson, whose face was pale and was suddenly speechless. He took a deep breath and loosened George's collar. His eyes fell on the steel behemoth behind George. He walked around the tank and became more and more frightened the more he looked. As a veteran armored commander, he could tell at a glance that this tank was unusual. Perfect tilt design, modular additional armor, and road wheels and track systems far superior to those of the Type 88. When he saw the tracks were still covered with fresh, even steamy mud, his pupils shrank again. You just did an off-road test while driving this thing? What else? George spread his hands. If you don't drive it over, should I send it to you by express? The postage is very expensive. James' mouth twitched violently. In broad daylight, he secretly drove an unregistered, brand new main battle tank of unknown performance. It was speeding wildly in the wild, and even drove directly to the entrance of the military restricted area. If this matter gets out, not only George, but also he, the brigade commander, will be in trouble. His gaze uncontrollably returned to the tank. There was a voice in his heart shouting wildly. He thought of his 13 precious cars that were broken down. I thought of the roar of my superior, the deputy commander, and the drive shaft that was as fragile as a biscuit. Look at this steel behemoth full of power and wildness. An unprecedented desire surged up from the bottom of my heart. George saw through his thoughts, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and raised his chin towards him. Don't just look at it, Brigadier General Pei. Come up and give it a try. I promise, I'll give you a big surprise. James Adams' apple rolled up and down. He looked at George's face, which was somewhat playful and provocative. He looked again at the tank that was lying quietly and dormant, like a prehistoric monster. Reason told him that this was against the rules. He should report it immediately. But, oh shit, James cursed under his breath, not sure if he was cursing George or his own disappointing equipment. He no longer hesitated, walked to the side of the tank in 3 or 2 steps, grabbed the handrail welded to the turret, and climbed up nimbly. Uncle Johnson, you stay here and use this to contact me if anything happens. George pressed a walkie-talkie into Johnson's hands, whose face was still pale, and climbed aboard the tank. He opened the cockpit hatch, slid in first, and patted the space in front of him. "Sit here, Brigadier Pay. You have the best view." James didn't say much, took a deep breath, and followed him into the narrow cockpit. The cold smell of steel mixed with the scent of brand-new instruments hit me in the face. It was completely different from the smell of the oil from the old tanks he was familiar with. As soon as he sat down, the feeling of the seat wrapping under his butt made him stunned. So comfortable. It doesn't look like a tank seat at all, but more like a luxury car seat. He subconsciously looked forward and saw a row of LCD screens of different sizes replacing the old mechanical instrument panel, giving it a sci-fi feel. What attracted his attention most was the huge periscope right in front of him. The view is so broad. It was clearer and broader than any tank he had ever driven. "How do you feel?" George's voice came from the pager next to him, as clear as if it was spoken into his ear. "Not bad." James suppressed his surprise and answered calmly. His fingers involuntarily stroked the operating table in front of him. "Tell your men to get out of the way." George's voice sounded again. "How can I ask them to give way?" James frowned. "I can't just go down and shout, right?" George said nothing, only pointed to a communications panel in front of him. "You have been connected to the intra-brigade communication channel. Just use this to talk." James' pupils shrank suddenly. Intra-brigade communication channel? This is an encrypted military line. How could he possibly? He put on the intercom hanging next to him with some doubt and pressed the talk button. "Ahem, I'm James. Dongwai calling Dongyao. Please reply." Almost instantly, a clear response from his battalion commander came through the headset. "Got it. Commander? Where are you?" Stop talking nonsense." Pei Chang interrupted him. All vehicles disperse to both sides immediately and clear the road to the training ground. Yes. Although he was confused, military orders were as strong as mountains, and a noisy command came from the headphones. Soon, several armored vehicles and tanks blocking the entrance to the military-restricted area started moving. It rumbled back to both sides of the road, leaving a wide passage. James put down the communicator, turned his head, and stared at George, his eyes full of disbelief. This tank could actually crack and access his encrypted military communication channel in such a short time. This is no longer an ordinary tank. This is simply an electronic warfare platform. George met his shocked gaze and grinned. "Hold on tight, Brigadier General Pei. Next, the real show begins." Before he finished speaking, he slammed the accelerator to the bottom. Buzz, accompanied by a roar that was completely different from traditional tanks and more like the roar of a beast. A terrifying push suddenly came from behind. "Oh my God!" James was completely defenseless and was pressed against the back of the seat. The scene in front of him was receding rapidly, and the speed pointer soared upwards in a dazzling manner. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Less than 5 seconds. This steel behemoth, codenamed H-90, could soar from 0 to 50 kilometers per hour. James felt like his heart was about to jump out of his throat. 50 kilometers per hour. This is almost the maximum speed that his Type 69 tank can run on a flat road. But now, under their feet is a rugged outdoor training ground. Before he could recover from the shock, the speed was still increasing. Finally, the speed stabilized at 65 kilometers per hour. Off-road speed of 65 kilometers per hour. This is fucking... His lips trembled, and he couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time. George, however, acted as if nothing had happened, controlling the steering column with ease, even with an expression of enjoyment on his face. "Don't worry. This is just an appetizer." He raised his hand and pointed to a towering earthen slope in the distance. "See that slope?" James looked in the direction he pointed, his eyes fixed again. That was the training slope used by their brigade, specifically for extreme hill climbing tests. It is about 300 meters long, with a very high elevation angle, and the steepest part is definitely more than 40%. For his Type 69 tank, forget it. It would have to stall and slide down halfway up. Even the latest Type 88 will make the engine scream. With a burst of energy and good luck, he managed to climb up, and his posture was very embarrassing. "What do you want to do?" James had a bad feeling. George chuckled, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. "Let me show you what it means to truly cross mountains and hills." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly turned the steering stick, and the huge body of the H-90 did a beautiful drift. He aimed precisely at the almost vertical slope and rushed straight over without slowing down at all. Chapter 34, The Real Tiger. James was so frightened that he closed his eyes subconsciously. However, the expected violent collision and jolt did not occur. H90 is like a Real tiger, diving headfirst into the steep slope. The car body just shook slightly, and then an extremely strong traction force came from the tracks, pulling the vehicle body weighing dozens of tons steadily, climbing upwards effortlessly. James opened his eyes suddenly, and through the periscope, he saw the sky rapidly enlarged in his field of vision, and the ground was left far behind. During the whole process, apart from slight shaking, there was hardly any bumps. The body posture is incredibly stable. He even felt that he could put a glass of water on the workbench without the water spilling. 10 seconds. Maybe less than 10 seconds. Boom! With the last roar of the engine, the huge body of the H90 rushed to the top of the slope and stopped steadily. The whole process was smooth and easy, just like taking a walk on flat ground. In the cockpit, the only sound was James' heavy breathing. After a long time, he slowly turned his head and looked at George as if he were a monster. He had never imagined that a tank's power system could be so powerful. This has completely overturned his understanding of tanks over the past few decades. George raised his eyebrows smugly, enjoying James's ignorant look. Now, do you still think I'm kidding you? I tell you, just based on this H90. He patted the control panel beside him, his tone full of absolute confidence. With enough numbers, I can destroy an entire brigade of yours. Boast. James, who was still in shock just now, immediately refuted, and his rationality as a professional soldier quickly returned. In a tank duel, what matters is the combined performance of firepower, protection, and mobility. Your mobility is amazing, but what about your firepower? What about your protection? Running fast on a battlefield doesn't necessarily mean you can live longer. My Type 88 main gun can still blow you up into the sky with one shot. Really? George smiled non-committally. What if your shells can't hit me at all? What do you mean? James was stunned. George said slowly, in addition to the top-notch fire control and power, I also installed some gadgets on it. For example, a fully automated reactive armor system. Reactive armor? James frowned. He also had that stuff on his tanks, pieces of explosives hanging from the outside of the vehicle. The technology of using detonation to offset the metal jet of an armor-piercing projectile is not very new. Wrong. George corrected, shaking his head. In your military terms, it should be called active defense system. He shot up from his seat and, in his excitement, banged his head hard against the hard roof of the cockpit. Boom! Fuck! He cried out in pain, but ignored the severe pain on his head and held George's shoulders tightly with both hands. His eyes were as big as copper bells and bloodshot. What did you say? Active defense system. Say it again. Isn't that something that is still in the concept and experimental stage? The ultimate defense method that can actively detect, intercept, and destroy incoming artillery shells and missiles. It's what you were thinking, George said quickly, almost falling apart from being shaken by him. It can automatically intercept incoming anti-tank missiles and armor-piercing shells. In theory, as long as the system has enough energy, it is invincible. James was completely stunned. He let go of George's shoulders and slumped back in his seat, mumbling to himself. Mobility crushes the world mainstream. Now an unprecedented active defense system has emerged. This is no longer a tank. This is a mobile, invulnerable steel fortress. A true king of land warfare. He suddenly came back to his senses, and all the emotions on his face disappeared, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness and urgency. He grabbed the communicator and shouted in an unquestionable commanding tone. Go back. Right now. Immediately. Return to base. George, I want to see all the technical data of this tank. Not a single copy can be left out. He realized that the emergence of this tank had a significance far beyond solving the equipment problem of his brigade. The H-90's tracks rolled over the concrete ground and finally stopped steadily in the center of the playground in front of the brigade office building. The car door opened, and James almost rolled and crawled out. As soon as he stood firm, a man wearing the same military uniform and with the rank of colonel on his shoulders strode towards him. The man looked a few years older than James, with a calm demeanor and a lingering worry between his brows. Old Pei, Old Sue, the two sturdy soldiers gave each other a tight, bear hug. James released him, his face flushed with excitement. He pulled George, who had just come out of the cockpit, and pushed him in front of Su Wei like he was presenting a treasure. Old Su, let me introduce you to this man, George. My brother, the big boss of Hongshu Machinery. Su Wei's gaze fell on George, and a barely perceptible scrutiny flashed across his eyes. He was mumbling in his heart, but his good military qualities still made him extend his hand with a formal and polite smile on his face. Hello, Mr. George. I am the political commissar of our brigade, Su Wei. Hello, political commissar Su. George shook hands, neither humble nor arrogant. Su Wei nodded, turned his gaze to James, and lowered his voice. Old Pei, what are you doing? James waved his hand and didn't take Su Wei's words seriously at all. He took the walkie-talkie from his waist, pressed the talk button, and started yelling. Wu Gang, you're driving the fucking tractor. Why haven't you arrived yet? There was a burst of electric noise coming from the intercom, followed by Wu Gang's aggrieved voice. Brigade Commander, we are already at our maximum speed. We can't keep up. Stop talking bullshit. I'll give you 10 minutes. You must get back here. Yes, I will complete the task. Wu Gang's voice sounded like he was about to cry. After hanging up the phone, James raised his eyebrows proudly at Su Wei. He looked his partner up and down suspiciously and reached out to touch his forehead. You kid, are you too shocked and crazy? I'm not crazy. I just took stimulants. James slapped his hand away and rubbed his hands together excitedly. Come on, come on. I'll show you a big treasure. George followed behind, looking at James's impatient look, and smiled helplessly. On the playground, the H-90 was like a solitary king, standing there quietly. A circle of soldiers who had heard the news had gathered around. Everyone stretched their necks and pointed at this sci-fi-looking, oppressive steel structure. His eyes were full of curiosity and shock. They wanted to touch it but didn't dare. The angular turret, the thick sloping armor, and the black muzzle. All of them exude a cold atmosphere of keep away from strangers. What are you all doing here? Don't you want to train? Su Wei shouted, and the soldiers dispersed immediately, but they kept glancing at the tanks. Chapter 35, just 2 hours. Su Wei walked around the H-90 and became more and more frightened the more he looked at it. The smooth body lines, the unprecedented turret design, the seamless texture. Old Pei, what model is this? He couldn't help but ask. Why have I never seen it? M1A2, Leopard 2, A7, or our latest 99 a modification? Neither. James puffed out his chest and pointed at George with great pride. My George S. masterpiece. He built it. Su Wei's eyes almost popped out, and he turned to look at George. No. Su Wei looked at it carefully again. This chassis, the layout of the road wheels. Why does it look familiar? George spoke calmly. Political Commissar, Su has good eyesight. It does bear the shadow of the Type 88 tank. Type 88. What's it called? Su Wei's voice was trembling a little. George patted the armor beside him and spoke clearly, word by word. Hongshu H-90. H-90. Su Wei murmured the name, his eyes becoming extremely hot. How long has it been developed? How many experts have been involved? Why haven't I heard anything from the Design Institute? He threw out a series of questions. In his opinion, the project that could build such a tank must be a national project. It consumed countless manpower and material resources and went through a long research and development cycle. But James' next words completely overturned his perception. James just smiled, put his arm around George's shoulders, and said in a tone that was both boastful and a little jealous. Expert? Design Institute? None of them. My younger brother came to our base and took a look at our Type 88. It took him about 2 hours in total. Then he turned around and came up with this thing for me. Old Su, tell me, is this infuriating? Su Wei was completely petrified. He stared at George with his mouth open, his mind blank. 2 hours? Have you taken a look at the Type 88? Then they designed a brand new tank whose performance surpassed the world's mainstream. Su Wei felt as if his worldview was being pressed to the ground and rubbed repeatedly. He stared at George, his Adam's apple rolling up and down, and he spoke with difficulty. Gee, Mr. George, what Brigadier General Pei said, is it true? 2 hours to design it? James put his arm around George's shoulders and rushed to answer, fearing that his brother was being too modest. What? Old Su, you don't believe me? However, before Su Wei had time to investigate further, he suddenly remembered something extremely urgent, and his face changed abruptly. Oh no, Lao Pei, I almost forgot about the important matter. James armed anxiously. Just now, there was an urgent notice from the headquarters. It is said that in a few days, the Western military wants to have a friendly tank match with us. When it comes to the word friendly match, Suwei's teeth are almost broken. It's called a friendly match, but these bastards just want to play football. I heard they brought the latest improved tanks this time, hoping to catch us off guard. The commander wants us to go over there and dampen their spirits. James was not nervous at all. Instead, his eyes lit up and he slapped his thigh. That's great. He pointed at H90 excitedly, his saliva almost spurting out. I was just worried that I had no place to show this treasure. Isn't this just like sending a pillow when I feel sleepy? James pointed at H90 and said firmly, "The advertisement has been delivered to my doorstep, so why wouldn't I take it? Let's not send too many, just this one car. One is enough." When Suwei heard this, he immediately became anxious. "Old Pei, you are crazy. This H90 doesn't even have a military brand. We took it out for a competition without approval from our superiors. This is a serious violation." James' face instantly fell. Violation? He snorted coldly, walked up to H90, reached out, and touched the cold armor. His eyes became extremely sharp. "Old Su, tell me, what are the rules? In front of the most important weapon of our country, all rules can give way to it. These bastards are riding on our faces, and we're still here to talk about rules? Rules and regulations. Today, I'm going to make this clear. If there are any problems, I, Pei Chung James, will handle them all by myself. This H90, we must go. Not only must we go, but we must also beat those guys to a pulp." James' words were powerful, and every word hit Suwei's heart. Suwei looked at James' resolute eyes, and then looked at the H90 that was full of futuristic technology. The balance in my heart began to tilt violently. Suwei gritted his teeth and nodded heavily. "Okay, I'll go crazy with you." Just then, George, who had been silent, spoke. Johnson, who had been following behind him. "Uncle Johnson." "Boss, I'm here." Johnson immediately stepped forward. George's tone was calm, but his instructions were crystal clear. "Go back to Hongshu immediately. You have all the test data and technical information of our H90. After returning, I will immediately start preparing and submit an application to the relevant departments above. We need to obtain military production qualifications, which is what they call a military brand." Johnson was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes burst into an incredible light. Military brand. He knows the weight of these 4 words better than anyone else. This means that Hongshu Machinery, a remote private enterprise, is about to undergo a radical transformation. "But, boss, I don't have a car to come here." Johnson raised a practical question. James waved his hand and said generously, "Is this a big deal? I'll arrange a car for you right away. I'll also send you 2 guards. They'll escort you all the way back. This must be done for me as quickly as possible." "Yes." Johnson excitedly saluted in a non-standard military manner, then turned around to get the information. His steps were a little unsteady, and he was in a state of great excitement. On the other side, Wu Gang was already running over with 2 soldiers. "Report to the brigade commander. All members of the 1st Battalion have arrived at the designated location. The drivers have been selected, the 2 best drivers in the entire battalion." The 2 young warriors straightened their chests, their eyes filled with excitement and curiosity. James nodded with satisfaction and gave the order with a wave of his hand. "Good. Get H90 onto the carrier. Everyone else, get in the Jeep. Target, City West Training Ground. Set off." Once the order was given, the whole scene instantly became efficient and orderly. The convoy kicked up a cloud of dust and bumped along the bumpy dirt road. The space in the military Jeep was small, but the atmosphere was extremely warm. James' excitement had not yet worn off, and he turned his head to look at the huge flatbed truck behind him. The H90 was tightly covered with thick oilcloth, revealing only a hideous outline. "Mr. George, you precious child, please don't let me down." James rubbed his hands together like a child about to get a new toy. "Whether we can rub those bastards' faces on the ground depends entirely on it." Wu Gang, who was sitting opposite him, also leaned forward, his eyes filled with unconcealable curiosity and excitement. As the commander of a battalion, he had at least 80 tanks under his command, but none of them can compare to the big one behind. Chapter 36, There is a World of Difference. George took out a few bound documents from his bag and handed them to James and Wu Gang. "This is a simplified operating manual. time is short, so you should take a look at it first, especially the fire control system, which is completely different from what you have now. James took the manual and opened it eagerly. Wu Gang also came over, and their heads almost touched each other. The text and diagrams in the manual were clear, but many of the terms in it were unfamiliar to them. Stabilized fire control. Automatic tracking. What the hell is this? James pointed at a term in the manual, his brows knitted into knots. Laser gyroscope? What is this again? Wu Gang also muttered to himself, his face full of confusion. Lasers are lasers, and gyroscopes are gyroscopes. How did they get mixed together? George looked at the two people's eager but confused expressions and explained calmly. This is one of the core components of the H-90 fire control system. In simple terms, it ensures that the tank will not be affected by any bumps or shakes. Even when turning 360 degrees on the spot, the muzzle can still point stably at the target. He paused, then dropped a bombshell. This technology is actually not new. The West had already started using it on their main battle tanks in the 1970s. We are still catching up. What did you say? James raised his head suddenly, his eyes wide open like bells. The 70s? Damn it, it's been 20 years. His voice was full of shock and disbelief, even a bit of humiliation. Su Wei, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, also turned around with a serious expression. This means that in the field of land warfare, which they are proud of, they have been left behind by others for a whole generation, or even longer. These sons of bitches are hiding well enough. James slammed his fist into his thigh and gritted his teeth. George's expression didn't change much. He had already accepted this reality and was determined to change it. The principle of the laser gyroscope is based on the Sagnac effect. He began to try to explain it in a more professional way. In a closed optical path, two laser beams are moving toward each other. The rotation of the loop will cause an optical path difference, and by detecting this phase difference... Stop. James was overwhelmed by what he heard and quickly waved his hand to interrupt him. Mr. George, speak human language. Wu Gang also nodded with a bitter face. The charts and graphs in the manual had become incomprehensible to him. George laughed in silence, knowing that he was being impatient. Okay, let me put it another way. He pointed to a diagram in the manual and spoke slowly. You can think of this laser gyroscope as a super sensitive and absolutely error-free level. No matter how the car body shakes or drives, it can instantly sense the slightest angle change. Then give the gun a reverse force to keep it stable at all times. Your driver just needs to drive the tank to the top, and the gunner just needs to look through the sight and press the button when he sees the target. The rest is left to the computer. Point and shoot wherever you want, shoot at moving objects. The hit rate can reach a number you dare not imagine. It's that simple. After hearing this, James and Wu Gang understood instantly. The two looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. Shoot at the moving objects. This is the ultimate dream of all tank soldiers. With their current tanks, let alone moving against moving, even shortstop shooting, the hit rate depends on the gunner's experience and luck. Most of the time, you have to stop and spend more than 10 seconds or even longer to aim. On the battlefield, 10 seconds is enough for several deaths. Fuck. James held it in for a long time before uttering two words. Isn't this bullying? We are still playing with Xiaomi and rifles, but they have already gone straight to Gundam. George smiled and turned another page. This advanced fire control system is just the beginning. Its real strength lies in providing an unprecedented platform foundation for the H-90. A platform that can realize information-based and digital warfare. Informatization, digitalization. These words represent a whole new blind spot in knowledge for James and Wu Gang. However, Su Wei, who was sitting in the front row, was shocked the moment he heard these words. He turned around suddenly, his eyes flashing with surprise behind his glasses. George, say that again. His voice was a little out of tune. George looked at him with some surprise and repeated, informatization, digital warfare. Su Wei's breathing became rapid. Yes, that's the word, he said excitedly. Last month, we went to the military district for a meeting, and the dean of the military academy gave us a lesson in person. The dean said that the future form of warfare will undergo fundamental changes. It's no longer a simple collision of steel torrents, but a confrontation between systems. The core is informatization and digitalization. Whoever can detect the enemy faster can process information faster. Whoever can react faster will seize the initiative on the battlefield. Many of us were confused at the time and felt that it was too far away and too illusory. Su Wei looked at George, his eyes full of admiration and disbelief. We in the highest military academy are still only discussing this concept in theory. You actually made it a reality? The carriage fell into silence. James and Wu Gang opened their mouths, looked at the excited Su Wei, then at the calm George, with a storm of emotions rising in their minds. They may not understand what informatization and digitalization mean, but they understood what Su Wei said. George, this seemingly gentle young man, is actually at the forefront of the entire Army's theoretical research. Not only did he think of it, he even did it. Mr. George. James' voice was a little dry, and he looked at George with an extremely complicated expression. I used to think that you were a genius at tinkering with machinery, but now it seems. George's shouldered heavily and said word by word, "You are a great hero of the Marine Armored Forces. With the H-90, we can truly compete with Western powers in land warfare equipment. This is no longer just a tank. It is a thought, a brand new combat concept." Faced with the two colonels' generous praise, George just waved his hand indifferently. "You are too kind, Brother Pei, Political Commissar Su. I'm just a tank builder. How we fight depends on you." His humility made James and Su Wei respect him even more. With the previous conceptual foundation, the subsequent explanation became much smoother. When George talked about functions such as data link, crew information sharing, and collaborative combat terminal, James and Wu Gang still didn't quite understand what was said. They were no longer completely confused as before. They slowly began to understand that the tanks of the future would no longer be isolated combat units. They are mobile information nodes. They can share battlefield situations in real time, call for artillery support, and even guide missile attacks. Chapter 37, Show Me Your Baby. After more than 5 hours of bumpy ride, the group finally arrived at the West City training ground. The conditions in the military district guest house were not very good, but they were clean and tidy. James and Su Wei went to check in, while George leaned against the car, stretched his body, and loosened up his stiff body. The long journey, coupled with the subversive conversation in the car, made everyone feel tired. "Captain, what about the car?" A platoon leader beside Wu Gang asked in a low voice. "This is a treasure. What else can I do?" Wu Gang glared at him and spoke in a muffled voice. "You sleep on the top of the car, and I'll sleep under it. You'll have to watch this treasure to death. Whoever dares to come near, I'll fire a warning shot first. If they don't listen, I'll shoot them down." He patted the pistol at his waist, his tone full of fierceness. George wanted to laugh when he heard this, but he knew in his heart that Wu Gang was not joking. For these armored soldiers who regard tanks as their second life, no caution is too much. Soon, James and Su Wei came over with the keys. Everything has been arranged. 2 people in 1 room. James handed a key to George. "You and Wu Gang should be in the same room. You must have had a hard journey. Take a good rest first. I'll ask the guest house to prepare a special meal tonight, and we'll have a good meal." George took the key and nodded. "Brother Pei, you guys go first. I'll check the vehicle again." "Okowo." James knew his temper, so he didn't try to persuade him and took Su Wei upstairs first. Wu Gang and his soldiers began to set up a cordon around the transport vehicle, as if they were facing a powerful enemy. George walked around the H-90, which was covered tightly with oilcloth. I felt relieved after confirming that there were no problems with the external fixation and covering. No words were spoken that night. The next day, George was awakened by the sound of training slogans outside the window. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and subconsciously glanced at the electronic watch on the bedside table. July 28th. The date instantly cleared his mind. The Tweeko War. He remembered very clearly that in his previous life, not long after, the United States would take on a new, crushing posture, give a vivid open lesson to military strategists around the world. A war that completely changed the face of modern warfare. Digitalization, George whispered to himself. The H-90 he designed was based on his understanding and prediction of that war. Its performance is ahead of its time, even excessive. No, I have to keep a hand. An idea quickly formed in his mind. The core technologies of H-90, especially the data link and fire control system, must never be shown to others easily. We must make a monkey version, which is the foreign trade version. The most cutting-edge functions are cut off, and a relatively advanced, but not earth-shattering version is used for external display and sales. As for the full version of H90, that will be the sharpest fong of the Republic Army and must be hidden in the deepest place. After making up his mind, George felt relieved and relaxed. When he finished washing up and went out, James and Su Wei were already waiting downstairs. Today, they put on brand new uniforms. The school stars on their shoulders sparkled brightly in the morning light, and their expressions were solemn. "Mr. George, let's go to the headquarters." James greeted. "I have to report to the war zone leader today. If everything goes well, we can arrange for field testing in the afternoon." The jeep started again and drove towards the theater headquarters. The sentry at the gate of the headquarters compound checked the documents and saluted and let us pass. The car stopped in front of the office building. "Mr. George, you and Wu Gang wait for us in the car." Pei Chung-jun straightened his military uniform and looked serious. "Let's go in and report." "Good." George nodded and watched James and Su Wei holding thick document bags and walking firmly into the stately building. Wu Gang sat in the passenger seat, his body stretched straight, staring at the entrance of the building without blinking. Time passes by every second. George leaned back in the back seat, thinking about how to adjust the technical parameters of the export version of H90. About 10 minutes passed. "It's out," Wu Gang suddenly shouted in a low voice. George looked up and saw James and Su Wei walking quickly out of the building. Only, the two of them looked extremely ugly. The high-spirited look he had when he entered just now was gone, replaced by a look of helplessness and anger. Bang! James opened the car door and sat in heavily, feeling a surge of anger. "What's wrong, Brother Pei?" George asked. James couldn't help but swore and punched his knee. "I was scolded by the commander." Wu Gang was also stunned and looked back at him in disbelief. James was furious. "The commander asked me how much equipment I brought for this confrontation exercise. I said one," Su Wei added with a wry smile. Then the commander's face darkened, and he asked us if we were here for an armed march. He slammed the report on the table, saying we were fooling around and defying the drill, and told us to go back to where we came from. He said he couldn't afford to lose this man. James became angrier as he spoke. "Damn it, I explained to him that our tank is different and has powerful capabilities, but he didn't listen. He was sure that we only drove one car here to make fun of him." The atmosphere in the car instantly dropped to freezing point. Wu Gang opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. George also frowned. He didn't expect that things would get stuck at the first level. This is not the commander's fault. Anyone would be surprised to hear that a brigade-level unit came all the way to participate in a large-scale theater-level exercise. Then a car drove up, and my first reaction was definitely ridiculous. "Then, what should we do now?" Wu Gang held it in for a long time before asking. "How about I call the brigade right now and have the 2nd Battalion come over here as soon as possible?" "It's too late." Su Wei shook his head, his face full of worry. "Besides, the commander is very angry. If we go back to mobilize the troops now, wouldn't that be the same as admitting that we were just bragging before?" "Oh shit." James scratched his hair irritably. What a bad start. Just when they were a loss, someone knocked twice on the car window. George rolled down the window and saw a dignified yet elegant face. The man was about 50 years old, and he carried a shining star of a general on his shoulders. "Major General." James and Su Wei saw the person coming. They were startled and quickly opened the car door and jumped out, standing at attention, and saluted. "Hello, Chief." "Okay, stop with all this nonsense." The Major General waved his hand, his eyes swept across several people's faces, and finally landed on James. "Just now and there, did you hear the boss getting angry?" His tone was very flat, and no emotion could be heard. Reporting to the commander, we were inconsiderate and made the commander angry. James lowered his head and spoke loudly. "Okay." The Major General didn't seem to want to dwell on this issue any further. He glanced at his watch and said, "I'll give you half an hour. Have a nearest Combined Forces Battalion move to the West City Training Base as quickly as possible. The guys from the Western Military Department have arrived. This time, whether it's a mule or a horse, we have to take it out for a walk." Chapter 38, Only Your Trust Required. Hearing this, James did not feel relieved, but frowned even more. He hesitated, then took a step forward and looked the Major General straight in the eyes. "Chief." His voice was not loud, but extremely firm. "I don't need a battalion." The Major General raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at him with interest. "Oh, what do you need?" James took a deep breath, as if he had made up his mind. He said it word by word. "I just need your trust." After saying that, Without waiting for the Major General to answer, he turned around abruptly and yelled in the direction of the transport vehicle. Wugong, arrive. Wu Gang straightened his back reflexively. Open it for me. Yes. Wu Gang didn't hesitate at all. He rushed to the truck, grabbed a corner of the oilcloth, and pulled it with all his strength. Crash! The huge oilcloth was torn apart in an instant, like a curtain being pulled open, revealing the steel behemoth lying quietly underneath. The H-90 has an angular, sci-fi feeling turret and a low silhouette that is completely different from the current tanks. The various advanced sensors covering the car body were instantly exposed to the sunlight. It just stood there quietly, exuding a heart-pounding sense of oppression. Even though the Major General was well-informed, his pupils suddenly shrank the moment he saw the true appearance of H-90. His breathing clearly stopped for half a second. James ignored the Major General's shock. He took 2 steps at a time and opened the driver's door. George and Wu Gang inside. Get in the car. Start. Target the training ground west of the city. He turned around again and gave a crazy and confident smile to the Major General, who was completely stunned. Chief, don't you want to see if it's a mule or a horse? I'll drive over now. Just use this one. I'll take down an entire battalion of them for you. Before he finished speaking, he had already turned over and jumped onto the tank. Wu Gang and George quickly followed and went into their respective cabins. Buzz, accompanied by a low and unique sound of the engine starting, the huge body of the H-90 shook slightly. Then, the tracks began to turn slowly. It does not have the deafening roar of a traditional tank, but rather a powerful roar. Training ground in the west of the city. The huge, sci-fi feeling body of the H-90 flashed here directly from the headquarters compound, as if teleporting. With a sharp sound of brakes, the steel behemoth stopped at the edge of the training ground. The tracks left 2 clear black marks on the concrete ground. James pushed open the hatch above his head, still in a state of extreme excitement. He jumped off the tank and shouted to a captain from the training ground who came running over after hearing the noise. What are you looking at? Go. Bring me the best armor-piercing bullets you have. Hurry up. Stunned by this tank he had never seen before in James' rank. He was stunned for a moment and then saluted quickly. Yes, Chief. After saying that, he led his men and hurriedly ran to the ammunition depot. James put his hands on his hips and looked at the dust that was already faintly visible in the distance. It was a sign that the Western Army Armor Battalion was gathering. He grinned and turned back to pat the cold body of the H-90. Old buddy, today it's up to you. Soon, the captain brought a few soldiers and brought a box of shells on a cart. Commander, 105mm fin-stabilized armor-piercing, discarding sabot rounds. The best ammunition we have here. Reload. James waved his hand without any hesitation. Wu Gang stuck his head out of the cab, jumped down, opened the loading port on the side of the turret, picked up a shell, and prepared to put it in. But as soon as he made his move, his movements froze. Brigade Commander, this is not right. Wu Gang's face was full of confusion. He took out the shell and pointed it into the barrel. It can't be stuffed in. This caliber seems wrong. The smile on James' face froze instantly. It's over. I was so busy showing off that I forgot about this. Just then, George, who had been silent all the time, came out from the technical cabin. Brigade Commander Pei, this is a 105mm shell. The H-90 uses a 125mm special smoothbore gun. The air fell into dead silence for a moment. James' face slowly turned from red with excitement to purple with embarrassment. He drove the only new tank in the country and threatened to challenge an entire battalion. But when the battle comes, you realize you didn't bring any bullets for the main gun. When this news got out, the 3 words James became synonymous with jokes in the military. Just when the atmosphere became extremely awkward, a burst of mocking laughter came from not far away. Oh, who is it? Such a big scene. It turns out to be Brigadier General Pei from the South. I saw a dozen officers and soldiers wearing Western military training uniforms walking over, led by a captain with a proud look on his face. He looked H-90 up and down, his eyes full of undisguised contempt. What's going on? I heard that you're going to use this to teach our entire battalion a lesson. The soldiers behind him also laughed. Is this a tank? Why does it look like a model? Hey, you guys didn't realize the shell sizes didn't match up right before the battle, did you? Ha ha. Don't make it difficult for me. I think this shell is pretty hard. How about just come up and hit it? These words were like sharp knives, piercing James' heart. His fists were clenched so hard that they made a creaking sound, and his eyes were red. If it weren't for the military uniform he was wearing, he would have been in trouble. He wanted to rush up right now and let these bastards know what a fist as big as a sandbag meant. "Keep your mouth shut," a steady voice sounded. When everyone looked back, they saw that Su Wei had arrived at some point. The jeep he was riding in was parked not far away, and it was obvious that he had followed them all the way. Su Wei walked up to James, patted him on the shoulder, and then looked coldly at the Western military officers and soldiers opposite. "What? You're only good at talking before the fight even starts. They all have greasy hair and powdered faces. If you don't know them, you might think they are from some cultural troupe." The captain who led the group suddenly looked unhappy. "Who are you talking about is from the art troupe." Su Wei curled his lips into a sarcastic smile. "Whoever answers will be the one to speak." He took a step forward, his momentum not weakened at all. "Don't waste your time whining here. We don't need your comments on our tanks. You should pay more attention to your Type 88. You better drive that old car slowly. Don't let it fall apart, or we'll have to call a tow truck for you." The captain's face turned red, but he couldn't get angry. Su Wei's military rank and position are higher than his, so he dare not act rashly. After he finished talking to the man, Su Wei turned around and asked James in a low voice, "What's going on? Are there really no shells?" James looked aggrieved. "Damn it, I forgot about it." Su Wei frowned, glanced at H-90 who had already entered the combat position, and suddenly asked, "What about the coaxial machine gun? There must be one, right?" The captain at the training ground quickly replied, Yes. There are spare 12.7 millimeters anti-aircraft machine guns in the warehouse, and the interface is universal." Chapter 39 now. The game begins. George's eyes lit up. "Give it to me." "Yes." Soon, several soldiers came running over carrying a heavy weapons box. After opening the box, a brand new 12.7 millimeters heavy machine gun was lying quietly inside, with the gun body shining with a cold metallic luster. "I'll do it." George rolled up his sleeves, picked up his tools, and went into the turret without saying a word. Everyone, including the Western military officers and soldiers who were originally watching the joke, gathered around curiously. George's movements were so fast that it was dazzling, and all kinds of tools seemed to come alive in his hands. Interface calibration, base fixing, line connection, magazine, slot installation. The whole process went smoothly without any unnecessary movements. Wu Gang, who was helping him at the side, could hardly keep up with his pace. Less than 10 minutes. With a click, George loaded the long ammunition belt into the feed port, then poked his head out of the turret and said calmly, "Installation complete." The whole audience was silent. Everyone was stunned. In just 10 minutes, he installed a heavy vehicle-mounted machine gun with his bare hands? What kind of hands-on ability is this? James shook off his previous dejection, laughed out loud, and patted George's shoulder vigorously. "Good job, George." He turned around and raised his chin provocatively at the group of dumbfounded Western military officers and soldiers. "Did you see it clearly? Now the game begins." After saying that, he jumped onto the tank again. "Wugong, George, get in the car. Target the center of the training ground. Charge for me." "Yes." Buzz. The H-90's engine once again emitted its distinctive roar, and the tracks turned. This time, it rushed to the center of the vast training ground without hesitation. It stopped in the center of the field, with the black muzzle of the gun and the newly loaded machine gun pointed at the enemy in the distance. At this moment, a Manhwa assault vehicle with a military license plate rushed to the edge of the training ground at a very fast speed and stopped. The car door opened, and the theater commander Yushanha and deputy chief of staff, Xiao Chengmin, walked down with sullen faces. Yushanha looked at the lonely tank in the field. He looked at the armored battalion in the distance that had already deployed its 28 tanks, and his voice was filled with suppressed anger. "Xiao Chengmin, is this the little situation you told me about?" Xiao Chengmin was sweating profusely, his back straightened. "Report to the commander. It's that bastard James," he said. "He wants one to teach a battalion of the Western military a lesson." The corner of Yu Shanha's eyes twitched violently. He had been a soldier all his life and had seen crazy people, but he had never seen anyone as crazy as this. At this moment, a flare was launched from the Western military position. Boom, boom. 28 tank engines roared at the same time, and the ground began to tremble. The black steel torrent, stirring up a cloud of dust, launched a devastating charge towards the lonely H-90 in the center of the field. In the front row are 12 Type 88 main battle tanks. They form the first attacking echelon and rush forward like a sharp knife. Xiao Qingmin's face turned pale. It's over. This kid is going to be crushed into a discus. Inside the H-90's command cabin, James looked coldly at the enemy formation displayed on the screen through the periscope. It's a standard two-wave charge formation. There's really nothing new about it. A crazy smile appeared on his lips. Vergong. Arrive. Don't be stupid enough to collide with them. Turn the rudder to the right. Go around behind them. Let them have a taste of what speed and passion are. Yes, Brigadier General. There was a flash of excitement in Wu Gang's eyes. He gripped the joystick tightly with both hands and pushed it forward hard. Instead of rushing forward, the huge body of H-90 made an extremely rapid right turn. With powerful power bursting out instantly, the entire tank rushed towards the complex terrain area on the right side of the training ground like an arrow. There are wilderness, mounds of earth and gullies that are totally unsuitable for high-speed maneuvers of tanks. Everyone watching the game was stunned. However, the next second, everyone's eyeballs almost popped out of their heads in shock. After the H-90 rushed into the rugged area, its speed not only did not slow down at all, but became faster and faster. It rolled over the dirt, and the body of the car shook only slightly before regaining stability. It crossed the gully with its tracks gripping the ground without slipping at all. The advanced active suspension system eliminates all bumps. The entire car body always maintains an amazingly stable posture. It doesn't look like a 50-plus ton steel behemoth. It's more like a cheetah chasing its prey in the wilderness, swift, graceful, yet full of deadly danger. Yu Shanha and Xiao Qingmin stood on a high place and saw it clearly. The anger and worry on their faces had long been replaced by indescribable shock. Yu Shanha stretched out his hand and pointed at the steel phantom that was rushing through the wilderness, his voice trembling slightly. Sungmin, look at its speed. Is this still a tank? The command channel of the Armored Battalion of the Western Military has become a mess. Report. Car 103 has lost contact. Report. The observation and aiming equipment of Vehicle 105 was hit. The target is too fast. We can't catch up. He's going around our side again. The battalion major's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the ghost that was shuttling back and forth in his own formation. He felt that he was not commanding a tank battalion, but rather a herd of lumbering oxen trying to round up a cheetah. How the hell do you fight this? Inside the H-90's command module, the atmosphere was completely different. James' voice came through the throat microphone and was clearly transmitted to the ears of every passenger. So calm as if he was conducting the most basic teaching. Su Wei, arrive. See those stupid big black turrets of theirs? I see. Like an iron turtle. Su Wei Gavin. Use the coaxial machine guns and target them one by one. Focus on their observation windows and antennas. James's mouth curled up cruelly. Let them know what dimensionality reduction strike means. Clear. Su Wei's eyes lit up with excitement. He took a deep breath and moved his fingers quickly on the fire control panel. On the screen, green locking frames accurately covered the Type 88 tanks that were still turning slowly. Fire control, system locked. Target data has been bound. Fire. Da, 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 da. The dull sound of machine gun fire rang out, which was not loud compared to the roar of the tank engine. But the consequences it brings are devastating. A series of blank shell casings popped out with a clang, leaving golden trails in the sunlight. And in the distance, among the tanks of the Western military, a Type 88 tank had just turned its turret and tried to aim at the H-90. Suddenly, a puff of yellow smoke came out of the gunner's observation mirror. According to the rules of the exercise, this meant that the equipment at that location had been destroyed. Then, there was another one. Another one. Su Wei's operation was astonishingly fast. Each short burst of fire accurately hit the weak point of a tank. For those tanks that were hit, the referee lights on the roof instantly turned from green to red. Then thick yellow smoke representing battle damage emerged, and it stopped helplessly in place, withdrawing from the battle sequence. This is not a fight at all. This is a one-sided target shooting. Chapter 40. End of exercise. The Major Battalion commander of the Western military was so angry that he was about to explode when he saw the tanks under his command being killed one after another. Turn around. Everyone, turn around. Run him over to death. He yelled at the top of his lungs. Don't worry about the formation. Free shooting. Stop him for me. However, his order was too late. Just as the remaining dozen or so tanks were frantically trying to turn again, they were horrified to find that the damn H-90 had completed another penetration and circumvention. It is like a skilled ice skater, dancing the most deadly waltz among 28 clumsy strongmen. When the turret of the last Type 88 tank had not yet turned halfway, H-90 had parked leisurely right behind their entire formation. James looked at the mess of red lockboxes on the screen. Almost all the remaining enemy tanks were covered, and they laughed contemptuously. Game over. Sue was even too lazy to call out their names one by one. He covered the area with fire from his coaxial machine gun. Da, 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 da. A dense rain of bullets swept past. Almost at the same time, the referee lights on the roofs of the remaining tanks all turned red, and puffs of yellow smoke rose into the sky. The entire battlefield fell silent in an instant. Only 28 steel coffins were left, emitting yellow smoke and lying in place. And the H-90 parked behind them, with not even a piece of paint peeling off. From the time the Western Army launched the charge to the time the entire army was annihilated, the total time taken was less than 10 minutes. There was dead silence on the viewing platform. Xiao Qingmin didn't even bother to wipe the sweat off his face. He looked at the bizarre scene in the field and muttered to himself, "It's over. Is it over?" An armored battalion was surrounded by a tank. In 10 minutes? Yushanha didn't say anything. His eyes had experienced countless battles. At this moment, he was staring at the H-90 in the field, his eyes filled with unprecedented passion. He now had only one thought in his mind. This tank. I want it. Chungmin. Yushanha's voice was a little hoarse because of excitement. What model of tank is this? Which military factory produced this precious gem? How come I have never seen it before? Xiao Chungmin shuddered and replied with a bitter face. Report to the commander. I don't know either. Quick, call the training director. Tell him to call it off. Announce the end of the exercise. Then, prepare the car. Let's go down and take a look. Yes. Xiao Qingmin did not dare to delay and immediately took out his communicator and gave the order. Soon, the shrill end signal resounded throughout the training ground. Yushanha didn't even look at the Western military leader beside him, whose face had turned purple. Taking Xiao Qingmin with him, he got directly into the Manhua assault vehicle and rushed into the venue with a single step on the accelerator. The assault vehicle stopped next to the H-90. Yushanha pushed open the car door and walked over with big strides. The H-90's hatch opens. James saw Yushanha's face that was full of stunning beauty. He knew the matter was settled and saluted with a playful smile. Report to the commander. Fortunately, we have fulfilled our mission. Mission accomplished. Yushanha ignored him and kept staring at H-90. As he walked, he stroked the cold armor with his hand, admiring it. Good stuff. Really good stuff. At this moment, on the other side, the major battalion commander of the Western military also rushed over with red eyes. Commander, I don't accept it. He pointed at James and shouted angrily. This is not a fair fight. He's taking advantage of the situation. Our tanks are not performing to their full potential. We didn't lose. Yushanha stopped, turned around slowly, and looked at him coldly. Not lost. Yushanha's voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable majesty. Then let me ask you, when you were charging just now, could your artillery lock onto him? The major battalion commander paused, moved his lips, but said nothing. Yushanha asked again, when he gets around your flank, can your turret keep up with the speed? Cold sweat broke out on the major's forehead. Yushanha pressed forward step by step, his voice suddenly rising. When he rushed into your formation, what else could you do except passively take the beating? Tell me, what can you do? The battalion major was speechless. His face turned from red to white, and finally he lowered his head dejectedly. Yes, there's nothing they can do. That H-90 was so fast that their fire control system couldn't even stably acquire the target, let alone fire. Yushanha snorted, his tone softened a little, but still stern. Kid, if you lose, you lose. War is not about treating people to a meal, nor is it about who has the loudest voice. On the battlefield, there is only life and death, no excuses. Your failure is not in tactics or courage, but in your equipment, which cannot keep up with the times. Go back and write a good report. Give me every detail of today. This is not only a shame for you, but also a wake-up call for your entire Western military. Yes, The battalion major completely lost his temper. He stood at attention, saluted, and walked away in shame. After solving this problem, Yushanha immediately turned his attention back to George and James. His eyes were as sharp as a knife as he swept across the four people. Okay, stop standing here. Go to the meeting room. I have a lot of questions to ask you guys. In the temporary meeting room in the war zone, the atmosphere was somewhat solemn. Yushanha and Xiao Qingmin sat in the main seats. Opposite them were James, George, and four others. Yushanha's gaze finally fell on George. He could see that among the four people, James was the leader. But this young man in casual clothes with a calm face is the real core. Your name is George? Yushanha went straight to the point. Yes, Commander. George nodded, neither humbly nor arrogantly. James said, this tank, did you get it? George replied calmly. To be precise, this H-90 main battle tank was designed and manufactured by Hongshu Machinery. Hongshu Machinery? Yushanha and Xiao Qingmin looked at each other and saw confusion in each other's eyes. They had heard of this name. It was a private, heavy industry enterprise with considerable reputation in the country. But a private enterprise has built a main battle tank with such incredible performance? This sounds like a fantasy. Yushanha suppressed the turmoil in his heart and said in a deep voice, Comrade, please introduce this H-90 of yours to us. Yes. George stood up and began his introduction in the simplest language without using any PPT or materials. H-90 is a fourth-generation main battle tank verification vehicle independently developed by our company. It weighs 59 tons and uses our self-developed 1,800 horsepower integrated power package. The maximum road speed can reach 90 kilometers per hour, and the maximum off-road speed is over 75 kilometers per hour. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Qingmin took a breath of cold air. George continued, It uses our original active electromagnetic suspension system. It is what you have just seen. It can ensure the vehicle's stability and shooting accuracy in extreme off-road conditions. For fire control, we have integrated the latest generation of thermal imaging, millimeter wave radar, and laser ranging. We have achieved another breakthrough in hunter-killer capability. Theoretically, we can lock and track no less than 30 high-speed moving targets at the same time. As for protection and firepower, George paused and smiled slightly. Because it involves core secrets, it is not convenient to disclose it for the time being. But I can guarantee that it will only be stronger, not weaker. Chapter 41, Domineering and Unreasonable. In the conference room, you could hear a pin drop. Yushanha and Xiao Qingmin were overwhelmed with emotion when they heard this. This is no longer a tank. This is a mobile fortress that can run at high speed. Yushanha slammed the table and stood up with undisguised desire in his eyes. I've made up my mind. Our war zone wants this tank. He stared at George, his tone firm. Make an offer. For the first batch, our theater wants 50 vehicles. For subsequent orders, we'll depend on your production capacity. James was overjoyed listening to this and winked at George frantically. George remained calm and shook his head. Commander, the H-90 is currently only a verification vehicle. It has not been finalized and has not obtained production qualifications. We cannot sell it. Yushanha was anxious. I'm going to make this clear today. I'll give you special approval. I'll take care of the production qualifications and military number. All you have to do is build this thing for me. This general, who had spent his entire life in military service, now acted like a child who saw his favorite toy, domineering and unreasonable. He took a breath and asked the question that concerned him most. Tell me the truth. What is the origin of Hongshu Machinery? Which military factory did you get your technology from? In his opinion, if a private enterprise can come up with such a thing, there must be a national military giant providing technical support behind it. However, George's answer once again overturned his cognition. Report to the commander. George stood straight and his voice was clear and firm. We are Hongshu Machinery. There is no military factory behind us. All technologies, from power, suspension, to fire control and armor, are independently developed by our company. We do not belong to any military-industrial system. We are 100% private enterprise. Yushanha was stunned. He stared at the young man in front of him, looking into his clear and confident eyes. A company that exists outside the military's vision, quietly. It created a national weapon that was powerful enough to change the landscape of land warfare. A long time, this theater commander, who had made great military achievements, slowly put away all his dignity and aura. He straightened his military uniform, and his expression became extremely serious and solemn. Then, in front of everyone's astonished gaze, he saluted George upright with a standard military salute. George with burning eyes, his voice hoarse but powerful. You don't have to feel pressured. This gift from me is not for you alone. This is a tribute to Hongshu machinery, and to you, the unknown heroes who are willing to sit on the bench and forge important equipment for the country. This is for the hundreds of thousands of soldiers in our southern theater of operations. He took a deep breath, his tone filled with suppressed excitement. With the H-90, our soldiers can shed less blood on the battlefield and have more hope of returning home. So you deserve it. These words came from the heart and were powerful. George was silent for a moment, feeling a little touched. He nodded solemnly, without any unnecessary courtesy, and just replied sincerely, "Thank you, Commander." Then, he changed the subject, and his businessman's shrewdness came back without any delay. "Commander, since you said so, then, our Hongshu machinery, a military-produced brand." James almost choked when he heard this. "My good brother, you are really good at taking advantage of others. The commander has just saluted. The emotions haven't even been expressed yet, and you're already talking about business?" However, Yu Shanha was not angry, but instead burst into a hearty laugh. "Ah, you kid, you're really good." George S. shouldered heavily, his face full of appreciation. "Okay, it's got that energy. I like it. Don't worry about the sign. I'll write the report myself and hand it over in person. Whoever dares to strangle our southern war zone, I will be the first to disagree. I want to see who has the courage." He looked around, exuding an air of dominance. "I bet that when your Hongshu machinery is put up for sale, the people from the 4 major military factories will all suffer from sleepless nights." George shook his head calmly and analyzed it realistically. "Commander, you are too kind." He paused, a meaningful arc appearing at the corner of his mouth. "At most, it will just give them a slight headache." Yu Shanha looked at George, the more he liked him. He moved closer and lowered his voice, with a sense of intimacy, as if they were one of his own. "Ah, you see, this is the extent of our relationship. I won't treat you as an outsider. I'll call you Uncle Yu. I'm being too arrogant. Is it okay to call me Uncle Yu?" George readily agreed. "Uncle Yu. Hey, that's right." Yu Shanha nodded with satisfaction, and the real purpose was revealed. "Then Uncle Yu has a small request for you. Is that not too much? If this H-90 is really mass-produced, the first batch of 50 vehicles must be supplied to our southern theater first. You know the principle of keeping the wealth within your family, right?" George agreed without hesitation. "No problem, Uncle Yu. As soon as the qualifications are obtained and the production line is opened, the first batch of H-90 will definitely be delivered to the southern theater first." "Good. Great." Yu Shanha was satisfied, but then he thought of another thing, and his expression became serious. "Also, once the sign is hung, the security level of your Hongshu machinery factory must be raised to the highest level. The technology of this H-90, every part, every piece of data, is a top secret of the country. There must be no mistakes." He waved his hand decisively. "Well, I will transfer a guard company from the war zone guard force to you. They will stand guard for you 24 hours a day." George felt warm inside. This commander truly regards Hongshu machinery as his dearest treasure. "Then, thank you, Uncle Yu. We are indeed worried about the security issue. The meeting is over. I'm afraid that the equipment development plan of the entire military region will have to undergo a drastic adjustment due to the appearance of the H-990. George and James were also arranged to stay, but Yu Shanha left George alone. "Don't leave yet. Wait for my news in the guest house. Tomorrow, there will be a big surprise for you." After keeping the secret, Yu Shanha left in a hurry. The next day, afternoon, George was in his room at the guest house, handling some company affairs on his laptop. Suddenly, a loud roar came from far away. Buzz, 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 dash. The sound grew louder and closer, causing the windows in the room to buzz. Is it a helicopter? And, judging from the noise, there was more than one. George's curiosity was aroused. He closed the computer, stood up, and walked to the window. In the distant sky, I saw several black spots rapidly enlarging and flying towards the military compound. A moment later, several dark green helicopters formed a battle formation. It was past the guest house, and its huge rotor whipped up a strong wind that made the trees on the ground sway wildly. Their target was the helipad in the center of the compound. Chapter 42, this is a military restricted area. George's eyes moved, and he simply walked out of the guest house and headed towards the helipad. When he reached the edge of the helipad, several helicopters had already landed steadily, with their rotors still turning slowly, creating waves of heat. His eyes were immediately drawn to a medium-sized transport helicopter in the front. The smooth lines of the fuselage and the high-raised tail boom at the tail. The huge external fuel tank on the side of the fuselage demonstrates its extraordinary status. George was like a big boy who saw his favorite toy and couldn't help but walk forward. He looked around the plane, muttering to himself subconsciously. Z-8G, the latest improved model. It has been equipped with 3 Pratt Whitney PT6B 67-8 turboshaft engines. The emergency power of a single engine can reach nearly 2,000 horsepower, and its plateau performance is first class. The maximum takeoff weight is 13.8 tons, and the practical ceiling has been raised to more than 6,000 meters. This maneuverability is quite good. He was so engrossed in watching that he didn't notice that a young pilot on guard was walking towards him with a frown on his face. The pilot has a tall stature and sharp eyes. He looked at the young man who was in casual clothes, muttering something, and dared to get so close to him, and was full of vigilance. "Comrade." The pilot spoke, his voice cold and hard. "This is a military restricted area. Please retreat immediately." George was studying the armored attachment points on the side of the fuselage with such fascination that he didn't hear anything at all. The pilot's frown deepened. "Please identify yourself immediately." His voice rose a few notches, and his right hand had unconsciously pressed on the holster at his waist. George's attention at this moment has shifted to the tail of the plane. He reached out and gently touched the composite tail propeller blades, feeling the cold and hard touch. TSK, the material and craftsmanship of this tail propeller are really good. This action completely ignited the pilot's vigilance. Trespassing, ignoring warnings, touching military equipment. "Don't move. Stand back." With a click, the pilot pulled out his pistol in an instant and pointed the black muzzle straight at George's back. "Put your hands on your head immediately. Stand back, or I'll shoot." At this tense moment, an angry roar came from not far away like thunder. "Stop, you bastard. Put the fucking gun down." The young pilot was so frightened by the thunder-like roar that he almost dropped the gun in his hand. He was completely stunned and turned his head away stiffly. Not far away, I saw a group of big men carrying Venus on their shoulders. Everyone was running towards this side, desperately with fear on their faces, as if they were participating in the 100-meter final of the Olympics. With that speed and that expression, if you didn't know better, you would think there were aliens chasing and beating them. The old general who was running in the front had a pale face, his lips were trembling, and his eyes looked as if he wanted to eat him alive on the spot. The pilot's mind instantly turned into a mess. Am I not just following the rules and regulations to catch a suspicious person who is sneaking around? How come the theater commander and so many other leaders were all blown out? And from the time they shouted, "Bastard," it seemed like they were talking about me. Just when he was doubting his life, Yu Shanha rushed to him like a gust of wind. Without saying a word, he raised his hand and slapped the pilot hard on the back of the head. The force was so great that the pilot's hat was blown off. "You bastard! Who gave you the guts to do this? Put the gun down." Yu Shanha was so angry that his chest heaved violently. He pointed at the pilot's nose and cursed at him, spitting all over his face. The pilot was hit so hard that he saw stars and didn't even bother to wipe his face. He put away the gun in a hurry, his body as tense as a steel bar, and saluted with a trembling hand. "Captain, Commander." What do you mean?" After scolding the pilot, Yushana suddenly turned his head and glared at George, who had an innocent look on his face. The anger in his eyes instantly turned into 9 parts fear and 1 part blame. "You little bastard, are you going to die? The rotor is still spinning. What if it gets hit? The plane just landed. The engine is hot enough to grill meat. You're getting so close. Are you trying to use it as a teppanyaki grill?" Yushanha was really scared. If something happened to George, not only him as the commander of the Southern Theater, but everyone present would be in trouble. George finally came back to his senses from his obsession with the helicopter. He blinked and looked at the furious Yushanha. He looked at the young pilot next to him who was about to cry and touched his nose belatedly. Well, it seems that I was a little impulsive. He can understand it too. These Z AGS are obviously the vehicles used to escort the big guys here, and their security level must be incredibly high. That pilot was just doing his job. As a result, he got beaten up by his boss because of this uninvited guest. It was really unlucky. George felt a little guilty and gave the pilot an apologetic look. At this time, the group of big guys behind also arrived panting. George took a quick glance and felt a pang in his heart. Wow, this is quite a big scene. 8 people in total. Except for Major General Xiao Chengmin, the Deputy Chief of Staff of the Southern Theater, whom he knew, the rest, at the lowest level, were lieutenant generals with 2 gold stars on their shoulders. There were 2 elderly men in casual clothes in the crowd. One of them had gray hair and wore a pair of reading glasses, exuding the rigorous temperament of a technical expert. The other is Secretary Su. Why did this guy follow me? Seeing that everyone was present, Yu Shanha did not bother to teach George a lesson anymore. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said hurriedly, "All right, stop studying your broken plane. Hurry up, take us to H90. Several senior leaders are already waiting over there, and they have specifically requested to hear your personal explanation." Old Chief. George S. Hart moved. The one who could be called Old Leader by the theater commander Yu Shanha, and there were several of them at once. Could it be the General Military Headquarters, or even a big shot in the military commission? When he thought of this possibility, George S. Hart beat faster. That's a real top figure. If we can get on this line, the future path of Hongshu Laboratory will be much easier. An irrepressible excitement instantly appeared on his face. Without further delay, everyone, led by George, quickly walked towards a huge warehouse on the right side of the headquarters. This warehouse was originally the indoor CQB training ground for the War Zone Reconnaissance Battalion, but now it has completely changed. A high cordon was set up around the entire warehouse, with a guard post every 3 steps and a sentry every 5 steps. The atmosphere was solemn and security was tight. Anyone who attempts to pass within 100 meters will be rudely turned away by armed sentries. George knew that the 2 elite companies of the Theater Guard Regiment were responsible for the security here. There are shifts around the clock, and not even a fly can fly in without permission. When they walked into the heavy iron door of the warehouse, everyone subconsciously slowed down their steps. Chapter 43, all classified as top confidential. The interior of the huge warehouse was brightly lit. In the center, a giant steel beast was crawling there quietly. It is the H-90 main battle tank. Next to the tank stood 2 energetic old men. They were all wearing old military uniforms that had been washed so much that they looked bleached. Although he had no military rank, his aura of authority that came from being in a high position for a long time, and without even getting angry, was more powerful than that of any other general present. At this moment, the 2 old men were stretching out their wrinkled hands and gently stroking the cold armor of H-90. "Old Yin, remember the time when we used the captured Do-Ding tanks to fight against the Sherman tanks?" "Yes, Lao Han. At that time, I dreamed that we would have our own good tanks one day. Now, I finally see it." The 2 old men's voices were choked, and their eyes were slightly red. It seems as if through this brand new war machine, I can see the glorious years of war in the past. It was not until Yushanha and the others approached that they restrained their emotions and slowly turned around. George saw the faces of the 2 old men clearly. His pupils suddenly shrank, and his heart skipped a beat. It turned out to be them. Hang Su, Yan Lang. These 2 are both founding fathers who emerged from the hail of bullets, and they are now the only living fossils left in the military. It is truly a magic needle that stabilizes the sea. George never dreamed that the tank he developed could actually alarm these 2 great gods to come in person. For a moment, he felt his mouth dry, and even his breathing became cautious. Hansu's gaze, as sharp as an eagle's, fell directly on George. His voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable majesty. "You are George?" "Yes." George straightened his back subconsciously and answered loudly. "Did you lead the team in developing this tank?" Hansu asked with a scrutinizing look in his eyes. "Report to the chief. This was developed jointly by me and a dozen other colleagues in our Hongshu laboratory." George did not take all the credit. Hansu and Yin Lang looked at each other and saw deep shock in each other's eyes. Just a dozen people, without any country support, just created such a monster with performance enough to subvert the world's land warfare landscape? Hansu took a deep breath and suppressed the waves in his heart. He turned to look at Yu Shanha. and his tone became extremely serious. Comrade Shanha, here. You Shanha immediately stood at attention. Right now, immediately, classify the information of all relevant personnel in the Hongshu laboratory as the highest level of confidentiality. The confidentiality level is tentatively set as confidential 3 stars. Yes, although Yu Shanha was also shocked, he carried out the order without any hesitation. Confidential Samsung. This is the highest level of confidentiality that can be used in peacetime. After giving the order, Han Su's gaze returned to George again. This time, there's a little more tenderness in his eyes. Young man, do you know who I am? Report to the chief. I got it. George's voice was still loud. Okay. Han Su nodded, with a meaningful smile on his face. Now that you know, let me ask you, what do you want after going through so much trouble to create such a big thing? Tell me, as long as we old guys can give, we can talk. Report to the chief. George took a deep breath, looked at Han Su with burning eyes, and said word by word, I want a military production license. This request was expected by everyone. After all, Hongshu Laboratory is just a private enterprise. Without a license, no matter how good the products are, they cannot be included in the military procurement list. But George's next words were like a bombshell, exploding in the warehouse. Also, I need a foreign trade license. As soon as the words fell, the entire warehouse fell into silence. The expressions of most generals and officials changed, and they looked at George with eyes full of astonishment and disbelief. Is this kid crazy? A military license is fine, but you also want a foreign trade license? What's the meaning? You want to sell this kind of national treasure overseas? This is simply outrageous. Even Yu Shana frowned, thinking that George's request was a bit too much. However, to everyone's surprise, the 2 veteran generals Han Su and Yin Lang, who were standing at the front, were stunned for a moment. Instead of anger, there was a hint of interest in his smile. Yin Lang touched his chin and asked with a smile, Little guy, what do you want a foreign trade license for? Are you not busy enough? George met everyone's gaze and grinned, revealing his white teeth. Report to the chief. Because I want to be the world's largest arms dealer. He paused, his eyes gleaming with an almost fanatical light. Doing scientific research is so damn expensive. Everyone present, whether they were military generals or heads of major military factories, had a deep understanding of this. The establishment of a new project, from research and development to testing, and then to finalization, all of them require an investment of hundreds of millions of dollars. But even so, no one dared to do it like George. He shouted out words like, I want to be the world's largest arms dealer, so confidently. The entire warehouse was in deathly silence. Even Yu Shanha, who had always supported George, frowned at this moment. He subconsciously took a step forward, wanting to remind George to be careful with his words. But a big hand covered with age spots pressed down on his shoulder. It's Yin Lang. This old general is always smiling. At this moment, the smile on his face had disappeared, replaced by an unprecedented solemnity. He and Han Su looked at each other and saw deep shock in each other's eyes. They're not afraid of George asking for money or policies. I'm afraid George has no goals. But now it seems that this kid's goal is so big that it's a bit scary. George with his cloudy but sharp eyes, and spoke in a deep voice. Little guy, do you know what you're talking about? Becoming the world's largest arms dealer. Han Su paused, with a hint of warning in his tone. That's not like negotiating business with people in a business mall. That could really get people killed. Your name will be on the kill list of all intelligence agencies around the world. Yin Lang also took over the conversation with the same heavy tone. At that time, not only your safety, but the safety of everyone around you will become a huge problem. We may not be able to protect you. This is no longer a business competition. This is a real fight for life. However, George grinned, and his white teeth looked particularly dazzling under the light of the warehouse. Report to the chief. He snapped and stood at attention again in a loud and clear voice. Don't take it seriously. It's just a dream, a slogan. It's just to motivate myself and give me a reason to spend money. To put it bluntly, I just want to make money, lots of money, and then invest it in new research and development. For our country and our army, we need to build more, better, and stronger big guys. These words were spoken with passion and righteousness. But coupled with his nonchalant smile, it seems like he is quibbling. But no one can refute this reason. Chapter 44, guaranteeing the completion of the mission. You little bastard. Han Su's tense face finally relaxed. He pointed at George and shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. It almost gave us old guys a heart attack. Yinlang also let out a long sigh and smiled again. Okay, stop being so frivolous here. He waved his hand, his expression straightened, and said, "We can issue you a military production license. But I have one condition. From now on, any weapons research and development in Hongshu Laboratory must be reported to the military before the project is established. We need to know clearly what new things you're tinkering with." George was delighted and immediately responded loudly. "Yes, I promise to complete the task." For him, this is not a condition at all, but a huge blessing. Being able to report to the military means that his project has received official recognition and attention, which in itself is a form of protection. Seeing this, Hansu nodded and spoke slowly. As for the foreign trade license, Hansu continued, "I agree in principle." But Hansu's voice suddenly rose, carrying with it unquestionable majesty. There are conditions as well. Before any piece of equipment is exported, the export list and buyer information must be submitted to the military and the General Assembly for joint review. You can only sell it after we give you the nod. Without our approval, not even a single screw is allowed to leave the country. Can you do this? Hansu's gaze was like lightning, piercing George's heart. "Abel, please rest assured, Chief. Hongshu Machinery will always put China's interests first." "Good." Hansu and Yinlang looked at each other and both smiled with satisfaction. This is the attitude they want. What they want to see most is a young person who is capable and ambitious, but also understands bottom lines and loyalty. "Okay, we're done with business." Yinlang clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention. He glanced at Sam, Lu Hao, and Gua Yongkong, who all had livid faces, and a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "George, don't just stand there. Introduce this baby of yours to your future colleagues. Especially you, Comrade Sam." Yinlang's gaze paused on the face of Sam, the secretary of the middle factory. "And Lu Hao, Gua Yongkong, the three of you listen carefully. A private enterprise can come up with something like this. If you, the old-fashioned military companies that have received huge amounts of state funding, don't come up with something real, it will be unacceptable." This is said bluntly. Sam, Lu Hao, and Gui Yongkong's faces suddenly turned purple. George confidently walked to the front of the H-90 tank. He reached out and gently patted the cold front armor of the tank, making a muffled bang-bang sound. "Dear leaders, dear seniors." George cleared his throat, the sound echoing throughout the warehouse. "This is the first generation of main battle tank independently developed by Hongshu Machinery, codenamed H-90. Combat weight, 59 tons. Crew, 3 people. The main weapon is a 125mm high-pressure smoothbore gun that can fire our independently developed third-generation tungsten alloy armor-piercing projectiles. At a distance of 2,000 meters, it is enough to penetrate the frontal armor of any main battle tank in the world today. The maximum speed on the road is 75 kilometers per hour, and the maximum off-road speed is 60 kilometers per hour. It is equipped with our independently developed Beidou integrated fire control system and has hunter-killer capabilities. At the same time, it is also equipped with my country's latest generation of composite armor, and reactive armor modules are installed in key areas. With every word George spoke, Sam and the other two's faces turned paler. Any one of these data, taken alone, is enough to make them proud. George has so casually concentrated all these fantastic data on a tank. When George finished his last sentence, the entire warehouse fell silent. Everyone. George looked around at everyone, his eyes gleaming with confidence as he spoke word for word. "In my opinion, it deserves it. King of the land." Sam, Lu Hao, and Gui Yongkong stretched out their hands as if they were touching a priceless treasure. Gently touched the powerful steel body of H-90. The cold touch made their hearts burn with heat. He looked at the 3 seniors in front of him who had dedicated half their lives to the military industry and said in a deep voice, "Secretary Su, President Liu, President Gua, the times are progressing and technology is developing. Today, I just took a step ahead of you and everyone else. If you stand still, you will always be watching my back." George's eyes suddenly became sharp, like a sharp knife, stabbing into the hearts of the 3 people. "But if you can catch up with me, or even surpass me, then I will be very happy." because that would mean that our entire country's tank industry has truly stood up. These words are very powerful. It was like a wake-up call, striking hard in the hearts of Sam and the other two, awakening them from their loss and despair. Yes, it's embarrassing to lose to a young boy. However, it would be a real shame if you were unable to recover from a single failure. Sam's eyes lit up with fighting spirit again. He clenched his fists and stared at George. Good boy, don't get complacent. The foundation accumulated by several generations of our factory cannot be compared with your laboratory. Just wait. We will definitely build a tank that is more powerful than your H-90. That's right. Lu Hao and Gui Yongkong echoed in unison. We won't admit defeat. It's only a matter of time before we surpass you. I'll wait. George grinned. Han Su and Yin Lang, as well as the generals around, all showed relieved smiles on their faces when they saw the scene. Only when there is competition can there be progress. All right. Yin Lang walked forward with a smile and motioned to Yu Shanha. Shanha, let's talk business. It's time to talk about the order. Yu Shanha understood and immediately walked forward, rubbing his hands and looking at George with a smile on his face. George, look, we're all family. Shouldn't we give a preferential price to the troops for this first batch of orders? Give me a discount, a big discount. George expectantly. The H-90 tank has such amazing performance, so its price must be sky high. The military's funding has always been tight, so every bit of savings counts. George heard this and showed an I understand expression. Commander Yu, rest assured, I will give you a discount. He stretched out his finger and gestured. This H-90, not counting the RD cost, the cost of materials and production alone is 5.6 million yenbi per unit. If we sell it to our own troops, I won't charge a penny for research and development. I'll just add some compensation for the workers' hard work and the factory's operating costs to make up the total. One price, 6 million. Are you sure you're not kidding? At this point, even Han Su and Yin Lang couldn't sit still anymore. It is a top main battle tank with performance that surpasses the 99A in all aspects and is even comparable to the most advanced 4M-1A2 and Leopard 2A7. You told me it only costs 6 million yen coins? You know, even the 99A they use for their own use costs far more than this figure. Chapter 45, give me 200. At this moment, a loud and urgent voice suddenly sounded from behind the crowd. This tank, give me 200 of them. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. A general with a star on his shoulder and a resolute face strode out. Yu Shanha was a little surprised when he saw the person coming. Old White, why are you here? The person who came was the commander of the Western military, Bai Jianping. Bai Jianping ignored Yu Shanha and rushed to George in 2 steps. Kid, I don't care how much you sell it to others. My Western military wants 200 of these tanks. He turned his head and looked at Han Su and Yin Lang, his voice filled with frustration and anger. Commander, during the last joint exercise with the Blue Army, our military region's armor battalion was beaten to a pulp by this thing. I don't care. No matter what you say today, I'm going to order these 200 tanks. By Jianping's earth-shattering words stunned everyone. Do you think you are buying cabbage? Yu Shanha was the first to react. He got furious on the spot, jumped in front of Bai Jianping, pointed at his nose, and started cursing. Bai, do you have any shame left? This is my territory. I was here first. Do you understand what first come, first serve means? What food are you trying to steal? Yu Shanha was so angry that his face turned red and his neck became thick, and his saliva was almost spraying on Bai Jianping's face. Bai Jianping also has a hot temper. He stiffened his neck and refused to give in. My armor battalion was in training yesterday, and it was wiped out in one encounter. Gone. I don't care. Our Western military will order this tank. No one can make it work. 200 vehicles, not one less. Hey, you old men are still excited, right? Yu Shanha rolled up his sleeves and was ready to fight. Just then, another powerful voice interrupted. What are you arguing about? What are you arguing about? Having new equipment is a good thing, but why are you still acting like a cockfight? When they looked back, they saw another man with the same star on his shoulder. But the general with a more elegant temperament came over. He looked at the 2 people arguing with a look of disapproval on his face. Old Zheng, why are you here too? Yu Shanha and Bai Jianping were both stunned. The person who came was the commander of another major war zone, Zheng Aihong. Zheng Aihong ignored them and walked straight to George. He looked the young man up and down, then looked at the H-90, his eyes full of admiration. He turned around and spoke slowly to Yu and Bai, who were still glaring at each other. You two, one wants 50 and the other wants 200. You have big appetites. Then I won't ask for more. Like Lao Bai, I'll also buy 200. After these words were spoken, Yushana's defense was completely broken. Zheng Aihong, you guys are teaming up to bully an honest person, right? I'm telling you, there's no way. It seemed that the three war zone commanders were about to engage in a fight in the warehouse. Han Su and Yin Lang, who had been silent, looked at each other and their faces darkened. That's enough. Yin Lang gave a low shout. His voice was not loud, but it carried unquestionable majesty. The entire warehouse fell silent in an instant. The three generals who were on the verge of a fight just now were now like elementary school students meeting their homeroom teacher. They all stood at attention in unison, with their heads lowered, not daring to breathe. Hansu swept his sharp eyes over the three people and snorted coldly. Look at what you three look like. We are all theater commanders. How can we quarrel over a little equipment? Are the country's equipment for you to compete with each other? The three of them lowered their heads even more after being scolded. Yin Lang's tone softened a little. He looked at Yushanha and sighed. Shanha, I understand how you feel. Yushanha suddenly raised his head, and his eyes were a little red. He said in a hoarse voice, Commander, back in southern Xinjiang, our battalion's tanks were chased and attacked by the monkey country's shabby T-54s. I watched helplessly as tank after tank was turned into flames, and the brothers inside. He couldn't continue. He was a strong man, but his voice was choked with sobs. Bai Giant Pain on the side also fell silent, his fists clenched so hard that they made a creaking sound. Zheng Aihong sighed and muttered, Who isn't? If we had a good thing like the H-90 back then, we would have saved a lot of lives. For a moment, the atmosphere in the warehouse became heavy. Most of the generals present had come through war. They know better than anyone what a weapon with superior performance means to soldiers on the battlefield. That is not a pile of cold steel. That is life, the guarantee of victory. George's heart was also filled with ripples as he looked at these meritorious generals. He finally deeply understood the older generation of soldiers' deep obsession with domestically produced advanced equipment. It is a kind of ecstasy and eagerness to finally see hope after being suppressed for too long and being hurt by the reality of being inferior to others for too long. Dear leaders, George took a deep breath and broke the silence. I understand what everyone means. He looked around at everyone with a determined gaze. I am ready for mass production of H-90. As long as the order comes in, I can organize production right away when I get back. Hearing this, the general's eyes instantly lit up again. George paused, turned to look at Yin Lang, and said in a pleading tone, Mr. Yin, however, I have something that I may need your help with. Oh, go ahead. Yin Lang looked at him with interest. I want Nanwei steel. George's words were shocking. Yin Lang was stunned for a moment. Nanwei Steel. That is a giant state-owned enterprise, a steel group with an annual output of more than 4 million tons. This kid has an unusually big appetite. Right? George nodded. H-90 has a huge demand for special steel and extremely high-quality requirements. To ensure stable mass production, we must have a stable, reliable steel supply base that can fully obey my command. Instead of arguing with him, it's better to just make it my own. These words were said lightly, but they revealed an unquestionable dominance. Yin Lang looked at George deeply. This guy was not thinking about a one-time deal, but about building a complete industrial chain. Good boy, you have courage. Yin Lang did not get angry, but laughed instead and waved his hand. Okay, I'll arrange it. Go talk to the secretary of Nanwei Steel directly and tell him that I asked you to go. Thank you, Chief. George was delighted. After taking over Nanwei Steel, Hongshu Military Industries Foundation will be completely stable. But the blueprint in his mind goes far beyond that. The steel mill was just the first step. Next, there are electronics factories, engine factories, and even chip factories. What he wants to do is not just to build a few advanced weapons. Instead, we must build a complete, powerful, top-notch industrial system on this land with our own hands that is not constrained by anyone. For now, let's first set up the startup stage of Hongshu military industry. As for the specific distribution of the orders, the two old leaders Yin Lang and Han Su made the final decision. The purchase orders are placed uniformly from above, and then they are distributed fairly based on the actual needs of each war zone. In this way, it can avoid bloody fighting among the following war zones and also facilitate unified management. Chapter 46, Finding a Rich Sucker. George had no problem with that. Anyway, the price has been agreed upon, 6 million per unit, no deduction. As for quantity, it is not a problem for him. Once his factory is up and running, its production capacity will definitely be beyond anyone's imagination. At worst, the delivery time will just be extended a bit. The deal was done, and George couldn't wait any longer. He wanted to fly back to the factory right now and put up the Hongshu military industry sign openly. Mr. Han, Mr. Yin, Commander Yu, all the leaders, if there's nothing else, I will go back first. George said goodbye to everyone. Then I drive this tank back first. No. Yu Shanha was the first to jump out and oppose. Why drive back? Just stay here. Our technicians in the war zone still need to study it carefully. Yes, stay. Bai Giant Pain also joined in the fun. George didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Commander Yu, fellow leaders, this is just a prototype. There are still many flaws and deficiencies. There is little point in keeping it here. When a mass-produced model comes out, it will be more advanced and have better performance than this one. And George changed the subject and gave a mysterious smile. I have to drive it to find a big buyer for our tanks. Big buyer? Everyone was stunned. Han Su and Yin Lang's eyes also became sharp. George, what do you mean by that? Yin Lang asked in a deep voice. Are you planning to sell the H-90 overseas? This is no trivial matter. Once such a top-notch main battle tank is exported, it may cause a huge shock in the international arms market. Even affects the geopolitical balance. George, however, looked as if it was a matter of course. Of course I have to sell it. Hasn't a fight already started over there in Tweeko? He spread his hands, looking like a profiteer ready to make a fortune from the war. Isn't business here? My two chiefs, my fellow commanders, our troops are short of funds. I can't always rely on orders from the army to support my factory with tens of thousands of employees, right? If you want to develop and do research and development, you have to spend money. We are one family, so I give you the cost price. But when it comes to external parties, of course, we have to find those wealthy suckers and make a good killing out of them. Han Su and Yin Lang looked at each other, their eyes full of scrutiny and shock. The Tweeko War had just broken out. The coalition led by the United States launched a full-scale attack on the sovereign state of Krai. Han Su and Yin Lang exchanged glances, and both saw the uncontrollable horror in each other's eyes. The Tweeko War just broke out. How long has it been since today? Military experts and intelligence agencies around the world are still analyzing the war situation and predicting its direction. But the young man in front of him not only saw through the situation, but even had a plan for the business. George, how did you figure out the situation in Tweeko? Han Su's voice was inquiring. George faced everyone's gaze frankly, without hiding anything. About a month ago, the coalition led by the United States has been deploying troops around Krai and making frequent moves. At the time, mainstream media around the world were reporting that this was a routine exercise, mainly for deterrence, and that there would be no fighting. George smiled, a smile that contained a hint of disapproval. But I keep following the news every day and always feel something is wrong. The scale of the exercise is too large. All the troops involved are top-notch troops, and the level of logistical support is far beyond that of a normal exercise. How can this be called a deterrent? This is clearly a gesture of beating someone to death. So I judged at the time that this battle would most likely have to be fought. The only variable is the attitude of Krai's top brass. If they back down, then there won't be a fight. I didn't expect that Krai is much tougher than I thought. He spread his hands and spoke calmly, as if he was reviewing a game of chess. So, the fight started. Those present were all veterans in the army, so they naturally understood the weight behind George's words. Through public news, we can unravel the mystery and accurately predict the outbreak of a local war. Good boy. Yin Lang couldn't help but slap his thigh and exclaimed in admiration. This is no longer speculation. This is strategic vision. With your brain, it would be a waste of talent if you don't go to the general staff to be a staff officer. Mr. Yin, please don't flatter me. George waved his hands quickly, looking modest. I just guessed it, I was just lucky. Han Su looked at him deeply and had already made up his mind. If the country does not support such a capable, intelligent, and China-oriented young man, who else can it support? In principle, we do not interfere in foreign trade matters. Han Su spoke slowly, and every word he spoke was powerful. This is your own business. You decide for yourself. But I have two prerequisites. George S. expression straightened. Mr. Han, please speak. First, the core technology must be kept strictly confidential. Han Su's eyes became extremely serious. The one sold abroad must be the monkey version that has been technically processed. Any core secrets related to our own models cannot be leaked even a byte. This is the bottom line and the red line. Understood. George nodded without hesitation. He had thought of this a long time ago. When it comes to taking advantage of a victim, he is more ruthless than anyone else. Want to get the core technology from him? Maybe in the next life. Second, the transaction process must be clean. Han Su continued. We don't care how the money is made, but we must not involve the government. We must not give certain countries any excuse to attack us. You have to decide the scale yourself. I see. George agreed solemnly again. Please rest assured, Chief. I guarantee that all transactions will be conducted through third-party channels and will never be traced back to us. Good. Han Su smiled with satisfaction. The criticisms that need to be made have been made, and what remains is encouragement. George S. shoulder affectionately, just like Zheng Ai home. Go ahead, just do it. We are waiting for you to bring us a lot of money back to China. Yes. George's heart warmed, and he saluted everyone with a standard military salute again. Thank you, Mr. Han. Thank you, Mr. Yin. Thank you, all the leaders. This time, no one tried to stop him. Mingxi City, Hongshu Machinery Factory. When George returned here, the whole factory was filled with an irrepressible excitement. The factory received a sky-high order from the military for 6 million units. This news had already spread among the workers through certain channels. George did not delay and immediately summoned all the middle-level and above cadres in the factory. A high-level meeting was held in the largest conference room. The spacious conference room was packed. Below the main seat, there are not only familiar faces such as Johnson, Roberto, and Dennis. There are more technical experts that George has hired from all over the country at high salaries and management directors poached from other factories. Today's Hongshu Machinery is no longer the small factory that was on the verge of bankruptcy. This is a modern factory with a certain scale and full of vitality. Chapter 47 Hongshu Military Industry is officially established. When George walked into the conference room, the noisy scene suddenly became quiet. George walked to the main seat, placed his hands on the table, and looked around the audience. I've called everyone here today just to announce one thing. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. From today on, the name Hongshu Machinery will become history. I declare that Hongshu Military Industry is officially established. As soon as the words fell, there was silence in the conference room, and then thunderous applause broke out. Hongshu Military Industry. One word difference, a world of difference. This means that they have leapt from an ordinary private enterprise to a top manufacturer with military qualifications. George raised his hand and pressed it lightly, and the applause gradually died down. I, George, am the general manager of the group. Roberto, the former financial director, has excellent business capabilities. Effective immediately, he will be promoted to deputy general manager of the group to assist me in handling daily affairs. Roberto stood up suddenly, his face flushed with excitement. Thank you, George. I will definitely live up to your trust. George smiled and nodded, motioning him to sit down, and turned his gaze to the other old man. The former workshop director, Dennis, is experienced, responsible, and has been promoted to the general manager of the group's production department, in charge of all production lines. Make sure to complete the mission. Dennis also stood up, patting his chest excitedly in a loud voice. After the appointment was completed, George suddenly changed the subject and dropped a bombshell. The establishment of Hongshu Military Industry means that everything we come into contact with in the future will be the country's highest level of secrets. Therefore, starting from tomorrow, the group will cooperate with relevant departments to conduct comprehensive background checks on all employees. When hearing the word censorship, many people felt a pang in their hearts and became a little nervous. George took in everyone's reactions, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. This is exactly the effect he wants. He deliberately paused for a few seconds, waiting until everyone's heart was in their throat, and then he continued slowly. Of course, I won't let everyone's efforts go in vain. I hereby declare that all employees who have passed the review and are willing to sign a confidentiality agreement with the group He drew out his voice and scanned the audience. Salary, triple it. Boom! The entire conference room exploded instantly. What? 3 times? Did I hear you right? Triple the salary. Excited, ecstatic, unbelievable. Countless emotions intertwined together, forming a wave of sound that almost blew off the roof of the conference room. Looking at the excited crowd below the stage, George smiled with satisfaction. Just use the simplest and most brutal method. Tie everyone's hearts firmly to the giant ship of Hongshu military industry that is about to set sail. The meeting ended in a frenzy. George did not stay in the office for long, but walked directly through the main factory area and came to the area at the back of the factory. Here, a brand new huge factory building rises from the ground, full of science fiction and industrial atmosphere. Here is the fully intelligent production line he built specifically for the H-90 main battle tank. Walking into the factory, the space inside is surprisingly large. Danny, Frank, Zhao Yiwen-Rui, and a group of other young researchers, wearing work clothes, were busy directing robots and assembling various sophisticated automated equipment. Seeing George come in, everyone stopped what they were doing and gathered around him with smiles on their faces. "Boss, you're finally back. So what? Are the military leaders scared silly by our big toy?" George's mood improved as he looked at this group of energetic young people. "I wasn't shocked, but I got the order." He paused, his expression becoming more serious. "I have something to inform you. From today on, all of your files will be classified as top secret and sealed. At the same time, your immediate family members will also be secretly protected by the relevant departments." Everyone was stunned when they heard this, and then they all showed excited and complicated smiles on their faces. "Oh my God, such a big scene," Frank exclaimed dramatically. "Boss, does this mean that we will be citizens of the country from now on? If you go out and have a fight with someone, can you just shake them off?" "You wish." George laughed and scolded. "If you dare to cause trouble, I'll be the first one to send you in." Everyone burst into laughter, and the atmosphere was relaxed and happy. They all understand that this is the country's highest attention and protection for them, its core technical personnel. After laughing and joking, George walked to the center of the factory, where some tank parts that had already taken shape were placed. He stroked a piece of composite armor that gleamed with metallic luster, turned to Zhao Yi and asked, "I asked you to design the foreign tray version. Have you come up with a plan?" Zhao Yi hurried forward and handed over a tablet computer. "It's out, boss. We call it the H-90T model. T stand for trade. As you requested, we have weakened several key areas. For example, we replaced the self-used dragon scale composite armor with a simplified tiger pattern armor, which reduced the protection by about 28%. The fire control system has replaced the Kunlun chip with a previous generation Taishan chip. The locking speed and multi-target processing capabilities have dropped by 35%. There's also a power system that limits the maximum output power of the engine through software." Zhao Yi reported one by one. "In general, the overall performance of H-90T is about 30% weaker than our own version. But even so, it is still the best main battle tank in the international market, bar none." George looked at the data on the tablet and nodded with satisfaction. Weakening it by 30% can not only ensure an absolute technological gap, but also beat all competitors on the market. This scale is just right. "Very good." George's mouth curled up into a smile like that of a profiteer. "Just follow this plan and produce at full capacity. Our first sucker is about to arrive at our doorstep." 9 days have passed since the day when the military leaders inspected the site. Time has come to mid-August. After working day and night, Hongshu Machinery and Hongshu Military Industry, which is located at the back of the factory. Finally, we have arrived at the stage of completion and acceptance. The design of the entire factory was created by George and is full of concepts that are ahead of their time. At this moment, the lights are on in several core production workshops of Hongshu Machinery. The new workers are at their respective posts, meticulously checking the brand new equipment. Every workshop here is equipped with a strict constant temperature and humidity system. Keep the temperature strictly between 18 and 28 degrees Celsius. This almost harsh environmental control can minimize the impact of temperature changes on the machining accuracy of precision machine tools. The entire Hongshu Machinery factory is planned to have 9 large workshops and 4 comprehensive laboratories. At present, 6 workshops have been officially put into operation, producing 6 different models of high-end CNC machine tools. At the rear of the factory, for huge workshops have been built in the heavily guarded Hongshu military industry. On the remaining 80 acres of land, the pile foundation of a second phase project is also under construction. Unlike the semi-open management of Hongshu machinery, the confidentiality and security of the military factory area have been raised to the extreme. All workshops are fully enclosed in design, with heavy alloy doors separating the inside and the outside, and there is not even a window facing outward. There's also an independent laboratory inside the workshop. Chapter 48, no one is allowed to enter or leave. At this moment, in one of the newly set up laboratories, George was leaning over a large drafting table, sketching rapidly on the paper with a pencil in his hand. The drawing shows a cross-section of a helicopter propeller blade with an extremely complex structure. The H-90 tank project had just gotten on track, and his thoughts had already drifted to the next sky. Just then, a rapid phone call broke the silence of the laboratory. George frowned and picked up the special confidential phone on the table. "Hello." Dennis's slightly anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. "Outside, there are a lot of military vehicles outside, and a lot of soldiers." There was a hint of nervousness in Dennis' voice. There are machine guns mounted on the cars, with black muzzles that look scary. They said they're looking for you. George's movements did not pause at all, and the tip of his pen continued to move steadily across the drawing. "What are you panicking about?" His voice was calm, without a trace of emotion. "Uncle Gene, go to the door yourself and bring them in." Bring it in directly?" Dennis hesitated. "Yes, drive directly to the military industry workshop, number 1. Remember, once the entire convoy has entered, immediately close the factory gate, and no one is allowed to enter or leave." George's tone left no room for doubt. "Okay, I understand, boss." After hanging up the phone, George put down his pencil, stretched himself, and his joints made a crackling sound. He walked to the window of the laboratory and looked at a line of dark green military trucks in the distance, slowly driving into the factory. Dennis is very efficient. Soon, a military convoy consisting of 6 heavy military trucks and 2 high-mobility off-road vehicles arrived. Under his guidance, we drove straight into the newly completed number 1 assembly workshop. As the last car in the convoy entered, the workshop's half-meter-thick alloy door opened. Driven by the hydraulic device, it closed with a bang, isolating the inside and outside into 2 worlds. Squeak! The door of the SUV in front opened. A tall major in a neat training uniform jumped out of the car. The military rank on his shoulders gleamed. On his angular face, there was a bit of rebelliousness that did not seem to be in line with his military identity. He looked around the huge, empty, and brand-new workshop, his eyes revealing undisguised disdain. George happened to be walking out of the lab and saw this scene. The major also noticed him and walked over quickly. Bang! A standard salute. "Report. Southern Military Headquarters, Sanlong Battalion Commander, Lei Jun, under the order of the commander, come to Hongshu Military Industry for garrison." The voice is loud and full of energy. "From today on, our department will take over all security work at Hongshu Military Industry. At the same time, I will personally serve as your personal bodyguard and be fully responsible for your personal safety." After saying that, he took the initiative to extend his hand. George shook his hand. The boy's palms were rough and strong, with thick calluses all over the knuckles. It was obvious at first glance that he was an expert with guns, but the defiance in that look made George feel a little amused. "The people above have sent a troublemaker over here. Welcome, Captain Lei Jun." George let go of her hand and said calmly, "Thank you for your hard work on the journey. Serving the people is not hard work." Lei Jun's answer was so standard that it seemed like it was carved out of a textbook, but his expression clearly said, "I'm here to retire." George didn't point it out and went straight to the point. "Have you brought everything I asked you to bring?" Lei Jun raised his eyebrows, seeming a little surprised that the young man would be so direct. He turned sideways and pointed at several heavy trucks behind him. "Report. Everything you want is in the car. H-90 main battle tank dedicated coaxial machine guns, 300 pieces. 7.62 millimeters general purpose machine guns, 100. 125 millimeters custom tungsten core armor-piercing bullets, 3,500 rounds in total. Supporting machine gun ammunition, 70 boxes each. All the supplies are there. Please inspect them." George nodded and walked over to a truck with its tailgate opened. In the carriage, dark green metal boxes were stacked up with eye-catching military numbers printed on them. He had a box of shells opened. A slender and ferocious shell lay quietly in the cushioning foam. The projectile body sparkles with a cold metallic color, full of violent aesthetics. This is the fangs of the H-90 tank, a monster specially customized for it, with the world's top penetration ability. George reached out and gently stroked the cold body of the bullet, feeling the terrifying power contained within it. Very good. Everything is ready. Only the east wind is missing. No, it just needs a sucker who will come and give it money. From now on, you'll be responsible for taking care of these things yourself. George turned around and said to Lei Jun, without my personal written order, no one, even military personnel, is allowed to receive a single gun or bullet. Lei Jun was stunned for a moment, then stood at attention. Yes, I promised to complete the task. Although he didn't care much about this so-called protection mission, his duty as a soldier required him to obey orders. Especially orders involving weapons and ammunition must not be taken lightly. Okay, there's nothing for you to do here. Come out with me. George finished speaking. He walked straight towards the workshop door. Where are you going? Lei Jun followed subconsciously. As a personal bodyguard, he had to stay with him all the time. George didn't look back, but just paused slightly. There was a deep gleam in his eyes. To the Cry Embassy. A black Manhwa off-road vehicle was speeding on the road to Haicheng. In the car, Lei Jun sat in the passenger seat with his arms crossed and his brows twisted into a knot. From time to time, his eyes glanced at the young man next to him who had a calm expression on his face since he got on the bus. I say, George. He finally couldn't help it. What are we going to do? Embassy? We are soldiers, not diplomats. It's inappropriate to go there, right? George drove without looking away, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. To bring warmth. Send warmth. Lei Jun's brows furrowed even deeper. What was going on? Who are you sending it to? How are you sending it? George glanced at him and said leisurely, give an honest man who is about to lose his family something that can help him get revenge. Lei Jun was choked. He simply shut his mouth, leaned back in his chair, and closed his eyes to rest. But the slightly trembling eyelids revealed his inner unrest. Cry Embassy in China. It is different from the heavily guarded and magnificent buildings that people imagine. This is just a slightly old 3-story building, and even the guards at the door look a little listless. When a country is about to perish, its people will decline first. At this moment, in the office on the 2nd floor of the embassy, a man's angry roar was echoing. Assholes! A bunch of assholes! A tall, middle-aged man with a thick beard was pointing at the TV screen and cursing. His name is Bilal. He is the head of the Cry Embassy in Haicheng. He is nominally the financial officer, but in fact he is in charge of everything here. International news was being broadcast on TV. Chapter 49, God will punish them. The American fleet blockaded the port of Cry. Their spokesperson righteously declared that this was to maintain regional peace and stability. Pilar was so angry that he was shaking all over. He grabbed the ashtray on the table and wanted to smash it over, but when he raised it halfway, he put it down dejectedly. That was his favorite, a glass ashtray from his hometown. But now, my hometown is being wantonly ravaged by a group of bandits who call themselves the World Police. Mr. Pilar, please calm down. Beside him, his young and beautiful secretary, Fariha, carefully handed him a cup of hot tea. The adults back home will definitely find a way. Bilal was like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and his fur instantly stood up. What else can they do? They can only compromise or give in. He slammed his fist on the table, causing the water in the teacup to splash out. America! Damn Americans! Robbers! Bandits! They will be punished. God will punish them. Fariha was so frightened that her face turned pale and she dared not say another word. The whole office was filled with Bilal's desperate and angry curses. At this moment, a calm and clear voice, speaking standard Arabic, came from the door. I don't know whether Allah will punish them or not, but I can help you punish them. The sudden sound startled both people in the office. Bilal and Fariha turned their heads at the same time. There were 2 men standing at the door. The leader was a young Chinese man who looked to be in his early 20s. He had a smile on his face, but his eyes were so deep that they were hard to read. Behind him stood a burly soldier with a stern face. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, and he exuded an iron-blooded aura that kept strangers away. Bilal's pupils suddenly shrank. He suppressed the shock and anger in his heart, and his eyes became alert. Who are you? How did you get in? George ignored his question and walked in, glancing at the news on TV and shaking his head. Typical hegemonism and bandit logic. Under the banner of freedom and democracy, they engage in the activities of thieves and prostitutes. Only the United States can do this so righteously. These words made Bilal stunned. He didn't expect that a Chinese would have such undisguised disgust towards the United States. This feeling of sharing a common hatred for a common enemy relaxed his tense nerves a little. My name is G. George pulled out a chair, sat down on it, and crossed his legs. A Chinese who hates American hegemony just like you do. Bilal narrowed his eyes. His many years of diplomatic career made him not trust anyone easily. Mr. George, I don't care who you are or what your purpose is. This is the embassy of Cry. Please leave immediately. He ordered them to leave. George smiled. Mr. Pilar, don't be so anxious to send me away. I told you, I'm here to help you. He paused, leaned forward slightly, and spoke word by word. I can sell you weapons. Weapons that are powerful enough to send the U.S. aircraft carrier fleet to the bottom of the sea to feed the fish. Who are you? Pilar's voice became hoarse, and he stared at George, trying to read something from his face. Who do you represent? The Chinese government. This is what he cares most about. If the other party represents the Chinese government, then the nature of this matter will change completely. No. George waved his hand. I only represent myself. And the company behind me, Hongshu Military Industry. Hongshu. Bilal chewed on the name, his eyes suddenly fixed. He is so familiar with this name. Not long ago, a Chinese company called Hongshu Machinery. With a devastating force, it destroyed the industrial machinery technology barriers jointly built by several Western giants. What is the relationship between this Hongshu military industry and that Hongshu machinery? If this is true, then the credibility of what this young man said is greatly increased. Looking at Pilar's changing expression, George knew that the fish had begun to be tempted. I know what you're thinking. Hongshu machinery, yes, that is my family's business. And Hongshu Military Industry is my newly established company. George leaned back in his chair, spread his hands, and smiled playfully. We don't make tractors or excavators. We only produce truths that can make our enemies bleed. Bilal's Adam's apple rolled up and down, and he swallowed hard. He was torn between his conscience and his desires. His reason told him that this was most likely a trap, but his emotions made him unable to refuse the temptation from the abyss. How can I trust you? Bilal asked in a deep voice. Words are not enough. George snapped his fingers. It is well said that what you hear is not as good as what you see. I can let you take a look at the goods first. He stood up, walked in front of Pilar, and looked down at him. You choose the location. You decide the time. I promise, as long as you take a look, even if it's just our H-90 main battle tank, you'll never forget it. You'll beg me to sell them to you. George's words, like the devil's whispers, kept echoing in Bilal's ears. Half a day later, Cry Embassy in Haicheng. Bilal handed a document to his deputy, a capable woman named Fariha. Fariha, I need to go away for a while. During this period, you will be fully responsible for all affairs of the embassy. His tone was serious and left no room for doubt. Fariha took the document and asked worriedly as she saw Bilal looking tired but with a fire in his eyes. Where are you going, sir? Is there an urgent mission up there? No. Pilar shook his head. He walked to the window and looked at the busy street outside. I'm going to meet someone who may change the fate of our country. Remember, this matter must be kept strictly confidential. If anyone asks, I will say I am working on urgent document from the Ministry of Finance behind closed doors and will not see anyone. Fariha was shocked. She had been with Bilal for many years and had never seen him so serious. She stood at attention immediately. Yes, sir. I understand. After explaining everything, Bilal took off the suit that symbolized his diplomat status. He changed into a most ordinary jacket and left the embassy quietly. An inconspicuous black car was already waiting at the corner of the street. The car door opened and George, who was sitting in the back seat, gestured please to him. The person driving the car was the bodyguard named Lei Jun. He had a blank expression on his face and eyes as sharp as an eagle. Pilar took a deep breath and sat in. The car merged smoothly into the traffic flow and drove towards Manhwa City. Along the way, Bilal said nothing, just looked out the car window at the scenery rapidly receding. His brain was working rapidly. George, Hongshu Military Industry. The bodyguard named Lei Jun sat upright with both hands on the steering wheel, exuding a strong military vibe. The more Bilal thought about it, the clearer the guess became. There must be Chinese officials behind this, George. Chapter 50, Beyond Your Imagination. After driving for several hours, the car finally drove into a huge industrial park. The car did not stop, but passed through several checkpoints and drove into the core area of the factory. The scene before him completely shocked Bilal. There are endless rows of huge factory buildings. The roads within the factory are wide and clean, and various transport vehicles come and go in an orderly manner. Through the huge glass window, he could see countless sophisticated robotic arms operating precisely inside the factory. Sparks fly, full of the beauty of power and technology. The car finally stopped in front of an independent factory building with a significantly higher security level. A middle-aged man wearing blue work clothes and looking to be around 50 years old had been waiting at the door. "George, you're back." George got out of the car, smiled, and patted the other person on the shoulder. "Uncle Gene, thank you for your hard work. Is everything ready?" Dennis nodded, glanced at Bilal, and then led them into the factory. "Everything is ready, just waiting for your inspection." The heavy alloy doors slowly opened, and a heat wave mixed with the smell of engine oil and metal blew in. The scene inside the factory made Bilal gasp. This place is not like those factories outside that produce civilian machinery. This place is more like a huge military warehouse. And in the center of the warehouse, a giant steel beast was crawling there quietly. It is covered with desert yellow paint, full of solemnity. The modern polygonal turret has sharp edges and is equipped with heavy additional armor, which makes it look tough at first glance. A thick and long gun barrel, with a black muzzle pointing straight forward, as if it could spew out the wrath of destruction at any time. This is a tank. Bilal had seen their country's outdated Type 88 tanks and even the United States M-series tanks. But the tank before him was different from any other tank he had ever seen. It is bigger, more powerful, and more fierce. It is an industrial aesthetic created purely for killing, filled with a heart-pounding sense of oppression. "Mr. Pilar," George's voice sounded in his ears. "Let me introduce you to it. Our Hongshu military industry's first export product is the H-90Z main battle tank." Bilal didn't hear what George said next. His eyes were fixed on the tank and could not be moved away. He walked quickly forward, reached out his hand, and touched the cold armor of the tank with trembling hands. The rough and hard touch made his blood begin to boil. At its performance, Bilal's voice became a little hoarse due to excitement. "And the price?" George was shining eyes. The look in his eyes was like a wolf that had been hungry for 3 days and 3 nights and saw a piece of fat meat. George looked at him like this, and the smile on his face widened. He knew that no man could resist the charm of this steel beast, especially a man whose country and family are in dire straits. "Uncle Gene, come and introduce it to our clients." George winked at Dennis. Dennis nodded, walked forward and patted the tank's heavy skirt armor. "Mr. Bilal, this H-90Z has a combat weight of 59 tons. Equipped with a 125mm smoothbore gun that we independently developed, the armor-piercing power. Let's put it this way, the mainstream third-generation main battle tanks on the market are no different from paper-made ones in front of it. In terms of protection, we use the latest generation of composite armor, and its frontal protection capability is beyond your imagination. As for the fire control system and power system," Dennis grinned, revealing 2 rows of tobacco-stained teeth. "Sorry, this is a core secret, and it is not convenient to reveal too much, but I can guarantee that it is absolutely world-class." Bilal was so excited after hearing this that he wished he could drive it to the battlefield right now. He took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and asked the most crucial question. "How much?" "1. George held up a finger. Bilal's heart tightened. "1. 10 million? No. George waved his hand and smiled. "That's the selling price. Our cost price is about 8.9 million MIBI. I'll sell it to you. So to round number, 10 million MIBI per unit." Boom! This number was like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing the fire burning in Bilal's heart. 10 million McCoin? The excitement and desire on his face froze in an instant. "Mr. George, you're not kidding, right? 10 million MIBI per unit? This price is almost catching up with the M1A2 of the United States." He is not a fool. He is very clear about the current market conditions in the international market. Even the most advanced main battle tanks in the West have prices that fluctuate within this range. You're a Chinese private enterprise that makes a castrated version. So why do you sell it for so much? George's smile remained unchanged. Mr. Pilar, you get what you pay for. My stuff is worth this price. Pilar's face was gloomy. He wanted to believe it, but his mind told him that it was too far-fetched. If he had not seen with his own eyes the terrifying industrial strength of Hongshu machinery, he would have turned around and left. Seeing Pilar's hesitation, George suddenly smiled. He walked forward and patted Pilar on the shoulder. Okay, look how worried you are. Even if the deal doesn't work out, there's still righteousness. Well, Mr. Pilar, you've come all this way, and I can't let you go back empty-handed. George pointed at the majestic H90Z, speaking casually as if he was talking about a cabbage. This tank is my gift to you. Pull it back and test it at will. You can do whatever you want. Let your people see for themselves its performance and whether it is worth the price. When you think it's worth it, we'll talk business. Ow! Bilal froze. Give him this tank worth nearly 10 million miles coins? He raised his head sharply and stared at George, trying to find any sign of a joke on his face. But no, George's expression was extremely serious. Mr. George, Pilar's Adam's apple rolled, his voice dry. Are you serious? Of course. George spread his hands. A gentleman's word is as good as his bond. I have prepared the car for you. It can leave with your ship tonight. After receiving a positive answer, Bilal's breathing suddenly became extremely heavy. He looked at the steel behemoth in front of him, then looked at George, who was calm and composed, and finally, he nodded heavily. Good. I, Bilal, and our cry will remember this favor. That night, a huge heavy-duty flatbed truck slowly drove away from the Hongshu machinery factory under the cover of night. On the vehicle was the H90Z main battle tank tightly wrapped in canvas. At the factory gate, Lei Jun looked at the car lights going away, his face so solemn that water could be squeezed out of it. George, who was leisurely drinking tea, and finally couldn't help himself. Mr. George, did you really give him that tank? That's nearly 9 million me coins. Lei Jun's heart is bleeding. Chapter 51, opening up the situation. George put down his teacup, glanced at him, and said unhappily, Lao Lei, who told you that thing is worth 8.9 million miles coins? Lei Jun was stunned. Didn't you say that yourself? I was saying that to that foreigner. Why are you blindly believing it? George sneered. Then, how much does it cost? Lei Jun asked. George extended a slap. 5 million. Lei Jun asked tentatively. Mibby, what are you thinking about? George rolled his eyes at him. Yinbi. This H90Z, including all the RD costs, material costs, and labor costs, the total cost is just over 5 million Yinbi. Lei Jun's eyes instantly widened into bells. He counted on his fingers and found that 5 million yen coins, converted into me coins, was less than 1 million. Something that costs less than 1 million me coins, and the starting price is 10 million. Even if it's 5 million yen coins, it's still money. That is also a brand new main battle tank. Mr. George, even if it's 5 million yen coins, it's not a small amount. Lei Jun's tone was still very excited and distressed. Just giving away for free, this is too wasteful. George didn't even bother to look at him again. He turned around and strode towards the depths of the factory. Waste. His voice came from far away, with a bit of disdain and laziness. Old Lei, open up a little bit. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a kid. Lei Yun. He looked at George's back, opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word for a long time. George does what he says. The entire Hongshu military industry was brightly lit all night long, with the official listing of Nanwei Steel and its name changed to Hongshu Steel. It also announced the suspension of all external orders, and countless high-quality special steels poured into the military factory area like a tide. George personally led the team, with technical backbones headed by Danny and Noah. The production line for assembling the H90Z export version started overnight. Old Lou, recalibrate the parameters of the hydraulic arm at Station 3. The error must be controlled within 0.01 millimeters. Xiaoxia, keep an eye on the new workers over there and make sure they don't screw in the high-strength bolts as if they were ordinary bolts. That thing has different torque requirements. Everyone, cheer up. We must complete these production lines within 5 days. George's voice echoed in the huge factory building, carrying an unquestionable commanding tone. The entire factory has become a high-speed precision machine. Countless parts and equipment were hoisted, spliced, and debugged. Sparks flew, and the machines roared. Everyone was like wound up, with excitement and enthusiasm flashing in their eyes. On the other side, there are factory dormitories. 10 o'clock at night sharp. Lei Jun paced back and forth in the room, his expression changing from gloomy to bright, and he was in a dilemma for a long time. Finally, he gritted his teeth, took out his encrypted phone, and dialed a number. Beep, beep. After the phone rang a few times, it was connected. A majestic and steady voice came from the receiver. Lei Yun, it's so late, what's the emergency? It's the leader, Han Su. Lei Jun took a deep breath and stood at attention, as if Han Su was right in front of him. He reported in a deep voice. Report to the commander. I have important information to report to you. Regarding Comrade George. He told George how he offered 10 million miles coins, and how he sold the H-90Z main battle tank worth 5 million yen coins. He reported everything about the gift to the Cry people in vain. He thought that the leader would be furious after hearing this, and would even order an investigation immediately. However, there was a deathly silence on the other end of the phone. More than 10 seconds passed. It lasted so long that Lei Jun began to wonder if the signal was cut off. Han Su's roar suddenly exploded from the receiver, making his ears buzz. Lei Yun, are you a fucking idiot? Lei Jun was completely stunned. Chief, he was scolded stupidly. Han Su's voice was filled with anger at being disappointed in his friend. Who asked you to report this kind of thing? What is your mission? To protect George S.'s safety, not to be his overseer. What's wrong with sending a tank? Don't even mention 5 million yenbi, even if it's 50 million. If he wants to give it, let him give it. The higher-ups gave him complete autonomy to handle the matter. Do you understand what autonomy means? Lei Jun was stunned by the yelling, and his brain completely shut down. But that is also the country's property. He was still defending in a low voice. Property? Han Su was so angry that he almost laughed out loud. Is your stupid head filled with paste? Do you know what investment is? What does it mean to play the long game and catch the big fish? We gave him one for free, so he can know how awesome our stuff is. Wait until he becomes famous and powerful on the battlefield. Big dog owners all over the world will wave their rice and beg us to sell to them. When the time comes, let alone 10 million mibi, even 15 million or 20 million, they will have to accept it with a pinch of their noses. Use 5 million yen coins to leverage the foreign exchange business of hundreds of millions or even billions of Mi coins in the future. You can't even do such a simple calculation. Han Su's series of soul-searching questions made Lei Jun blush and speechless. On the other end of the phone, Han Su's breathing gradually calmed down. He did some calculations in his head. 1 unit would cost 10 million miles coins. 10 units would cost 100 million. 100 units would cost 1 billion. 1 billion Mi coins. According to the current exchange rate, how many yen coins can be exchanged? How much precision equipment and scarce materials that we urgently need can we buy back from abroad? Thinking of this, Han Su's tone instantly softened and even became a little earnest. Xiao Lei, you need to take a long-term view. George is a very shrewd guy. He never suffers any loss in business. Just remember one thing. Protecting him is more important than anything else. As long as he doesn't do something outrageous like treason, he can do whatever he wants with the rest. Don't bother me with trivial matters like this anymore. Do you understand? Ming, I understand. Lei Jun's head drooped like a defeated rooster. Time flies rapidly in this bustling construction. 5 full days. George almost lived and ate in the factory, and his eyes were red from working so hard. But the results are remarkable. With the efforts of a group of engineers and workers, 6 brand new H-90Z export version production lines were miraculously assembled and debugged. Nearly 1,000 newly recruited workers. During these 5 days, I passed the high-intensity pre-job training provided by Danny, Noah, and others, and officially started my job. The moment the 6 production lines started operating at the same time, the entire Hongshu military industry was in an uproar. According to the current production capacity, a total of 36 H-90Z main battle tanks can be produced in 1 month. George stood on the high command platform, looking at the tank chassis moving slowly on the assembly line below, and a feeling of pride surged in his heart. He opened the system panel that only he could see. Host, George. Experience value, 72,800. Unlocked technology, H-90Z main battle tank. Looking at the long list of experience points, George's mouth curled up slightly. Sure enough, my guess was correct. Engaging in industry and production is the fastest way to gain experience. Chapter 52. Clean and Swift Kill. At the same time, far away on the Cry battlefield in Middle-earth, there was flames of war and the sound of artillery fire. On the edge of a town that was bombed into ruins, there were several American M1A2 main battle tanks painted with the stars and stripes. It is forming a fan-shaped encirclement, slowly shrinking. In the center of their encirclement was a ferocious-looking tank painted in desert camouflage. It was the H-90Z that George gave to Bilal. Boom! An M1A2 opened fire first, and an armor-piercing bullet whizzed towards the front of the H-90Z. However, a shocking scene happened. That armor-piercing bullet was powerful enough to penetrate a meter-thick homogeneous steel plate. The moment it hit the front armor of H-90Z, it was bounced off. Only a faint white spot was left on it. God, what is its front armor made of? The commander of the American tank exclaimed in disbelief on the communication channel. Without waiting for him to react, the turret of the H-90Z suddenly turned at an extremely fast speed and locked its position. A flash of fire appeared from the dark muzzle of the gun. Boom! A loud bang. The M1A2 main battle tank that was showing off its might just now. Its entire turret was blown away from the vehicle body by an irresistible force. The turret rolled in the air and crashed heavily to the ground, turning into a pile of scrap metal emitting black smoke. Flash sale. A clean and neat kill. The battlefield fell into deathly silence in an instant. Everyone was stunned by the terrifying combat power of this tank. Fire! Fire! Kill it! After a brief silence, there was even more frantic, concentrated fire. The remaining M1A2S opened fire at the same time, and shells rained down on the H-90Z. However, without exception, all of them were bounced off by its abnormal armor. However, H-90Z's counterattacks are accurate and deadly every time. Boom! Boom! One shot, one kill. In just less than a minute, an entire American tank squad was slaughtered by just one tank. General Cry, who was far away in the rear command center, saw this shocking scene through the real-time images transmitted back by a drone. The cigar in his hand fell to the ground, and he jumped up from his chair, staring intently at the warlike figure on the screen. His lips trembled, and his eyes were filled with ecstasy and shock. What kind of monster is this? Which unit are you from? Who is the tank commander? I want to see him. Now. Immediately. Inside the American frontline headquarters, the atmosphere was so depressing that it seemed like it was about to explode. A white officer wearing desert combat uniform and an eagle emblem on his shoulder was staring at the last image sent back by the drone. The picture freezes on the burning wreckage of an M1A2 tank. Fuck. He slammed his fist on the table, leaving a shallow dent in the solid military metal surface. 4 M1A2S. They were destroyed by one enemy tank. His eyes were red, and he paced back and forth in the command center like an enraged bull. Who can tell me? What the hell is that thing? How can it be so maneuverable? Why can't our armor-piercing shells penetrate its armor? In the command center, a group of staff officers and military officers were silent as a mouse, not even daring to breathe. Check. The officer stopped abruptly, pointed at the blurry outline of a tank on the screen, and roared. Investigate it for me. Use any means possible. I want to know all the information about this tank. Everything. At the same time, on Cry's side, the atmosphere was completely different and fanatical. The command post of Commander General Hajim was packed with excited officers. A young tank soldier, his body covered in smoke and dust, with a few bloodstains on his face, was standing upright in front of Hajim. He is Shaker, the captain of the H-90Z. General Hajim personally stepped forward and patted Shaker on the shoulder, so hard that Shaker's body shook. Good boy. Well done. Hajim's face showed undisguised excitement and admiration. He walked around Shacklebolt as if he were looking at a rare treasure. I watched the entire battle video. It was simply a work of art, an art of massacre. You and your tank are heroes of our Cry. Shaker was a little excited. He puffed out his chest and answered loudly. It is my honor to fight for Cry, General. Okay. Hajim nodded heavily. I will personally apply to the president for the highest honor, the military medal, for you. You deserve it. Thank you, General. Shaker's eyes were a little moist. After seeing off the hero Shaker, The smile on Hajim's face slowly faded and turned into deep thought. He looked at his lieutenant, Salman. Salman, that tank, where did it come from? Salman stood at attention and answered, General, this is the latest model of tank for export, used to test its combat performance. Foreign trade tanks. Hajim's brows frowned, then relaxed and turned into a sneer. Humph, who cares where he comes from? As long as it's useful, that's all. Salman also looked proud and waved his fist. That's right, General. Those damned American white devils. They always think their tanks are invincible and want to rampage through our land. Today, we will let them know that on the land of Cry, even a dragon must coil up, and even a tiger must lie down. We will definitely wipe out all these invaders. There was a sharp light in Hajim's eyes. Well said, but one tank alone is not enough. He knocked on the table, and his tone became extremely serious. We must get more of these tanks immediately. The more the better. With them, we could drive the Yankees out once and for all. Salman was stunned for a moment, then suggested, General, it's getting late now, and I'm afraid the headquarters has gone to bed. How about we report our results and purchase requests tomorrow morning? He felt that for such a great achievement, it wouldn't matter if he reported it one day late. Hajim was a little hesitant when he heard this. The continuous fighting made him feel tired. He rubbed his temple and finally nodded. Okay, then let's send the report up as soon as possible tomorrow morning. The next day it was just dawn. The shrill alarm once again broke the tranquility of Cry's position. Americans are crazy. They assembled more tanks and armored vehicles than yesterday and launched a pre-dawn raid. The artillery fire is 10 times more intense than yesterday. Obviously, yesterday's disastrous defeat completely enraged this beast. Fight! Hajim rushed into the command center immediately, grabbed the communicator, and shouted, Shacklebolt! Shacklebolt! Can your god of war still move? Report to the general. The god of war is in good condition. He can attack at any time. Shacklebolt's calm and confident voice came over the communicator. All right, charge. Tear them into pieces like we did yesterday. Yes. The desert camouflage H-90Z roared out of the bunker again. Shaker's eyes were bloodshot, but his spirit was more excited than ever. He knew that today would be a tough battle. Boom! A shell accurately hit an American M1A2 that was rushing in the front. The M1A2's turret flew up and drew a desperate arc in the air. Here you go. Kill one. Cheers broke out from Cry's position. Shaker drove the tank without any pause, charging madly into the artillery fire. Reload. Aim. Fire. His movements were so smooth and fast that they were dazzling. Chapter 53. Pie in the Sky. Under his control, the H-90Z rampaged through the American tank group. The Americans were stunned. Half an hour later, there were 4 more burning wreckages of American tanks on the battlefield. The American commander looked at the horrifying battle damage report and finally gave the order to retreat. They didn't dare to fight anymore. If the fighting continues, their entire tank battalion might be destroyed here. Looking at the American tanks fleeing in a panic, Cry's position was completely boiling. Once the fighting stopped, General Hajim no longer cared about the rules. He grabbed his adjutant Salman by the collar and yelled with red eyes. Right now, immediately, report the results of the past 2 days. And the battle video of the tank was transmitted to the headquarters using the highest level of encryption channel. Tell them, I want this kind of tank. I want 200. No, 300. Go quickly. Salman was frightened by the general's appearance and ran to send the telegram. This time, the report was placed on the desk of the top management of Cry at an astonishing speed. Cry Presidential Palace. The gray-haired President Cry and his trusted subordinate Majid. I am watching the drone video footage of the H-90Z slaughtering the M1A2 over and over again. The president's fingers trembled slightly with excitement. Majid, are you sure? This video is real? Majid nodded solemnly. It is absolutely true, Mr. President. General Hakim risked his life to report this from the front line. The president took a deep breath and tried to calm his excitement. This is a miracle. This is the artifact that Allah gave to us, Cry. He stood up suddenly and stared at Majid. This tank, what's it called? Where did it come from? How much does it cost? Majid immediately handed over a document. Mr. President, the tank model is H-90Z, and it comes from a company called Hongshu Military Industry. As for the price, The other party's offer is 10 million miles coins per vehicle. 10 million me coins? The president was stunned for a moment. Then his eyes burst into ecstasy. Ha ha ha, 10 million. It's 4 million cheaper than the crap M series that the Americans sold us. The performance is worlds apart. What is this? This is pie in the sky. He slammed the table and made a decision that could change the fate of the country. Purchase. Contact them immediately. Tell them we want to order 300. A total of 3 billion miles coins. Even if we have to sell everything we have, we will get it together. With this Iron Legion, we, Cry, will no longer fear anyone. Hongshu Machinery Factory in George S. Laboratory. George is wearing goggles and concentrating on debugging a brand new CNC machine tool. Bang! The laboratory door was slammed open. Dennis rushed in with a red face. He was waving a freshly printed document in his hand and was out of breath because he ran so fast. Director, no, George. George was startled, took off his goggles, frowned, and said, Uncle Gene, speak slowly. Is the sky falling? Dennis gasped and slammed the document on George's lab bench. More exciting than the sky falling. Orders are coming. Look quickly. George picked up the document in confusion. After just one glance, his pupils suddenly shrank. Procurement letter of intent. Purchaser, Republic of Cry. Purchase item, H-90Z main battle tank. Purchase quantity, 300 vehicles. Total amount, 3 billion, 2 billion meters. Dennis finally caught his breath and said excitedly, George, there's one more thing. Mr. Bilal, the representative of Cry, said they want to move the embassy to our Mingxi city. What? George's brows furrowed instantly. This news shocked him more than the 3 billion order. He is now just a small arms dealer hiding behind the scenes, and Mingxi City is just an inconspicuous third-tier city. Once the embassy of a sovereign state is actually established here, the attention of the whole world will instantly be focused on it. By then, he, George, and his Hongshu military industry will be put under a microscope and stared at by countless pairs of eyes. Uncle Gene, reject them. George's tone left no room for doubt. Dennis was stunned. This is a huge honor. Face can't be eaten, but it can cost lives. George shook his head, his eyes flashing with a depth and calmness that was inconsistent with his age. Tell Bilal that the cooperation can continue, but the method must be changed. From now on, all communications will be through letters. It is the most primitive and safest way. He walked to the window, looked at the busy scene in the factory, and said slowly, We're still too weak now. When will we be able to build a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier in our shipyard? Our airports are full of fifth and even sixth-generation aircraft. Our electromagnetic cannon can cover the entire planet. By that time, let alone an embassy, even if he wants to move the presidential palace across from our factory, I will welcome it with open arms. But now no. Dennis' excitement had not yet passed, and the blush on his face lingered for a long time. George, then what about Cry? Are we going to go back like this? Yeah. George nodded, his expression returning to calm. But this delivery, Dennis seemed to suddenly remember something, and the excitement on his face was instantly replaced by a trace of sadness. George, 300 tanks. This stuff is not something that can be towed away by just finding a few dozen trucks and carrying 300 cars. He gestured, his tone becoming anxious. This one weighs over 50 tons. 300 of them. That's 15,000 tons. How do we transport more than 10,000 tons of steel? From our factory to the seaport, it's hundreds of kilometers of road, including highways, national roads, and provincial roads, and there are so many pairs of eyes watching. This can't be hidden at all. Dennis talked, the more confused he felt. George was only thinking about rejecting the embassy, but ignored the fact that the order itself was a high-profile show-off. He wanted to transport the 200 tanks out without anyone noticing and deliver them to Cry. It's as difficult as setting off fireworks in the city center square without being noticed. Disassembled and shipped in batches. George thought subconsciously. No. Dennis denied it immediately. Too slow. And the core components, such as the engine, fire control system, and gun barrel. Those are obviously military supplies. How can they pass customs? Besides, Cry wants finished products, and they don't have the technology or time to assemble them. George paced back and forth in the lab, drumming his fingers mindlessly on the lab bench. Uncle Gene, just because we can't solve it ourselves doesn't mean no one can. Dennis was stunned. George, what do you mean? Who are we doing this for? George asked. On the surface, it is us, Hongshu military industry, that are making money. But actually, where will the technology we develop, the talents we cultivate, and the foreign exchange we earn go in the end? Chapter 54. Forging a Sharp Sword. George's voice was not loud, but every word was sonorous. We are forging a sharp sword for this country. Now, this sword is too eye-catching and needs a scabbard to hide its edge. We can't make this scabbard ourselves, so we have to ask someone for it. Dennis was confused, but he vaguely understood what George meant. Looking up there? Right. George picked up the encrypted satellite phone on the table and pulled out a number that he hadn't dialed for a long time. There is only one word for the remarks: strict. He took a deep breath and pressed the dial button. The phone rang 3 times and was picked up. Mr. Yin, it's me, George. George's tone was full of respect. I hope I didn't disturb your rest. Tell me about the matter. Old Yin's voice was brief and powerful. It's like this, Mr. Yin. I just received a big order. George organized the language. But there was a problem with the delivery. I would like to apply for a special transportation channel from the higher-ups. What do you think? Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by the other party. Okay, don't talk on the phone. The voice on the other end was emotionless, but it revealed an unquestionable majesty. Come to Jinping. Right away, immediately. Beep, beep, beep. The call was hung up cleanly. George held the receiver, frozen in place. Dennis looked at him nervously. George? What's it like? What does it say? George put down the phone slowly, but a smile appeared on his face. Nailed it. Dennis' face was full of question marks. This is it done now. Mr. Yin asked me to go to Jinping immediately. George's eyes lit up surprisingly. This shows that they have been keeping an eye on us for a long time. He turned and patted Dennis on the shoulder. Uncle Gene, you have to keep a close eye on the factory's production. We work in 3 shifts 24 hours a day, so the machines don't stop even when the workers are resting. We must ensure both quality and quantity. I'll take Lei Jun to Jinping. Half an hour later, a low-key black SUV drove out of the Hongshu machinery factory. It takes 2 hours to drive from Mingxi City to the nearest Haicheng International Airport. After more than 4 hours of flight, the plane landed smoothly on a heavily guarded airport runway in the western suburbs. This is the Shijiao Airport in Beijing. There is no waiting hall, no noisy passengers, only the endless apron and the solemn barracks in the distance. The air was filled with a tense and solemn atmosphere. As soon as he got off the gangway, George saw a black Hongqi sedan parked quietly not far away. Next to the car stood a young man. He was wearing a neat black suit. His figure was as thin as a pine tree, and his eyes were as sharp as an eagle. Seeing George and Lei Jun coming, the young man quickly walked over to them. Mr. George. George nodded. Mr. Yin asked me to pick you up. The young man's words were concise and clear without any unnecessary courtesy. Thank you for your help. George and Lei Jun got in the car. The car started and merged silently into a dedicated lane. Along the way, the car passed several checkpoints. Every time, the sentry on duty would immediately stand up and salute the moment he saw the license plate clearly, and then let the person pass without even asking any questions. Finally, the car turned into a special tree-lined street. On both sides of the street, there are courtyards with blue bricks and gray tiles, which are quaint and quiet. Those who can live here are all big shots who can shake the world with just a stomp of their feet. The car stopped in front of a yard facing the lake. The courtyard wall is not high, but it exudes a heavy sense of history. Mr. George, Mr. Yin is waiting for you inside. The young man opened the car door and gestured for invitation. George straightened his collar and walked into the yard. The yard is not big and is kept clean and tidy. Under a huge weeping willow, there is a stone table. 2 white-haired old men are facing a chessboard, concentrating on playing chess. George didn't say anything to interrupt, but just stood quietly by. Lei Jun was like a shadow, standing half a step behind him, his eyes watching his nose and his nose watching his heart. Pa! The crisp sound of chess pieces falling echoed in the quiet courtyard. The black and white on the chessboard are now in a state of turmoil. Time just passes by minute. About 10 minutes passed. Yin Lang picked up a white piece and, with a snap, slapped it onto the top position of the chessboard. Aha! Lao Han, thank you for letting me win. You lose again. The old man named Han, sitting opposite him, blew his beard and snorted. It was just one move in chess. If you hadn't come and distracted me, I would have definitely won this game. As he said this, he looked up at George. Yin Lang also waved with a smile. What are you standing for? Come and sit down. George then stepped forward and called respectfully, Mr. Yin, Mr. Han. Yin Lang pointed at the stone bench beside him and scolded with a smile. You were really good, kid. You got us a huge order of 3 billion miles coins without making any noise. Mr. Han next to him also looked George up and down, with a look of scrutiny and approval in his eyes. This business is well done and beautiful. Facing the praise from the two big guys, George did not show much excitement on his face, but just smiled calmly. Thank you both bosses for your praise. He paused and changed the subject. However, these 3 billion, in my opinion, are just an appetizer. Yin Lang pointed at George, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. You kid, your tone is bigger than the sky. Okay, even if this is an appetizer, I'd like to hear what your main course is. George was not stage frightened. He pulled out a stone bench and sat down, looking very calm. The main course is, of course, to build Hongshu military industry into the world's top arms supplier. Let China's weapons be sold all over the world. Yin Lang's fingers tapped lightly on the stone table, making a thump-thump sound. But if the foundation is not stable, the building will collapse. He changed the subject, and his expression became serious. We have conducted a preliminary background check on your Hongshu machinery. The result was not ideal. Among more than 1,000 employees, nearly 80 have complex backgrounds and are not suitable to continue working in confidential positions. Hearing this number, George frowned slightly. He knew that as the company grew larger, there would be all kinds of people, but he didn't expect the problem to be so serious. These people are like time bombs buried around us, ready to explode at any time. Thank you, Mr. Yin, for your reminder. I'll deal with it when I get back. George said in a deep voice. Deal with? Yin Lang waved his hand. You don't have to deal with it. Mingxi City's security department has set up a special task force of 500 people. From today on, this team will only serve you in your Hongshu machinery. They'll take out all the nails for you and make sure the fence is secure. I guarantee that not even a fly will be able to fly in from now on. He stood up and bowed deeply to the two old men. Thank you, both bosses. Thank you, country. George will remember this favor. He didn't use many fancy words, but everyone could hear the sincerity and weight in his tone. Sit down, and let's get down to business. Han Su pressed his hand, indicating that he didn't need to do so. You just said that you want to sell weapons all over the world. The stuff is good stuff, we all saw it. But how to sell it and how to get the money back safely? Have you thought about this channel? The arms trade has never been a simple transaction. There's so many things involved behind the scenes. Chapter 55, Brothers Settle Accounts Clearly. George leaned forward slightly when he heard this. I have thought about it. My idea is very simple. The government provides the channels, takes care of transportation, collects payments, and sorts out all the problems we can't handle. I provide the products, and I am responsible for R&D, production, and providing comprehensive after-sale services. He held up 4 fingers. I am willing to give up 40% of the net profit for every external transaction. This 40% should be regarded as the channel usage fee and protection fee paid to the country. 40%. Yin Lang and Han Su's eyes lit up instantly. You kid, you're such a little fox. Yin Lang couldn't help but laugh and scold. George laughed too. Only when brothers settle accounts, clearly can the business last long. This is definitely a win-win deal. He settled the accounts clearly and plainly. Han Su nodded with satisfaction. Yes, you have a clear mind. Only by knowing how to share can the pie be made bigger. I really appreciate your attitude. Okay, the channel issue is settled. Han Su clapped his hands and then shouted toward the corner of the yard. Ravin, Komein. As soon as the words fell, a figure that had been standing in the shadow of the corner, almost blending into the environment, walked over. This is a man who looks to be around 30 years old, with an ordinary face and a medium build. He would definitely not be found in a crowd, but there was an icy aura about him that kept strangers away. His eyes are as sharp as an eagle, as if they can see through people's hearts. George, this is Deng Shuang, codenamed Raven. Han Su introduced the two of them. From now on, he will be responsible for the delivery of all your goods. Deng Shuang nodded to George as a greeting. Then he pulled out a black, thick-looking cell phone from his pocket and handed it over. This is a dedicated line, encrypted. You are the only one in the world who can get through to me. His voice was just like him, cold and emotionless. "It's in stock. Call this number. Tell me where the stuff needs to be delivered and when it should arrive. The rest is none of your business." George took the phone and waited. He could feel that the man in front of him, named Deng Shuang, was definitely a ruthless person. Hansu saw George's doubts and said in a deep voice, "George, I don't care what his attitude is. You just need to remember one sentence. Trust him unconditionally. If he says he can deliver it, then he can definitely deliver it. Even if it means delivering it to the moon, you have to believe it." Hansu's words were powerful. George's heart trembled and he nodded solemnly. "I understand, Mr. Han." After the serious business was discussed, the atmosphere became relaxed. Yin Lang looked at George and became more and more satisfied. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something, and a smile like that of an old fox appeared on his face. "Ah, you are 22 this year, right?" George was stunned, not knowing why Mr. Yin suddenly cared about his age, but he still answered honestly. "After the Chinese New Year, I'll be 22. "Well, it's not small anymore," Yin Lang said with a smile. "You just bury yourself in work all day long. You should also consider your personal problems. It just so happens that I have a granddaughter named Yin Qingsheng, who is a sophomore at Yin University. She is actually your junior. She's so pretty and smart. How about I arrange for you young people to meet and get to know each other?" George heard this. His scalp instantly went numb. His mind is now full of technical drawings and production lines, so he has no time to think about these love things. Besides, the thought of dating a girl from such a family is too stressful. George jumped up from the stone bench almost instantly, forcing a smile that was uglier than crying. "That, Mr. Yin, Mr. Han, I suddenly remembered that there is an urgent meeting at the company. I have to go back quickly. Yes, it's urgent. If we don't go back, something terrible will happen." As he spoke, he stepped back in panic. "That's all for today. I'll come visit the two CEOs another day." After saying that, without waiting for Yin Lang and Han Su to react, he turned around and ran, faster than a rabbit. Lei Jun was stunned for a moment, then quickly followed. Looking at George S. fleeing back, Yin Lang was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. "Hey, this brat. Many people want to see my granddaughter, but they can't. Yet, he ran away faster than anyone else." Hansu next to him stroked his beard and laughed. "Okay, old Yin, your children and grandchildren will have their own blessings. Why are you in such a hurry? I think this kid has put all his energy into his career." That's fine, that's fine." George slept soundly on the flight from Jingping to Haicheng. It was not until he got off the plane and got on the car back to Mingxi City that he finally came to his senses. When he thought of the embarrassing scene in the courtyard not long ago, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. "Lei Jun, do you think I ran too fast just now?" George leaned back in the back seat, rubbing his brow. Will this not give Mr. Yin too much face? Lei Jun, who was driving, looked straight ahead and spoke in a steady voice. "George, I think you ran just right. If we were a step later, I'm afraid Mr. Yan's granddaughter would have called us." "George, this is really impossible to refute." He let out a long sigh. "Alas, I guess I will have to deal with these steel lumps for the rest of my life." 11 o'clock at night. The Hongshu military industry factory was still brightly lit, and the roar of machines could be heard from far away. The workers are busy on the production line. It's a busy scene. George changed into his work clothes and walked into the assembly workshop. 25 brand new tanks were neatly lined up in the huge workshop. The black muzzle points diagonally upwards, full of cold metallic texture and violent aesthetics. Each tank has undergone rigorous factory testing, and the data is perfect. At this moment, they are quietly parked in the warehouse, waiting for their new owners. "George, you're back." When the workshop director saw George, he immediately trotted over and handed him a report. "According to your request, the first batch of 25 vehicles has been completed and accepted and can be delivered at any time." "Well done." George nodded, took the report, glanced at it, and said with satisfaction, "Tell my brothers to be safe. Thank you for your hard work." "It's not hard. Working for George makes me feel energetic." The workshop director grinned, his dark face full of pride. After sleeping all the way on the plane, George is now very energetic and not sleepy at all. He simply went straight into his own laboratory. He turned on the holographic projection and called up a blueprint. Z-8 multi-purpose helicopter. This is a helicopter independently developed in China with acceptable performance. But compared with the world's top level, especially compared with the Black Hawk of the Eagle sauce, the gap is not small. George's fingers slid quickly across the virtual screen, placing the three-dimensional models of the two helicopters side by side. TSK. This heart disease problem is still a difficult problem. He looked at the data of the two turboshaft engines of the Z-8 and couldn't help shaking his head. Insufficient power is a common problem of all domestically produced aircraft engines. It's like a strong athlete with a weak heart. He can't run fast or jump high. Chapter 56, a surprise for you. The Black Hawk is so powerful because of its two T-700 engines. It has high power, high reliability, and can adapt to various plateau and desert environments. George muttered to himself as he started to work. He did not directly copy the T-700. That would be plagiarism, the lowest level of imitation. What he needs to do is to replace the existing Z-8 framework with a brand new and more powerful China heart. His hands turned into afterimages on the operating table, and countless data streams and design drawings flashed and reorganized in the holographic projection. The structure of the engine, the angle of the turbine blades, the design of the combustion chamber, the efficiency of the transmission system. Every detail was deduced and optimized billions of times in the database in his mind, which was comparable to a supercomputer. I don't know how long it was, but when the first ray of morning light came in through the window, George finally stopped. He looked at the brand new helicopter model in the holographic projection and nodded with satisfaction. The upgraded new helicopter, equipped with a newly designed Kunlun turboshaft engine. The maximum takeoff weight has skyrocketed from 13 tons to 18 tons. The practical ceiling has been increased to 8,000 meters, which is enough to fly over most mountains in the world. The range has doubled. This performance is not just surpassing, it is simply pressing the Black Hawk to the ground and rubbing it like crazy. Done, call it a day. George stretched and yawned loudly. At this moment, the door of the laboratory was pushed open. Danny walked in with Noah and several other core members of the RD team. Everyone had dark circles under their eyes, and it was obvious that they had just gotten off work. Boss, you didn't sleep all night? Danny was a little surprised when he saw George, who was so excited. George casually threw a data USB drive over. This is a surprise I prepared for you. According to the drawings here, first process the core of the engine for me, and then assemble and test it. All materials are of the highest quality. Money is not an issue. Danny took the USB drive and curiously plugged it into the computer. The next second, he and the RD personnel behind him were all petrified. On the screen, the three-dimensional model of the Kunlun engine, which is a complex structure and exquisite design, is rotating quietly. Every part and every curve is full of the beauty and power of industrial design. Oh my God, Noah couldn't help but swear. His eyes widened like bells. Boss, you drew this in one night. Stop talking nonsense and get to work. George waved his hand and turned to walk towards the office lounge. I'm going to sleep for a while. Don't wake me up even if the sky falls. He was so sleepy that he fell asleep almost immediately after he touched the bed. However, he still couldn't sleep well. He was awakened from his dream by a rapid ringing of his cell phone. George reached for his phone in a daze and swiped the answer button without even looking at it. Who is it? Don't you know that if you disturb someone's sweet dream, you will be struck by lightning? On the other end of the phone, Roberto's anxious and excited voice came. Money. The money has arrived. 1.5 billion. A full 1.5 billion miles coins. George shuddered and woke up instantly. He sat up suddenly in bed. What? Arrived? Yes. The money just arrived. Roberto's voice was filled with ecstasy. But the other party also made a request. President Cry has asked us to deliver the first batch of tanks within 3 days. 3 days? George frowned. Time is indeed a bit tight. I understand, Uncle Gao. I'll take care of this. After hanging up the phone, George took a deep breath and took out the black, extremely heavy, dedicated phone from his pocket. He looked at the phone, feeling somewhat doubtful. With the mentality of giving it a try, he pressed the only dial button. The phone rang only once and then was connected. Explain. A cold, emotionless male voice came from the receiver. It was Deng Shuang. George calmed himself down and said in a deep voice, Codename Raven, it's me. I have a shipment of goods to deliver. What goods? How much? Where to send? And when do you want it? Deng Shuang spoke very quickly, as if he was reciting a procedure. 25 main battle tanks. George said word by word. The destination is in Cry, at their presidential palace. The sooner the better, no later than 3 days. There was silence on the other end of the line for a moment. Just when George thought that the other party was frightened by the difficulty of this task, Deng Shuang's voice rang out again. It will be delivered on time at 8 o'clock the day after tomorrow. Are you sure? George asked subconsciously. My job is to execute, not to confirm. Deng Shuang's voice was still cold. Tonight, clear your factory and evacuate all unnecessary personnel. A total of 5 kilometers around the factory is under martial law. The National Security Agency will cooperate with you to block all signals and surveillance. Your people only need to drive the tanks to the designated loading area, and don't worry about the rest. After saying that, without waiting for George to ask any more questions, the phone was hung up with a click. George held up the phone and was stunned for a long time. Then he immediately called Roberto and conveyed Raven's request. After arranging everything, George lay back on the bed. Now that the most troublesome transportation problem had been solved, his mind became more active. 1.5 billion miles coins. How should this huge sum of money be spent? Expand production lines? Develop new equipment? These are all needed, but none of them are the most urgent. Hongshu Military Industry wants to go further and occupy a place in the future military industry. An independent, safe, and efficient cutting-edge technology research institute is imperative. Completely separate the research and production departments. It not only ensures the absolute security of core technology, but also allows our D personnel to focus on overcoming technical difficulties without distraction. Looking across the country, is there any place safer than building directly in a military compound? And what better place to conduct field testing and data collection than next to the future Ace Tank Brigade? Xishan is a continuous mountainous area under the jurisdiction of Mingxi City. It is vast, sparsely populated, and has complex terrain. It is the base of the 4th Armored Brigade. Building the Research Institute, there is a perfect match made in heaven. Once this thought came up, it could no longer be suppressed. George's heart was burning with excitement. Without hesitation, he took out the address book and dialed a number directly. The phone rang for a long time before it was picked up. A loud voice with a bit of noisy background came from the receiver. Hello, George Boy. It is Yu Shanha, Commander-in-Chief of the Eastern Theater Command. Commander Yu, I hope I am not disturbing you at work? George asked with respect in his tone. Haha, you still know how to be polite. Tell me, what do you want from an old man like me? Do you have something good to show me? There are definitely some good things, but they are still under development. George smiled and got straight to the point. Commander Yu, I would like to apply for a piece of land from you. Earth? Yu Shanha was stunned for a moment. Then he became interested. What do you want to land for? To expand the factory? No problem. As long as it's near your industrial park. I'll ask my people to coordinate whichever piece you like. It's not a factory. Chapter 57, I approve this. I want to build a specialized research institute, independent and highly confidential. The location is in Xishan, Mingxi City. The other end of the phone fell silent instantly. The noisy gunfire at the shooting range seemed to have disappeared. After a full 5 seconds, Yushana's voice sounded again, with an unprecedented seriousness. You mean the mountainous area where James and his brigade are currently stationed? Yes. George answered affirmatively. How could they build a research institute in a restricted military zone? Absolutely amazing. I approve this. I must approve it. Yushana's reaction was more intense than George expected. Wait for me, kid. I'm going back from the shooting range now. I will personally take you to look at the land this afternoon. Whichever hill you like, we will take it. If that's not enough, I'll have the engineers demolish 2 more for you. Such generosity made George a little stunned. Then, thank you, Commander Yu. Thank for nothing. You're doing research for the country. As a commander, isn't it only natural for me to provide you with some convenience? Yushana's tone was firm. George struck while the iron was hot, his tone slightly embarrassed. Commander Yu, I want to shamelessly ask for another favor. Speak. Why are you being so polite to me? I heard that we have 2 Black Hawk 70 CS in our theater of operations. I want to see it up close, and it would be best if I could sit on it and feel it. Black Hawk. Yushana fell silent. You want to study helicopters? Yushana's voice suddenly became sharp. Yes, George admitted frankly. I want to solve the air-ground coordination problem of our own tanks. Good. Yushana's voice suddenly rose, full of approval. Wait. After saying that, Yushana's roaring voice was heard from the receiver. Give me the aviation corps. Get their Black Hawk squadron moving. 2. No, just a modified one loaded with bombs. Fly it to the Shishan training ground and wait. Yes, full of fuel and ammunition. All equipment fully operational. Let George take a good look. Even let him tear it apart and study it. Kid, see you in the West Hill this afternoon. Beep, beep, beep. After hanging up the phone, he didn't dare to delay and immediately called Lei Jun. Brother Lei, prepare the car and go to Shishan immediately. Yes. Half an hour later, a black SUV drove out of the city and headed straight for the mountains in the western suburbs. Outside the car window, the hustle and bustle of the city gradually faded away, replaced by increasingly dense greenery. Before reaching the foot of the mountain, waves of dull roars penetrated the car window and hit our eardrums. That was the roar of a tank engine. Looking around, a large training ground has been opened up at the foot of the mountain, with yellow soil flying and gunpowder smoke everywhere. More than a dozen mighty H-90Z main battle tanks are in battle formation. High-speed off-road driving, stirring up a cloud of dust, created an extremely oppressive scene. Several military jeeps shuttled through the tank formation. On the roofs of the vehicles, officers held binoculars and shouted orders at the top of their lungs. As soon as their car stopped at the edge of the training ground, a sturdy military jeep did a tailspin and stopped precisely in front of their car. The car door opened and a young officer in training uniform, with dark skin and a strong build, jumped out. He walked quickly to George. George, commander of the 1st Battalion of the 4th Armored Brigade, Wu Gang. Reporting to you. Hello. George smiled. Lei Jun, who was standing next to him, also got out of the car. He also stood at attention and returned the military salute. Lei Jun. Hello, Brother Lei. Wu Gang grinned, revealing a row of white teeth, and the look he gave Lei Jun was full of mutual respect between soldiers. I see that your skills are from our army, right? Lei Jun just nodded without saying much, but the coldness between his brows eased a lot. George, are you here to see our brigade commander Pei? He is at the headquarters. I will take you there. Wu Gang opened the jeep door without saying a word. George, Brother Lei, please. The jeep sped along the bumpy dirt road, passing through one training subject after another. Finally, it stopped in front of a 3-story building with a sign that read, Military Restricted Area. This is the headquarters of the 4th Armored Brigade. Brigade Commander. Brigade Commander. Before Wu Gang arrived, his voice had already been heard. He pushed open the door of the headquarters, followed by George and Lei Jun. In the combat command room, a man in a colonel's uniform and with an upright posture had his back to them, studying something on the huge sand table. The man turned around, revealing a sharp-edged face with a soldier's resolute temperament. George, why are you here? He walked over quickly and gave George a big hug. Come over to do something and see you by the way. George smiled. James, commander of the 4th Armored Brigade, and one of his few good friends. You kid, you didn't even say hello before you came. James punched him and then asked curiously, what's the matter that would make a busy man like you come to my mountain village? Commander, you said he would personally bring me here to select a location. I guess we'll be there soon. What the hell? Who? Who are you talking about? The commander-in-chief of our war zone. Well, he said he would personally bring me over to see the place. Judging by the time, we should be there soon. James adjusted the already straight collar of his military uniform. Why didn't you notify us in advance? Seeing his friend looking as if the sky was falling, George couldn't help but twitch his lips. His friend was a fierce general on the battlefield. He could command thousands of troops without a frown. But how come he got so panicked when he heard that his superior was coming? All right. George pulled up a chair and sat down, then calmly poured himself a glass of water. Commander Yu is not here to inspect. He is just here to lead the way. Why are you so nervous? Lead the way. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud roar came from outside, coming from far away and getting louder and louder. Boom, boom. The sound was heavy and powerful, as if a giant steel beast was tearing the sky apart, and all the windows of the 3-story building were buzzing. James shuddered, stood up straight, straightened his appearance, and then rushed to the door. George slowly drank the water in the cup, then stood up and walked out with Lei Jun. On the playground, all the soldiers who were training stopped and looked up at the sky. A dark green armed helicopter was hovering over the playground. The powerful airflow blew up dust all over the sky, making it almost impossible to open your eyes. The helicopter did not land, but just hovered 3 or 4 meters above the ground. The hatch was open with a loud bang. Then, in everyone's shocked gaze, a figure in casual clothes, with gray hair but in good spirits, jumped directly from the cabin. He landed steadily without even stumbling and dusted himself off, exuding a powerful aura that made him intimidating without even showing any anger. It was the commander-in-chief of the theater, Yushanha. Yushanha spotted George in the crowd at a glance. The military dignity on his face instantly melted away, replaced by an overly bright smile. He strode over, ignoring James, who was standing at attention, and saluting. Chapter 58, Unified Distribution. Ha ha ha, George, you kid. George S. armed enthusiastically. His intimacy made the people around him stare with astonishment. Yushanha pulled George, turned slightly, lowered his voice, and asked in an almost flattering tone. George, I heard that your first batch of H90 is about to roll off the production line. When the time comes, can you, allocate a few vehicles to our battle zone first? Just a few. Seeing the big guy's expression that said, "Give me a chance," George could only smile bitterly. Commander, I can't make the decision on this matter. It has to be allocated by the higher-ups. Hey, I understand. I'm just asking. Yushanha said this, but the desire in his eyes did not diminish at all. At this moment, George's attention was attracted by the armed helicopter that was still hovering in the low sky. Commander, can I go up and take a look at your car first? Look, of course you can. Yushanha waved his hand and said generously, "Just look at it. It would be best if you could point out some faults for me, so I can settle accounts with the manufacturer." James, who was standing by, felt a pang in his heart when he heard this. An extremely familiar scene instantly came to my mind. James looked at George's back as he walked towards the helicopter, and an idea that was so bold that even he himself thought it was outrageous came to his mind. This guy, he touched a tank and built a tank, and now he's touching a helicopter? Could he be thinking about flying into the sky? He walked under the helicopter, signaled the pilot to descend a little further, and then, with the help of a guard, he boarded the cabin. He did not look at the complicated dashboard in the cockpit, but walked straight to the weapon mounting points on both sides of the fuselage. Under the short wings, rocket launchers and anti-tank missiles are mounted. Under the nose is a multi-barrel machine gun that can rotate at high speed. George reached out his hand and lightly ran his fingertips over the cold metal. Ding! 70 millimeters rocket launch system detected. Analysis started. Ding! Red Arrow series anti-tank missiles detected. Data model is being established. Ding! 12.7 millimeters six-barreled Gatling gun detected. Reverse engineering initiated. A series of system prompts that only he could hear rang in his mind. To outsiders, he was just a military expert who was curious about weapons and equipment and was carefully studying the structure of the helicopter. He sometimes stroked, sometimes knocked, and sometimes squatted down to observe the internal wiring and structure. James and Yushanha were watching from below without disturbing them. Yushanha is pure indulgence and trust. Time passes by every second. George pretended to visit the helicopter for a full half hour, until the long-awaited reminder sounded in my mind. Ding! Data analysis completed. Related technologies have been stored in the database and can be called up and upgraded at any time. Hearing the sound, he did not stop, but pretended to study for another hour. Only then did he stand up with satisfaction and jump out of the cabin. How is it? Is my baby okay? Yushanha came up to him with a smile. It's okay, but the firepower configuration is a bit monotonous, George said truthfully. Yushanha was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter, thinking that he was just a young man with high standards. Come on, don't delay business. Get on the plane. I'll take you to the sky and see where you want to build the research institute. Good. Several people boarded the helicopter one after another. The cabin door closed, and with a huge roar, the plane took off and flew towards the distant mountains. George, do you have any specific requirement for site selection? Yushanha asked loudly on the plane. George looked at the rapidly receding scenery outside the porthole, pondered for a moment, and held up 3 fingers. First, we need a large mountain. The bigger the better, and the internal structure of the mountain must be stable. It will be convenient for us to hollow it out in the future and build underground fortifications and experimental areas. Second, the institute must be located close to the 4th Armored Brigade's base. The closer the straight line distance, the better for easier security and coordinated operations in the future. Third, the surrounding vegetation must be lush enough and the terrain complex to provide the best natural camouflage. Yu Shanha listened to these three conditions and nodded. Every requirement directly hits the key military issues and is extremely professional. The helicopter circled over the vast mountainous area, round and round. For the entire afternoon, they flew over almost all the mountains around the 4th Armored Brigade's base. Just when James was feeling a little dizzy, George suddenly pointed to an area below. Right there, everyone looked in the direction he pointed. It was a stretch of rolling mountainous area, with an estimated area of more than 10 square kilometers, covered by extremely dense primeval jungle. The most important thing is that, surrounded by mountains, there is a natural blue freshwater lake, like a sapphire inlaid on a green carpet. The location of this mountain range is just behind the mountain range behind the 4th Armored Brigade's base. Here, James took out a military map and compared it. If we can dig a tunnel through the middle of the mountain, the straight line distance from here to our brigade command building will be less than 400 meters. That's it. George made the decision immediately. When the group returned to the brigade command room, it was already dark. Commander Yu, the overall construction of the Institute will be entrusted to the engineering troops under your command. I will give you a detailed list of requirements as soon as possible, including all functional areas and special requirements. George got straight to the point. No problem. Leave it to me. Yu Shanha patted his chest and promised. Then, George did something that stunned everyone present, including Yu Shanha. He took out an ordinary black bank card from his pocket and gently placed it on the table. This is the initial startup capital. Please check the budget yourself. If it's not enough, I will find another way. Yu Shanha and James both looked at the card curiously. James couldn't help but ask, "How many are there in here?" George's tone was flat, as if he was talking about what to eat for dinner today. "Not much. Only 1.5 billion. 1.5 billion. James gasped, "That's a lot. It's enough to expand my brigade 10 times over." George interrupted him and added, "Oh, I meant rice currency." The command room instantly fell into deathly silence. How much does that translate to? Approaching 10 billion yen coins. It took a full half-minute for Yu Shanha to find his voice. He pushed the card back with a firm attitude. "No, I absolutely cannot accept this money. The amount is too high. This is a national project. How can I let you pay for it personally?" "Commander Yu." George pushed the card back, his eyes serious. "Time waits for no one. By the time the funding is approved by higher authorities, it will be too late to make a living. In order to achieve results as quickly as possible and for our own national defense, you must accept this money." Finally, he took a deep breath, and with trembling hands, he slowly and solemnly put the card away. Chapter 59. Time waits for no one. The next day, Southern Theater Command. Yu Shanha stood in the middle of the conference room, his back straight, and reported in a loud voice everything that happened yesterday. 1.5 billion US dollars. Did I hear it right? Did this guy rob the American treasury? Everyone present here is a big shot who has been through many battles and can shake the world with just a stomp of his foot. A majestic general with 3 stars on his shoulders slammed the table, stood up suddenly, and stared at Yu Shanha with lightning eyes. "Yu Shanha, this is a serious matter. You must be responsible for every word you say." Yu Shanha saluted with a standard military salute, his voice as loud as a bell. "Report to the commander. I, Yu Shanha, guarantee with my personality and party spirit that every word you said is true. Take 10 billion yen coins and build a private research institute. Comrade George is right. Time waits for no one. By the time our funding is approved, the war will be over. He is helping the country. He is defending our national defense in his own way." The admiral looked around, his tone more serious than ever. "I command. Crash." All the generals stood up in unison, their bodies straight. From today on, all of Comrade George's requests are the highest instructions. If you want people, give them to us. If you want land, give them to us. If you want policies, give them to us. Yu Shanha, Arif, I'll give you the 3rd Engineer Corps, a force of 50,000 men, to command. Within 3 days, everyone must move into Shishan. I want to see that mountain range turn into a bustling construction site. Yes, I guarantee to complete the task. Yu Shanha's face turned red with excitement, and he shouted at the top of his voice. At the command, the most elite engineering troops in the entire Southern Theater started up like a sophisticated war machine. At the same time, Thousands of miles away, the battlefield in northern Krai. The sky is gloomy and sad. In the temporary command center, General Smlan's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the battle map on the wall. General, the adjutant carefully handed over a cup of bitter coffee. You haven't slept for 2 days. Smran waved his hands, his voice as hoarse as sandpaper. How can I sleep? He slammed his fist down on the table, and the area on the map that represented his hometown trembled slightly. Just then, a communications soldier ran in with a strange look on his face. Report to the general. Urgent call from the president. Smlan's heart sank, thinking that another line of defense had been breached. Read. The president orders you to immediately lead your men to the Alka port on the northern border to receive 25 new tanks. 25. Smlan was stunned, and then a surge of anger surged in his heart. What a joke. What could 25 tanks do? Do you want my soldiers to drive them in the parade? The number of tanks lost on the front line every day is more than this. 25 cars. A drop in the bucket. But just as he was about to explode, a flash of lightning suddenly appeared in his mind. He remembered what his old friend Hajim had said to him mysteriously on the phone. Trust me, old man. We'll soon have something that can blow the turtle shells out of the Yankees. One shot at a time, like opening a can. New tanks. Smlan's breathing suddenly became rapid, and he grabbed the signalman by the collar. Did the president say what type of tank it was? Report. The telegram says it's H-90Z main battle tank. H-90Z. That's the name. Smlan's blood was boiling, and a raging fire instantly ignited in his desperate eyes. Quick, quick, order the guard company. Bring the best pilots. Follow me to Alcaport. Now, immediately. The next day, dawn. The offensive of the 17th Armored Division of the United States arrived, as expected. In the sky, armed helicopters were hovering. On the ground, hundreds of M1A2 main battle tanks took the lead. Behind them were densely packed infantry fighting vehicles, forming an indestructible steel wedge, crushing towards Smran's defense line. Boom! Boom! As soon as the old T-72s on the Smran position opened fire, they were hit one by the enemy's precise artillery fire, exploded into balls of burning scrap metal. The defense line is in jeopardy. General, we can't hold on any longer. They're coming. Let's get our new baby on the field. Smran looked through the telescope, his voice trembling. Tell the boys. Let them open the cans to their heart's content. The order was given. 25 H-90Z tanks covered in desert camouflage, with their engines roaring, rushed out of the sand dunes. A new enemy target has been detected. Wait, what model is this? It's not in the database. The communication channel of the American Armored Forces was filled with doubts. They haven't reacted yet. The H-90Z opened fire. Boom! The dull sound of the gun was completely different from the sharp sound of the T-72. An armor-piercing, discarding sabot bullet tore through the air at a speed that could not be captured by the naked eye. It accurately hit the upper front armor of an M1A2 that was firing. There's the depleted uranium armor that it is most proud of. Boom! A loud bang that shook the earth. The M1A2, weighing more than 60 tons, seemed to be hit hard by an invisible giant hand. The entire turret was blown up to a height of more than 10 meters by the huge kinetic energy, fell down in a spin, and hit the ground heavily. The entire battlefield was eerily quiet for a second at that moment. Everyone was stunned by this horrifying scene. Target destroyed. Next, the H-90Z gunners reported their numbers on the channel in cold and efficient voices. Boom, boom, boom. 25 H-90Z vehicles turned into the god of death on the battlefield. Their fire control systems firmly locked on every M1A2 that appeared. Every roar of their 125mm smoothbore guns will inevitably take away a living steel life. The M1A2 tank, which Americans are so proud of, is as fragile as a paper toy in front of the H-90Z. Retreat. Retreat quickly. Our armor can't withstand it. America's communication channels were completely overwhelmed by screams of fear and despair. What was originally intended to be a successful assault turned into a one-sided massacre. At the end of the battle, more than 100 burning wreckages of U.S. tanks were left in front of Smran's position. On his side, except for a dozen old T-72s that took the initiative to attack and were destroyed, the 25 H-90Z were intact. We won. The Cry soldiers on the position looked at the scene before them and burst into earth-shaking cheers. Soon, more H-90Z tanks arrived at the front line, and the Cry army sounded the clarion call for a counterattack. Begin to recover lost ground inch by inch. President Cry delivered a national televised address, announced to the world that all invaders will be driven out of our homeland without leaving a single one behind. People took to the streets, waving national flags and shouting in unison. Hongshu Military Industry, Final Assembly Workshop. George looked at the battle report in his hand, but there was no joy on his face. The Americans are in a strategic retreat. He threw the battle report on the table and said to Roberto beside him. They were caught off guard, and by the time they reacted and analyzed the performance of the H-90Z, Cry's good days were over. So what do you mean? Roberto asked. Kill him while he's sick. No, get the money back while he's still breathing. George's tone was emotionless. Uncle Gao, contact Cry immediately and urge them to pay the remaining balance. We only care about money in this deal. Okay, we have delivered 170 vehicles, and there are 130 orders left. Roberto nodded and took note. Chapter 60, The Flying Can Opener. Let the factory work in 3 shifts and increase the speed to the fastest possible speed to quickly produce the remaining 70 vehicles and send them over. George finished speaking and paced around the huge workshop with his hands behind his back. His gaze passed over the tank chassis that were being assembled and fell in the corner of the workshop, on the skeleton of a half-assembled attack helicopter. The smooth lines are full of science fiction and violent aesthetics. The corner of his mouth curled up in a meaningful arc. Later, Cry will probably need some more flying can openers. Let's call it Z90, he whispered to himself. Codename, Inglong. According to legend, winged dragons can cause floods and control wind and rain. It couldn't be more suitable to be used on this aerial killing weapon. However, although Inglong is strong, if he is blind, he is just a target. George frowned slightly. Navigation system. This thing is so crucial. He immediately thought of Cry. In the previous war, the Americans cut off the GPS signal in the Cry war zone with just a thought. Overnight, countless devices that relied on satellite navigation became scrap metal. The Cry army was almost beaten back to its World War II level and was commanded by maps and compasses. If it weren't for the strong will of their soldiers, the whole line would have collapsed long ago. If your own Inglong also uses GPS, it would be equivalent to handing your life into the hands of someone else. No, absolutely not. George's eyes flashed with determination. Since the sky is unreliable, let's find a solution on Earth. Build an independent ground-based station navigation system. Use a ground-based station network to form signal coverage within Cry and create an exclusive local area network navigation. In this case, GPS and GLONASS can all go to hell. As long as the ground-based station is still there, my Inglong can hit wherever it points. Hongshu Military Industry cannot handle this matter on its own and needs to seek external assistance. George didn't think twice and dialed an encrypted number. Mr. Yin, I'm George. A steady and powerful voice came from the other end of the phone. Tell me, what new ideas do you have? There was a smile in Yin Lang's voice, and he was obviously in a good mood. Mr. Yin, I got a new toy here. It's a flying can opener. George went straight to the point. Oh, Yin Lang's interest was obviously piqued. But there's a problem, the navigation system. I want to build our own ground-based navigation system. George briefly stated his thoughts. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds. You kid is really a genius. Yin Lang's voice was full of admiration and excitement. This is not just for a weapon. This is an independent area denial combat system. Good. Very good. I'll give you the people. I'll give you the technology. I'll give you the green light. Just go ahead and do it. If you need any department to coordinate, just tell me my name. Yin Lang's courage remains the same as always. Thank you, Mr. Yin. Why are you being so polite to me? How long will it take? Half a month. George thought for a moment and spoke. Half a month? Don't worry. I will let you see the finished product within 10 days. Yin Lang said straightforwardly. Efficiency, it's that simple. Just half a day later, a team composed of the country's top communications and positioning experts. He appeared in the laboratory of Hongshu Military Industry with a full set of equipment. They didn't even say a word to George and just got down to work. Not even 10 days. A complete navigation system consisting of 3 movable ground-based stations and an airborne receiving terminal was neatly placed in front of George. When George returned to the assembly workshop holding the terminal box of the navigation system, Danny was leading a group of engineers around the Z90 doing the final inspection. "George, you're back." Danny saw George. He felt like he had seen a savior and rushed over to him. "We completed the main frame, power system, rotor assembly, all the mechanical structure parts according to the drawings." He pointed at the Z90 that had basically taken shape, his eyes filled with both pride and fatigue. During these 10 days, this group of people almost lived in the workshop. George nodded and patted Danny's shoulder. "Thank you for your hard work, old Lou." He glanced around, looking at the engineers who had dark circles under their eyes but were in high spirits. "Everyone, take a week off with pay. Go back and spend time with your wife and children. The company will reimburse all expenses." "Oh wow. Long live George." "Thank you, George." There was a sudden cheer in the workshop. Soon, the huge workshop became quiet, with only George and the Yinglong ready to go. The Z90 is just an empty shell right now. The fire control system, navigation system, communication module, and the most core Hellfire automatic tracking system have not yet been loaded. These are its real things. It is also this soul that only George can give it. For the next 3 days, George completely locked himself in the workshop. He first put a layer of invisibility cloak on Yinglong. It was a special dark gray paint made from a variety of composite materials, and the process was extremely complex. Spray, bake, spray again, bake again. After going through 5 processes, the Z90's originally metallic body became dull. However, under a special spectrum, it presents a strange sense of transparency. It can absorb and scatter most radar waves. This reduced the huge aircraft to a bird-sized signal on the radar screen. After doing all this, the Z90 can be said to have truly acquired preliminary combat capabilities. George then began installing the core electronic systems. For the fire control and tracking system, he was very cunning and directly used the original program of the Black Hawk 70C. It's just a disruptive optimization of the underlying algorithm. The benefits of doing this are obvious. Even if this plane is taken away by Americans in the future, when they take it apart, they will find that the system interface and basic code are all ours. At most, people would curse it as damn knockoff, but they would not realize that this is a brand new technology that has never been seen before. George is very good at playing the role of a pig to eat the tiger. When the last line was connected and a faint blue light lit up in the Z90's cockpit, George breathed a sigh of relief. He leaned back in his chair and dialed Roberto's number. "Uncle Gao, how is Cry doing?" "George, everything you asked me to do has been done." Roberto's voice was filled with undisguised excitement. The last batch of 70 H90Z cars have been shipped, and their final payment, not a penny less, has just been received in full. "Very good." George's lips curled up. "One more thing." George changed the subject. "You should contact Bilal and Cry right now." "Contact him." Roberto was stunned. "Yes." George stood up, walked to the front of the Z90, and stroked the cold coating with his hand. "Tell him we have a brand new attack helicopter that can deal with all kinds of disobedience. Ask him if he wants a group to help fuel his counterattack." "Okay, I'll contact you right away." Chapter 61 Victory is just around the corner. Half an hour later, Roberto called back with a strange tone. "George, well, Pilar." He refused. "Oh." George raised his eyebrows. "What do you mean?" he said. Roberto paused, as if he was organizing his words. He said he was very grateful for our help, but their war was about to end. The H-90Z tanks are unstoppable, and their troops are advancing triumphantly and regaining lost territory. The Americans have begun to retreat, and victory is just around the corner. So, for the time being, they don't really need more expensive weapons, especially this new type of helicopter that has not been tested in actual combat. George chuckled over the phone. Singing and advancing? Innocent. There was pity in George's voice. Do they really think that if they destroy an armored brigade, the Americans will just leave? They have no idea what kind of war machine they're facing. "George, let's..." "Uncle Gao, notify them." George's voice suddenly became cold and firm. "Z90, Yinglong, immediately start full speed and enter mass production." "Huh? But they don't want to." Roberto was anxious. Just because they don't want it now doesn't mean they won't want it in the future. George looked at the flashing instrument panel in the cockpit, his eyes flashing sharply. "I'll wait." We'll wait for them to come back, crying, shouting, and kneeling on the ground, begging us to sell them the Yinglong. In this world, respect has never been earned through innocence and fantasy. It's through iron and blood. After hanging up the phone, the sarcastic smile on George's face slowly disappeared. He stood in front of the huge Yinglong attack helicopter. The cold metal coating on the machine body reflected the white light from the workshop ceiling lights, and also reflected his deep and bottomless eyes. George knew better than anyone what the nature of the Tweeko War was. It was not an evenly matched contest, but a dimensionality reduction attack. The reason why the Americans retreated temporarily was that they were caught off guard. They need time to reassess the threat of H-90Z and adjust their tactics. Then, even more terrifying war resources will be mobilized to completely crush Cry with overwhelming force. The real killer moves are never the tanks and planes that are displayed in plain sight. It's the satellites in the sky and the electronic warfare that is everywhere. It is a surgical strike with accuracy to the meter. What supports all of this is the invisible and intangible, yet omnipotent, huge technological empire. Semiconductor. This is the cornerstone of modern warfare and the basis for Americans' hegemony. George was well aware of the tanks he sold to Cry. Although it uses its own system, the most core chips still cannot be obtained from foreign suppliers. This rope is always around my neck. Now, he wants to cut the rope with his own hands. Just selling weapons is ultimately a downstream business. George muttered to himself, but his eyes became sharper. What he needs to do is to grasp the source and formulate rules. He remembered it very clearly. It was this year, around November. The authorities will formally propose a huge plan codenamed Project 908. The purpose is to catch up with the international advanced level and develop China's own semiconductor industry. It's a pity that this project is all talk and no action. Due to limitations in technology, funding, and talent, progress has been extremely slow. Ultimately, the desired results were not achieved, and the most critical golden period of development was missed. This time, George didn't intend to let history repeat itself. He wants to get ahead of everyone else and make arrangements in advance, using the huge amount of funds in hand and knowledge that is decades ahead of this era. It has brought China's semiconductor industry to a whole new level. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated, took out his cell phone again, and dialed Roberto's number. The call was answered almost instantly. "George, do you have any other instructions?" Roberto's voice was still excited. "Uncle Gao, don't get excited yet, just listen to me." George's tone was terrifyingly calm. "We now have a total of 1.5 billion McCoins in our account, right?" "That's right. Not a penny less, and even more." Roberto replied. "Okay." George gave the order. "You must immediately transfer 540 million miles coins to the account specified above." The above here naturally refers to Yen Lang and others. 540 million. Roberto took a breath of cold air. This was not a small amount of money. But he didn't ask any more questions and simply replied, "Understood. I'll do it right away." For the remaining money, convert another 460 million into yen coins and transfer them to my personal account. George continued. "All." Roberto was stunned again. "George, that's 960 million miles coins. According to the current exchange rate, this amount of money converted into yen coins is more than 7 billion. The company's new production line needs money, new material research and development also needs money, and the mass production of Yinglong. These are all huge money-eating beasts." "I know," George answered calmly. "I have other uses for that money." "What is it used for?" "Semiconductor." George spat out these 3 words. The person on the other end of the line asked cautiously, "George, are you talking about the semiconductor chip? What else?" "George, are you kidding? That thing, it's a bottomless pit." "A bottomless pit would be better." George interrupted him. "Others don't dare to jump, so I will jump. If others can't fill it, I'll fill it." His voice was not loud, but revealed an unquestionable dominance. "Uncle Gao, do as I say." "Yes." Roberto stopped persuading. He knew that once George made a decision, no one could change it. He could only choose to believe unconditionally. After hanging up the phone, George took off his work clothes, put on his coat, and walked out of the workshop. He didn't even go back to the office. He drove that ordinary Santana, stepped on the accelerator, and merged into the city traffic. His goal is clear. Jiangzhou Wireless Electronics Factory. This factory is located in the neighboring city of Hailan, just over an hour's drive from Mingxi City. In the 1980s, Jiangzhou Wireless Electronics Factory also had its glory days, and the radio and television accessories it produced were all the rage. But in the 1990s, with the intensification of market competition and the iteration of technology, the Jiangzhou factory quickly fell behind due to its rigid management and outdated equipment. Now it is insolvent and on the verge of bankruptcy. The workers' wages are almost unpaid. In the eyes of others, this is a mess, and whoever takes it over will be in trouble. But in George's eyes, this is an unpolished gem. Although the factory is about to go bankrupt, its foundation is still there. Those old equipment imported from Germany and the Sakura country cannot keep up with the times. But it is more than enough to dismantle and repair it and do some packaging and testing with lower technical content. The most important thing is that the factory has a group of experienced technical workers and a real technical expert. Chief Engineer Nye Yihang. Chapter 62, Brain Abnormality. An hour later, the dilapidated gate of Jiangzhou Wireless Electronics Factory appeared in George's sight. The red brick walls were covered with moss, the rusty door was open, and the security room at the entrance was empty. The entire factory area was filled with a thick atmosphere of dusk and death. George parked the car on the side of the road and walked straight in. Relying on his memory, he walked through the overgrown main road and found a 3-story laboratory building located in the deepest part of the factory. When I pushed open the half-open door, a strange smell mixed with pine resin, ozone, and dust hit me in the face. The corridor was filled with all kinds of discarded electronic components and scrapped equipment, making it difficult to find a place to step. George bypassed the obstacle and came to the chief engineer's laboratory on the 2nd floor. The laboratory door was not closed. A thin middle-aged man wearing a yellowed white coat and with messy hair like a chicken coop. He was lying in front of the lab table, holding a soldering iron in one hand and a pair of tweezers in the other, concentrating on working on circuit board. Next to him, on an old oscilloscope, a green waveform kept jumping. This person is Nye Hong, Engineer Nye. George called out tentatively. The man didn't even raise his head, and his hands moved smoothly without any pause. Chief Engineer Nye. George raised his voice. The man still didn't react, as if the whole world had nothing to do with him, and the only thing in his eyes was the small circuit board. George felt helpless. He simply walked to the lab bench and stood between the lamp and the circuit board. The light was blocked, and Nye Yihang finally stopped moving his hands. He slowly raised his head, revealing bloodshot eyes, and his brows were tightly furrowed. The words "Don't bother me" were written all over his face. "What's the matter?" His voice was hoarse and dry, as if he hadn't had water for several days. "I'm here to buy your factory." Nye Yihang stood there in a daze, holding the soldering iron, looking at George with a strange expression, as if he was looking at a madman. "Acquisition." He pulled the corner of his mouth and revealed a self-deprecating smile. "Little brother, are you sure? Our factory owes the bank several million, and the workers' wages are still 3 months in arrears. It's just a complete mess. What do you want to gain by taking it?" He felt that the young man in front of him was either mentally ill or was sent by some department to go through the motions. George did not answer his question, but just looked at him calmly and said word by word, "I don't just take over factories. I'm going to invest more money." He held up 2 fingers. "I have prepared 2 billion, specially used to destroy semiconductor technology." The soldering iron in Nye Yihang's hand fell onto the lab bench with a click. A piece of drawing was burned and a puff of smoke came out, but he was completely unaware of it. 2 billion? Smash semiconductors? Nye Yihang's atoms apple rolled up and down, and his voice was so dry that sand could be rubbed out. "Who are you?" He shook his head, wondering if he was hallucinating because he stayed up too late. "Hongshu Military Engineering, George." George introduced his home indifferently. "Hongshu Military Industry?" Nye Yihang chewed on the name, and his eyes changed instantly. If he had just thought that this was some ignorant, rich second generation talking nonsense. The 4 words, Hongshu Military Industry, have completely different meanings. If it was Hongshu, then 2 billion, Nye Yihang's heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably, and it felt like a war drum was beating in his chest. He took a deep breath, and his cheeks turned red with excitement. 2 billion. We don't need that much. It's too much. It's a complete waste. This technology fanatic always has such unique ideas. His first reaction was not ecstasy, but rather regret for the money from a technical perspective. "Give me 200 million. No, 100 million is enough to start." Nya Ihong waved his arms excitedly, sweeping the parts drawings on the table with a rustling sound. 100 million, I promise to build you a 1-micron production line. Although we are a little behind, we can start from the beginning and catch up step by step. In 2 years, no, in 1.5 years, we can lay a solid foundation. He looked at George with eyes full of fire. That is the kind of light that only appears when a technician finds a confidant and a stage where he can realize his lifelong dream. George looked at him and smiled. He held out a finger and shook it gently. Engineer Nya, your vision is too small. Ah, ni yihang ba stunt. 1 micron. George's tone was understated, but revealed an unquestionable dominance. That kind of thing is just following behind others and eating dust. What I want is not to catch up. It's transcendence. He stared at Nye Hong and spoke clearly, word by word. What I want to do is nanoscale chips. 90 nanometers, 65 nanometers, or even smaller. I want to show the whole world that what they can do, we can do too. What they can't do, we must do even more. Nanoscale. Directly benchmark the world's most cutting-edge technology. Nye Hong began to tremble all over, not because of fear, but because of extreme excitement. His biggest dream in his life is that one day, China can stand at the pinnacle of world semiconductor technology. But reality kept sending him back to that shabby laboratory. And now, a young man stood in front of him and expressed his wildest wishes in the calmest tone. What you said is true. His voice was trembling. I never joke. George's answer was firm and decisive. Good, good, good. Nye Hong said, okay, 3 times in a row, turned around twice in excitement, and then suddenly grabbed the old-fashioned telephone on the table. I'll call the factory manager right away. Ask him to come over. The waiting time always seems extraordinarily long. For nearly 2 hours, Nye Hong was restless, like an ant on a hot pan. He looked at the door for a while, then rubbed his hands, and kept muttering to himself. Why hasn't he come yet? George was calm and composed. He poured himself a glass of water and drank it slowly. Finally, there was a noisy sound of footsteps outside the corridor, and it sounded like there were more than 1 or 2 people. Nye Hong's eyes lit up, and he stood up suddenly. Here it comes. The door of the laboratory was pushed open. A man with a Mediterranean hairstyle and a beer belly walked in first, with a fawning smile on his face. It was the factory director, Lao Zhang. However, the people following him were not the 1 or 2 people George expected, but a large group of people. The leader was a middle-aged man with a shiny slick-back hair, and he looked very official. Behind him, there were 7 or 8 men of similar age, all wearing cadre jackets, with shrewd and calculating looks in their eyes. The laboratory's originally small space was instantly packed. The joy on Nye Hong's face froze in an instant. As he looked at this scene, his heart skipped a beat, and an ominous premonition came over him. Oh, George, young and promising, young and promising. The leader with slicked-back hair took the lead, stretched out his hands enthusiastically, held George's hand tightly, and shook it vigorously. I'm head of the city's industrial department. My last name is Wang. George from Hongshu Machinery is a business genius. Seeing him today, I can see that his reputation is well-deserved. Chapter 63, All Brothers. George pulled his hand away calmly, a polite but distant smile on his face. You're too polite, Leader Wang. Leader Wang seemed not to notice the coldness in his tone. He waved his hand, pointed at the group of people behind him, and introduced them one by one. George, let me introduce you. This is Director Li of our city's textile factory. This is Director Zhou of the canning factory, and this one. Every factory manager who was called out immediately came forward, bowing and nodding to George, their faces full of desire to be supported. George, although the equipment in our textile factory is a bit old, the workers are all experienced. George, take a look at our cannery. With just a little investment, we can turn a loss into a profit immediately. George was surrounded by this group of people. His ears were filled with the buzzing sound of begging, and the curve of his mouth gradually turned cold. Leader Wang cleared his throat and waited until everyone was a little quieter before speaking with a smile. George, you see, it's not easy for everyone. These old factories in Highland are all brother units. We prosper together and suffer together. He finally revealed his true purpose. How about this, George? Please be kind and help these brother factories. As long as you nod, I will take charge of this wireless electronics factory. I will sign and seal the transfer documents immediately and give it to you for free. This sounded like a negotiation, but within those 3 parts of request, there were 7 parts of a threat that could not be refused. George's face completely disappeared. He glanced at Leader Wong coldly. So I have no choice. He turned and left. In that case, let's not discuss this business. Hey, George, don't go. Upon seeing this, the factory managers became anxious and immediately rushed forward to block the door. Let's talk it over nicely. George, think about it again. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Had been standing silently behind George, suddenly looked stern and reached for his waist with his right hand inconspicuously. That action lowered the temperature in the air a few degrees. Leader Wong still had a smile on his face, but the smile did not reach his eyes, and it carried a cold threat. Young man, don't be so angry. This is Highland. The road is so narrow. If you go too narrow, it will be difficult to turn around. A naked threat. George stopped, turned around, and suddenly smiled. It was a cold, mocking smile. Boss Wong, I have a bad temper and I hate being threatened the most. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. He pointed at Nye Hong behind him. I'm going to order this wireless electronics factory. As for you, not a penny. He looked at Lei Jun with a flat tone. Lei Jun, draw your gun. The factory managers turned pale with fear and subconsciously took 2 steps back. The smile on Leader Wong's face completely froze. He didn't expect that this young man was so arrogant and would pull out a gun when he disagreed with something. Lei Jun didn't hesitate at all. He turned his wrist and held a dark pistol in his hand, with the cold muzzle pointing at the ceiling. You dare. Leader Wong's voice was trembling. George didn't even bother to look at him. He slowly took out a cell phone and dialed a number. The call was connected quickly. Hello, is this Mr. Yin? It's me, George. His tone was so relaxed that it seemed like he was just chatting about family matters. It's nothing serious. It's just that someone kidnapped him at the Jiangzhou Wireless Electronics Factory in Highland City. Well, don't let me go. Yes, there are quite a few people, and the leader seems to be a leader named Wong from the city's industrial department. He hung up the phone and put the phone back in his pocket. The whole process was smooth. Less than 10 minutes. Suddenly, a shrill siren sounded outside, coming from far away and getting closer, sharp and piercing. Several cars with flashing police lights and off-road vehicles with special license plates came roaring over and stopped suddenly at the factory gate. The car door opened and a group of uniformed, serious-looking men rushed in with quick and decisive movements. The middle-aged man in the lead immediately stood at attention and saluted when he saw Lei Jun and George. Report. We have been ordered to deal with the emergency. Leader Wong and the group of factory managers were so weak in the knees. Take them all away and check them thoroughly. George instructed calmly. When Leader Wong was being carried out by 2 uniformed personnel and passed by George, George stopped. He leaned close to Leader Wong's ear and asked softly in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear. Leader Wong, I have one last question for you. Even if I really give you this money, can you guys take it? When Leader Wong and the group of factory managers were taken away, the whole process was eerily quiet. It was not until the sirens outside faded away that the stagnant air in the laboratory began to flow slowly. George's cell phone rang at this very moment. He glanced at the caller ID and answered the call in a casual tone. Hello, Mr. Yin. Yin Lang's voice on the other end of the phone sounded full of energy and a little bit of a smile. You kid, you made such a big fuss in Highland. I can't help it. Someone wants to teach me how to do something, but I have a poor learning ability and can't learn it. Okay, stop talking nonsense. I know everything. Those parasites can't get away. I'll keep an eye on them myself. Then I feel relieved. As for the Jiangzhou Wireless Electronics Factory, Yin Lang paused. The city has held a meeting to study this, and the factory will be allocated directly to you as a reward for finding the black sheep this time. For free. George raised an eyebrow. For free, Yin Lang said firmly. But there is a condition. You say, hundreds of workers in the factory have not received their wages. You have to solve the problem of this debt. People should not be disheartened. George smiled. I thought it was something else. Don't worry, Mr. Yin Xiao Chinner. Half an hour later, Nye Hong led George through the dusty production workshop. Most of the equipment here is from the 1970s and 1980s. Although it is well maintained, it is visibly outdated. Our factory still has a solid foundation. As long as the equipment can be upgraded, the production capacity can be increased immediately. His real destination was the research and development laboratory that Nye Hong treasured. As soon as he entered the laboratory, George's eyes lit up. Although the place is simple, various components and semi-finished products are arranged in an orderly manner, and several whiteboards are covered with densely packed formulas and circuit diagrams. This is the signal processor project we are working on. If successful, communication delay can be reduced by 30%. Nye Ihong seemed to have opened up a chatterbox, introducing their research results in a torrent of words. The light in his eyes cannot deceive anyone. That is the purest love and persistence for technology. George listened very carefully and asked one or two extremely professional questions from time to time. The question hit the point directly, leaving Nye Ihong stunned. George, you understand this too? A little bit, George said modestly. Chapter 64 life will only get better. After visiting the electronics factory, George did not stop at all and rushed back to Mingxi City overnight. The next morning, at Hongshu headquarters, general manager's office, Roberto stood in front of George's desk. George pushed a cup of hot tea in front of him. Uncle Gao, I have a new job for you. You order. Roberto straightened his back immediately. Pick 2 capable managers and go to Highland today. George took out a bank card from the drawer. There's 5 million in it. The first thing I will do after I get it is to pay all the wages owed to the workers without missing a cent. Let them know that their lives will only get better and better if they follow us. Hongshu. Clear. The second thing is to immediately complete the factory handover procedures and change the factory name to Hongshu Semiconductor. From today on, it is the 3rd company under our Hongshu name. Roberto nodded heavily and was about to turn around and leave when George called him again. Etc. George picked up a USB drive from the computer and handed it over. What is this? Roberto asked curiously. I worked late into the night to finish 2 things. One of them is the core component data of the lithography machine. One is a drawing of the equipment for a 5G communication base station. Give this to Nye Hong in person and tell him that this is my gift to him. George's mouth curled up slightly. Let him and his men digest it first. The equipment will arrive soon. After arranging everything, George was ready to leave. His next destination was the Jiugan Satellite Launch Center far in the northwest. The United States cut off satellite navigation services to CRY without any warning. As a result, a large part of CRY's military and civilian systems were instantly paralyzed. This slap was too loud. We'll have to wait another 10 years for our own Beidou. George stood by the window, his eyes deep. After 10 years, the daylily has become cold. I can't wait. He must also keep the navigation satellite firmly in his own hands. Just as he picked up his luggage and prepared to go out, Roberto hurried back. George, wait a minute. What's wrong? Bilal from the CRY embassy called again and wants to see you immediately, Roberto reported. George paused, then snorted coldly. Urgent. I'm more anxious than he is. He walked out without looking back. Let him wait. Leave him alone for 2 days. 2 days later, the wine tasted sweet. The strong wind from the Gobi Desert blew up sand and gravel, which hurt my face. The huge launch pad points straight to the sky, full of the coldness and power of steel. Dong Yi, deputy director of the R&D department of Jiugan Launch Center, a middle-aged man with dark skin and wrinkles around his eyes, personally greeted George at the door. George, I've heard a lot about you. Welcome to Jiugan. Dong Yi's smile was very genuine. Director Dong, you're welcome. After a brief greeting, Dong Yi took George to visit their satellite R&D workshop. When he saw the scene in the workshop, even though George was mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but frown. The space is small and the equipment is outdated. Green codes were still displayed on several old computer screens. A group of scientific researchers in white coats gathered together and had a heated discussion. Their faces were filled with fatigue, but their eyes were unusually bright. That's it, George muttered to himself. These conditions are too harsh. Director Dong, I've seen that you have both the people and the spirit here. George paused and got straight to the point. It's just, something is missing. Dong Yi smiled bitterly, sighed, and admitted it frankly. George has a keen eye. We lack money, equipment, and cutting-edge new technology. I'm here to solve this problem. George looked at him and said word by word. Dong Yi suddenly raised his head, and his eyes flashed with disbelief. We, Hongshu, provide the money, technology, and equipment. You have good wine, good people, and good policy support. George's voice was not loud, but it was like a blockbuster bomb, exploding in the empty workshop. Let's work together to develop our own next-generation global navigation satellite. Dong, he froze. You, are you telling the truth? I never joke. George's eyes were firm and fiery, especially about things like this. Dong Yi's eyes instantly turned red. Good, good. He rubbed his hands excitedly and walked back and forth twice. George, what do you need us to do? Just one word. The project needs to be approved as soon as possible. I have already thought of the address. I chose Chang'e in Jiangzhou, which is not far from my newly acquired semiconductor factory, so it is convenient to form an industrial chain. No problem. Dong, he made a prompt decision. He looked like he was 10 years younger and full of energy. I will go to the Military Science and Technology Commission to report this afternoon. The project must be approved. It must be approved immediately. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, but we have already reached a bottleneck here. He sighed heavily, his voice filled with helplessness. Technology iteration cannot keep up, and funding is tight. If we continue like this, people will lose confidence. He patted Dong Yi's shoulder with a calm tone. Director Dong, you don't have to worry about the money. The funds will be in place soon. Dong Yi was instantly injected with a shot of cardiac stimulant, and he became excited. He took George through the long and narrow corridor to the core area of the RD Center. George, I'm going to take you to see someone. The pillar of our place is Xiao Changzheng, Chief Engineer Xiao. Pushing open a heavy iron door, a wave of heat mixed with the smell of engine oil and solder hit me in the face. The office was so cluttered with drawings and parts that there was almost no room to step. An old man with gray hair, reading glasses, and a thin figure was lying on the table. He was calculating something quickly with a pencil on a huge drawing, muttering to himself. Old Xiao, Chief Engineer Xiao. Dong, he shouted at the top of his voice. A distinguished guest has arrived. Xiao Changzheng waved his hand impatiently without even raising his head. What are you yelling about? Didn't you see me calculating the orbital parameters? Is the sky falling? George looked at the old man, and his heart skipped a beat. This person was mentioned repeatedly in textbooks and documentaries in later generations. A leading figure who has single-handedly solved many world-class problems, such as satellite attitude control. George was filled with infinite respect. He quickly stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Xiao Changzheng's back. Hello, Chief Engineer Xiao. Junior George, I have heard of you for a long time. Xiao Changzheng's calculations were interrupted. He then raised his head, adjusted his thick glasses, and looked at the young man in front of him with displeasure. Xiao Dong, where did you find this hairy boy? He glanced at Dong Yi and then looked at George. You look quite energetic. Want to research with me? Become my apprentice. He pointed to the pile of documents in the corner. Okay, go ahead and reclassify that pile of information by year and project. You won't be allowed to eat until you finish it. When Dong Yi heard this, his face turned pale and he hurried forward. Olhat, Lao Sao, my chief engineer, you are wrong. This guy is not here to be an apprentice. Dong Yi lowered his voice, pointed at George, and introduced him word by word. George from Hengshu Group, a big investor who wants to cooperate with us. Xiao Changzheng was stunned. He looked George over from head to toe again, his eyes full of suspicion. Investors. Chapter 65, My Roots are in Zhejiang. Dong Yi was afraid that this old stubborn man would anger the god of wealth and drive him away. He immediately told all the details of the cooperation plan, like pouring out beans from a bamboo tube. Lao Sao, George is here this time to take us to do something big. He provided money, equipment, and the most advanced technology. He wanted to partner with us to develop our own global navigation satellite. Xiao Changzheng's pupils shrank slightly. Dong Yi struck while the iron was hot and dropped even more important news. We've discussed it and chosen a place. It's in Chang'e. Build a brand new modern base there that integrates RD and launch. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Changzheng's face suddenly darkened. Bang! He slammed the table, causing the drawings and parts to clink. Nonsense! The old man's hair and beard stood on end, and his face turned red with anger. I'm not going. My roots are in Zhejiang. Every grain of sand in this Gobi desert is buried with our hard work and sweat. He pointed at the towering launch pad outside the window, his eyes welling up with tears. You want me to abandon this place? Abandon the old buddies who have fought with me for decades, and start from scratch in a place I've never heard of? No way. The atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. Dong, he was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. He wanted to persuade him, but he didn't know where to start. Just then, George spoke. His voice was not loud, but very clear. Chief Engineer Xiao, what if I can provide a complete set of the world's most advanced satellite core technology? Xiao Changjing's anger seemed to have been paused. He turned his head sharply and stared at George, his eyes as sharp as a knife. You? You're just a youngster. What are you bragging about here? Do you know what core technology is? George met his gaze and calmly stated a few nouns. High-precision atomic clocks, high-power traveling wave tube amplifiers, and radiation-resistant onboard processors. I have a way to get these things that have been choking us for decades. Xiao Changjing's breathing suddenly became rapid. These things are exactly the treasures that their team dreams of, but they can't even get a sample. His lips trembled, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. Are you serious? I never joke. George's eyes were firm and fiery, especially about things like this. He paused, took a step forward, his voice full of temptation. Chief Engineer Xiao, I just want to ask you one question. It's guarding these old equipment that may be scrapped at any time, working hard in this small, shabby house, leaving behind regrets. It's better to go to a brand new platform with sufficient funds, top-notch equipment, and leading technology. Personally launch our own Chinese navigation satellites into the sky one by one. These words, like a heavy hammer, hit Xiao Changjing's heart hard. He breathed heavily and looked around the office where he had worked hard all his life, but which was full of embarrassment. Look again at the unquestionable confidence in the eyes of the young man in front of you. After a long time, his clenched fists slowly loosened, then clenched again. Good, I'll go. George smiled. Chief Engineer Xiao, after the new center is built, all administrative, logistical, and purchasing matters will be handed over to my people. You and your team only need to do one thing. Focus on research. This sentence completely dispelled Xiao Changjing's last worry. The old man's eyes reddened, and he nodded heavily. But Xiao Changjing frowned and asked another practical question. We have the technology, but what about the key special materials and high-performance chips? We are under a strict blockade abroad. We submit a purchase application, but don't get a response for several months. It's too difficult. George waved his hand confidently. You don't have to worry about this. Just before I came to Jugan, I founded Hongshu Semiconductor Company. There is still a gap in technology for our own chips, but I guarantee that we will catch up in no time. George said with certainty, just tell me what specifications you need, and I'll figure out. Thousands of miles away in Yanjing, the headquarters of Hongshu Group, Roberto's office, a blonde and blue-eyed foreigner, was pacing back and forth anxiously, his suit jacket wrinkled by his hand. It was Bilal, the treasurer of the Cry Embassy. I'm sorry, Mr. Pilar, George is really not here. He is on a business trip. No, I can't leave. I have to see him right away. His voice was trembling and his eyes were bloodshot. We cry. Our army is losing ground on the battlefield, and we are almost unable to hold on. Every minute, every second, my compatriots are dying. Please, let me see him. As long as I can see him, we will agree to any condition. George had just made himself a cup of hand-ground Blue Mountain coffee when his personal phone rang. The caller ID is an encrypted number. He pressed the answer button and gently rubbed his fingertips on the warm wall of the ceramic cup. Yen Lang's slightly hoarse voice came from the other end of the phone, and there seemed to be the whistling of wind in the background. George, something's wrong. George picked up the coffee cup, took a sip, and the rich aroma filled his mouth. Uncle Yen, please speak slowly. The sky won't fall. Cry was almost crippled. There was an irrepressible fatigue in Yen Lang's voice. 150,000 casualties, their elite troops, were gone overnight. The United States has personally intervened. Well, they bypassed the frontal battlefield and directly mobilized the aerospace forces to launch a saturation attack from high altitude. Informationized warfare is a complete dimensionality reduction attack. Yen Lang's tone was extremely heavy. Cry's air defense system was completely disabled in the first round of attacks and became blind and deaf. Our H-90Z is performing very well. Even when the command system was lost, it still managed to kill several enemy armored units with the performance of a single vehicle. But it's useless. In the face of absolute air superiority, even the strongest army is just a sitting duck. George was silent, his fingers tapping unconsciously on the table. He could imagine that scene. Countless advanced missiles fell from the cloudless sky like the god of death's scythe, tearing everything on the earth into pieces. And those steel beasts that he once was proud of could not even see the shadow of the enemy. The man called Bilal, the representative of Cry, is in your factory now. Yin Lang changed the subject. He also contacted us through diplomatic channels, crying and begging to see you. You want to buy our weapons? Anything is fine, as long as it can shoot down planes. George's mouth curled up slightly, with a hint of coldness. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. You feel the pain now? It's too late. Okay, let's not talk about this for now. Yin Lang didn't seem to want to dwell on this topic any further. I called mainly to ask about another matter. In the data report on the Ing Long armed helicopter that you submitted earlier, how much of the data in it is true? Chapter 66, you know my rules. George put his coffee cup down and leaned back slightly in his chair. Uncle Yin, you know my rules. I never fool people with theoretical data. Every word written in the report was produced with our hard work and time. There was a brief silence on the other end of the phone. It was a long while before he spoke again. In other words, that plane can really achieve subsonic penetration and carry more than 16 air-to-ground missiles? In theory, yes, and in practice it's pretty much the same. George's tone was so calm, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Of course, it is still in the prototype stage and has not entered mass production. The original plan was to wait until the final payment for Cry's order arrived before officially launching the Ing Long production line. I see. Yin Lang's voice sounded as if he had made some kind of determination. Take care of Bilal's affairs yourself. I need to see the old chief immediately. The call was hung up. George picked up his phone and looked at the black screen, thinking. At the same time, in another heavily guarded office, Yin Lang put down the phone and looked at his old friend sitting opposite him with a serious expression. Han Su, also known as Old Han, has gray hair at the temples, but his eyes are still as sharp as an eagle. He admitted that the data of Ing Long is true. Yin Lang said in a deep voice. Han Su picked up the teacup in front of him and blew away the floating tea leaves, but did not drink it. 150,000 people. Old Yin, this time Cry's disastrous defeat sounded a wake-up call for me. We always thought that even if there was a gap between our military strength and that of the United States, it was not that big. But now it seems that this gap is much larger than we imagined. Han Su's face was full of worry. This is not a gap in equipment. This is a gap in the concept of war. The United States has already taken information warfare to its extreme, while we are still in the exploratory stage. Yes. Yin Lang let out a long sigh and sank deeply into the sofa. Cry's army is well equipped. Many of them are advanced products purchased from us or Ross, and the soldiers' fighting spirit is also tenacious. But in the face of America's systematic warfare, they're like a group of primitive people with swords and spears, fighting against a modern army equipped with automatic rifles. No chance of fighting back. The atmosphere in the entire office was so depressing that it was suffocating. We must report to the old chief as soon as possible. Han Su placed the teacup heavily on the table, making a dull bang sound. We must face up to this gap and catch up at all costs. George S. Ing Long may be an opportunity for us. Yin Lang nodded, his eyes becoming extremely firm. Let's go now. George drove back to Hongshu Machinery's headquarters. Instead of going to the production workshop, he took the elevator directly to the office on the top floor. In the office, Bilal, who had been so high-spirited in front of him, was now curled up on the leather sofa in the reception area. The high-end suit he was wearing was wrinkled, as if he hadn't changed it for several days. His hair was messy, and his eye sockets were sunken and bloodshot. Hearing the door open, Bilal jumped up from the sofa like a frightened rabbit. Mr. George, he almost rushed over, crawling. She wanted to grab George's hand, but stopped halfway, standing there uncomfortably like a child who had done something wrong. With a plop sound, Bilal's knees went weak, and he actually knelt directly on the mirror-like marble floor. Mr. George, I was wrong. We were wrong. He shouted in a tone that was almost howling, his face covered with tears and snot. Please sell us another batch of weapons. Please save my country. Save my people. George looked down at him, his face expressionless and his eyes cold as ice. He walked around Bilal, who was kneeling on the ground, went to his desk, sat down, and poured himself a glass of water. Mr. Pilar, I remember there's an old saying in China, a man's knees are made of gold. You're making it very difficult for me. Pilar's body was shaking violently. He raised his head and looked at George with tears on his face. As long as you're willing to sell us weapons, you can ask me to do anything. Anything. George chuckled and leaned forward, crossing his hands on the table. I'm actually very curious about the structure of the brains of your CRY high-level officials. On the one hand, they're fighting a life-and-death battle with the United States. On the other hand, they're flirting with Ross, and at the same time, they're trying to buy equipment from China. Do you really think those two giants are fools? Or do you think that we Chinese are being taken advantage of? George said was like a poison needle. You buy my tanks to fight the armed forces supported by the United States, and then turn around and use Ross's missiles to defend against American aircraft. Do you feel that you are dancing on the tightrope of geopolitics very gracefully? Now, she messed up her dance, fell off the tightrope, and nearly died. Now she's come to me, an insurance salesman, to cry. Don't you think this is ridiculous? Pilar's cheeks lost the last bit of color and turned pale as George spoke. Ridiculous. The office fell into silence. There was only the slight buzzing sound from the air conditioning vent and Bilal's heavy breathing that he could not suppress. George picked up the water glass and took a sip slowly. He didn't even look at Bilal, who was kneeling on the ground, and his eyes were cast leisurely out the window. Time passes by every second. Every second was like sandpaper rubbing against Bilal's dignity. Half an hour passed. George finally put down his glass of water and returned his gaze to Pilar. Get up. Bilal's body was stiff, as if he had forgotten how to stand. George's mouth curled up in a sarcastic arc. I'm a very practical person. I prefer to see some actual value in the price. Pilar stopped moving. You say, as long as we can do it. No problem. George leaned back in the large executive chair, his posture lazy and relaxed. Is your Air Force almost wiped out? Bilal's Adam's apple rolled, and he nodded with difficulty. America's latest generation of stealth fighter jets, coupled with precise guidance from space-based systems. For CRY's old air defense systems and fighter jets, it was almost a one-sided massacre. Air supremacy completely changed hands from the first day of the war. Without air superiority, your ground forces are just sitting ducks. George is like a patient teacher, explaining a simple question to his students. So, what you need most now is not a tank or a cannon, but an armed helicopter that can change the situation in low-altitude combat. He pressed a button on the table. On the wall opposite him, a huge display screen lit up silently. A ferocious-looking, sci-fi armed helicopter appeared on the screen. It was flying at a high speed, close to the valley, at an incredible angle. Its body has a strange polyhedron structure, with a dark metallic luster under the sun. We call it Inglong. Chapter 67, The World's First. There was pride in George's voice. The world's first and only fifth-generation stealth attack helicopter. The Inglong on the screen suddenly pulled up, and the chain machine gun under the nose spewed out deadly flames. The target in the distance was instantly torn into a ball of fire. Its radar cross-section is an order of magnitude smaller than America's most advanced Apache. The overall combat capability is more than 1.5 times that of the Apache. Bilal stared at the screen, greedy light bursting out of his cloudy eyeballs. That light was like a person dying of thirst in the desert seeing an oasis. Its standard weapon. George pressed the remote control, and the picture switched. Under the short wings on both sides of Inglong are densely packed missiles. Hellfire anti-tank missiles, 16, can be mounted at a time. The Tianya 90 air-to-air missile is specially designed to hunt down enemy helicopters. Of course, it can also be equipped with rocket launchers or precision-guided bombs for ground attacks. Pilar's breathing became rapid. He seemed to have seen these Inglongs appear in the sky of CRY, like a black lightning of revenge, tearing those arrogant American ground forces into pieces. The price. Mr. George, it's price. His voice became hoarse with excitement. And quantity. How many can you sell us? The battle situation changed rapidly, and countless CRY soldiers died every minute. He didn't have time to hesitate any longer. George held up 2 fingers. $20 million. Bilal's heart skipped a beat. This price is much higher than the Apache that the United States sells to its most core ally. But he had no intention of bargaining, because he knew very well that the United States would never sell Apache to him. And George's Inglong is their only hope. We buy. Pilar almost shouted. We want 200. 200. George raised an eyebrow, seeming a little surprised. 200 aircraft with a total price of $4 billion US. This amount of money was nothing to CRY before the war. But for this devastated country, it is definitely a huge sum of money. It seems that the other party's determination is greater than I imagined. No problem. George agreed readily. But he changed the subject. Just having Yinglong is not enough. It can deal with low-altitude threats, but ground advancement still depends on the steel torrent. George said it lightly, but it made Pilar's heart beat faster again. We're placing additional orders. Bilal gritted his teeth like a gambler who had lost all his money. 650. We want 650 tanks. George did a quick calculation in his head. With 4 billion worth of helicopters and tank orders, the total amount has soared to 18 billion US dollars. A huge order that would drive any arms dealer crazy. But George's face remained calm. His fingers tapped lightly on the smooth desk. He knew that Cry's bottom line was far from over. Since they are willing to pay such a huge price, it means they have something more precious that needs to be protected. 18 billion, okay. George finally spoke. But I have one small additional condition. Bilal's heart sank. He knew that the Real highlight was just about to begin. We at Hongshu Machinery have recently been very interested in the energy sector. George's eyes became as sharp as an eagle's. I have long admired your country's Lemoore oil field. Give the mining rights of that oil field for the next 50 years to China. Not only will I give you this military sales order, I can also give you some extra small gifts. Bilal's body began to shake violently as if struck by lightning. That's no ordinary oil field. That is the largest oil field in Cry with proven reserves, the economic lifeline of the entire country, and their only hope for post-war reconstruction. Handing over the Rammer oil field is tantamount to handing over the future of Cry with one's own hands. No, absolutely not. Bilal stood up from the ground suddenly, and because he stood up so suddenly, his eyes went dark. Mr. George, you can humiliate me, but you can't humiliate my country. Lamer is our last line of defense. He turned and stumbled toward the door. He could directly reject this condition without even asking for permission from his superiors. Don't leave in such a hurry. George's voice came slowly from behind him. Even if the deal doesn't work out, there's still righteousness. No, Lamoure. We could talk about something else. Pilar paused. He turned around slowly. For example, the Hefia region. A warm smile returned to George's face, as if he was not the one who made the harsh request just now. Hefia, one of the important oil-producing areas in the eastern part Cry. Although the reserves and scale are far less than those of Lamer, it is also a piece of fat meat that can lay golden eggs. The mining rights in the Hefia area in exchange for this order. George held up a finger. If you make the deal, I'll give you an extra 150 tanks. How about this condition? Is it sincere enough? 150 most advanced main battle tanks. Free. This temptation, like a huge hook, hooked Bilal's throat tightly. He stood there, his face changing constantly. On one side is an important asset of the country. On the other side, there are powerful weapons that can save countless soldiers' lives and may even turn the tide of the war. But he seemed to have no other choice. After a long while, Bilal managed to squeeze out a word from between his teeth. I need to ask for instructions from home. Certainly. George gestured, please, and pointed to the phone in the reception area. Use my phone. It's a dedicated line, confidential. Veins bulged in Bilal's hand as he held the microphone. The cold touch of the microphone casing did not calm his trembling fingertips at all. The sound coming from the receiver was an encrypted and slightly distorted electric current sound. Pilar, are you telling the truth? That voice belonged to General Shaker, the mainstay of the crime military. But at this moment, the veteran's voice no longer had the calmness of the past. It is absolutely true, General. Bilal's lips were cracked, and his voice was hoarse, as if it were rubbed with sandpaper. Hongshu Machinery is willing to provide everything we urgently need. The price is mining rights in the Hefia area for the next 50 years. There was deathly silence on the other end of the line. Mr. President is right next to me. After a long time, General Shaker's voice sounded again, with an unspeakable difficulty. He said that the situation on the front line has reached its most critical juncture. The 7th Armored Division of the United States is less than 100 kilometers away from the capital. We have no other choice. These few words seemed to drain all the energy from the old general. Chapter 68, How much inventory do you have now? Bilal's eyes instantly turned red. He could hear the desperation behind the words. Mr. President asked, if we agree, when can we get the equipment? Right away, immediately. Mr. George personally promised that as long as we give a nod, the first batch of equipment can be shipped at any time. Good. A more authoritative, yet equally exhausted voice interrupted from the other end of the line. It's President Cray. Tell Mr. George we agree. The mining rights of Hafia belong to your country, China. The deposit of $9 billion will be deposited into Hongshu Machinery's account before tonight. We will pay the rest of the money in installments using oil. Bilal, my general, the future of Cry is in your hands. The phone was hung up abruptly. The busy tone sounded particularly harsh in the quiet reception room. Bilal slowly put down the phone and leaned back on the leather sofa behind him as if all the strength had been drained from his body. George picked up the teacup on the table and blew gently on the floating tea leaves. From beginning to end, he did not even look at Pilar. Ye, Mr. George. Pilar stood up again, walked to the desk, and bowed deeply. This time, his posture was lower than any time before. Our president has agreed to your terms. $9 billion will arrive tonight. Our embassy will immediately begin drafting the official documents regarding the mining rights in the Hafia area and will hand them over to you tomorrow morning. George then raised his eyelids and said faintly, "Then, the equipment we ordered." Bilal's tone was filled with a desire for a last hope. How much inventory do you have now? This is what he cares most about. Far water cannot quench near thirst. If Hongshu Machinery takes several months or even a year to produce, then the deal will be meaningless to Cry. George didn't answer, but pressed an intercom button on the desk. Uncle Gao, come here for a moment. A moment later, the office door was pushed open. Roberto, the vice president of Hongshu Military Industry. George, what do you want from me? Roberto's eyes swept over the pale Pilar, and a look of understanding flashed in his eyes. Uncle Gao, please tell our Cry friends how many treasures we have in our warehouse now. George leaned back in his chair, a smile on his face. Roberto pushed up his glasses, his eyes behind the lenses precise and sharp. H-90Z main battle tanks, our latest improved model, have completed final assembly and rolled off the production line, with 325 units so far. There are exactly 90 Z-90 long attack helicopters in the warehouse, along with their matching Hellfire missiles. Roberto's voice was neither hurried nor slow, and every word was like a heavy hammer hitting Pilar's heart. As for the supporting ammunition, repair parts, and logistic support vehicles, they're enough to support a high-intensity local war, as long as the funding is in place. These equipments can be delivered to wherever you need them via our strategic transport aircraft within 24 hours. All in stock, and the number is so huge. More than 300 most advanced tanks and 90 top-level armed helicopters. Transfer. I'll arrange for someone to transfer the money right away. Bilal was so excited that he was incoherent. He took out his mobile phone, but his fingers were shaking so much that he could hardly press the keys. Agreement. We will sign the agreement right away. Mr. George, you are the eternal friend of the Cry people. George smiled and winked at Roberto. Uncle Gao, take Mr. Pilar to the lounge and let him handle the transfer. Also, send him away through a secret passage so that no one can find him. Okay. Roberto nodded and made a please gesture to Bilal. Mr. Pilar, this way please. Roberto profusely and followed him out of the office. The whole room returned to silence again. George's face slowly faded. He picked up another red encrypted phone and dialed a number he knew by heart. The phone rang 3 times and was connected. A steady and powerful voice came from the receiver. George, Mr. Yin, it's me. George's tone was full of respect from a younger generation to an elder. The person on the other end of the phone was none other than the Chinese military leader, Yin Lang. It's so late. Is there anything urgent? Well, I just concluded a small business deal, and I want to report to you. George put lightly. Oh, your small business is probably a big project for me. Tell me about it. Yin Lang became interested. Not much. George paused. It's just an $18 billion arms sales order. Puff. From the other end of the line, there was a violent coughing sound caused by choking on water. It took Yin Lang a long time to recover. How much? How much? $18 billion US dollars. George repeated. $18 billion US dollars. This is almost equivalent to 1/10 of China's military budget for the whole year last year. This guy went out to sell arms and sold them at a sky-high price. You kid. Who did you sell our weapons to? America? Yin Lang started joking. Cry. Where do they get so much money? Yin Lang's tone was full of doubt. George smiled and didn't answer the question directly. Mr. Yin, I will pay 70% of the profits from this order to the national treasury. George, Yen Lang's voice became a little complicated. Are you interested in serving in the General Armaments Department? With your ability, it's such a waste of work in a private enterprise. Mr. Yin, you are here again. George smiled bitterly. I'm not interested in being an official. I just like to tinker with little gadgets. Besides, I'm not here for this order just to make money. Oh, Yin Lang's tone became serious again. I used the extra 150 tanks to exchange for some small things from Cry. George's tone was as if he was talking about a trivial matter. What is worth 150 of our most advanced tanks? Yin Lang's curiosity was completely aroused. George said word by word. Cry, Hefia region, oil mining rights for the next 50 years. George, say it again. Yin Lang's voice trembled slightly. What mining rights did you get? Hefia. George replied calmly. According to the latest exploration intelligence from our Hongshu Energy Department, the proven oil reserves in the Hefia region are conservatively estimated to be over 5 billion barrels. Moreover, it is a shallow oil field that is extremely easy to exploit. As a senior national official, he knew very well what these 5 billion barrels of oil meant. It is the country's strategic reserve, the blood of industry, and the most solid energy guarantee for China's future development. Good, good, good. Yin Lang said good 3 times in a row, his voice filled with irrepressible excitement. George, this time you have made a great contribution to the country. On behalf of the country, thank you. Chapter 69, I have a small suggestion. Mr. Yin, you are too kind. George's voice remained calm. But regarding mining, I have a small suggestion. You say, we, Hongshu, are engaged in machinery after all, and we are not good at oil extraction. So I hope that this oil field can be exploited and operated by the national team, that is, our China National Petroleum Corporation and China Petrochemical Corporation. As for the profits, George smiled. Let's split it 4-6. I'm 4, the country is 6. Yin Lang was completely stunned. He had thought George would ask for a 50-50 ratio, or even more. After all, he had acquired this oil field on his own. Unexpectedly, he only wanted 40%. George, this. Mr. Yin, please don't refuse. George interrupted. Hongshu cannot be what it is today without the support of the country. This little bit of return is what I deserve. Besides, money is something that only needs to be spent. What I hope to see is that our country can stand up straight and no longer have to look at anyone's face. These words are very powerful. Yin Lang was silent for a long time before he let out a long sigh, his tone full of relief. Well, George, you've got a heart. Just do as you say. I will immediately make arrangements to form a team of top-level experts to prepare for the takeover of the Hefia oil field. The phone call was hung up. George walked over to the huge French window. His gaze seemed to penetrate the endless night and look towards the distant Middle East. At the same time, the atmosphere of the U.S. coalition's temporary headquarters in the Middle East was relaxed. On the huge sand table, blue arrows have surrounded the small red flag representing the capital of Cry. A white general with a cigar in his mouth and a star on his shoulder was pointing at the sand table with a whip, looking very ambitious. Generals, the Cry defenses have collapsed. Their main force was vulnerable to our air superiority. I order all troops to launch a general attack. 3 days at most. He held up 3 fingers with a disdainful smile on his face. In 3 days, I will be in the presidential palace in Cry, drinking champagne and celebrating our victory. There was a burst of laughter in the command center. No one knew that at this moment, one huge transport plane after another painted with the Hongshu military industry logo appeared. It is quietly taking off from a secret airport in the east. Admiral Michael was holding a cup of steaming coffee, with a relaxed look on his face, as if he was in control of the situation. His 2 allies, General Lucas of Gili and General Jules of Iris, also looked confident of victory. Aiden's Vulture Division is the ace of the army. Michael pointed his chin at the unstoppable blue arrow on the screen, plus a squadron of Archie helicopters and a full armored regiment. What can the Cry people use to block the Soviet-era scrap metal? Lucas agreed with a smile. General, this is like using a butcher knife to kill a chicken. What a waste. Jules shrugged, his tone full of French elegance. I think this is just right. Using the most powerful force to complete the fastest crushing is a kind of display in itself. Show the world what happens to those who rebel against us. Michael nodded with satisfaction and pressed the communicator. Aiden, If you hear me, please answer. General, Commander Aiden of the Vulture Division salutes you. A loud voice came from the communicator. The troops have arrived at the designated location and are ready to launch an attack at any time. Very good. Michael took a sip of his coffee. I authorize you to launch a free attack on the city of Sarko. First, use an hour of carpet bombing to clear out their fortifications. Then, have your armored regiments advance. I want you to plant our flag on the municipal building in Sarko before sunset. Make sure you complete the mission, General. There was a hint of eager excitement in Major General Aiden's voice. After hanging up the phone, he walked out of his mobile command vehicle. The glaring sunlight made him squint slightly. Rolling heat waves came from the depths of the desert, and the air was filled with the smell of dry sand. In front of him, the steel torrent has assembled. More than 80 M1A two main battle tanks, with their ferocious guns pointing straight ahead, their tracks rolling over the sand, making a dull roar. Overhead, there was a formation of 25 Archie attack helicopters. Like a circling vulture, the propellers stirred the airflow, creating gusts of wind. It was a great fireworks show. Aiden licked his cracked lips, a cruel smile appearing on his face. He raised the telescope and saw the distant city of Sarko, just a vague outline on the horizon. But in his eyes, it was already a ruin. Order, prepare aviation firepower. In 1 hour, I won't be able to find a complete building in that area. Yes, the order was passed down quickly. The next second, hell descended. There were loud explosions one after another. Flames and thick smoke rose into the sky, dyeing half of the sky gray and black. The whole earth was shaking. Aiden put down the telescope and could even feel the sand jumping under his feet. He really enjoyed this feeling. This kind of absolute power to control the life and death of others and dominate the battlefield. The 1 hour bombing ended on time. Of the city's former outline, only ruins and flames remain. Armored regiment, forward. Aiden swung his arms down. Infantry regiment, follow up and prepare to clean up the battlefield. Remember, take no prisoners. However, at this moment, something strange happened. Report. A large number of targets appear on the horizon ahead. Approaching at high speed, the radar operator's voice was filled with suspicion. What? Aiden frowned and raised the telescope again. In the smoke and dust in the distance, black outlines were emerging from the horizon. A very large number. Its cries tank. Oh my God, are they crazy? How dare they take the initiative to attack? Does their T-72 want to collide with our Abrams? There was a burst of laughter in the command vehicle. To them, this is like a moth flying into a flame. A hint of contempt also appeared at the corner of Aiden's mouth. Notify the Archie formation. It's their turn to work. Light up those iron coffins one by one. Receive. In the sky, 25 Archie helicopters immediately adjusted their formation and rushed towards the enemy tank group. In front of their advanced fire control radars, those old Soviet tanks were nothing more than sitting ducks. Boss, this is just target practice. The pilot of an Archie whistled casually. His finger was already on the launch button of the Hellfire missile. 8 kilometers away, ready to lock on. Etc. Before he could finish his words, the fire control radar suddenly issued a sharp alarm. What's going on? Radar warning. Something is locked onto us. Impossible. Where does Cry get anti-aircraft firepower to threaten us? Not on the ground. In the air. Chapter 70, what the hell is that? The pilot raised his head suddenly and looked out through the cockpit window. Suddenly, a dozen small black dots appeared in the sky ahead. The speed of those black spots was astonishingly fast. In just a blink of an eye, they appeared clearly in the field of vision. That's also a helicopter, but its appearance was completely different from any helicopter he had ever seen. They do not have the rough and bulky body of Archie, but instead present a streamlined shape with a very sci-fi feel. The whole body is pitch black, and the fuselage is long and narrow, like a sharp blade drawn from its sheath. The strangest thing is that there's almost no sound from their propellers, and they fly in an almost ghostly silence. What the hell is that? I've never seen this model before. There's absolutely no information about it in the database. Calling the command center. Encountered an unknown type of armed helicopter. The public channel exploded instantly. All of Archie's drivers saw these uninvited guests. Before they could react, the other party had already launched an attack. I saw flashes of fire under the wings of those black helicopters. One after another, small missiles, with light blue tail flames, tore through the air and rushed towards us at a speed far exceeding that of Hellfire. Avoid! Avoid quickly! The driver let out a sharp roar and pushed the joystick hard. Archie's huge body did an awkward roll in the air, but it was too late. The missile seemed to have eyes. It drew an incredible arc in the air and accurately hit the tail of the helicopter. A huge fireball exploded in the air. The driver didn't even have time to let out a scream before he, in his car, turned into flying metal fragments. This scene left everyone stunned. What missile is that? Why is the speed so fast? Why can such an outrageous maneuver be performed? Before they could recover from the shock, the second round of attacks followed. Those black death gods called Inglong displayed terrifying fighting power that was completely inconsistent with their elegant appearance. Retreat. Retreat quickly. We are no match for them. The formation commander's voice was filled with fear. However, the Inglong helicopter group did not give them any chance to retreat. A one-sided massacre unfolded in the sky above the city of Sarko. Just 20 minutes. One gorgeous flower of death after another exploded in the sky. 25 Archie attack helicopters, like birds shot down by hunters, fell to the ground one after another, burning. In the end, only 2 planes managed to escape, but they were already covered in wounds. And what about Cry's losses? Just one. It was because the pilot was too aggressive that he was fired upon by several Archies and was eventually shot down. Aiden stared blankly at the command screen, at the blue icons that were rapidly going out, and he felt as if he was struck by lightning. How so? His ace air formation was gone, just like that. General, the enemy tanks are coming. Before he could come to his senses, the emergency call from the ground forces brought him back to the cruel reality. Having lost air cover, his armored regiment was completely exposed to the enemy's attack. Those more than 90 tanks that they had previously ridiculed as iron coffins. At this moment, it was like a tiger out of a cage, rushing into the American tank camp with a deafening roar. An M1A2 Abrams tank opened fire first. The armor-piercing shell whizzed out and accurately hit the Cry tank in the front. According to past experience, this one shot was enough to smash the old T-72 into a pile of parts. However, when the shell hit the enemy's frontal armor, it only produced a ball of sparks. Then it bounced away. Before he could give the order to load the second shell, the tank on the opposite side had already retaliated. Boom! There was a loud bang. The turret of the Abrams tank, along with the commander inside, was blown away. It rolled several times in the air and fell heavily on the sand. This is just the beginning. On the battlefield, Cry's new tanks, called H-90Z, showed performance that was as terrifying as their appearance. The depleted uranium armor-piercing bullets that the United States is proud of are difficult to penetrate their frontal armor. However, their shells can easily tear through Abrams' defenses. The battlefield on the ground instantly turned into a bloody grindstone. In coordination with the Inglong helicopter still hovering in the sky, Hellfire missiles were launched from time to time. An inhumane massacre against America's ace troops officially began. The battle lasted a whole day. When night fell again, the sound of gunfire finally subsided. Aiden stood outside the mobile command vehicle, staring blankly at the battlefield in front of him. The afterglow of the setting sun dyed the entire desert blood red. The air was filled with the pungent smell of gunpowder and blood. Everywhere you look, there's wreckage. 75 of his M1A2 tanks were reduced to burning scrap metal, emitting billowing black smoke. His Archie helicopter was almost wiped out. General, the adjutant's voice sounded behind him with a tearful tone. We lost. Aiden didn't look back. He just knelt down slowly and dug his hands into the blood-soaked sand. Major General Eden, who was full of energy and cigar and threatened to occupy the capital within 3 days, is dead. The only one who survives is a lost loser. There is also deathly silence in the coalition headquarters far in the rear. Admiral Michael, Lucas, and Jules stared at the last image transmitted back on the big screen. The coffee cup in Michael's hand had fallen to the ground and shattered into pieces. His lips were trembling violently, and his originally blue eyes were filled with terrifying bloodshot. Check. A word, as if squeezed out from between teeth, with a hoarse sound like metallic friction. Check it out for me. He slammed his fist on the command desk, and the burning inferno image on the screen shook violently. Those tanks. Those damn tin cans. Where the hell did they come from? Lucas and Jules were startled by the roar and hurried forward. General, based on the intelligence we have so far, and the sporadic confessions from the prisoners. Lucas chose his words carefully, fearing that any word would ignite the powder keg again. Those weapons are very likely to come from China. China? Michael turned his head sharply, as if he had heard some huge joke, and stared at Lucas. Where's the evidence? Slap the evidence in my face. Without evidence, this is bullshit. We have no direct evidence. Jules' voice trailed off. Their technology is completely beyond our understanding of China's military industry. Both the armor material and the fire control system are too advanced. Just then, a communications officer came running in, his voice trembling with despair. General, latest battle report. Cry's armored forces broke through our third line of defense. Lieutenant Colonel Dodgson's armor battalion is all gone. In the command center, it seemed as if every last bit of air had been sucked out. Michael's body swayed, and veins bulged on the back of his hands as he supported himself on the podium. Chapter 71. Ready to flip the table. Thousands of miles away, Hangshu military industry was a scene of bustling activity. In the huge, dust-free workshop, the lights are on and the air is filled with a unique smell of a mixture of engine oil and metal. George was standing in front of an armed helicopter that was completely black with smooth and ferocious lines. It is slightly larger than the Yinglong helicopter exported to Cry. The composite materials on the fuselage reflect a cool luster under the light, full of the beauty of power and technology. Z90 hit the cloud. This is the real good thing he prepared for himself. Ogawa. Roberto walked over quickly, his face a little serious. There's a big move in America. He handed over the tablet in his hand. According to the latest satellite intelligence, at least 3 aircraft carrier battle groups they deployed in the surrounding area have all been dispatched. A large number of F-22 and B-2 bombers are flying in the direction of Cry. He's getting impatient and ready to flip the table. George's eyes swept across the tablet, and there was no tension in his tone, but rather amusement. He patted the Cloud Strike helicopter beside him. The touch of the cold metal made him feel at ease. Let them fly. No matter how fast they fly, they have to have a place to land. Uncle Gao, we need to speed up the progress of the orders we have. George turned his head, his eyes sharp. Especially Yinglong's production line. Keep it running 24 hours a day. If you don't have enough manpower, go find Lao Zhang from the Helicopter Research Institute. Just tell them what I said, and ask them to send a few technical backbones to help. I will triple the wages. Is this okay? Roberto hesitated. Why not? George smiled. After enjoying so much of my technological dividends, it's time for me to contribute. Tell them that this batch of goods is very important. Understood. Roberto nodded, turned, and walked away quickly. George looked at his back, the smile on his face slowly fading. Eden's disastrous defeat was like a depth charge. Although it has not yet reached the surface of the water, the huge undercurrent will soon push Hangshu military industry to the forefront. He had to speed up. Bending down, he gently stroked the small, almost invisible Hangshu logo on the Jian helicopter. Completed final inspection. Perfect. Now, all we need is a pilot who can control this steel beast. Where can I find an ace with top skills and courage to test fly? Just as George was thinking, a specially encrypted cell phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. The caller ID showed an unfamiliar number, but George's eyes froze the moment he saw it. He walked to an empty corner and pressed the answer button. George, a steady and powerful voice came from the other end of the phone. It's Yin Lang. Mr. Yin, how come you have time to call me? Yin Lang's answer was simple and direct. I'm in a mountain city. Mountain City? We need one thing. Yin Lang went straight to the point without any unnecessary greetings. Ramjet, high performance, variable cycle. When these 2 words are put together, the answer is obvious. That is the heart of China's aviation industry and the place where fighter jets were born. Ramjet. George forced himself to suppress his surging emotions and made his voice sound as calm as possible. Mr. Yin, this is not easy. I know. The voice on the other end of the phone remained calm. That's why I called you. The phone call was hung up. George held the phone and stood there for a full minute before he slowly exhaled a breath. He felt like all the blood in his body was burning. He quickly calmed down and his brain started working rapidly. Eat your food 1 bite at a time and walk 1 step at a time. To build an airplane, you first need a pilot. And it has to be the best one. He took out another mobile phone and dialed you Shauna's number directly. Hello, who is this? From the other end of the phone came you Shauna's voice, full of energy and a bit of excitement. "Commander Yu, it's me, George." "George." Yushana's voice suddenly rose octaves. "You're really good. What you sold to Cry really stunned those bastards from America. Well done." George chuckled. "It's just a small amount of international aid. Not worth mentioning. I called this time because I have something else to do." "Explain." "I got a new little toy here." George chose his words carefully, trying to make his tone sound as casual as possible. "Compared to the Yinglong last time, it flies faster and is more flexible. I'm in need of a few experienced pilots to help test the flight data." He deliberately emphasized the words experienced and tested. George's phone call, a new toy that needs an experienced pilot. Then he thought about the vague and top-secret notice he had just received from a higher level. "Where?" Yushana's voice became a little dry, and there was an uncontrollable tremor in it. "Mingxi City, my old place." "Wait, I'll personally lead the team. The best pilots in the entire army. They'll be there soon." The phone was hung up with a click. At night, 3 military off-road vehicles with special license plates escorted a black-red flag sedan, rushed towards the factory gate of Hongshu Machinery like an arrow. The wheels rubbed against the ground, making a series of sharp screams. The car door flew open. Yushana almost jumped off the car, and his military uniform even had several wrinkles due to his violent movement. He didn't even look at the factory manager who came to greet him, and his eyes were scanning the surroundings like a hawk. Finally, it locked its eyes on the huge, brightly lit workshop not far away. "Where are the people?" His voice carried the dust of more than 3 hours of full-speed travel, as well as an irrepressible urgency. "Commander Yu, this way." George's smiling voice came from the side. He seemed to have been waiting here for a long time. Yushana strode over and slapped George on the shoulder with surprising force. "You kid, you really know how to keep people in suspense. Where is the thing? Take me to see it." Behind him followed 2 pilots who were also wearing flight suits and had the rank of colonel on their shoulders. Their eyes are sharp, their steps are steady, and every step reveals the qualities of top soldiers. But at this moment, their faces were also filled with unconcealable curiosity. "This way, please." George led the way and took the group to the mysterious shut-down workshop. The heavy metal door slowly slid open to both sides amidst the mechanical roar. A touch of cold metallic gray, accompanied by dazzling lights, instantly occupied everyone's vision. Yushana's pupils suddenly contracted. The 2 experienced ace pilots gasped and stopped in their tracks. A helicopter was parked quietly in the center of the workshop. Chapter 72. Unexpected, it also has. It has the classic outline of the Z-series armed helicopters that are most familiar to Chinese military fans. It has a tandem cockpit, short wing mounts, and a reserve spot for a cannon under the nose. Everything else is full of subversive science fiction feel. The lines of the fuselage are extremely smooth and full of power, like a ferocious falcon lying in wait for its attack. The most eye-catching thing is the huge rotor system. The complex mechanical structure is wrapped in a streamlined fairing, with only 5 narrow blades with peculiar curvature exposed. This is... The colonel pilot behind Yushana had a dry voice, and his atoms apple rolled up and down. A personal version of a Z-90. George's voice was calm, but it was like a bombshell. I gave a code name. "Strike the cloud." "Hit the cloud." Yushana silently repeated the name in his heart and felt a surge of heroism rushing into his chest. What a great cloud strike. "I have sold 120 of the export version of Yinglong." George added slowly. This number made Yushana's eyes jump. The aircraft is 17.95 meters long. The rotor diameter is 14.8 meters, and the aircraft is 5.2 meters high. George began to read out a series of data, his voice echoing in the empty workshop. Empty weight is 6.5 tons. Maximum takeoff weight is 11 tons. The practical ceiling is 6,200 meters, and the maximum range is 980 kilometers. Maximum level flight speed. George paused, glancing over the 2 pilots. Theoretically, it can reach 350 kilometers per hour. "What?" The colonel pilot couldn't bear it any longer and screamed out. 350 kilometers? That's impossible. The most advanced American Archie attack helicopter in the world has a maximum level flight speed of just over 295 kilometers. How could it be possible that it came out so fast? Another lieutenant colonel pilot stared at the root of the rotor. fully articulated rotors, and, oh my god, it's a twin engine. 2 turboshaft engines. His voice was trembling. This configuration, this damage-resistant structure, and the power system. George, may I ask what the power of this engine is? George smiled. The specific parameters are confidential. However, the power of a single engine exceeds that of the most powerful Gamma 700 series engine currently in service in the United States by more than 30%. Yushana's face turned red with excitement. He looked at George as if he was looking at a monster. What about the fire control, communications, and avionics systems? He couldn't wait to ask. It has a full set of top-level configurations, data link intercommunication, and perfect battlefield situation awareness and multi-target attack capabilities. George's answer was brief and clear. In a word, it has all the functions you can think of. It also has things you wouldn't expect. These words revealed an indescribable confidence. Yushana took a deep breath and forced himself to suppress the ecstasy in his heart. He turned his head and looked at the colonel pilot behind him with burning eyes. Did you hear that? Lao Zhou, do you dare to go up and fly around? The colonel pilot, known as Lao Zhou, suddenly straightened his chest with a burning light in his eyes. Make sure to complete the mission. George gestured, please. It's yours now. Lao Zhou and his co-pilot almost rushed towards the cockpit of Jun. As the canopy slowly closed, Yushana's heart rose to his throat. Although he didn't know how to fly, he knew that this plane would determine the sky of the Chinese Army aviation for the next 20 years. Accompanied by a low sound of electricity, the rotor began to turn slowly. There is no huge noise and vibration like traditional helicopters. The startup process of June is eerily quiet. The 5 blades gradually accelerated and turned into a gray shadow under the light. A strong airflow pressed down from under the rotor. The body of June shook slightly, and then it took off vertically in an unimaginable stable posture. The huge skylight on the ceiling of the workshop had already been opened. June is like an elegant dancer, rising silently into the night sky and disappearing from everyone's sight. Yushana and others quickly came to the helipad outside the workshop. In the control tower, George's voice came through the intercom. Old Joe, we can start testing the maximum speed. Receive. In the night sky came Lao Zhou's slightly excited response. The next second, the navigation light representing June in the distance suddenly rushed forward. That speed is so fast that it doesn't look like a helicopter. Yushana's guard even rubbed his eyes subconsciously, thinking he was seeing things. On the tower screen, the numbers representing speed were soaring wildly. Report. Speed 320. Airframe is stable. Good maneuverability. There was a tremor in Lao Zhou's voice. But I feel like it still has some power left. It can go even faster. Okay. George's voice came in time. Due to the current strength of the rotor material, do not exceed this speed for the time being. What we pursue is not the limit, but stability and reliability. Although he felt a little regretful, Lao Zhou still faithfully carried out the order. 320 kilometers per hour. This is nearly 90 kilometers per hour faster than America's Archie. In the ever-changing battlefield, this difference is enough to decide life and death. Yushana clenched his fists tightly, and his knuckles turned white from the force. The subsequent mobility tests were even more dazzling. Hover, sideways flight, upside-down flight, somersault. Under Lao Zhou's control, Jian performed a series of incredible tactical moves. Its posture is so flexible that it does not look like an armed helicopter weighing more than 10 tons, but rather like a light Swift. The test is over. Jian landed smoothly on the tarmac. The cabin door opened, and Lao Zhou and his co-pilot got out. There was still a lingering sense of shock on their faces. Commander! Lao Zhou walked up to Yushana and gave him a standard military salute. Yushana patted his shoulder heavily, saying everything. George walked over, still with that nonchalant smile on his face. Commander Yu, how do you feel? How does it feel? Yushana hugged his neck and shouted excitedly. I feel like those bastards in America are going to cry for their parents soon. Ha ha! The hearty laughter echoed far into the night. George laughed too. This is just the beginning. He raised his hand and looked at his watch. It's almost time we should set off. Departure? Where to? Yushana was stunned. Mountain City. George's gaze was directed towards the endless night sky in the southwest. Mr. Yin and the others must be getting impatient. The rotor of Jiun began to turn again. This time, Yushana sat in the back seat without hesitation. The helicopter took off again, changed direction, and flew towards the industrial base of the mountain city. Inside the cabin, Yushana looked at the lights outside the window, rapidly receding, his heart pounding. A few hours later, the exclusive airport of the Shansheng industrial base. The runway was brightly lit on both sides. The Jiun helicopter slowly landed under guidance. Chapter 73, This is just an appetizer. Before the cabin door was opened, Yushana saw the familiar figure on the tarmac through the porthole. Strictly long. Beside him stood a group of gray-haired but vigorous old men. Each of them is a leading figure in China's aviation industry. They just stood there quietly, watching the Jiun slowly come to a stop with burning eyes. George was the first to get off the plane and greet them. Mr. Yin, seniors, sorry for the long wait. Yin Lang's gaze slowly moved from George to Jiun behind him. He reached out his hand and gently stroked the cold fuselage skin, emotions surging in his eyes. Okay. With it, our Army aviation will have a straight backbone. George smiled. Mr. Yin, this is just an appetizer. Next, I'm going to show you something more exciting. Xiaochuan, you can't be joking about this. George smiled, and there was a reassuring power in his smile. Mr. Yin, do you think I'm someone who would make such a joke? He took a deep breath, as if he had made some important decision. Good, I believe you. He withdrew his hand and turned solemnly to George. Don't worry about it. Within half a month, the first batch of orders will be delivered to your Hongshu machinery desk. As soon as he said this, the group of veteran experts behind him couldn't help but gasp. Half a month. This is almost the maximum speed that the military procurement process can achieve. It can be seen how much Yin Lang values Jiun and how great his expectations are for the big guy that George mentioned later. George wasn't surprised by this. He just smiled and nodded. Thank you, Mr. Yin. Yin Lang waved his hand, turned sideways, and introduced the two old men beside him to him. Come on, Xiaochuan, let me introduce you. This is Wei Chong, Chief Engineer Wei. This is Li Dihai, Chief Engineer Li. They are now the general managers of the large metal structure project in Shansheng. Your big guy may need their cooperation in many places later. The old man called Wei Chong was in his early 60s, wearing a pair of black-framed glasses and looked gentle and refined. George's hand tightly. George, I've heard a lot about you. Those of us who work in the technical field have almost heard the name of Jiun so many times that our ears are almost covered with calluses. After seeing you today, I can see the heroes are indeed born young. Li Dihai next to him also came over. He was not tall, but had a loud voice and was full of energy. What a hero emerges from youth. In my opinion, George is a modern national entrepreneur. Serve the country and the people. Be the pillar of the country. The praise from the two senior engineers was so heartfelt and enthusiastic that George was almost overwhelmed. He quickly said modestly, You two seniors are too kind. I just did a little insignificant work. All right. Yin Lang simply waved his hand to interrupt this business flattery. His mind was full of George's words about something more exciting, so he had no time to listen to these polite words. Don't mess with those fake things. Xiaochuan, come on. Take us to see what your big guy is. George smiled. Mr. Yin, the things are too big to bring over. However, I've already had the relevant technical equipment shipped to the stamping workshop here in advance. We can go over and take a look right now. Stamping shop? Everyone present, including Yin Lang, was stunned for a moment. They originally thought that what George was going to come up with would be some new fighter jet or a more advanced engine. How is it related to the stamping workshop? Although my heart was full of doubts. But everyone still followed George and Yin Lang and walked towards a huge factory building with bright lights deep in a base. The stamping workshop of Shanxing Industrial Base is one of the best in Asia. The huge factory building had ceilings that were dozens of meters high and was filled with a strong smell of a mixture of engine oil and metal. As soon as you enter the workshop, a wave of heat hits you in the face. In the center of the workshop stands a huge machine. It was a giant stamping machine that was more than 20 meters high, and the base alone was like a small mountain. Countless thick hydraulic rods and complex lines, like the blood vessels and nerves of a giant beast, are spread all over it. This is the pride of the Mountain City Industrial Base, but also their concern, a die-forging hydraulic press that is said to have an 80,000-ton capacity. Wei Chong looked at the machine with a bitter look on his face. George, this is the largest stamping press we have at the moment. It's claimed to be 80,000 tons, but in actual use, it's hard to stably reach an effective pressure of even 20,000 tons. Lee Dehai also added, it's not just a matter of pressure. Because the technology is not up to standard, the failure rate of parts stamped by this machine has remained high. Especially large aircraft structural parts, such as fuselage reinforcement frames, landing gear, and the like. If 3 out of 10 items pass the test, it would be a great honor. As he spoke, he shook his head repeatedly, his tone full of pain. This machine has consumed countless manpower and resources and carries the hopes of too many people. But the final result was not satisfactory. It is like a sleeping beast with a huge body but unable to exert its full strength. George said nothing. He just walked quietly around the huge stamping machine, round and round. His eyes scanned every part and every detail, from the huge piston to the precise control console to the heavy mold. In his mind, the system interface was refreshing data rapidly. Equipment name, YF 80,000T die, forging hydraulic press. Technology level, industrial age 2.0. Core defects, insufficient sealing of the hydraulic system, too low strength redundancy of the main load-bearing structure, backward control system algorithm. Upgrade plan, lines of data streams appeared clearly before his eyes. It is absolutely impossible to bridge this gap by simply making repairs with existing technology. The only way is to start over. Use more advanced technology to give a new life. System. George muttered to himself. How much experience points do I need to upgrade this punching machine? Target equipment detected. YF 80,000T die, forging hydraulic press. Upgrade target. 90,000 ton die, forging hydraulic press. Industrial age 3.5. Required experience points. 50,000 points. 50,000 points. George S. Hart skipped a beat. This is almost half of his current wealth. The previous upgrades to the Jiyun's engine and avionics system did not cost this much in total. But after just a moment of hesitation, his eyes became firm again. What does it mean to have a 90,000-ton stamping press? This means that China will have the ability to manufacture the world's top aviation forgings. The integral reinforcement frame of fighter jets, the landing gear of large transport aircraft, and even the core components of catapults on aircraft carriers. All these things that we never dared to think about in the past will become possible. Chapter 74. Did you see any problem? Exchange. George made the decision without hesitation. A huge amount of information instantly flooded into his mind. Every structure and every principle of this huge machine became extremely clear. Even with his eyes closed, he could construct it completely in his mind, starting from screw. George slowly opened his eyes, and deep in his eyes, there was a gleam of light. He turned around and looked at the experts behind him who were looking expectant. George's gaze finally fell on the faces of Wei Chong and Lee Dehai. Chief Engineer Wei, Chief Engineer Lee. I have a general understanding of this machine. He said this lightly, but stunned everyone present. Wei Chong and Lee Dehai looked at each other and saw suspicion in each other's eyes. Wei Chong pushed up his glasses and asked cautiously, George, did you see any problem? There are a lot of problems. George nodded without beating around the bush. But it can all be solved. His tone remained calm, but the confidence he revealed made Wei Chong and Lee Dehai's heart skip a beat. George suddenly changed the subject. By the way, Mr. Yin, Chief Engineer Wei, I heard that our Shanxing base also has several of the latest fighter jets parked there. I don't know. Would it be convenient for you to take me to have a look? He changed the topic so quickly that no one could react. Wei Chong and Lee Dehai looked at each other in bewilderment. What's going on? Why are you suddenly interested in fighter jets again? Lee Dehai reacted the fastest. He was startled and quickly took a step forward, his face instantly filled with a warm smile. Oh, look at our brains. George, you have come from afar, and we were so busy talking about work that we forgot about the time. It's already dinner time. You must be hungry, right? Come on, come on. We have arranged a dinner to welcome you. Wei Chong also quickly echoed. Yes, yes, yes. Eat first, eat first. There's no rush for the fighter jets. I'll take you to see them myself tomorrow. I promise you'll see enough. As he spoke, he winked at Lee Dehai. The meaning is very clear. Serve this gentleman quickly and don't let him run away. George looked at the two of them, so nervous that he knew they had misunderstood. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but didn't explain much. Anyway, his goal was achieved. If you can stay, You'll have the opportunity to get close to the active fighter jets tomorrow. This is crucial for his subsequent upgrade of fighter jet-related technologies. Then, I'll trouble you too. George agreed without hesitation. No trouble, no trouble. Not a trouble at all. The group was arranged to stay in a guest house inside the base. The dinner was sumptuous, but George's mind was no longer on the table. All he could think about was the fighter jet he was going to see tomorrow. It was just dawning. A sharp and powerful roar, like a sharp blade tearing through canvas, broke the tranquility of the mountain city in the early morning. George opened his eyes instantly. This sound, it is the roar of fighter jet engines, and the distance is very close. He got out of bed, walked to the window, and pulled open the heavy curtains. The window of the guest house faces a corner of the base. On the runway in the distance, there's a fighter jet painted with a bright red August 1st military emblem. It was dragging a long tail of flame, whistling into the dim light of dawn. It's Red 27. Soon, the Red 27 completed a beautiful roll in the air, turned into a small black dot, and disappeared into the depths of the clouds. George's heartbeat did not calm down for a long time. Wei Chong seemed particularly enthusiastic during breakfast. The breakfast in the cafeteria is simple: steamed buns, pickles, and a bowl of steaming millet porridge. George, how was your rest last night? Wei Chong handed over a peeled egg attentively. Not bad. George took the egg and thanked him politely. That's good, that's good. Wei Chong rubbed his hands and smiled in a somewhat ingratiating manner. I'll take you around today. The scenery at our base is pretty nice. He was really afraid that this young god of wealth and technology would get angry and run away. George drank some porridge and felt warm in his stomach. I won't look at the scenery anymore. He put down his bowl and chopsticks. I want to check out the plane first. The smile on Wei Chong's face froze for a moment, then immediately disappeared again. No problem. Of course, no problem. I'll take you to the hangar right now. After finishing their breakfast, they walked out of the cafeteria side by side. On the way to the hangar, you will pass a huge open-air warehouse surrounded by barbed wire. It's more like an aircraft graveyard than a warehouse. There were wreckages of more than a dozen planes parked in a haphazard manner inside. Some of the wings were missing, and some of the noses were cut open entirely, revealing the dense wiring and pipes inside. A smell of motor oil mixed with rusted metal drifted over with the wind. George's steps stopped involuntarily. Here it is. Wei Chong followed his gaze, and an unnatural expression appeared on his face. Well, this is our dismantling warehouse. Some retired or, well, problematic aircraft will be brought here for us to study and research. There was a hint of helplessness in his tone. Reverse research and development is always the most painful yet most effective shortcut for those lagging behind in technology. George's eyes wandered among the wreckage. He saw several dismantled Red 30s, which were heavy fighter jets imported from the Big Brother in the north. It has excellent performance, but is also notoriously delicate. There is also a Su-27 skeleton next to it. It seems that it has been studied countless times, and the skin has been stripped cleanly. In the farthest corner of the warehouse, there is a fighter jet that looks a little old but is relatively well preserved. It was AJ-70. Among the many broken limbs, it seems a bit out of place. Chief Engineer Wei, can I go in and take a look? George pointed to the warehouse. Huh? This place is dirty and messy, nothing to see. Wei Chong was a little hesitant. What is placed here are basically the scars of Shansheng and even the entire domestic aviation industry, which he doesn't want outsiders to see. Just a look. Wei Chong looked at him and finally nodded. Okay. He pulled a bunch of keys from his pocket and unlocked the big lock on the wire fence. George, watch your step. George stepped inside, and the smell of rusty metal in the air became stronger. He walked straight towards the hangar where the active Red 27s were parked, where several were undergoing routine maintenance. When his palm gently touched the cool metal body of the Red 27, a line of familiar blue font instantly appeared before his eyes. Red 27 Fighter. Current technical level LV1 can be upgraded. Upgrading to LV2, Avionics System Optimization, Aircraft Structure Enhancement, requires consuming 20,000 experience points. 20,000 points. George's eyebrows raised slightly. The price is not low, but it is not outrageous either. After all, it is the main model currently in service, and its technical foundation is there. He did not choose to upgrade immediately, but withdrew his hand, turned and walked towards the aircraft graveyard. Wei Chong followed closely behind, not knowing what this young George was trying to do. Chapter 75, the technical starting point, is too low. George made his way through the piles of parts and finally stopped in front of the J-7E. This aircraft is a domestic model that has undergone numerous improvements and upgrades based on the MiG-21. The double delta wing design was considered stunning at the time, but now it seems that it bears a strong mark of the times. George reached out his hand and gently, as if he were touching a precious antique, he touched the wing of the J-7E. The wings were covered with a thin layer of dust and felt rough to the touch. J-7E fighter. Current technical level LV0 can be upgraded. Upgrading to LV1, aerodynamic shape optimization, engine thrust enhancement, requires consumption of experience points, 10,000 points. 10,000 points. Seeing this number, George's heart sank. Just to upgrade to LV1, you need 10,000 points. This shows that the technical starting point of this aircraft is really too low. So low that the system considers it almost worthless to upgrade. Before his eyes appeared a scene of countless scientific researchers surrounding the aircraft, surveying, analyzing, and improving it day and night. They used abacus and slide rule to chew on this tough bone bit by bit. But in the end, the gap with the world's advanced level is still so large that it is despairing. George, this is our latest J-7E developed by Shancheng. Wei Chong's voice, with suppressed pride, sounded nearby. The design of this double delta wing is something we figured out ourselves, and its high altitude and high-speed performance is definitely not inferior to those of foreign aircraft. He thought George had developed a keen interest in the plane. George slowly withdrew his hand. He didn't look back, but just looked quietly at the J-7E in front of him. After solving the rotor problem of the armed helicopter, his experience value was still over 60,000. Originally, he planned to invest all his money into that 90,000-ton stamping press. But now, he changed his mind. System, upgrade J-7E. He muttered to himself. Confirmed to consume 10,000 experience points to upgrade the J-7E fighter. Confirm. Upgrading. Almost instantly, all the information about the J-7E in his mind began to refresh and reconstruct frantically. After doing all this, George felt a little relieved from the depression in his heart. He turned around without looking at the plane again, nor did he respond to Wei Chong's words. He walked straight toward the warehouse door. Hey, George, what are you doing? Wei Chong was confused by his sudden action and hurriedly chased after him. Chief Engineer Wei. George stopped and looked back at him, his expression calm. We at Hongshu Machinery will develop a new stamping machine as soon as possible. I'll let you know when it's finished. After saying this, he did not stop and strode away from this aircraft graveyard that made him feel complicated. Wei Chong was left alone, standing there blankly, with a look of shock on his face. That afternoon, George boarded a plane back to Haicheng. The trip to the mountain city was shorter than he expected, but the gains were far beyond his expectations. The plane landed at Haicheng Airport. As soon as I turned on my phone, a series of missed calls and text messages came in. Before he had time to take a closer look, an encrypted call came from an unfamiliar number. George walked to a secluded corner and pressed the answer button. Boss. From the other end of the line came Raven's processed, emotionless voice. Something happened. George's heart sank. Explain. One of the tanks on Kry's side was destroyed in the battle the day before yesterday, and the driver was captured. For the first time, Raven's voice sounded solemn. How much does he know? George's voice was deep. He knew the source of the tanks and pointed to our shell company registered overseas. The American intelligence agencies have already intervened and are investigating along this line. In a week at most, they will be able to trace it back to Hongshu military industry. George's pupils shrank slightly. What is supposed to come will eventually come. I see. Almost at the same time, another phone rang. It's Commander Yan Lang's number. George took a deep breath and answered the phone. Are you able to talk now? Yan Lang's voice sounded a little tired, but still steady. It's convenient, Mr. Yan, you say. Your deal with Kry has been exposed. Yan Lang didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. Yeah, I just got the message. George's answer stunned Yan Lang on the other end of the phone. He didn't expect George to know so quickly. You aren't nervous? There's no point in being nervous. George's tone was unexpectedly calm. The other party is the United States. We can't hide it even if we want to. There was silence on the other end of the line for a moment. We will try our best to help you, but you have to be prepared. There was a deep sense of helplessness in Yen Lang's tone. The name Hongshu military industry may not be hidden anymore. Mr. Yen, George suddenly spoke up. Will there be a large international arms exhibition in Europe in the spring of next year? Yen Lang was stunned again. Yes, there's one. What's wrong? If you can't hide it, then don't hide it. That's right. I want to go out for a walk too. Go to Europe and let them see what real military technology is. Hongshu Machinery Headquarters. George sat in his office, tapping his fingertips lightly on the smooth mahogany table, making a regular, light sound. Johnson pushed the door open with an expression of anxiety that he could not conceal. George, Mr. Yin has informed me. I know everything. He walked quickly to the desk, his voice low. This is no joke. George raised his eyes and motioned for him to sit down. Uncle Johnson, don't be impatient. I know about this matter. How many? Johnson sat down with a frown on his face. What tricks can't those guys use? We are now in the open. Being in the open may not be a bad thing. George's fingertips paused, and he leaned forward slightly. If they want to see it, let them see it as much as they want. The Shishan Research Center you mentioned earlier can be officially put into use. Johnson was stunned. Now, at this juncture, right now, don't they doubt the source of our technology? Then I will build a technology center that will be unmatched by anyone in the world. I want to let them know that there are some things they can't learn even if they want to. The next morning, a pitch-black helicopter carrying George and his companions flew towards the mountains in the western suburbs of Haicheng. Yee, George, where are we going? Danny adjusted his black-framed glasses and tried to make his voice sound less shaky. Noah held on to his seat belt tightly, saying nothing, but his eyes were wide open as he stared at the mountains rapidly receding outside the window. George didn't answer, but handed each of them a pair of noise-canceling headphones. The helicopter landed on a flat-topped hill covered with camouflage nets. On the mountain, an alloy door as heavy as a bank vault door slid open silently in front of them. A stream of dry, cool air rushed out from behind the door. Danny and Noah followed George inside. Here is the interior of the mountain. Chapter 76, the first task, is to spend money. The entire mountain was hollowed out. Under your feet is a mirror-like epoxy resin floor, and above your head is a dome dozens of meters high. Countless huge LED light sets illuminate the entire space as bright as day. The entire space is ridiculously large, with no end in sight. There are only rows of neatly planned areas waiting for the equipment to be moved in. There is also a faint smell of disinfectant and metal in the air. This is, from today on, this is the highest research center of Hongshu military industry. George's voice echoed in the empty space. Danny, huh? Here. Danny shuddered and stood up straight. I appoint you as deputy director of the research center. George looked at him. Your first task is to spend money. Huh? Danny was confused again. Buy me all the top-notch experimental equipment we can use on the market, no matter how expensive it is. If you can't buy it, just make a list for me. George's tone left no room for doubt. I want to fill this place up in the shortest possible time. The next few days, heavy trucks continuously transport precision equipment purchased from all over the world to the Shishan base. George's hands before being installed. He stood in front of a newly arrived German-made 5-axis machining center and put on a pair of special data gloves. He pointed his fingers in the air, and blue data streams appeared as if being guided by an invisible hand. It was extracted from the core control unit of the machine tool and connected to a terminal on his wrist. After a few minutes, he removed his gloves. Replace the control chip of this machine and rewrite the system. Johnson next to him. I have sent the new design drawings to your email. According to the new drawings, the accuracy can be improved by another 30%, and the processing efficiency can be doubled. Johnson looked at George with awe in his eyes. This kind of method of turning stone into gold is not the first time he has seen it. But every time he still felt shocked. At the same time, thousands of miles away in the United States, the capital, the atmosphere in the Oval Office was so solemn that water could almost drip out. Thompson slammed a document with the word top secret printed on it onto the table. A private enterprise? His voice was filled with incredible anger as he questioned Brown, the head of the security bureau in front of him. Tell me, those monsters whose performance far exceeds our M1, the 2 main battle tanks were made by a private enterprise in China? Sir, all the information points to this company called Hongshu Military Industry. Beads of sweat formed on Brown's forehead. legal representative George in his 20s. We also found out that China's recent semiconductor company, Qiming Chip, seems to have a close connection with him. Semiconductor. Thompson's eyes suddenly became sharp. If the tank only made him feel threatened, then the semiconductor touched his most sensitive nerve. This is the ultimate weapon that the United States uses to balance China and even the whole world. There is absolutely no room for error. Our people in Haicheng tried to contact the target but failed. Brown added cautiously, the target's security level is beyond imagination. Our people couldn't even get within 100 meters of him. The so-called contact is, of course, a euphemism for assassination. Thompson's face was terribly gloomy. The option to directly erase the target is no longer available. He was silent for a long time, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the table. Since the hard way doesn't work, let's try the soft way. He raised his head, a fierce look flashing in his eyes. Immediately send a diplomatic letter to China in the name of the general government. We just said that we have solid evidence and condemn them for selling offensive weapons to the Krai region, which seriously undermines regional stability. Brown hesitated. Sir, the Chinese side will definitely deny it. I just want them to deny it. Thompson sneered. After they deny it, we will reveal the evidence we have to CNN and the New York Times. Let the media around the world report this. I want to stir up public opinion and let their people and the whole world question their government. I will force them to sanction their own companies themselves. Thompson stood up and walked to the huge, floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the city below. I want to make that kid named George and the Hongshu military industry behind him become rats crossing the street. Let them be completely disgraced. The official letter from the United States was like a depth bomb dropped into a calm lake. The waves aroused swept the world in just 24 hours. The Western Alliance, led by the United States, responded quickly and raised the stick of sanctions. All the high-tech and products flowing to China were cut off in an instant. Following closely behind are Japan, South Korea, and several neighboring countries. Either voluntarily or under duress, they also joined the import and export blockade against China. China's economy has come under pressure. The stock market is so dark that it makes people panic, and the cries of countless investors echo across the internet. The one that was pushed to the forefront was Hongshu military industry, under the deliberate guidance of Western media, such as CNN and the New York Times. The black hat of warmonger and profit-seeking was firmly pinned on its head. The domestic people who are unaware of the truth have their emotions easily ignited. One bad apple spoils the whole barrel. They don't care about their dignity, just to make money. Investigate. We must investigate thoroughly. Completely ban this traitorous company. We are being sanctioned by the whole world because of this company. The public is outraged on the internet. Accusations and abuses surged like a tide toward Hongshu military industry and the young man named George. Red walls, a solemn meeting room. The air was so heavy that it seemed frozen. There was already half an inch of ash in the ashtray. The old leader, who was sitting at the head, had a calm expression but eyes as sharp as an eagle. He slowly scanned everyone present. Tell me, how should we deal with this situation now? The voice was not loud, but it carried unquestionable weight. Military Representative Yen Lang, the general who had always supported George, spoke first. Commander, this is simply a frame-up by the United States. It is their usual propaganda warfare tactic. Their goal is our nascent high-end manufacturing industry, Hongshu military industry, and George. We must not lose our composure, let alone let them succeed. Han Su, head of the security department, nodded in agreement. I agree with Comrade Yen Lang's opinion. We have been following up on George and his company's security level, which is already at the highest level. Now, the most important thing is to stabilize him and protect him. Han Su's tone was very firm. He is a trump card in our hand and must not be destroyed by external pressure or even internal public opinion. Chapter 77, I beg to differ. At this time, a slightly older voice sounded. It's Mr. Chun. He coughed lightly and adjusted his glasses. Protection is definitely necessary. But since the incident has become so serious, we must give an explanation to the international community and the people at home. Old Chin looked towards the first person. I have an immature suggestion. Can we consider temporarily nationalizing Hongshu military industry? In this way, the state can better deal with external pressure and calm domestic public opinion. Nonsense. Yin Lang slammed the table, and Xiao Ran stood up. Mr. Chun, I respect you as my senior, but I cannot agree with this suggestion. Once it is nationalized with that set of procedures and that set of systems, Hongshu military industry will be ruined. The atmosphere in the conference room suddenly became tense. The old leader raised his hand and pressed down gently. Yin Lang then sat down again with some resentment. Mr. Chen's concerns are reasonable. The old chief spoke slowly, but his eyes turned to the window. The people's will cannot be ignored. He paused and changed the subject. But we must also see clearly what the essence of this matter is. It's America that's scared. They're afraid of our tanks, afraid of our chips, and even more afraid of the young man named George. They want to use public opinion and sanctions to force us to cut off our own arms. The old leader's fingers tapped lightly on the mahogany tabletop, producing a steady rhythm. It took us decades to get a George, someone who can give us hope of overtaking others in the field of science and technology. Now, the enemy is putting a knife in our hands and wants us to stab ourselves. His voice suddenly became sonorous and powerful. We can't take this knife. Not only can we not take their knives, we will also knock their knives back. Pass on my order. Activate all contingency plans and resist this sanction at all costs. As for public opinion, a wise gleam flashed in the old chief's eyes. I believe that young man will give us a surprise. At the same time, in the top floor office of Hongshu Machinery, George is wearing a pair of AR glasses and debugging a complex code. The storm outside seemed to be completely isolated from this place, until the phone rang urgently. He took off his glasses and looked at the caller ID. It was James. Hey, Lao Pai. James's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. George, something terrible has happened. Now the whole world is scolding you and your company, saying that we sold weapons to Cry. Domestic public opinion has also exploded, and many people are calling for sanctions against you. James spoke very quickly, full of worry. How are you doing? Are you not affected? These bastards are such bastards. Listening to his friend's roar, George laughed instead. No. His tone was as calm as if he was talking about the weather. It's just a small scene. Why panic? James was stunned for a moment on the other end. A small scene? Is this still a small scene? Don't worry. George chuckled. They like to play with public opinion, so let's play with them. See who can beat them. After hanging up the phone, the smile on his face disappeared. He picked up another encrypted phone and dialed a number. The phone rang once before being answered. Raven. Boss. A crisp voice came from the receiver. I want something. George's eyes were deeper than the night outside the window. All weapons procurement contracts in the Cry region in the past 5 years, especially with the United States and its allies. Official, private, visible, and shady, I want them all. Raven was silent for a moment, seemingly trying to digest the difficulty of this task. Clear. In addition, George added, find me a group of journalists who are well-known internationally. Tell them that Hongshu Military Industry is going to hold a product launch conference. The location is in my tank production workshop. There was confusion in Raven's voice. Press conference? Right. Don't they want to see the evidence? I'll show them. 2 days later, Hongshu Military Industry, the giant assembly workshop that can accommodate thousands of people, was open to the public for the first time. Dozens of top media reporters from all over the world were so shocked by the scene that they were speechless. They were invited here by the Ravens in various ways. Everyone came with questions and sharp weapons, their cameras and microphones. A blonde, blue-eyed CNN reporter was the first to recover from her shock. She saw the young man walking slowly towards her. George. She immediately raised the microphone and shouted loudly. Mr. George, do you have anything to say about your company selling offensive weapons to conflict zones and undermining regional stability? Do you admit that your company is an outright warmongerer? George walked over to the makeshift press booth and picked up the microphone. He looked around. Everyone, don't worry. Since you're all here, let me show you something interesting. The huge screen behind him lit up instantly. What appeared on the screen was not the product parameters or company promotional video that everyone expected. It was an old, yellowed black and white photo. A group of ragged and numb-looking Cry people were being driven by foreign soldiers armed with guns to work in a mine. In the corner of the photo, a flag of the Irish country stands out against the flying dust. Then, the second one, the third one, enslaved miners, chiefs trampled under the feet of colonists, and resources plundered wantonly. Each photo silently tells a bloody history that has been deliberately forgotten. Many reporters from Europe looked a little unnatural. George S.'s voice, through the microphone, was clearly transmitted throughout the workshop with a cold mockery. Before we discuss who is a warmonger, I would like to ask you a question. Whose war is the civil war in Cry? He glanced at the female CNN reporter who had first started the attack. Is it their own family affair? Or, because your ancestors once occupied that land and enslaved the people there, it continues to this day? You still take it for granted that you're the owner of that land and have the right to interfere in everything they do. His voice was not loud, but it was like a heavy hammer, hitting everyone's heart hard. Why? George S. tone suddenly turned stern. Is it because of your former powerful ships and cannons? Or is it because of your current self-proclaimed civilization and justice? IMHO. He paused and spoke word by word. You guys don't deserve it. Wow. The scene exploded instantly. You are changing the concept. This is a blatant insult to our country. You are just trying to justify your war crimes. The reporters were so excited that their roars in various languages surged towards the press conference like a tide. Chapter 78, let's talk about reality. George just stood there quietly, letting the sounds drown him out. The playful smile on his face did not diminish at all. After the noise of the scene died down a little, he picked up the microphone again, his tone as relaxed as if he was chatting. It seems that you're not very interested in history, so let's talk about something realistic. I admit that Hongshu military industry did sell a batch of equipment used to maintain national unity to the legitimate government of Krai. This is normal international trade. He changed the subject, and his eyes became sharp again. Well, let me ask you something. America, your Lockheed Martin, your Raytheon, don't you sell weapons to other countries? Ira's country, does your Dassault group only produce civilian airliners? And Geely country, your Raymetal sells tractor parts? A series of rhetorical questions silenced the reporters who had just been filled with indignation. The military-industrial complexes of these countries are all making huge profits. You can sell it. Why can't I? George spread his hands, looking innocent. The Cry people, are fighting a civil war among themselves. They want to buy some weapons to defend their country. What's the problem? We, Hongshu military industry, open our doors to do business and sell them high-quality and low-priced equipment. This is reasonable, rational, and legal. As for some countries, they insist on sending their soldiers to interfere in other people's affairs, and unfortunately they die on the battlefield. George chuckled, his eyes full of undisguised contempt. We can only say that they died from aggression and hegemony. He deserves to die. You, a reporter from Geely country, was so angry that his face turned red, and he pointed at George and was speechless. George ignored him and just snapped his fingers. The picture on the giant screen behind him changed again. This time, they are no longer black and white photos, but extremely clear PDF files. The heading of the document reads, Weapons Procurement Contract, in striking English. Since everyone is so concerned about the source of weapons in Cry and who is undermining regional stability, George S.'s voice carried a kind of indifference that pronounced judgment. Then I'll let everyone see enough. On the screen, the first contract was enlarged. Seller, American Blackwater Company. Buyer, Cry Freedom Front, Rebels. Contract content, 5,000 M4 carbines with 1 million rounds of ammunition. Sign date, 3 years ago. Next comes the second one. Seller, Iris Foreign Legion, private channel. Buyer, Cry Northern Tribal Armed Forces. Contract content, 12 second-hand Caesar vehicle-mounted howitzers. Sign date, 5 years ago. The third, the fourth. Shocking contracts kept scrolling on the screen. The sellers are arms giant from the United States, Geely, Iris, and other countries, and even institutions with official backgrounds. The buyers are the rebels and local armed forces of all sizes in the Cry region. The time span is nearly 10 years. There are all kinds of weapons, ranging from individual rifles to main battle tanks, from anti-tank missiles to armed helicopters. Every contract has detailed terms, clear signatures, and clear delivery records. These are all devil's contracts that Raven dug out from the dark world and cannot be seen in the light of day. The only sound in the entire assembly workshop was the click sound of camera shutters being pressed frantically. The expressions of those foreign journalists who had just been aggressive and talking about justice and peace were extremely interesting at this moment. Treason. These damn arms dealers are committing treason. An angry roar erupted from the crowd of reporters. Not to George, but to his country's arms companies. They take subsidies from Congress while selling weapons to the enemy who kills our soldiers. Fuck. It turns out we are the biggest fools. This is definitely the biggest scandal of the century. Black-hearted capitalists. They should be sent to the gallows. The entire press conference was completely out of control. The reporters stopped questioning George and pulled out their cell phones. With a distorted face, he reported this explosive news to the headquarters in China. Angry curses rang out one after another. They felt they had been tricked. They were fooled by their own government and those hypocritical arms giants. George looked at the chaotic scene in front of him, and the smile on his face finally disappeared. He put down the microphone, turned around, and walked down the podium before anyone could react. America, Pentagon, in a heavily guarded office. Bang! A fine crystal glass was thrown hard against the wall and shattered into pieces in an instant. Admiral Thompson looked at the real-time images transmitted back on the screen, his chest heaving with anger. That well-maintained face was distorted by anger. Trash. A bunch of trash. Our media, our elites, have been made to look like a bunch of idiots by a Chinese kid. His aide Brown stood aside, cold sweat oozing from his forehead, not daring to breathe. General, the most important thing now is not to hold the media accountable. Brown spoke carefully. It's those contracts. We have to do crisis management immediately. Deal with it? How? Thompson turned around suddenly, staring at him with bloodshot eyes. Tell me, Brown, what are you going to do with these damn contracts? Declare them forged? Look at those details. Look at those signatures. Do you think people will believe it? The news has been all over the place. Angry protesters have gathered in front of major arms companies. Families who lost their loved ones on the battlefield have cried, shouted slogans of traitors, and tried to break through the cordon. The public opinion of the whole country was ignited. Thompson felt a deep sense of powerlessness. They carefully planned a public opinion offensive. Being slapped in the face, he was slapped back. Moreover, they slapped themselves hard in the face with their own hands. At the same time, China. The atmosphere in a quaint meeting room was completely different. Several elderly men in Zhongshan suits were looking at the same report with relaxed smiles on their faces. This George is quite interesting. The old man sitting in the main seat picked up the teacup and blew gently. Without making any noise, they gave us such a great gift. Yeah, someone next to him laughed. We are still considering how to deal with their joint sanctions. I didn't expect that he would defuse the mine himself and then set the fire back to their own backyard. This move of diverting trouble to another place. No, it should be called returning the property to its original owner. It's a beautiful move. We turned passivity into initiative and directly destroyed the other party's moral high ground at the root of the problem. Now it's Thompson and the others who should be worried.